Hey family, welcome back to my video. Today we will see, what if Harry Potter was neglected Dragonborn son? This time the story is a bit unique, because you will get 15 plus Harry Potter one-short stories in this video. Let me know if you liked it, but before we start, here is my official Patreon. Please join it because there are many stuffs that I can't share here because of community guidelines. But on my Patreon page, you will get adult Harry stories, Naruto, and Deca 2. Also, the quick access for other parts of my story, which might take time on YouTube. Also, there are many stuffs you will get here. Please consider joining my Patreon. Link in the description. I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the original author of this story for granting us permission to use it in our YouTube video. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. The author's creation and the original story's link in the descriptions. Please do check that first. Now enjoy the video. HP Infamous. Electro Mage. Dropped out of college and got a job as a bike courier. Mostly just to piss off my parents. I was just someone you would never notice. Just a guy delivering packages to folks you would never know. Then one day a package found me. Thousands died. 5 square blocks. Smashed into rubble, and at the center was me. By my side was a young boy, Hadrian. He lost his relatives to a bastard who finds killing fun. I found him when I was delivering a package which was arranged for me to pick up, which exploded, causing the both of us to go unconscious. But we were alive, but changed, and nobody could have seen what was coming. Back then, Empire City was in quarantine. It had gone to hell, other people with powers started showing up, and it was our job to sort through it all. To find out who had given me that package and why. Hell, even my best friend turned his back on me to try and get powers of his own. But in the end, we found the man responsible, Kessler. He explained everything through a vision of the future. The beast is coming. A monster only Hadrian and I could defeat, provided that we are strong and ready to face it. A month later, we met Lucy Qua. She somehow knew about the beast. In fact, she had come to help us prepare. Claimed a friend Dr. Wolf had worked on the Ray Sphere prototype, and he could amplify our powers. All we had to do was go down with her to New Marais. We need those powers. The beast is coming, and we will be ready. Cole narrated with a firm tone. Standing next to Cole, wearing a red shirt and a black unzipped jacket with black pants which had red stripes on its side, and a red lightning bolt necklace hanging from his neck given to him by Petunia. I'm sorry, but I couldn't find a green one to match your eyes, but I hope you like it. The voice of Petunia dully echoed through Hadrian's mind. It is, thank you, Aunt Petunia, Hadrian thought. Hadrian sighed, leaning on the railings of the boat which was docked. His once messy black hair was now unnaturally spiky hot red, revealing a thin, lightning bolt scar, and the glasses that once sat on his nose were nowhere to be seen. With a sigh, Hadrian looked at Empire City with his hair flowing through the wind as he thought about his current situation. Never expected to get wrapped into this, huh? Cole teased despite the tense situation. Cole, I will bitch slap you. Hadrian threatened, raising his hand, which was then lit up covered in red electricity. Cole laughed and patted Hadrian on the back, but Hadrian could see that Cole was as tense as he was. You should relax, lightning bolt, a voice joked, and both Hadrian and Cole turned to see Zeke walking towards them. We will relax after we get in, get some new powers, and are prepared to fight the beast, Cole stated. Zeke sighed before smiling with eyes lit up with excitement. Come on, guys, you deserve to relax. We're going to New Marais, Zeke suggests with a bright smile on his face. We need to be back here and ready when it shows up, Zeke. Hadrian stated. Trust me, Hadrian. You both will be ready when you're done working with Dr. Wolf, Qua stated, walking towards the trio. Work? Huh. Easy, Qua. When we get there, we will be about the 3 B's. That's beer, boobs, and mechanical bulls, Zeke says, causing Cole to cover his mouth, trying to hide his amusement, while Hadrian cracks a small smile. Qua sighs, annoyed at Zeke's behavior. Gentlemen, I don't think you understand the scope of what is going on here, Qua stated, annoyed. A loud roar echoed throughout the area, and explosions can be seen off in the distance. What is going on? Qua asked, confused. Screaming can be heard as a shape began to take form off in the distance. Both Hadrian and Cole's eyes widen in realization. No. Cole exclaimed as he and Hadrian jumped off the ship, landing onto the dock with red and blue electricity lashing at everything around the area. McGrath, Potter, we had a deal. This boat is leaving, Cole informed the duo over their phone, which was strapped on their shirt/jacket. Relax, we got time for this, Cole states. They both run towards the beast, and a large gate blocked their way. Quarantine's over. A civilian exclaimed happily. "It's McGrath and Potter, help us!" A civilian pleaded. Cole throws a large bolt of blue lightning, which destroys the gate, allowing the civilians to get to the ships, and they both continue to run towards the beast. As they continue, a giant piece of a building smashes into a nearby ship, causing it to sink. Damn it, Hadrian cursed as he sees people jump off of the ship as the two continue to run towards the destruction. Both reach the end of the dock and see a large man covered in molten lava destroying nearby buildings. Cole, Hadrian, you have to stop him, Cole informed the two as they stopped and saw the beast destroying the area. Let's do this. Hadrian growls angrily as his body sparks with red electricity. Cole nods, and they both raise their hands, firing a barrage of red and blue bolts of lightning towards the beast, catching its attention. The beast turns towards the direction of the attacks and sees Hadrian and Cole. "Yeah, right here, man." Cole yells out. The beast then throws a statue towards the two, causing them both to be sent flying back when it crashes into the dock. "Cole, Harry, get up, man." Zeke encourages as the both of them struggle to stand. The statue near them began to move, and the both of them found themselves staring directly at the beast. The duo mumbled to themselves in shock. Both shake their heads and growl in anger, causing electricity to spark off their body, and they both raise their hands and fire off large bolts of lightning. "Kessler told us about you. We are not going to let it happen." Cole yells. The beast roars and throws a ball of fire towards Cole, and Cole rolls to the side, avoiding the ball of fire. Hadrian puts his hands together, and red electricity began to build up before firing a large beam of electricity, causing the beast to stumble back from the force of the attack. "Nice one, Harry." Cole yells. "We got to keep it up." Hadrian yells out. "I know." Cole yells, firing off another barrage of lightning bolts. A wave of energy explodes from the beast, causing everything near him to float. "Oh, not good." Hadrian yelled. "Don't forget to fly, Harry." Cole yelled. Hadrian nods, and his body is covered in electricity, while electricity bursts from Cole's hand, allowing him to maneuver in the air with less difficulty. The beast roars at the two, and they both narrow their eyes in anger. Cole raises his right hand up while the other allows him to maneuver in the air, and he begins to fire a barrage of lightning bolts at the beast while Hadrian flies towards the statue, which is now floating in the air, and sends a surge of red electricity into the statue, causes it to fly directly towards the beast. The statue smashes into the beast, causing it to crash into the water, canceling its anti-gravity ability, which causes Cole to fall onto the dock. Hadrian descends slowly and lands on the dock beside Cole. "That's what I'm talking about." Cole cheers as the both of them high-five each other with large smiles on their faces. A giant hand then emerges from the water, and the beast stands up, revealing that half of its face and large portions of its body was destroyed. "Shit!" Hadrian cursed as he glared at the beast. "Now, bring down the lightning." Zeke yelled over Cole's and Hadrian's phone. Cole nods and raises his arms before bringing them down, causing lightning to come from the sky, striking the beast, and soon the rest of the beast's head explodes, causing it to stumble back. The beast groans as it falls into the water, with its hand sinking into the water. "Hey, good job, man, but get back to the boat." "Pairs breaking up?" Zeke stated. "Nice work, you two." "That was impressive," Kwa says, amazed as they both run to the end of the pair. Both conduits continue to run towards the end of the pair, with it slowly collapsing behind them. "Well, come on, man, jump." Zeke yells, and the both of them jump off the end of the pair as it falls, and a wave of energy surges through the area, causing the both of them to remain floating in the air. The beast emerges from the water, grabbing both of them. Cole raises his hand and begins to shoot at the beast, while Hadrian yells in pain as his power drains from his body. "Cool me on, cool me on. Yeah, come on, come on." Cole yelled as the bolts hit the beast in the face. "Give it everything you got." Zeke yells. Cole raises his arms before bringing it down, summoning a lightning strike, causing it to explode, releasing the both of them into the water. "Cole! Harry!" Zeke yells out in fear. The beast had drained us, broken our powers. It felt like the end. I almost wish it was. The beast had just put itself back together. And now Empire City is dead. Our ship ran for it, fleeing south to New Marais. People kept their distance, whether from respect or fear. I don't know. Either way, we were alone. Others kept busy acting out their routines, as if they would make right again. But I knew better. We were given powers to defeat the beast. We were strong. We were ready. We had fought it with everything we had. But it wasn't enough. That needed to change. The next day we went to work. We both helped Zeke create a device to help focus our powers. Hell, he will do anything to be friends like we used to be. Agent Quick gathered intelligence on the beast. Town after town was lost as it traveled down the coast. She also used her contacts to requisition a smaller boat. New Marias was in lockdown. They wouldn't let anyone in. We were going to have to sneak in through the swamp. I don't know if you ever let someone down, got your ass kicked, or just straight up failed. But those are the moments that define us. They push you further than you ever thought possible and force you to make choices. No matter what the cost, Cole narrated. HP Fairy Tale, Dragon Slayer of old. With the moonlight shining overhead, the sounds of leaves crunching and a young man grunting as his footsteps echo through the area can be heard, with the roars of rage and anger of a large horde can be heard not too far from the previous sounds. A young man with messy black hair and slitted red eyes ran as fast as he could with a large egg in his left arm. Wearing a dark red scaled jacket with a necklace with multiple different colored scales and pants while wearing a black shirt with a sword strapped on his back, the young man continued to run with rage and hatred in his slitted eyes, which glowed with power. As the young man continued to run, he heard a sound in front of him and came to an abrupt stop. From the trees, multiple men and women wearing similar scaled clothing walked into the young man's vision, causing the young man to growl angrily. "There is nowhere to run. Give us the egg, and we shall spare your life," one of the young men offered. "I will not, you traitor," the young slitted-eye man snapped. "Traitor? As if. These abominations must die. They are too dangerous to be left alive," one of the women sneered. "Those abominations, as you call them, taught you this magic, so you can save the humans from being enslaved." The young man with the red slitted eyes snapped. "It's their fault we even need to worry about being enslaved." Another young man yelled in anger. "And yet you kill mere babies for power. You are the monsters now, not them." The young slitted-eye man snapped. "In this now, Hadrian," a voice ordered. The slitted-eye man, now known as Hadrian, clenched his unoccupied fist in anger and turned to see a familiar face. "Acnologia, you are the reason for all of this," Hadrian yelled angrily. The man known as Acnologia stood proud with his long dark blue hair and dark skin, with a dark cloak over his torso, while a portion of it showed off his muscles. "Join us, Hadrian. You are among the strongest of us. Yet you protect these monsters when we were meant to kill them," Acnologia said. With a smirk, looking around, Hadrian sees his once fellow dragon slayers surrounding him with a hint of insanity in their eyes, but unlike Hadrian, their eyes were not slitted. Hadrian chuckles and shakes his head amused. "Me? One of the strongest?" Hadrian asks with a dark chuckle. "What is so funny, Potter?" One of the traitorous dragon slayers demands. "You seem to forget who trained me," Hadrian says with a chuckle as his eyes flash blood red. "Oh shit," Acnologia curses. "Fire Dragon King mode." Hadrian roars as his entire body is engulfed in blood-red fire, causing the trees nearby to spontaneously combust into ashes, and the dragon slayers back up in fear from Hadrian's power. "Give us the egg," Acnologia demands, trying to hide his fear. "Goodbye, Acnologia," Hadrian whispers as a single tear slides down his face. "Fire Dragon King." "Purgatory," Hadrian roars, and a large explosion of blood-red fire explodes from Hadrian's body and is unleashed upon the surrounding area, burning and killing every single dragon slayer near Hadrian. As the fire begins to die down, Hadrian looks around with sadness in his eyes and falls to his knees, breathing heavily as his blood-red eyes turn back to regular red, but then his eyes widen in shock upon hearing a low grunt of pain. Looking to his right, Hadrian sees Acnologia, severely burnt, lying on the ground. Hadrian sighs tiredly and attempts to get up before falling back down to his knees. "Damn it, using Fire Dragon King mode is just too much for my magical container." Hadrian grunts in pain as he is running on fumes with nearly nothing left in his magical container. Despite the difficulty, Hadrian stood up and shakily walked towards Acnologia. "Are you happy?" Hadrian asks angrily. Acnologia coughs before chuckling. "You have always been the youngest of us," Acnologia says before coughing up blood, But you were always on another level, Acnologia chuckles with a smile on his face. Hadrian's expression darkens as he reaches up and draws his sword, which was brought out of his scabbard, with the metal scraping against the interior of the scabbard. The sword is 4 feet long with its blood-red blade, shining with a line of runes glowing at the center of the blade and its red dragon hilt, glaring forwards with glowing blood-red eyes and a dark handle with red scale-like straps around it. Is there a reason for your pointless rambling? Hadrian asks with his now emotionless eyes. Acnologia looks at Hadrian with pride and awe before coughing once more. There he is. Acnologia coughs with a small smile on his face. Hadrian sighs and raises his sword ready to end Acnologia before he pauses. Harry, come on, the voice of a young Acnologia encourages. Hey, wait up, Logia, little Hadrian's voice echoes. Don't call me that, the voice of young Acnologia exclaims, but Hadrian remembers that little pout that Acnologia would always make. Hadrian's hand along with his sword begins to shake before he sighs and lowers his sword, which hits the ground slightly, digging into the dirt. Don't make me kill you, Acnologia. We were friends. The best of friends, Hadrian says, practically pleading. Hadrian watches as Acnologia looks away from him, unable to look at him in the eyes. Why do this? Your dragon parent took care of you. He raised you. Why be the monster you have sworn to destroy? Hadrian questions, confused. Acnologia struggles before looking at Hadrian. I wanted to be more. To be something more, Acnologia answers, and Hadrian's eyes widen upon seeing a rune on Acnologia's shoulder. It can't be. You're? Hadrian asks, shocked. Acnologia looks away with a small blush on his face. Not many people would consider me a leader. Have you seen the way that the people like me in command were treated? Acnologia asks. Hadrian sighs and shook his head, confused. So all those times? Hadrian asks, leaving the question in the air. Acnologia nods. That was me, Acnologia answers with a slight blush on his face. What a mind fuck, Hadrian states, shocked. Acnologia chuckles a little. But why didn't you tell me? Hadrian asks, confused. What would you have said if you found out? Acnologia asks. I don't know, Hadrian admits with a shrug. Just then, sounds of yelling could be heard a fair distance away. How many did you bring to kill me? Hadrian asks angrily. Acnologia shook his head with tears welling up in his eyes. I could never kill you, Acnologia whispers, looking down at the ground. Hadrian sighs and looks at Acnologia. Goodbye, Acnologia. I just hope that we meet on better terms should we meet once more, Hadrian says as he sheathes his sword. No, please don't go, Acnologia pleads, nearly breaking down. With the egg in hand, Hadrian runs away from Acnologia and the dragon slayers who were heading towards his direction. What seemed like forever, Hadrian leaned tiredly on a nearby wall of stone. How much further must I go to keep you safe? Hadrian wondered, looking at the egg in his arm. Just then the wall slowly began to open, revealing a large entrance. Wow, Hadrian says, amazed. Let's hope this isn't a trap, Hadrian thought as he went inside the cave, which immediately closed behind him. That's not good, Hadrian mumbled to himself. With no way back, Hadrian moved forward. The walls were rough and remained crooked and misshapen, but it soon began to become smooth and man-made. Reaching the end of the hallway, Hadrian looks around in shock. The area was large with multiple tools and a cauldron along with many books. Seems I have stumbled onto a laboratory, Hadrian thought, surprised. Looking at all of the equipment, Hadrian couldn't help but be amazed by the advancement that the individual who did this made. After what seemed like hours of looking around, Hadrian sighed and sat down on a chair and pulled out a picture from his pocket. At the side of the picture was him with his hand on top of a young baby's head, while the baby was being held by a beautiful young woman with long dark blue hair, with dark skin, with clothes which showed off her voluptuous body. The memory of the rune on Acnologia's shoulder came to Hadrian's mind. The gender-changing rune. It was used on female dragon slayers to stop them from going into heat too early. When a female dragon slayer goes into heat, they have only one desire: to mate with who their dragon side chooses. But if the female dragon slayer is not ready for the process, it could lead to disastrous results. But when the female dragon slayer reaches the age of 13, it is removed to allow the female dragon slayer to mate with the partner there. Dragon side chooses. The men go into heat as well, but they don't go into it until their 13th birthday. I can't believe that this entire time, you were the one my dragon side chose, Acnologia, Hadrian thought, shocked. The young baby in Acnologia's arms was Fleamont Potter, named after Acnologia's father. Fleamont. His and Acnologia's child. Who would have guessed I impregnated my best friend, Hadrian thought with a slight chuckle. Standing up, once more Hadrian wanders around the laboratory until he found an odd-looking set of runes in a circle. Someone was planning to do a ritual, Hadrian mumbled to himself. But which one? I don't know any of these runes, Hadrian thought, fascinated. But within seconds the runes began to glow and entrapped Hadrian in a bubble of green energy, and before Hadrian knew it, he was frozen in time, holding the dragon egg, and within the egg was the child of his dragon father. Igneel, the Fire Dragon King. HP. Demon's Host. Prologue. Hadrian Fleamont Potter, age 5, sat in the dining room, eating his breakfast while his older brother Max William Potter, now 8 years old with messy red hair and brown eyes, talked with James Potter, their father, about Quidditch, while Rose Violet Potter and Iris Alice Potter, age 7, with long black hair with red natural tips, talked with their mother as she fed little Lily Narcissa Potter, age 3, soon to be 4, who was known as the girl who lived, who had red hair and emerald green eyes. Hadrian sighed and resumed to eat his food as his family continued to ignore him like the usual. I wish they would notice me, Hadrian thought, and all of a sudden, everyone's chair moved facing towards him, causing his family to look at Hadrian in shock. Did you just do accidental magic, Harry? Lily asked her son, shocked. Looking down, embarrassed, Hadrian nods his head. Wow, look at that. That's amazing, Harry. James cheers, but then little Lily sneezes, causing snot to dangle from her nose. I will get you a tissue, Lily, Lily says to her daughter as she stood up. That was an amazing bout of accidental magic, Harry, James compliments. Hadrian blushes, but smiles brightly. Hey, Dad, do you want to go play Quidditch? There's a cool move I wanted to show you, Max asks. Oh yeah, I would love to see, James says excitedly. I hope you're not planning anything dangerous, Lily says as she enters the room with a box of tissues. No, James squeaked fearfully. That's good to hear, Lily says with a smug smile before she wipes the snot from little Lily's nose, who giggled happily. That was amazing accidental magic, Harry, Lily says with a smile. Hey, Mum, me and Iris wanted to ask if you could help us with figuring out the difference between magic in Latin and magic in other languages. Can you help us? Rose asks, hopeful. Sure, I would love to help you, Lily says excitedly. And just like that, Hadrian was forgotten once more. His achievement was outshined by his siblings. Max was a Quidditch prodigy, while Iris and Rose were incredibly intelligent and can be considered prodigies, and little Lily was the girl who lived. Hadrian was always the last in his parents' minds when it comes to his other siblings. When compared to the likes of Max, Rose, Iris, and little Lily, he just couldn't compare. He wasn't great at Quidditch, and even his older twin sisters are better than him. He wasn't incredibly smart like Rose and Iris, but he is smart. And he isn't famous. How do you compare with a famous child who defeated a Dark Lord at the age of 1 and children who are prodigies when you were just above average? You can't. It's now Hadrian's 6th birthday, and everyone is celebrating. Happy birthday, Harry the Potters, along with Sirius Black and his wife Amelia Bones, who had a child named Sylvia, who was 3 years old with beautiful black hair and gray eyes. Next was Remus Lupin, who brought his girlfriend Juvia Scott, a Muggleborn who was also turned into a werewolf. Hadrian smiled, as his birthdays were the closest he would get to having his parents' attention. Make a wish, Sirius cheered. Hadrian takes in a deep breath before blowing out his candles. I wish that I could be more than what I am, Hadrian wished. Everyone cheered, and Lily took a photo of Hadrian. All right, I want you all to sit next to your brother while I take another picture, Lily says, and Max, Rose, and Iris stand next to Hadrian while James gives little Lily to Hadrian, who holds her tightly. Say cheese, Lily says. Cheese, Hadrian, Max, Iris, and Rose says, while little Lily says cheese before giggling. As the photo is taken, the siblings move away to sit at their previous spots. So what did you wish for? James asks, curious. Hey, Dad, do you think we could play Quidditch? Max asks, causing him to cut off Hadrian before he could answer. I'm down if you want, James, serious comments. Sure, why not? James agrees with a smile before turning to Rose and Iris. You girls want to play? James asks, curious. Sure, Iris and Rose answer simultaneously. Me and Amelia will stay with the little ones while you play, Lily says, taking little Lily from Hadrian's grasp. Sure. What about you, Remus? James asks, curious. Sure, why not? What about you, Juvia? Remus asks, I would love to play, Juvia says with a smile. Nice, what about you, Harry? Want to play? James asks, curious. Nah, you go have fun, Hadrian says. You sure? Max asks his brother, worried. It's fine. Go have fun, Hadrian says with a smile. You heard him. Let's go. Serious cheers, and soon everyone heads outside to either play or watch the Quidditch game. Hadrian sat down before releasing a sad sigh. Every damn time, Hadrian thought. After a few minutes of sitting and watching the game being played outside the window, Hadrian finally stands up. I think I'm going to walk around town for a bit, Hadrian thought as he left Potter Manor through the front door with the moonlight shining from above. Walking through town, Hadrian enjoyed the scenery, knowing that there was nothing for him to do, and thought it would be nice to stretch his legs and see something different. How come they always want attention when the day is supposed to be about me? They act like they want me to be a part of their conversations or activities, but it's always things I either don't like or don't know about. Are they doing this on purpose, or are they trying to be nice and involve me? Hadrian wondered before shaking his head to clear out the thoughts plaguing his mind. Walking through the area, Hadrian then heard a loud crash echo throughout the area. What was that? Hadrian thought, shocked, before he ran towards the sound. Upon arriving, Hadrian saw a beautiful girl with beautiful red hair and an hourglass figure with impressive assets lying on the ground with blood dripping from her stomach. Are you okay? Hadrian asks, running towards the lady. Looking closely, Hadrian sees that the woman has an incredibly large wound, if left untreated could prove fatal. I'm okay, the lady mumbles, causing Hadrian to shake his head. No, you're not. Come, I'll help you, Hadrian stated. Why are you helping me? The beautiful redhead asks, confused. Because you're hurt, Hadrian answered as he covered the lady's wound and took her to Potter Castle to help her. Little did Hadrian know that his fate would be forever altered. Chapter 1. Late Sleeper. It's Christmas morning, and everyone is opening their presents and enjoying their day. Max is now 13 years old and is now in his second year at Hogwarts, due to his birthday being a month after Hogwarts began. So he was around a year older than most of his peers, while Iris and Rose are in their first year at Hogwarts. Merry Christmas! Little Lily, now 9 years old, cheered. Merry Christmas, little Lily, Max! Iris and Rose reply with warm smiles on their faces. After opening their presents and laughing and having fun, the Potter family sat in the living room on their couch, which they bought recently. But there was one thing missing in the Potter family at this moment. Hadrian, could you get any louder? A voice grumbles, and the Potter family turn to see Hadrian Potter enter the living room groggily. It's 2 p.m. Hadrian, Lily informs her son. Should I care? Hadrian asks, annoyed. The Potter family shake their heads as they look at Hadrian. The once young boy with short, messy, and untamable black hair now has somewhat tamed hair that reached down to his shoulders and his fringe reaching up to his nose in length. We don't sleep in all day like you do, Rose states, slightly annoyed by her brother's behavior. Whatever you say, Rosie. Hadrian shrugs as he sits down. Don't call me Rosie, Rose snapped. Hadrian shrugs, not really caring about whether or not Rose liked her nickname. Guys, come on, don't be like this, Lily says, trying to calm her children down. Oh, let's watch TV, James suggests excitedly with a beaming smile on his face. Dad, you're going to watch the news again, Iris states knowingly with a tired sigh, following soon after. It's cool though, James says excitedly. No, you're just excited to see if he is on TV again, Lily says with a knowing smirk. James blushes and lowers his head. He's a badass though, James mumbled, causing Lily to shake her head with an amused smile on her face. James reaches out and grabs the remote before turning the TV on, which immediately goes to the news channel. Thank you again, Tina. The man in the news thanks, and a picture of a group of armed men wrapped up in chains show up. The vigilante. Night strikes again, the newsman says. I think it's a disgrace taking the law into your hands like that. Leave it to the police, a loud woman screeched upon being questioned on her opinion on the vigilante. He's doing a lot of good things. He saved me from being mugged, a young mother says, holding her little boy in her arms. He's so cool, the kid yelled out before giggling. The news then showed a video of a dark figure fighting multiple criminals at inhuman speeds. The Knight showed up 3 years ago and has been involved with taking down many criminals and even infamous gangs, the man on the news informed everyone before changing to a new topic. That is so cool, James gushes over the news on the vigilante. James, don't act like that, Lily scolds, but the smile on her face shows her amusement. I don't like this Knight, Max says, disgusted. Why Max? He's helping people. I find him kind of cool, Iris admits. Have you seen the way he leaves those criminals? He hurts them severely and even kills some of them. They should be sent to prison, not killed, Max answered angrily. I do admit I don't like it that he kills, but he also helps people, Rose says. What do you think of him, Harry? Lily asks her son, who remains silent, causing the Potters to look at him, curious of his answer. I like him because he doesn't ask for permission to act on what he believes, Hadrian answers, emotionless. Of course you do, Max scoffs. Something you want to say, Maxie? Hadrian asks angrily. Don't call me Maxie. Max ET snaps, glaring at his younger brother. Does it look like I care? Hadrian asks, uncaring. Harry, be nice to your brother, Lily scolds. Hadrian grunts and gets up before leaving. Harry, what about your presents? Lily calls out, don't care. Hadrian yells as he heads upstairs. Max and Rose scoff and shakes their head, disgusted by their brother's behavior. Why do we deal with him? He always sleeps, and he barely pays attention to your lessons. Rose asks, annoyed. Why is Harry so angry? Little Lily asks, confused. I don't know, little Lily, James says with a sigh. It's because he's jealous of us, because he can't do anything, Rose states angrily. Rose! Lily snapped. What, it's true, Rose shrugs. That was sad, Rose. Even for you, Iris says, disappointed, before leaving the living room. Why are you so mean? Little Lily asks with a pout as she leaves to join Iris. That was uncalled for, Rose, James says, disappointed. What? Hadrian does nothing. He sleeps all day, he doesn't do anything, and he doesn't join us on our days out. Rose snapped. Lily didn't say a word and left the living room, unwilling to talk to her daughter. Rose, I think you should go to your room, James states with a tired sigh. What? Even I think Rose is right. He doesn't do anything. He sleeps all day. What the hell does he do all night? Max demands angrily. A metal shoe slammed onto the concrete as the growling from a motorcycle could be heard, wearing a black and gray zipped up jacket covered in metal with metal shoulder pads, while the zipper of the jacket remained unprotected, along with dark gray pants with metal knee pads with metal also covering the shins, and metal elbow pads and metal covering the majority of his arm, leaving only the joints uncovered. In the individual's hand was a dark gray helmet with metal covering the majority of the helmet, leaving a large line where the eyes are located, giving it a more knight-like appearance. The metal was covered in deep cuts with the claw-like scratches which would typically belong to an animal. The individual can be found sitting on top of a motorcycle, which was covered with tough metal compared to regular motorcycles, looking out at the harbor with a city not too far ahead with a smile on his face. The individual has long black hair going down to his shoulders, which was flowing as the wind passed through his hair, and emerald green eyes. He looks to be in his early 20s. The man relaxed as the moon light shined from above with only the lights from the city, and the moon kept the area dimly lit, leaving the man in the darkness, listening to the sounds coming from his helmet. Reported bank robbery near 24th Avenue. Suspects considered armed and dangerous. The police chatter from the man's helmet sounded. The man smirked and put on his hamlet. Time to punch in, the man says as he revved his motorcycle with his gloved hands. Turning the motorcycle around, the man drove off at high speed, heading towards the location. A brick wall explodes, sending debris flying everywhere. A group of masked men exit the now giant hole with bags of money and automatic machine guns in their hands. Remember the plan. Now let's get to the getaway vehicle. The masked man, who seems to be the leader, ordered. The group of 6 men moved through the alleyways in the cover of darkness. As the group continued to make their way to their getaway vehicle, before chains fly from the shadows and tangle themselves to the 2 guys at the far back of the group. The 2 men let out a horrified gasp before being pulled into the darkness, causing the group to look back and see their comrades missing. What was that? The leader asks, seeing no sign of his buddies. What's going on, guys? One of the other members of the group asks, confused. Sounds then echoed through the alleyway, scaring the 4 men. Just then a large dumpster flies towards them, hitting 2 of them, knocking them unconscious. The last 2 men look around in fear. 2 of his comrades were unconscious while the other 2 were missing, and he only had his other friend. The man looks around, no one but him and his buddy. The sounds of chains then echoed through the alleyway, and he heard a scream of shock before it ended abruptly. Quickly looking in the direction of the scream, the man sees that his buddy was now missing. He was alone, no one to save him, no one to help him. He was alone with someone that was fighting from the darkness, picking them off one by one. And he was next. Where are you? The last man screamed, looking around in fear. The man looks around to see nothing but darkness and the light from the street nearby, before he turns around to see the armored helmet of the knight, before a gloved fist punches him in the face, knocking him out. The knight looked around and nods appreciative. "That was fun," the knight says with his voice echoing slightly due to his metal helmet. The knight then waves his hand, causing the 6 unconscious men to fly together and black chains to appear out of thin air, restraining them. "Here's a gift for you cops," the knight says as the chains wrap the men together. The knight whistles, and his motorcycle drives towards him with no one on it. The knight hops on the motorcycle and drives off, leaving the criminals chained up, ready to be arrested by the police. As the knight continues, the knight sighs as nothing goes on. Only one crime tonight. How disappointing, the knight thought as he jumped from rooftop to rooftop. With an annoyed sigh, knight sits at the edge of the building taking a small break, until the sound of a bell ringing from the store below was heard and a man exits it. Knight decides to take a closer look to see what's going on. "Don't let me catch you calling the cops." Knight hears the man, and he sees that in the man's hand was a large bag of money, and in the other was a gun. With a smirk, the knight's eyes flash blood red, and black chains appear and wrapped around the man's arms, causing him to drop his gun and bag in shock before he is pulled up to the rooftop. As the man reaches him, Knight grabs the man and throws him onto the tough ground of the rooftop, causing the man to land painfully. The man looks around in confusion and fear before he freezes in fear. "Oh crap," the man curses as he sees the knight. "Robbing a store like that, huh?" Knight asks as the man attempts to crawl back in fear, only to fail. "I'm very disappointed in you. Seems night school is in session," the knight states as he knocks the man out. "A present from me to you," the knight thought as he drove off on his motorcycle with the man dangling from a street lamp with black chains holding onto his legs. Driving through a large open field, the knight heads towards a large mountain that was off in the distance. Upon arriving at the bottom of the mountain, the knight looks at the stone wall in front of him before waving his hand over the stone wall, which began to move, creating a large entrance for him. Driving through the entrance, the knight heard the stone close back up behind him, signaling the entrance closing behind him. Soon the rough and natural-looking rocks that covered the walls of the path started to change and become smoother and more man-made the further Knight went. Reaching the end of the tunnel, the area opens up massively. The walls were smooth, dark stone, and the floors were white marble, and at the center of the room was a car lift with a giant armored muscle car with guns on the sides, but was severely damaged with its top completely torn off and one of the tires looking like it was chewed on, while the hood had a giant claw mark that would belong to something the size of a dragon. Parking near the car lift, Knight turns off the ignition and hops off the bike. Behind Knight, blood-red energy began to form, and a beautiful red-haired woman appeared floating behind him, wearing a seductive red dress that clung to her body that would make any straight man go nuts. "That was amazing, Hadrian," the woman says with a seductive tone as the knight took off his helmet. "I am well aware, Lilith," Hadrian states as he walks towards his workshop, which had an armor stand with a bench beside it with multiple tools, both of magical nature and non-magical. Taking off his armor, Hadrian put his armor on the armor stand and sighed. Now wearing a black shirt with black pants with an odd-looking rune on the side, which shows off his large muscles, Hadrian went towards another part of the area with small vials and ingredients, along with a cauldron on the side. "How about you and me have some fun?" Lilith offers seductively. Hadrian ignores Lilith and grabs a small vial where he uncorks it before drinking it in one go. "Oh, I guess not," Lilith pouts as Hadrian moves towards a bin and begins to throw up. Soon Hadrian's body shrinks and his muscles decrease in density and size. Hadrian groans and stands up. The clothes he wore previously shrunk along with him as Hadrian de-aged. "You're no fun. I just wanted to play," Lilith pouts as she crosses her arms underneath her massive breasts, pushing it upwards, causing it to appear even larger. "Lilith, we had sex yesterday. I just want to get some sleep," Hadrian says as he gets up. "It was yesterday. I'm talking about today," Lilith states, causing Hadrian to chuckle and shake his head amused. "Maybe tomorrow," Hadrian says as he heads towards a closed metal door at the end of the room. Pushing a button, the door opens, revealing an elevator. Entering the elevator, Hadrian pushes the up arrow, and slowly the metal door closes. The elevator slowly moves up before gaining speed. "Whoa!" Lilith cheers as the elevator continues to pick up speed before it starts to slow down. The door then opens, revealing a large room with a king-size bed along with a bookshelf that was right next to the entrance to the elevator, and also a dark carpet in front of the bed along with a couch, and a large TV with a gaming console and a bunch of games beside the console. Walking forward, The bookshelf that was next to the entrance to the elevator began to move, covering the elevator completely as its metal doors slowly closed. With a tired sigh, Hadrian takes off his shirt, revealing his muscled torso along with the scars that littered throughout his body. On his back was a three-line scar, which appeared like he was struck by an animal. Another one of his many scars was several-line scars, which seemed like he was struck by a sword or dagger, and many single dotted scars like he was hit by a bullet. Abed, I have missed you, Hadrian thought as he fell onto his bed and closed his eyes with a blissful smile on his face. You know you owe me sex tomorrow, Lilith states annoyed. Hadrian chuckles, amused by Lilith's behavior. All right, Lilith, we will have sex tomorrow. Hadrian agrees, yeah. Lilith cheers before quickly covering her mouth. You put up silencing wards, Lilith. Relax, Hadrian says before falling asleep. Slowly, Hadrian's eyes open, and he groans before slowly getting up. Wonder what time it is, Hadrian wondered, and then saw his clock which laid beside his bed. 1:21 p.m. Damn, I woke up earlier than I normally do, Hadrian thought, surprised. Getting out of bed, Hadrian puts on a green shirt and black pants before heading downstairs for breakfast. Entering the kitchen, Hadrian grabs a box of cornflakes and pours them into a bowl before practically covering it in sugar and pouring milk in it. With the bowl and spoon in hand, Hadrian heads to the living room as the sounds from the TV echo from the living room. Upon entering, Hadrian sees his family sitting on the couch while James looks at the TV with awe in his eyes. Yeah, I went to the robbery and saw the men tied up in these chains. Knight may be outside of the law, but he is doing us a favor and reducing the risk of our jobs, which allows us to go home to our families, a cop says as he was interviewed. See, I say Knight is a good guy, James says proudly. I second that, a voice exclaims, and everyone turns to see Sirius standing there proud with a smug smile plastered on his face. Sirius, James exclaims and hugs his childhood friend. Hey Lily, Amelia greets walking into the room. Hey Amelia, how have you been? Lily asks with a smile. I have been well, Amelia answers. Just then Sylvia enters the room and hugs little Lily tightly. How are you, Lily? Sylvia asks the young girl. I've been great, what about you? Lily asks, curious. I've been great, Sylvia answers. Sylvia, now 8 years old, practically dragged little Lily to play with her. The young 9-year-old loved to spend time with her best friend. Hadrian relaxes in his room, sitting on his couch, as the sound of laughter could be heard from outside. Peeking through the curtains in his room, Hadrian saw his family playing Quidditch and just overall having a good time. Do you ever wish you could play with them? Lilith asks, appearing in a swirl of red energy. No, I don't like Quidditch, and besides I would rather sleep or play games. Hadrian shrugs as he sits on his couch and unpauses the video game he was playing. On Middle-earth Shadow of War, Lilith says as she watches Hadrian play. Yep, love the game. Too bad I couldn't have powers like Talion does, Hadrian says, disappointed. Lilith gaps at Hadrian before smacking him across the head. Oi. Hadrian whinges. What about the powers I give you? Lilith demands, putting her hands on her waist. You do realize you look like my mother when you do that? Hadrian asks. A little bit of incest sounds like fun, Lilith says seductively. Lilith, don't even go there, Hadrian states. What? It's not like you're hurting anyone. Besides, your magic would make sure any children you would have is normal, Lilith states. Hadrian looks at Lilith with a raised eyebrow. Okay, yeah, there will be some problems, but that is if your descendants had sex with each other repeatedly, then yes. How do you think squibs occur? Lilith asks, annoyed. What you're saying, squibs occur because of inbreeding? Hadrian asks, shocked. Yep, Lilith nods her head. Huh? Take that, pure-blood supremacists. Hadrian cheers, causing Lilith to giggle. So, which version of Talion do you prefer? The one with Celebrimber's ring or the one with Isildur's ring? Lilith asks, curious. And I would like your opinion as well. I prefer Dark Talion with Isildur's ring. Isildur's, of course, Hadrian answers. I think so as well, Lilith comments. Hadrian chuckles and continues to play his game. James sighed as Albus Dumbledore gathered his entire family minus Hadrian along with Sirius and his wife and daughter around the living room. Is there a reason you brought us here, Albus? Lily asks, worried. Yes. I do, Dumbledore says with a sigh. What is wrong? Sirius asks Sirius. It's about this knight that is showing up on the Muggle news, Dumbledore answers. James and Sirius look at each other worried before turning to Dumbledore. What is wrong? James asks. There have been reports that this knight has red eyes, which looks like it's glowing, Dumbledore answers. The adult's eyes widen and look at each other worried. You think the knight could be him? Amelia asks worried. I do not know, but it is a possibility. Dumbledore replies. Everyone sat still with a tense aura filling the room. The fuck is with this tense atmosphere? It's like someone's died, a voice joked, and everyone turns to Hadrian. It's about this knight showing up on the news. Dumbledore answers. Yes, so what? Hadrian asks, curious. There is no fucking way they know it's me, Hadrian thought firmly. He is said to have red eyes that would seem like they glow. Dumbledore answers. So what? Hadrian asks, uncaring. He could be you-know-who, and you don't care? Muck schnips. Hadrian stood there in shock before laughing that tears began to form in his eyes. What's so funny? Rose demanded. If that's Voldemort, then I'm the fucking Tooth Fairy. Hadrian laughs and shakes his head, amused by his family's stupidity. What do you mean, my boy? Dumbledore asks, confused. The knight fights and saves non-magicals. What do you think? Hadrian snaps. Dumbledore's eyes widen before he strokes his beard in thought. Perhaps I may have overreacted upon hearing about the similarity between Voldemort and the knight, Dumbledore says to himself. You didn't know? Hadrian asks, shocked. I assumed that he was killing and only killing. Dumbledore admits, somewhat embarrassed. He does kill, but he has saved a lot of muggles, James states. Perhaps I should look into the knight. He seems to be magical, Dumbledore states. What makes you think so? Little Lily asks, curious. From what I've seen of him fighting, it would seem that he is superhuman. His strength surpasses even us, and I assumed that perhaps Voldemort did a ritual to enhance his physical abilities, and I saw the knight's superhuman strength and believed it to be Voldemort. Dumbledore admits, but Voldemort is all. Filthy muggle this. Filthy muggle that I doubt he would do any rituals related to physical strength or stamina. Hadrian states. Dumbledore hums in thought before nodding in agreement. You do have a point, my boy. Dumbledore agrees. When do I not? Hadrian asks cheekily. Dumbledore chuckles and notices both Max and Rose glaring at Hadrian. How can you say you know whose name like that? Max demands, because I'm not an idiot. Moldy Shorts is a twat. Nothing more. Hadrian states, shocking everyone. Everyone remained silent until they heard a silent snort coming from Dumbledore. Albus? Lily asks worried, but everyone was soon shocked when Dumbledore began to laugh. My boy, I have never heard of anyone mocking Voldemort in such a humorous way. Dumbledore says with a smile. I try. Hadrian smirks and shrugs. Everyone gapes at Dumbledore and Hadrian, but shake their heads, not wanting to waste their time on attempting to understand the mysteries of both Hadrian Potter and Albus Dumbledore. In the underground base underneath Potter Manor, Lilith was located in the corner of the base where a black fancy couch along with a large TV playing, and Lilith sat watching, enjoying what was on the TV, while Hadrian was in the center of the room underneath the armored car with multiple different tools by his side. Just so we don't always have the confusion of always grabbing each other's phone, I said, Martin, would you mind getting a black iPhone? He goes, yeah, but does the black iPhone have Siri? The voice of Gabriel Iglesias can be heard from the TV while Hadrian works on the damaged muscle car. And I'm like, what kind of question is that? Why wouldn't the black iPhone have Siri? Right? But then I started thinking, can you imagine if a black iPhone was really a black iPhone? Gabriel asks, Martin gets in the car. Ding ding Siri, what's the temperature outside? Why don't you stick your head out the window? Gabriel spoke with a sassy black woman's impression, and the audience laughed and cheered as some clapped. While working, Hadrian hears Lilith laughing to the point of near tears. Ding ding. Siri talk dirty to me. You better not pee on me. Okay, I ain't like that white iPhone, Gabriel says with the sassy black woman impression. Hadrian chuckles as he hears this while Lilith rolls around in the air. Come on, join me, Harry, Lilith pouts, floating towards Hadrian, who is still under the car. Lilith, relax. I have to fix this anyway, so I might as well do it now. Hadrian states, but I want to spend time with you, Lilith pouts. Lilith, we spend time together every day. And besides, I'm still here. Hadrian states, but why? Lilith asks, practically whining like a child. Because only I can fix this after all. I am the one who built this. Hadrian states as Lilith sees a large scrap of metal being thrown from under the car and sliding onto the marble floor. It took a serious beating, Lilith comments as she looks at the heavily damaged armored vehicle. Of course. But you should have warned me, those bastards are tougher than most, Hadrian states annoyed. Lilith hums in thought as she floats around the car. Any plans? Lilith asks, curious. Not at the moment. The factions are quiet at the moment, so it should be fine, Hadrian states. Yeah, but how long till the Black Court makes their move? Lilith asks, curious. The Black Court are nothing more than has-beens that are stuck in the old times. Thankfully, the White Court makes sure that their attacks aren't as bad, Hadrian states. The White Court do make it easier for us to handle the other factions, Lilith thought out loud. Yep, Hadrian says with a pop at the P. What can I say about the White and Black Court? Both run by vampires. One side hates me with a passion, while the other tolerates me. Barely. The Black Court is filled with legendary vampires, such as Vlad the Impaler and Dracula. They have all the weaknesses like the ones that the non-magicals believe, but their abilities, speed, and strength are far superior compared to the White Court, and the older and more powerful the vampire is, the less their weaknesses affect them. Now the White Court. These guys are what you would call daywalkers. They have the occasional desire for blood, but nothing special. They can eat food, walk in the light. Holly crosses have no effect on them, and garlic means fuck all. The only problem is that their abilities, strength, and speed are inferior compared to the vampires of the Black Court. They tolerate me because of the fact that I fight factions like the Black Court, but I am the host of Lilith, which makes the light factions feel uncomfortable around me due to me being a demon. Oh, that's right, you don't know much about Lilith and the perks of being her host. Well, for starters, Lilith is in fact only a half succubus and half demon. The difference between succubus and demons is that one desires nothing but sex, and the other desires blood and violence. Due to Lilith being half of both, she is appeased by either, and she can be satisfied much easier compared to full-blooded succubus and demons. Now for the perks of being her host. First, I gain the ability to use demon magic, and trust me, they pack a fucking punch. The second is that I am faster, stronger, and more agile thanks to her presence. Then there's the succubus side of things, but they have nothing to do with fighting, and you can guess what I get because of the succubus side. But due to being her host, I am no longer a human, and if I have an animagus form, then it's gone now and has been replaced by a demonic creature, but I have no interest in becoming an animagus yet. Then there's the factions. They go into 3 categories: dark, gray, and light. Dark are filled with killers, murderers, and those with the desire to rule the world or the people. Classic villain stuff. Now the gray side. These people are a tricky group. They can be like me, fighting for what they believe in, or those who just want to help their people. Nevertheless, the light and dark factions typically leave the gray side alone, since practically all of them have no interest in the war between the light and dark factions. Now come the light factions. What to say about them? Right, they are fucking hypocrites. Despite them being good and running around claiming that everyone has a second chance and that God will set them free, they can't stand people like me. Besides being a host of Lilith and killing some of the most disgusting scum such as rapists and child molesters, the bastards hate me because I fight fire with fire. But they leave me alone since I don't kill innocents, and it would go against their beliefs because I never did anything truly bad, but it doesn't mean that they are happy about it, Hadrian internally narrated. Lilith laughs as she watches TV, but soon hears Hadrian curse. What's wrong? Lilith asks, worried. The blood rune sequence is fucked, Hadrian yelled as he slid out from underneath the armored car with his face and hands dirty. Lilith grimaces, knowing it took Hadrian a long time to work on the rune sequence in the armored car. How long do you think it will take for you to fix it? Lilith asks, curious. I don't know. The power rune is fried, so I'm probably going to have to replace the entire bottom of the car since they are all interconnected. Hadrian sighs as he wipes his hands off with a towel. That sucks, Lilith sympathizes. Whatever. So what are you watching now? Hadrian asks, curious. Some more of fluffy comedy shows, Lilith answers. Fair enough, Hadrian says. It's time, Hadrian, Lilith says, serious. Looking at Lilith oddly, Hadrian looks over and sees the digital clock in front of the TV. 9:12 p.m. Guess it's time to head out, Hadrian says as he heads to the potion section of the base and drinks a vial which causes him to start to grow and get older. Let's go, Lilith, Hadrian states in a deep voice as he heads to his armor stand and suits up. Let's hope something interesting happens, Lilith says excitedly. We'll see, Hadrian states as he hops on his motorcycle and drives off while Lilith disappears into a mist of energy, which immediately flies into Hadrian. Thunder boomed across the night as lightning flashed through the sky. Standing at the edge of a rooftop, Hadrian watched as cars drove and people ran for cover as the sounds of rain hit Hadrian's metal armor. Reported robbery at 1st Norway Pathy unit is on its way. The police chatter continued. Hadrian in his night outfit continued to move through the cover of darkness on the rooftops searching for trouble. "We got a drunkie here. A little help detaining him would be nice," the voice of a police officer says over the radio in Hadrian's helmet. When Hadrian was younger, he learned how to connect to the police radio, allowing him to listen in on any crimes that he could get involved with should no cops be available. Typically, Hadrian wouldn't involve himself if there was a unit on the way, but should it be supernatural, then Hadrian would involve himself, due to the fact that non-magicals have no idea how to handle supernatural crimes, let alone the idea of the supernatural and magical world. "Drunkie has been taken care of, and we are bringing him to the station," the voice said over the connection. With a bored sigh, Hadrian starts to run and jump from rooftop to rooftop, jumping over incredible gaps that no normal human could jump across. As the moonlight shines over the horizon, Hadrian sighs. "Nothing too serious today," Hadrian thought as he prepared to head back home. "No, please," a female voice pleaded. "Shut it, mudblood," a male voice snarled before a loud smack was heard. Magicals, Hadrian thought with a growl. In an alleyway in the cover of darkness between two large buildings, a man stood over a beautiful woman who had brown hair and blue eyes. The man was dressed in a black robe with a white mask. Death Eater, Hadrian glared at the Death Eater. "Why are you doing this? You know who is dead?" the woman asked fearfully. "As if the Dark Lord is gone. He'll be back and put you mudbloods in his place. And when he rises, he will put that disgusting Potter family down. I would love to try that mudblood whore of that Potter's, though," the Death Eater says before chuckling darkly. "You won't get away with this." The woman snapped, glaring at the Death Eater defiantly. "Ha! No one will miss you, mudblood. No one is here to save you." The Death Eater laughed. "Behind you," a voice states, and the Death Eater turned to see a gloved fist punch him in the face. And the Death Eater was flung into the brick wall, and the sound of the man's mask breaking echoed through the alleyway. The man picks himself up and looks towards the individual who punched and froze upon seeing an armored individual walking towards him menacingly. "Who do you think you are, you filthy muggle?" The Death Eater snapped and raised his wand. "Avada Kedavra," the Death Eater roared, sending the infamous green curse. As the curse flies towards Knight, he backhanded it, sending it colliding into the brick wall, which exploded, sending multiple shards of brick, which bounces off of Knight's armor, but some end up embedded in the Death Eater, who screamed in pain. His side bled from the shards. Who are you?" the Death Eater asks fearfully, and both Knight and the woman see a pair of blue eyes with a few strands of black hair dangling from his hood. "The non-magicals call me Knight," Knight states as his eyes flash red and chains appear from nowhere and wrap around the Death Eater's neck before it abruptly pulled up, and a loud crack echoed through the alleyway as the Death Eater's neck broke and his lifeless corpse was hung dangling from above. With a frustrated sigh, Knight turns around to see the woman who was going to be killed look at him in shock and fear, but also awe. "Why, Urim, aren't you?" the woman asks, shocked. "You all right?" Knight asks. "Why, yes, thank you," the woman says, grateful. "Can you walk?" Knight asks. "I am fine, thanks," she says, grateful. "Be more careful next time," Knight says as he begins to walk away. "Wait," the woman called out. Coming to an abrupt stop, Knight turns back and looks at the woman. "Thank you for saving me. But I wanted to ask, why do you do this?" she asks, curious. "Who else will get their hands dirty to protect those who can't protect themselves?" Knight asks before turning back around and disappearing into the darkness. HP Jack 2. Dark Eco Wizard. Prologue. Freak. Petunia Dudley screeched as she found her 10-year-old nephew, Hadrian Potter, who had a ball of light floating above his hand. Before the boy could react, Vernon Dudley practically jumped in front of Petunia and punched the boy in the face, knocking him out in the process. "Good riddance," Vernon growled as the boy faded into unconsciousness. General Enil sighed as he and his men walked through a thick forest on the outskirts of Haven City. "What the hell are we doing here?" "There is nothing here," one of his men asks, annoyed. Enil sighed, understanding his men's frustration. "Baron Praxis claims that we might find something that could lead to our win against the Metalhead armies," Enil answers as he snaps a hanging branch that was in his path. "What could we find out here that could help us?" "Precursors, this sucks," his men curses. Sir," Enil hears one of his men call out, shock in his voice. "What's wrong?" Enil asks his squad mate. "Look, there's a boy," the man says, pointing towards a body lying on the ground with bushes surrounding him. Why is a kid here? Enil asks himself. Walking forward, Enil notices that the young boy was small and more than likely malnourished if the skin and bones meant anything. What happened to his ears? One of Enil's men asked in shock. Enil looked at his squad mate and down at the boy. Enil's eyes widened upon seeing short ears that were in no way an elf's. The only race that had ears that short were human. Enil breaths in shock. Wait, a human? You mean the human that is believed to be extinct as well as the few that have that ability? What was it called? Oh, that's right. Magic. You mean those humans? One of his men asked, shocked. I don't know, but he might be why we came out here, Enil says as he puts his arm underneath the boy before picking him up. Do you think it's true? You know, about magic? One of his men asked, curious. It's a possibility. After all, we have a human right here. So what's to say that magic doesn't exist? Enil answers. As the young human was being taken away, little did he know that his future took a darker turn, and all because of one person. Baron Praxis. Baron Praxis walked through the corridor of the prison sector of the fortress where General Enil is to meet him. As he reached the end of the corridor, a metal door stood in front of him with a keycard slot with a keypad. Putting the keycard to the SLT and pushing in the password, the door hisses as it opens, revealing a dark room with multiple cells on the side of the room and a metal chair in the center of the room, surrounded by a steep pit with prison cells below and a single exit via a walkway. But his goal wasn't the prison cells, but the information he had received. A human was found. Report, Praxis demanded as he saw a pair of elves standing next to the metal chair where the human was strapped to. It's amazing. Magic is real. A scientist exclaims in shock. And what do you mean? Praxis asked, surprised and curious. When I did a scan on this young boy, it began out as fine, but when I got closer to the center of his body, it began to go haywire, but I saw a ball of energy within him, the scientist explained. Praxis stares at the scientist in shock before turning to the young human strapped to the chair. Despite his appearance, Praxis knew that the young boy was not 6 years old, but older due to his malnourished body. What should we do? General Enil asks, standing next to the scientist. I want him fed, and we will see if he could be our weapon against the metal heads, Praxis orders with an excited gleam in his eyes. As you wish, the scientist nods. Hadrian sighed as he sat on his bed. The once malnourished body that Hadrian had was now gone, replaced with a healthy body with muscles growing nicely on his body. With his eyes closed, Hadrian found himself in a dark area with a glowing ball of green light in front of him. His magical core. When he was 10, it was the size of his hand, but now it was as large as his body with magic continuously flowing from it. Just then the core, an area disappeared, and he found himself in his cell again as the metal door opened. You got a new cellmate. Enjoy, a guard in red armor stated as he threw a young boy into the cell. Getting up, Hadrian helps the elf up. He has greenish blonde hair, and he was wearing the prison outfit that Hadrian had received. You okay? Hadrian asks, worried. The young elf nods and looks up at Hadrian. Hadrian could see the young boy's eyes widen upon seeing his ears. I know. I have short ears, Hadrian answers. The young boy tilted his head, confused, before pointing to himself, before pointing to the cell walls. Hadrian raises an eyebrow at the boy's silence. Why are you here? Hadrian asks, trying to understand the young boy. The young boy nods his head. I don't know. I've been here for a long time, and that is because of who I am, Hadrian answers. The young boy tilts his head while his eyes shone with curiosity. I'm human, Hadrian answers, and he could see the young boy's eyes widen dramatically. The boy points at Hadrian. Yes, I am telling the truth, Hadrian answers, knowing what the boy was asking. The young boy sat on his bed in shock. I believe I should warn you that the guards aren't going to like the fact that you don't talk to them, Hadrian states, causing the young boy to look at him confused. You're a mute, aren't you? Hadrian asks knowingly. The young boy nods his head, confirming Hadrian's question. They're going to get you to talk, one way or another. I believe that you should start getting used to the idea of talking, because the guards will make you even if you don't want to, Hadrian warns the elf. Hadrian sees the elf's shoulders sag, and worry grew on his face. Hey, how about I help you? Hadrian offered, causing the elf to look at him in surprise. We will do something simple. My name is Hadrian, but you can call me Harry for short. Hadrian introduces himself. The elf looks at him before opening his mouth, only to pause. It's okay. Take your time. Hadrian encourages. The elf looks at Hadrian with a grateful smile. Jack stutters before coughing. Hey, it's okay, Hadrian says, patting Jack on the back. Hadrian smiles at Jack and pats him on the shoulder. It's nice to meet you, Jack. Hadrian greets with a smile. Not too far away from the duo, Baron Praxis grunts as he looks at the reports of his 5 test subjects. Do you think it will work? Errol, commander of the Crimson Guard, asks curious. We must have hope, Commander. These 5 could be our weapon against the metalhead armies. Now, what of the human? Praxis asks the scientist who studied Hadrian. He has been growing at a significant rate. I would say he could do some serious damage if it weren't for Eco, the scientist answers. Doesn't his magic disrupt Eco? Errol asks curious. On some instances it does. The scientist answers. Errol looks at Praxis with a knowing smile. You think he could? Praxis asks curious. He may. Or he may not. Errol shrugs. No, you can't be thinking of involving him in the program. The scientist protests. If the human could survive, then he may be an even more powerful weapon, Praxis states. Or we could lose the human, and we would have already lost a powerful weapon, the scientist protests. Silence. The human is going to be a part of the Dark Warrior program. I want results. Praxis orders as he stomps off. The scientist sighs and nods his head dejectedly. See that you make progress. Errol sneers as he walks away. Have a good day. The scientist waved with mock enthusiasm. I never do. Errol replies as he leaves the room with the metal doors closing behind. H.P. Bloodborne, Magical Hunter. Chapter 1, 3rd year. Slowly waking up, Harry groans when the sunlight shines in his eyes. Well, today's the day. I have to go back to Hogwarts, so I won't have to worry about the Dursleys for the rest of the year, Harry thought, grateful as he gets out of bed and dresses up. Opening the door to Harry's room, a rat ran past that was being chased by a cat. What the? Harry thought as he went downstairs. I'm warning you, Hermione. Keep that bloody beast away from Scabbers, Ron orders angrily. It's a cat, Ronald. What do you expect? It's in his nature, Hermione scolded, annoyed. A cat? Is that what they told you? Looks more like a pig with hair, if you ask me. Ron says, frustrated. That's rich coming from the owner of that smelly old shoe brush. That's right, Crookshanks. You just ignore the mean little boy. Hermione says, petting her cat. Harry watches the two argue with a smile on his face. Never gets old, Harry thought, internally chuckling. Harry, Ron smiles when seeing his friend. Hermione turns around and a smile forms, and she brightens when seeing Harry. Harry, Hermione greets. Seems you two have been having fun, Harry teases. Looking at the newspaper, with the Weasleys waving at the camera, Harry smiles and chuckles. So Egypt? What's that like? Harry asks, curious. Oh, it was amazing. You should have seen the old stuff like mummies' tombs. Even Scabbers enjoyed himself. Ron gushes excitedly. You know, the Egyptians used to worship cats, Hermione informed Ron, as she holds Crookshanks, who seems smug by the information. Yeah, along with the dung beetle, Ron says, disgusted. Not flashing that clip about us going to Egypt again, are you? George asks, snatching the newspaper. I haven't shown anyone. Ron begins to protest. No, not a soul. Unless you count the maid, the dry cleaner, the cook, the housekeeper, and who knows how many others, Fred and George said sarcastically. Ron grumbles, annoyed at the twins' attitude. It's so good to see you again, Harry. Arthur says, shaking Harry's hand. It's good to see you again, Mr. Weasley. Harry greets. Hello, Harry dear. Molly greets, smiling at Harry. Hello, Mrs. Weasley. Harry greets back. Have you got everything ready? Molly asks. Yes, Harry nods. Do you have all of your books? Molly asks again. Yes, Harry answers. That's good to hear, dear, Molly says with a smile before going to check on her children. Harry, might I have a word? Arthur asks. Sure, Harry says, and Arthur drags Harry away from everyone in the area. Hello, Hermione, Arthur greets. Hello, Mr. Weasley, Hermione greets back. Arthur then taps Harry on the shoulder, directing Harry's attention to him. Looking forward to a new term, Harry? Arthur asks Harry. Yes, I am. Harry answers with a bright smile. Arthur then began to lead Harry off from the group and towards a secluded part of the area. Once they both reach the secluded part of the area, and Arthur's attitude takes a steep turn. Harry, there are some in the ministry who would strongly discourage me from divulging what I'm about to reveal to you, but I think you need to know the facts. You are in danger, grave danger, Arthur says with a serious attitude and tone. Has this anything to do with Sirius Black? Harry asks, worried. What do you know about Sirius Black, Harry? Arthur asks, leaning on a column with a wanted poster of Sirius Black next to him. Only that he's escaped from Azkaban. Harry shrugs. Do you know why? Arthur asks. Harry shakes his head. and Arthur sighs heavily. 13 years ago, when you stopped. Arthur becomes hesitant. Voldemort, Harry answers. Don't say his name, Arthur says firmly with a slight flinch. Sorry, Harry apologizes while a part of Harry isn't as apologetic. When you stopped, you know who. Black lost everything, but to this day, he remains a faithful servant. And in his mind, you are the only thing that stands in his way, in the way of you know who. Returning to power, and that is why he has escaped from Azkaban. To find you, and well, Arthur explains before hesitating. And kill me, Harry finishes. YEA, Arthur says hesitantly. Harry, whatever you might hear, I want you to swear to me that you will not go looking for Black, Arthur demands. Mr. Weasley, why might I go looking for someone who might be trying to kill me? Harry asks, confused. It's best that you don't know, Arthur says firmly before continuing on with his day. Harry sighs and shakes his head. Will I ever have a normal year? Harry thought, annoyed, walking into a compartment on the Hogwarts Express. Harry, Hermione, and Ron see a man sleeping underneath a blanket in the compartment. Who's that? Ron asks, curious. It's Professor Remus. J. Lupin. Hermione answers, causing Ron to look at Harry with a shocked and confused expression. How does she know everything? Ron asks, confused. It's on the suitcase, Ronald. Hermione sighed tiredly. Oh, Ron says, embarrassed. Guys, I need to tell you something, Harry says to his two best friends before Harry looks outside the compartment before closing the door and explaining what Mr. Weasley told him. A few hours later, the train stopped, confusing everyone. Ice began to form on the windows, and the air began to get cold. What's going on? Ron asks, worried. I don't know, Harry answers. Soon the door to the compartment begins to open, revealing a skeletal being with a black hood covering its face. Harry begins to sway before falling unconscious. Lupin then gets up and flashes a weird light from his wand, making the creature fly away. As Harry slowly began to fall unconscious, he heard the sound of a woman screaming and a green flash of light. Ah, you found yourself a hunter. A woman's voice was heard before Harry fades away into unconsciousness. Harry wakes up with a gasp as he quickly sat up. Hey, easy now. Eat some chocolate, you will feel better, Lupin says calmly. Thanks. What was that? Harry asks, confused. That was a Dementor, Lupin says. I see. Did you hear that screaming? Harry asks. I didn't hear a woman screaming, Ron says, and Hermione nods, agreeing with Ron's statement. You didn't hear the screaming? Harry asks, surprised. No, sorry, mate. I didn't hear anything, Ron answers. He's right, Harry. We haven't heard any woman screaming, Hermione agrees. I see, Harry says, slightly confused. The rest of the way was silent, thinking about what happened. Soon Dumbledore was greeting everyone back in the Great Hall, and it was time to dig in. Nothing exciting happened besides Malfoy taunting Harry and Ron eating like a pig, and before anyone realized it was time to head to bed. As Harry begins to slowly fade away from consciousness, a single sentence was heard. A hunter must hunt, an old voice says before Harry falls asleep. Shoptetu, Noltmis, waking up gasping. Harry sits up and looks around before calming his heart rate. Around him was his bed, and nothing out of the ordinary. What was that? Harry thought before lying back down, only to nearly gasp in pain as his back touches the mattress. Why does my back hurt? Harry thought as he got out of bed and headed to the bathroom. Once reaching the bathroom, Harry takes off his shirt and looks at his back, and he recoils in shock. All of Harry's back was covered red marks with what looks to be claws and slashes. What the hell? Maybe it is just a coincidence, Harry says, attempting to calm himself down. Shrugging it off, Harry went on with his day. He had potions, which was hell for him, Transfiguration, which Harry did slightly above average, and for the end of the day was astronomy. That wasn't a bad of a day, Hermione says, smiling. Speak for yourself. Snape was a right pain, Ron says, annoyed. Professor Snape, Ronald, Hermione scolded, making Harry chuckle in amusement. Good night, Hermione, Ron and Harry says before heading to their dormitories. Good night, Hermione says before heading to her dorm. The next morning, Harry gasps and sits up covered in a cold sweat. What is going on? Harry thought and flinched in pain. When getting into the bathroom, Harry saw the marks on his back, but in different places this time. Getting a closer look at the claw mark flashes of a wolf charging at him, scaring Harry and nearly making him fall down. What the heck is going on? Harry thought, gasping. After defense against the dark arts, Harry decided to learn some spells to help heal the marks on his back, which surprised Ron and made Hermione beam. Mate, why do you want to go to the library? Ron asks, confused. I thought that it might be interesting to learn some healing spells, Harry answers. I can't tell them about these marks, They might get worried, and I don't want to make it worse what with Black wanted to kill me, Harry thought. Harry borrows a book on healing spells despite the glares of Madame Pants. The rest of the day was herbology and history, which Harry used to learn the healing spells. By the end of the day, Harry was able to do decent healing spells, much to Hermione's excitement. The next morning, Harry wakes up once more gasping and goes to the bathroom to see the marks on his back again. Healing the marks, which relieved some of the pain, Harry continued with his day. Sitting in divination, the two boys get scared by Hermione, who appeared out of nowhere. The teacher then talks about how Harry will die and soon does a teacup task. What does it say? The teacher asks Ron, who is holding a teacup for Harry. It says you're going to die and be angry about it, and then hunt. Ron says confused. Odd. I think this is a sham, Hermione says angrily. You just might not have the sight, dear. Trelawney says, tapping Hermione's hand, which makes her angry and storm out of the classroom. The next class was Transfiguration. What's with you all? McGonagall asks, confused. Our teacher predicted Harry dying. A student says, making McGonagall scoff, her expression showing her irritation. Trelawney always does this. She predicts a child's death every year, and it never happens, McGonagall says, having everyone calm down. Trelawney seems to be a fraud. Is it worth it to be in her class? Harry thought before shrugging it off and deciding to leave it for later in favor of listening to McGonagall's explanation on the lesson and task. By the end of Transfiguration, and everyone was beginning to leave. I think I should be more serious, with Black after me, and even Voldemort now, that I remember I'm going to need to be at least more serious if I don't want to die, Harry thought, as he went towards McGonagall, who was at her desk writing on a piece of paper. Professor, Harry says, Oh, Mr. Potter, is there something you need? McGonagall asks, putting her quill away. I wanted to ask if I could change divination to something else. Harry asks, hopeful. Oh, thank Merlin. I was hoping someone would ask to change from that ridiculous class, McGonagall says, shaking her head. So, what would you like to change it to? McGonagall asks, I don't know. Can you explain some for me? Harry asks, very well. There is ancient runes, which is basically related to creating runes, which are used when creating magical items such as brooms and other magical items. Then there's arithmancy, which is used to help create spells. There's care of magical creatures, but you already have that one, and Muggle studies, which you don't need. McGonagall explains. I'll take runes, Harry says firmly. Are you sure? It's not an easy elective? McGonagall asks wearily. Yes, Harry answers. Very well then, I will provide a new schedule for you, and then you will attend runes, McGonagall says, writing some stuff in her parchment. Have a good day, Mr. Potter, McGonagall says with a smile. Nodding, Harry leaves the classroom and heads back to Gryffindor Tower. Sitting by the fire, Harry relaxes before he felt a tap on his shoulder. Turning around, Harry sees Hermione smiling at him. Hey, Hermione, Harry greets. Hey, Harry. I heard you changed classes, Hermione says happily. Yeah, I'm thinking of changing divination to runes, Harry answers. Hermione squeals happily and hugs Harry with all her might, much to his surprise. I am so happy that you're taking school a little more serious, Hermione says cheerfully. Yeah, I guess I am, Harry says. Why was I so stupid and half-assing all of this? I finally have a place away from the Dursleys, and I just waste it and be lazy, why? Harry thought, confused. I am proud of you, Harry. I hope you continue to improve and become an even better wizard, Hermione says, and Harry felt happy. Yeah, she's right, I may be the boy who lived, but in the end, I'm still me. I'm still a wizard, Harry thought. It was soon night, and it was time to go to sleep. Groaning, Harry sits up from his bed and smiles when he was not covered in sweat. Harry then felt something drip down his back. Looking behind him, Harry's eyes widened in shock when he saw that his bed covers were drenched in blood. Quickly going to the bathroom, Harry sees his back covered in deep scratches, which led to his back covered in his own blood. Quickly healing the scratches to the best of his ability, Harry went into the shower to clean himself off. Meeting up with Ron and Hermione, Harry did his best to forget the incident and continue with his day. First class of the day was care of magical creatures. This class is pathetic. Wait till my father hears about this, Malfoy complains, and Harry resists the urge to smash his head on a nearby rock. Welcome class to care of magical creatures, Hagrid greets happily. Harry smiles at the Jolly Giant and enjoys the lesson where he brought out a unicorn that enjoyed the company of the Jolly Giant and some students. The only ones the unicorn refused to be around were Malfoy and his two chubby bodyguards and some Slytherins. Interesting, it seems that the unicorn seems to like some of the Slytherins. Maybe Ron was wrong, and that Slytherins are not all bad, Harry thought. The next lesson was rules, and that teacher was Professor Bithshada Babbling. Welcome, class, to Runes. I know it must be odd that our elective is a bit later on the week, but Mr. Potter is a good example as to why we do so, Professor Babbling announces. I assume some of you are from Trelawney's. Unique vision of a student dying, Professor Babbling says, pausing to find a good word to explain Trelawney's vision. Professor, why is Professor Trelawney a part of the Hogwarts curriculum? Hermione asks beside Harry, who gets shocked and confused by the sudden appearance of his friend. When did she get here? Harry thought, looking at the closed door before looking back at her. Headmaster Dumbledore believes that she is capable of such sight and refuses to let her go, Professor Babbling says, slightly irritated. Now, enough about this. Runes is a study of what is typically known as glyphs, which is typically used to help create magical items, and they also are used to do rituals, Professor Babbling says, as she began her introduction. Hermione raises her hand. Yes, Miss Granger? Professor Babbling asks. Aren't rituals dark magic? Hermione asks, confused. Yes, the Ministry have banned rituals due to their dark nature, Professor Babbling answers. The Ministry? I wouldn't trust them as far as I could throw a troll, Harry thought to himself. As the class continues, Harry was fascinated by the runes and glyphs. I can't believe I thought going to that boring class would be better than coming here was a good idea, Harry thought, slightly annoyed with himself. Lunch came around, and the Golden Trio sat in the Great Hall. Hey mate, where were you? Ron asks, confused. Ronald. Harry was at Runes with me, Hermione says, slightly annoyed. You actually changed? Ron asks, shocked. Yes, Ron. Divination was a train wreck of a class, and I would rather do something better than sit around and half-ass it, Harry informs his best friend. The next lesson was charms, and the class was learning a simple color-changing charm. Soon it was nighttime, and everyone was heading to bed. Everyone fell asleep with no difficulty, but Harry was slightly hesitant on doing so. What if it happens again? It seems to be happening every morning, Harry thought, worried. But it's not going to change anything. I'll fall asleep whether intentionally or not, Harry thought before he sighs and lies down on his bed and goes to sleep. Waking up, Harry arches his back in pain, and he looks at the mattress to see it covered in blood. Again, what the hell is happening? Harry thought fearfully. After healing the marks and removing the dry blood on his back, Harry went down to the Great Hall with his friends and continued on with his day. And the goblins attacked on the 5th of March in armies of thousands, Professor Binns explains to a class of sleeping students. Harry listens but soon begins to zone out and starts to become sleepy. Harry, you should listen, Hermione scolds. Hermione, I can barely stay awake, Harry complains tiredly. And just like that, Harry fell asleep. A church bell is heard in Harry's mind, followed by howling in the distance and a blood-red moon. Harry's eyes snap open, and he practically jumps up, scaring Hermione. Harry, what's with you? Hermione asks, worried. What was that? Harry thought out loud. Harry, it was probably just a nightmare. Class is almost finished anyway, Hermione says, confusing Harry. But wasn't I only asleep for like a minute? Harry says, confused. No, you were asleep for over half an hour, Hermione says, and just then a loud bell goes off, signaling the end of class. The Golden Trio packs up and heads to the next class. Sitting in defense against the dark arts, Harry looks through the theory on acromantulas and their strengths and weaknesses. Now for homework, you will need to write an essay on where acromantulas live and their eating habits. Lupin informs the class halfway through the lesson. Sighing, Harry continues to look through the book. While staring at the book, Harry hears something to his right. Looking over, Harry sees nothing but the wall. Odd, Harry thought as he looked forward. As he did, the world instantly changes, and the class was completely dark with cobwebs and broken tables before it changed once more, and everything was back to normal. Harry shakes his head, confused. What the hell is happening to me? Harry thought, worried. It was the last class of the day, and one of the most disliked classes for its time, astronomy. Looking up at the sky, Harry smiles, enjoying the view despite the late night. It's a beautiful night, Harry thought. Soon Harry yawns and rubs his eyes. While doing so, Harry feels something drip onto his hand. Looking at it, Harry's eyes widen when seeing his hands covered in blood. But just before he could panic, the blood instantly vanished without a trace. Quickly shaking his head, attempting to ignore what just happened, while a part of Harry wondered what was the cause of what was happening, and the other wanted nothing to do with it. Soon it was time to go to sleep, but Harry was incredibly hesitant. Whatever has been happening to me has been getting worse, If it happens again, I think I might go talk to Professor Dumbledore. He might know what is happening, Harry thought as he lay on his bed and soon fell asleep. HP AOD, Magical Titan. Prologue. He's adorable. James Potter cooed as his wife Lily Potter née Evans held their newborn son. Hadrian Potter. He's beautiful. I love you, James, Lily says teary-eyed as she kisses her husband. James smiled and kissed her back, embracing his wife and son. Hadrian watched as his parents cooed over him and played with his small chubby hands and feet, unaware of the thoughts of the newborn. Aaron Yeager was panicking as he found himself reborn. The events of the rumbling still in his mind, and the day he died in the arms of his killer and the love of his life. Mikasa Ackerman. Thinking about her still hurts, even in his new life. The thought of the pain she must have felt. Killing him breaks Aaron's heart, but it was the only option he could see to save the Eldians from the rest of humanity and their bigotry. And then came the planning for the rumbling. Historia Rice begged and pleaded with Aaron not to go through with the plan, but he was too stubborn and desired to save his people even if he was viewed as a villain. In the hopes to both save herself from consuming the Titan shifter Zeke Yeager and save Aaron from his chosen path, as well as to stop the rumbling from happening, Historia seduced Aaron, which led to Historia becoming pregnant with their child. Despite his love for Mikasa, Aaron also had feelings for the petite queen who he saw himself in. With the knowledge that he was going to be a father, Aaron, with an even more powerful drive, started the events of the rumbling to kill a large number of the population and to be killed by the Eldians to make the Eldians be seen as heroes instead of the monsters they were believed to be. As the memory of staring into the eyes of Mikasa with her lips on his own, Aaron believed to either fade into nothingness, unable to feel, unable to see, unable to think, non-existent, or to find himself in hell for the murder of the many people he had killed. But what he didn't expect was to be reborn. Just then the door to the room opened, and 3 individuals entered. Mooney, Padfoot, Wormtail. James exclaims as he hugged the 3 who entered the room. The one known as Padfoot smirked and hugged James back before seeing Aaron in Lily's arms. Well, hello there, little one. What is his name? Padfoot asks, curious. Hadrian. Harry for short, Lily answered with a warm smile directed at Aaron. Congratulations, James. Now you can enjoy Lily's ta-ta s'more. Padfoot teases, only to get a smack in the head from a red-faced James. Serious. Should I cut off your balls now or later? Lily asks with a sweet smile. Sirius, also known as Padfoot, winces and puts his hands in front of his crotch, shaking in fear. How about you don't do that? Sounds good. Sirius asks, hopeful. Padfoot, only you would make a sexual joke about a married woman. Mooney sighs and shakes his head, amused by his friend's stupidity. They group, then hears Lily gasp as she stared at Hadrian, or Aaron, but I think I'll start doing Hadrian, whose eyes were beautiful emerald green. He is your eyes, Lils, James breathes out in shock. Everyone stared in awe as Hadrian looked at them with his beautiful emerald eyes. Man, he's going to be a lady killer. I tell you, Sirius says proudly. Lily turns to Sirius, glaring at him intensely. Relax, Lils. Besides, you have to admit those eyes of his. James chuckles as he whistles, looking directly at his wife's beautiful eyes. Lily blushes, knowing that even though they are married, James still found himself captivated by her eyes, which Hadrian had inherited from her. Hadrian looked at the group, surprised by the family feel that they all had. But he found himself uncomfortable around the only member who remained quiet. Wormtail. I don't like him. It's like with Berthold and Reiner, Hadrian thought as he narrowed his eyes at the man. James and Lily sat down on their couch and released a sigh. It's been a year since Hadrian was born, and their life turned into a roller coaster of surprises. A few days after they were released from the hospital, Wormtail found himself upside down in his underwear when visiting the Potters, and the group stared at Hadrian, who was laughing and clapping his hands happily. James, Sirius, and Remus wouldn't stop teasing the man about being pranked by a few-day-old baby, while Lily gushed over Hadrian being probably the youngest baby to ever do accidental magic. And if that wasn't enough, one day, Sirius accidentally dropped Hadrian, which led to him having a bloody arm. Lily and James checked Hadrian over, but the group stared in shock as steam began to emit from his arm, and the group watches as the wound began to heal rapidly while leaving no mark. Like it never happened. On his first birthday, when Wormtail gave Hadrian a present, which was a broom, Hadrian proceeded to grab the broom and smash it over Wormtail's head. And that's the worst Hadrian has done to Wormtail, but whenever Wormtail comes to visit, Hadrian would always protest when being held or near Wormtail, which confused the couple greatly. Then one day, an old man with power in his eyes came into the room with a warm smile on his face. "Professor," James and Lily call out as they greet the wise man while Hadrian was held by his mother. "Hello, Lily and James." "And hello to you too, little Harry," Albus says with a smile as he ruffles the young boy's hair. "What's going on?" James asks, curious. The warm smile that was on Albus' face soon fades, and his expression becomes serious. "I have some bad news that Voldemort has learned of a prophecy pertaining to either Harry or the Longbottom's son," Neville Albus informs the couple. "A prophecy? Is Voldemort that stupid to believe in a prophecy?" Lily asks, shocked. Albus sighs and nods his head. "Yes, Voldemort believes that this prophecy could lead to his downfall, and so he is searching for both you and James," Albus states. James sits down and rubs the bridge of his nose as he sat in thought. "What was the prophecy?" James asks. "The one with the power to vanquish the Dark One approaches. Born to those who have thrice defied the Dark Lord, born as the 7th month dies, and the Dark One will mark him as his equal. But he will have power the Dark One cannot wield, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark One will be born as the 7th month dies," Albus recited. Both James and Lily stare at Albus in shock as the prophecy weighs down on them. "Who's the Dark One?" Lily asks, confused. "Voldemort believes that it is him, but I suspect something or someone far worse," Albus answers. Lily looks at her husband, worry in her eyes. Knowing what to do, James embraces Lily while the couple look down at their son, who looked at them. "This is not going to be good," Hadrian thought to himself as he thought about the prophecy. Albus softly smiled at Sirius Black as the spell was done. "Remember, Sirius, only you can give anyone information on the Potters, so best to stay low," Albus informs his ex-student. Sirius nods with determination in his eyes. Albus smiles and nods his head at Sirius before heading off. Sirius watched as Albus left, and worry and paranoia began to torment him. "Everyone knows that I'm James' brother and all but blood, so I would be the most likely option for this. Maybe we should switch it to Peter. After all, many would not think we would pick him," Sirius thought as he headed to the Potters. Hadrian watched as his family's secret keeper was changed. Despite how much he tried to show his dislike towards Pettigrew, it wasn't enough. They all assumed that it was just a child not liking an adult for no reason. But Hadrian knew. Pettigrew was a rat and a traitor. Just like the events with Annie, Reiner, and Berthold. "If he betrays them, I will kill him myself," Hadrian thought as he glared at Pettigrew. Albus Dumbledore held baby Hadrian Potter with tears sliding down his face. His favorite students, James and Lily Potter, lost their lives, saving their son from Voldemort. "My boy, I don't know what to do. I don't want to send you to the Dursleys, for I have no clue what could happen to you. I am unable to take care of you due to all of my responsibilities," Albus cried as he watched the small baby sleep peacefully in his arms with a red lightning bolt on his forehead. "Please, I don't want Harry to suffer with the Muggles. There has to be someone," Albus begged, "for anything in the world to help him." "I can help you," a voice says from behind him. With incredible speed, Albus turned around and pointed the Elder Wand towards a mature man who stood there with a warm smile on his face. As shock began to grow on Albus' face, he nearly drops the Elder Wand as he realized who was standing in front of him. But you're supposed to have passed on to the next great adventure," Albus says, unable to comprehend the legendary figure in front of him. "Yes, that is the truth. But young Hadrian has an incredibly important duty that even I must become involved with," the man says as he smiles at the adorable baby in Albus' arms. "Can I trust you with young Harry?" Albus asks warily. The man nods with a warm smile. "Where will you take him?" Albus asks, curious. The man's smile grows as he sees that the old man saw the young boy in his arms as his grandchild in all but blood. "If you ever desire to see him and join in on the training, then use this," the man says, handing Albus a necklace with a half-crescent moon. "He will be safe and trained. I promise," the man says with a smile. With a reluctant nod, Albus hands Hadrian over to the man. The man then hands the necklace to Albus before both man and baby vanish from sight. Albus smiled with tears falling from his eyes. knowing that the young boy was safe. After all, who wouldn't be when being trained by Merlin himself? HPDL of Seiki K. Physic raised. Prologue. Avada Kedavra, Voldemort yelled, firing the infamous curse at Harrison Potter only for it to be countered and destroy Voldemort's body. As Voldemort's scream could be heard echoing throughout the home, while Harrison cries as he looks at his mother's corpse. Running could then be heard, and a greasy-haired man stopped at the doorway of the nursery. "No, Lily," the man cries as he runs to Harrison's mother, holding her tightly. "It's my fault. I shouldn't have told him about the prophecy." The man cries before his attention was turned to Harrison. "If only you weren't born. Lily would have been mine," the man spat, glaring at Harrison. The man glares at the small baby with hatred in his eyes. "He should have never been born. Lily was mine, not Potter's," the greasy-haired man thought angrily. "James! Lily!" a voice yells out. The greasy-haired man scowled at the doorway of the nursery before disappearing with a pop. Then a black-haired man entered the nursery to see Lily lying dead on the ground. "No, Lily. Not you too," the man cried as tears flowed down his face. "Puffa," Harrison called out with tears flowing down his chubby cheeks. "Harry!" Padfoot exclaimed and quickly picked Harrison up. Checking on Harrison, Padfoot sighed in relief. "I need to take him somewhere safe. But where?" "Oh, I know I can take him to that lady that has that physic kid. What was his name?" "Oh, that's right, Kusu," Seiki Padfoot thought as he grabbed some of Harrison's belongings and left the house. "Sirius!" Hagrid exclaimed, running towards Sirius. "Hagrid!" Sirius called out in relief. "Sirius, are Lily and James?" Hagrid asked. Fearful Sirius choked a sob and nodded his head. "Oh no," Hagrid cried. "Hagrid, I need to take Harry somewhere safe," Sirius states. "Professor Dumbledore said he wanted me to take Harry to him," Hagrid informed Sirius. "No, I'll take him to a friend of Lily's. Harry will be safe," Sirius stated with determination in his eyes. "Sirius, Professor Dumbledore told me to bring Harry to him," Hagrid protested. "Maybe I should give Harry to Hagrid." No, I made a promise to James. I will take Harry to the best person I know," Sirius thought. "Hagrid, I need to make sure Harry is in a safe place before I go after that traitorous rat," Sirius snarled. But before Hagrid could continue his protests, Sirius flew off on his bike away from Godric's Hollow. Sirius Black smiled as little Harry reached for the night sky with awe in his eyes. "Those are stars, little prongs," Sirius says. Harry gurgled and laughed before his eyes began to droop. "Go to sleep, Harry. You will have a home where you can grow," Sirius says, just as Harry's eyes close and the young baby boy falls asleep. As Sirius' bike lands on the street, and in front of the house, Sirius could see a young pink-haired boy standing on the roof of his home, watching them with curiosity. "Hello, Kusa," Sirius greets, shocking the young boy. Sirius smiles and picks up Harry and walks towards the front door. But before Sirius could knock, Kurumi Seiki, the mother of Kusu. Seiki opened the door. "Sirius, what are you doing here?" Kurumi asked, surprised. "Kurumi, Lily and James are dead," Sirius says, trying not to break down. No, they can't be," Kurumi cried. "I'm sorry, Kurumi. Pettigrew betrayed us. I thought it would be best if Harry stays with you," Sirius says, holding back a sob. Kurumu's sobs were heard by her husband, Kinoharu. "Honey, what is wrong?" Kinoharu asks, worried. "It's Lily and James. There. Gone," Kurumi sobs. Kinoharu stood in shock as his brain begins to process the information. "We'll take care of him," Kurumi stated with her eyes burning with determination, causing a relieved and sad smile to form on Sirius' face. "Thank you, both of you. When Harry is 11, he will be sent to Hogwarts," Sirius informed Hisaki's. Both parents nodded, knowing about the wizarding world from Lily and James. Just then, Kusu teleports, surprising everyone. "Kusuo, this is Harry. He will be staying with us," Kamari says. Kusuo looks at Harry, who gurgles happily and waves at Kusuo. Little did the three adults know that both wizard and psychic would form an unbreakable bond that would last until their final moments in life. Chapter 1. Disastrous Life. Kusuo floated before his mother, who held as a piece of newspaper that had a picture of him with a giant title rock, paper, scissors boy, causing Kusu to sigh, not liking the attention he was receiving from the press. "How did this happen, Kusuo?" Kurumi asked herself, exasperated before Kusuo could answer. Giggling could be heard, causing both mother and son top turn in the direction of the giggling, only to freeze in shock. Harrison clapped his hands with a bright smile as he floated in front of them, like Kusuo was doing. "Harry, get down. You're going to hurt yourself." Kurumi exclaims as she quickly puts Harrison in her arms. Kusuo stared at Harrison with a shocked expression on his face. Since when did Harry do that? Kusuo wondered as he watched his mother worry over Harrison. Kusuo had a small smile as he held a ball of fire in front of Harrison, who watched the ball of fire with awe and fascination in his eyes. Kusuo, please be careful. Harry is still just a baby and doesn't understand the dangers of playing with things like that, Kurumi warns her son. Kusuo nods his head. Don't worry about Harry, mother. Kusuo informs his mother telepathically. Kurumi then gasps, causing Kusuo to tilt his head confused before noticing his mother was looking at Harrison. With a raised eyebrow, Kusuo looks down at Harrison and pauses in surprise as he watched Harrison form a small ball of fire in his hand and played with it. How did that happen? Kusuo asks his mother, confused. I think he might be copying you, Kusuo. Both his mother and father were magical, but they couldn't do things like that, Kurumi informs her son. How come? If it's magic, surely they could do it, Kusuo asks, confused. They needed a wand to use magic, but maybe that might not be the case, Kurumi admits as she watches Harrison play with the ball of fire with a bright smile on his face. Kusuo, age 6, sat down at the dining table and watched as his elder brother Kaseki, age 8, ate his breakfast as fast as he could with a smug smile on his face as he did it. You were too late, Kaseki taunted somehow with his mouth full of food as he attempted to beat his younger brother. He already finished it, Kurumi exclaims in shock as she stares at Kusuo, who had his mouth full with his breakfast, causing Kaseki to spit out his food in shock as tears flowed down his face. I lost again, Kaseki cried while his father Kunohara stared at his oldest son with a worried expression on his face. Harry, don't do that, Kurumi exclaims as she stares at Harrison, who had his entire breakfast stuffed into his mouth like Kusuo did. This can't be happening. Me, the super genius with an IQ of 218-inch, Kaseki said in horror. Bang! Kusuo sat up in surprise as the entire house shook. Teleporting to the location, Kusuo stared in shock as the entire wall of the living room was completely destroyed while Harrison floated in the air, clapping happily with a bright smile on his face. Fun! Harrison cheers, shocking Kusuo. What is going on? First levitation, then pyrokinesis, and now super strength? What's next? Kusuo wondered before seeing Harrison disappear and reappear in his arms. Sweepy, Harrison says before falling asleep. He can now teleport? Kusuo thought, in complete shock. Kusuo then realizes that the wall in the living room was completely destroyed. With a sigh, Kusuo raises his hand up, facing the giant hole, and pieces of the wall began to float back into place, and the cracks disappear as if it was never destroyed. Things are going to be interesting, isn't it? Kusuo thought as he held Harrison, who slept soundly. Harrison opened his mouth as Kunohara spoon-fed him his lunch, while Kurumi held 2 sheets of paper as both Kaseki and Kusuo stood before her. This is amazing, Kaseki, 100% on your maths test, and Kurumi pauses as she looked at Kusuo's test. What did I tell you about messing with your teacher's mind? Kurumi scolds her son as she holds a maths test with 1,000,000% on it. Harrison laughs and claps his hands, loving the funny moments that happens around with his adoptive family. Just then, Harrison's entire body was covered in electricity, causing everyone to stare at him in shock. Why is he getting new powers? Kunohara exclaims in shock. The moon shines overhead, and the Seiki family plus Harrison slept peacefully until bang, causing everyone to wake up. Immediately, everyone enters Kusuo's room, while Harrison teleported to find that Kusuo's entire room had exploded while Kusuo slept peacefully. Why did everything explode? Kunohara exclaims in shock. I think it's because he has no control over his psychic powers, so he will accidentally use them in his sleep. Harrison answers telepathically as he floats beside his adopted parents. Another power? Kunohara exclaims. Harrison smiled as he sat at the dining table while his family enjoyed their lunch. Here you go, Kusuo, 1 coffee jelly, Kurumi says with a loving smile as she puts a coffee jelly in front of Kusuo. Kusuo smiles and nods to his mother before taking a small bite of the coffee jelly, and Kusuo closes his eyes, enjoying the taste of the sweet. Harrison tilts his head as he thought about how much Kusuo loves sweets. Maybe I can duplicate it. After all, my parents were magical, so the rules that Kusuo follows might not be one that I need to follow. Harrison thought before he closes his eyes in concentration. Harrison's concentration came to an abrupt end when he heard his adoptive mother gasp in shock. Harrison opens his eyes to see Kusuo staring at his coffee jelly, which had an exact duplicate right next to it, hesitantly eating the duplicate Kusuo size and closes his eyes as he enjoys the taste of the duplicated coffee jelly. Kusuo, was that you? Kurumi asks, shocked. Kusuo shakes his head before looking at Harrison with curiosity in his eyes. Harrison smiles brightly and waved his hand over the coffee jelly, creating another exact duplicate. Kusuo stared at Harrison before abruptly standing and picking Harrison up before walking out the room with Harrison tucked between his arms like a duffel bag. Using his superhuman strength, Kusuo states telepathically, "My name is Kusuo Seiki. I was born to a perfectly normal couple, but I wasn't. I am a psychic. Now you would think that having powers is awesome, but it's not. Within 200 meters, I can hear everyone's thoughts, which means surprises are a thing I will never enjoy." Well, that would be the case. Harrison Potter, my brother in all but blood, and the only person who I don't mind being near, changed that. He was raised by my parents after his parents were murdered by some guy named Moldward. Don't know why, but I never asked. When Harry was young, he would attempt to replicate some of my abilities, which he succeeded to some degree: telekinesis, super strength, teleportation, invisibility, pyrokinesis, and many others. He also can duplicate items, basically giving me a permanent supply of sweets, and he also was able to shield his mind from my telepathy. So that's nice, but he is able to temporarily create a bubble around me, canceling out my mind reading, allowing me to have some real peace and quiet. Harry is a godsend, if God even exists, that is. Kusuo thought as he sat down on the couch with a book in hand with a bright blue dome over the couch. What are you reading? Harrison asks, curious, as he plays a game on the TV. Just something about this guy. You aren't a fan of these types of stories anyway, Kusuo says telepathically. Is that so? Harrison asks, telepathically causing Kusuo to shiver as he heard Harrison's voice in his head. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention he can use telepathy as well, but has better control than I do. He can't read my mind, but he can still communicate with me. I hate hearing his voice in my head. It feels uncomfortable, Kusuo thought. Don't do that. I don't like it, Kusuo says with a slight glare at Harrison. Yeah. But don't forget I feel the same way, but I just deal with it, Harrison says as he pulls Kusuo's glasses off of his face and put it in himself. How do I look? Harrison asks with a smirk. You look like an idiot, Kusuo smirks, causing Harrison to pout and take off Kusuo's glasses. Don't be like that, Kusuo, Harrison whines as he stares directly at Kusuo. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention, he can stare at me directly in the eyes without turning into stone. I don't know if I should say I'm lucky or is lucky, Kusuo thought as he snatches his glasses back from Harrison and puts it back on. Harrison shrugs his shoulders and continues to play his game. Harrison is now 11 years old, with long black hair reaching down to his shoulders and emerald green eyes which would glow with power when feeling a large amount of emotion. Unlike his father, Harrison also doesn't need glasses, and his lightning bolt scar was nearly invisible as the years passed. And unlike regular 11-year-olds, Harrison was slightly muscular with a chiseled six-pack that can make even mature ladies drool at the sight. Harry, look! Kurumi exclaims with a bright smile as she holds a large letter. Harry James Potter Seiki home. Second bedroom. Last I recall my full name was Harrison Fremont Potter. Harrison says confused. Yeah, that is odd. When I checked your mind when you were a baby, your parents named you that, Kusuo confirmed. Harrison sighs and reaches out, and Kurumi hands the letter to him. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore. Order of Merlin. First Class, Grand Source, Sigef Warlock, Supreme Mugwump, International Confide of Wizards, dear Mr. Potter. We are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find enclosed a list of all necessary books and equipment. Term begins on September 1st. We await your owl by no later than July 31st. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall uniform. First-year students will require 1. 3 sets of plain work robes, black. 5. 2. 1 plain pointed hat, black. For day, wear 5. 3. 1 pair of protective gloves, dragon hide or similar. 5. 4. 1 winter cloak, black with silver fastenings. 5. Please note that all pupils' clothes should carry name tags. 5 course books. All students should have a copy of each of the following. The Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1, by Miranda Goshawk 5, A History of Magic, by Bathilda Bagshot 5, Magical Theory, by Adalbert Waffling 5, A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration, by Emmerich Switch 5, 1000 Magical Herbs and Fungi, by Philidospore 5, Magical Drafts and Potions, by Arsenius Jigger 5, Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, by Newt Scamander 5, The Dark Forces, A Guide to Self-Protection, by Quentin Trimble 5, Other Equipment, 1 wand, 1 cauldron, pewter, standard size 2, 1 set glass or crystal files, 1 telescope, 1 set brass scales. Students may also bring, if they desire, an owl or a cat or a toad. Parents are reminded that first years are not allowed their own broomstick. Harrison shook his head, knowing that Magicals didn't need a wand, but he knew that his adoptive parents would like him to rejoin the wizarding world. I'm so excited to see Diagon Alley. Your parents always talked about how amazing it is, Kurumi gushed excitedly. Harrison turned his gaze towards Ku, who was paled face as he looked at his mother, before turning towards Harrison. This is going to be disastrous, both say to each other telepathically. HPPJ, Gamer Demigod. Prologue. Harry James Potter, age 17, finally killed Voldemort at the cost of his life, saving his friends and loved ones from Voldemort's reign. Harry sighed as he felt himself drifting through the abyss. Nothing to see, nothing to smell, nothing to feel. Is this it? Is this the reward I get for saving those I love? Harry wondered, but if this is his fate, would he go back to fix it? No, despite how disappointing the abyss is, he would not go back just to spare himself from the abyss. That is quite selfless thinking, Harry Potter, a voice says, and Harry's eyes snap, open only to continue to see the abyss. Hello! Harry calls out. Hello to you too, Harry. The voice greets with amusement in their voice. Where am I? Who are you? Harry asks, confused. I am known by many names, but you may call me Chaos. Chaos greets, and Harry finds himself standing on a platform with actual gravity. Wow! I didn't think it was possible since I was just floating earlier. Harry thought, amazed. I am glad you think so. Chaos says from behind him, and Harry turns to see a feminine figure with impressive assets. But Harry could not see her face or skin color. How do I look? Chaos asks cheekily as she spread her arms out. As Harry stares at Chaos, his eyes widened as he realized that her entire body was a galaxy, with stars shining in it. Even her very hair had stars shining in it. She was galaxies formed into one individual. But at least I got a nice body. Don't you think so? Chaos asks as she dragged her hands over her curves before lifting up her breasts before releasing it and causing it to bounce. Harry couldn't help but be attracted to the woman, and Harry noticed her pure white eyes looking at him with amusement. Can she read my mind? Harry thought, fearful. Yes, I can, Harry Potter. Chaos says, causing Harry to sweat slightly as Harry realized she knew he was checking her out. Chaos giggles, and Harry felt as if she was smiling at him. Is there something you need? Harry asked, curious. Oh, it is not what I need, Harry. It is what you need, Chaos says as she walks towards him with a seductive sway in her hips. Harry gulped, trying not to look at Chaos' seductive body despite it being galaxies in the shape of a buxom woman. Hey, you know what galaxies look like, right? Just imagine that galaxy is in the shape of a girl, and that's pretty much it. Just wanted to let you guys know, because Chaos does actually have a role besides. This is your new life, bye-bye. I'm offering you a second chance at life. You will of course be younger, but I doubt it matter. Chaos shrugs as her eyes bore into Harry's. What's the catch? Harry asks cautiously, making Chaos giggle in amusement. That's good. I wouldn't want you to jump into everything like a Gryffindor, Chaos says, making Harry blush, embarrassed by Chaos' statement. I want you to help the people of this world. You have already fought a war, but there will be another, and he will need your help, Chaos states as her entire demeanor becomes serious. But why me? I've already done my part. Harry asks, exasperated. Because there's a prophecy child just like you were. I know how you felt being a part of a prophecy, and you are his chance at reducing all the lives that this war will take, Chaos says, causing Harry to clench his fists as he remembers the death of Sirius, Remus, Tonks, Fred, Mad-Eye, Cedric, Amelia, Dobby, Lavender, Colin, and Hedwig, Harry's first friend. Why do you care? Harry asks in confusion. Chaos sighed and stared at Harry. Because I hate it when innocents die because the fates choose to do so, Chaos says with so much hatred upon saying fates. Fates? Is that a person? Harry asks, surprised. In this world, there are 3 elderly women. They think that just because they have power means they can abuse it. I want you to save as many people as you can while screwing up every controlling, manipulating bastard's plans while you're at it, Chaos says, worth amusement. Just like I did with Dumbledore, Harry says with a smirk. Just like you did with Dumbledore, Chaos agrees. I was surprised you found Dumbledore's Horcrux and destroyed it before he died, Chaos says, impressed. Harry smirks and shrugs. What can I say? I have a habit, Harry chuckles. Chaos giggles and nods her head in agreement. That you do, Harry. That you do, Chaos says, her eyes shining brightly with enjoyment. So I piss off the fates and wreck all their plans while saving as many people as possible. Harry asks with a raised eyebrow. Yep, have fun, Harry, Chaos waves. I hope I will see you again, Chaos. Harry waves back as he began to fade. I hope you do, Harry. I hope you do, Chaos whispers as he fully fades. Chapter 1. Let the game begin. Harry groans as a bright light shines in his eyes, causing him to sit up abruptly. Looking around, Harry finds himself in a weird room with 2 bunk beds and a bag beside his bed. Where am I? Harry wondered as noticed he was laying at the bottom of the bunk bed, which was against the wall. Ping! Harry jumps in surprise as he hears the loud sound. In front of him was a large screen, which had a text, "Welcome Harry to the game." Harry couldn't help but snort at that. Now I decided that since you were going to get involved with a lot of mischief, why not make it more fun and rewarding? Say hello to the gamer system. Yes, I know, not original. Harry tilts his head confused at that, but quickly shook his head. This is like being around Luna all over again. Harry couldn't help comparing the situation to the beautiful blonde who seems to know things before even you do. Best of luck to you, Harry. The screen then disappears before another pops up. Harry James Potter EXP 0/500 MP 50/50ths STR 2 V 3 Dex 4 Int 1 Whiz 2 Luke 6/0. Harry Potter is a 12-year-old boy that attends Yancey Academy and also suffers ADHD and dyslexia due to him being a. Harry gaped at his states and couldn't help but be upset. A bloody 1 in intelligence? Oh, come on, Harry internally yelled and noticed the mark in his summary. I'm not human? Well, great, now I have to find out what I am, Harry thought with a mock cheer. Before Harry could continue investigating the gamer system, the door to the room opened, and a boy with black hair and sea green eyes with a bag in hand entered. The boy sighed and looked around the room before noticing Harry. Hey, Harry greets. Hey, name's Percy. Percy greets, holding his hand out for a handshake. Harry greets and shook Percy's hand. Nice to meet you, Harry. Looks like we're going to be roommates, won't we? Percy asks with a chuckle. Yes, we are. I got this bed, so pick any of the others if you like, Harry says, gesturing to the bed he was laying on. Sure thing. Luckily we got a day before we got a class, huh? Percy asks with a smirk as he threw his bag onto the top bunk bed on the other side of the room. Ping. Harry looked to see a message. Today is Saturday, so you have school on Monday. Yeah, I'm glad we have tomorrow off, Harry says with a smile. Percy nods his head in agreement. Do you want to check out the school tomorrow? I thought it would be a good idea if we explore the school before class on Monday, Percy asks, curious. Quest. New school, new challenges. Percy has invited you to tour Yancey Academy reward. Friendship with Percy. Minus 50 EXP, accept/decline. Accepting it, Harry gives Percy a warm smile. Sure. What time do you want to go? Harry asks, curious. Harry watches as Percy scratched his chin in thought before smiling. How about at 10 in the morning? We have breakfast in the morning, so we can enjoy that and relax before running around like headless chickens, Percy jokes, making Harry chuckle. That's fine with me, Harry says with a smile. The rest of the day, Harry looked at his states with a blank expression on his face until he eventually found his skill page. Gamer Mind. Gamer Mind is always active and will help the user remain calm and collected in stressful situations and resist mind control and other mind-related magics. Harry smirked as he knew that he won't have to worry about someone using magic more powerful than the Imperious Curse, and him having no resistance against it. The next day, both Percy and Harry left their dorm and began making their way to the cafeteria. So, any subjects you're excited for? Percy asks, curiosity laced in his voice. Harry hummed in thought as he scratched his chin. That's a tricky one. I didn't really enjoy Muggle schools because of Dudley and the fact that most teachers treated me like shit because of the Dursleys' lies, so I can't really say, Harry thought to himself. No, not really. I always had shit teachers who just hate me for no reason, Harry answers with a shrug. Percy snorts and nods his head. Yeah, same here, man. I somehow have the worst luck. Like one time I accidentally blew up a school bus with a Revolutionary War cannon. Percy answers, shocking Harry. You accidentally blew up a school bus with a Revolutionary War cannon? Harry asks with a shocked expression. Percy chuckles sheepishly and gives him an embarrassed smile. Harry laughed and shook his head, amused by his new friend's shit luck. Man, you have such crap luck, Harry says with a bright smile on his face. I know. I just hope we don't have any school trips. That's where all my bad luck shows itself, Percy states. Trust me, man. Trouble follows me as well, Harry informs Percy. Really? Geez, we are both trouble magnets. Percy chuckles as the duo reaches the cafeteria. Once grabbing their food, both Percy and Harry sit at a table in the corner, just talking and having a laugh. I wonder if Percy is the person I'm supposed to help. After all, I found myself in a dorm with only one student as a roommate. Then that's like having a neon sign above him, saying prophecy hero right here, Harry thought as he ate his meal. Ping! Harry nearly jumped at the noise and looked up to see a screen in front of him. By thinking logically, you have increased your WIS stat WIS. 2 plus 1 is equal to 3. Okay, so that's how I gain wisdom. That more than likely means I need to think logically for wisdom, and that also means I would need to do activities related to that stat, such as push-ups and sit-ups for strength, reading books like Hermione for intelligence. I guess for dexterity would be, I think, target-related stuff like throwing knives. Or is it running? I'll figure that one out later, Harry thought. Ping! For figuring out how to increase your stats, you have increased your wisdom stat. WIS. 3 plus 1 is equal to 4. Ready to go? Percy asks. Quickly shaking his head, Harry looks at Percy, who has stood patiently waiting for him. Yep, let's go, Harry said with a nod as he stood up. Oh, you two. A voice calls out, causing the two boys to look over and see a teacher walking towards them. Harry Potter and Perseus Jackson? The teacher asks. Yes, both boys answers with a confused expression on their faces. Good. This is your schedules, the teacher says, handing both boys a piece of paper. Have a good day, you two, the teacher says before walking off. I won't lie. For a second there I thought we were in trouble, Harry says with a small laugh. I know, Percy agrees as he chuckles. Well, let's go see what's around, Harry says with an excited gleam in his eyes. Let's go, Percy states with a smirk, and both boys head out. After spending over an hour walking around the school, Harry discovered that Percy also suffers from ADHD and dyslexia. I had having ADHD. The words get all jumbled, Percy grumbles. It's not fun having it, that's for sure. Harry agrees as he saw the library sign begin to change into library. You suffer from it as well? Percy asks, shocked. Harry nods his head, and the two continue. I'm certain Percy is the prophecy hero. All I need to do now is observe him and see what happens, Harry thought. Ping! Harry nearly jumps in surprise by the sudden sound and notices a screen above Percy's head following wherever he goes. Perseus Jackson, LVL, 1. HP, 750. Percy Jackson is a 12-year-old boy who is suffering from ADHD and dyslexia due to being a. He is a walking trouble magnet and one of the candidates to the prophecy. Well, that makes things easier, Harry thought, grateful before he notices Percy's HP and MP. Are you shitting me? I got 100 HP and 50 MP, and he got over 7 times that. Harry thought in shock before he grumbles slightly. Now I know how Voldemort felt when the impossible happened around me, Harry thought, annoyed. Ping! You have just unlocked Observation LVL1. This ability allows you to gain information from any individual, weapon, and/or location. The higher the level, the more information shall be provided. Well, at least now I know I can know about the people around me before shit happens. Maybe I will be lucky enough to avoid a situation where the teacher is out to kill me like during the Goblet of Fire. I have to be careful with everyone I meet. After all, Moody would yell constant vigilance, Harry thought with a slight chuckle at the thought of the scarred aura. Ping! By coming up with strategies to avoid past mistakes, you have gained another point in WIS. WIS. 4 plus 1 is equal to 5. At least I'm making some progress, Harry thought with a smile. Harry sighed as he flopped onto his bed. After finding his way around the school with Percy, Harry has no desire to leave his dorm. Ping! Quest completed. Quest. New school, new challenges. Percy has invited you to Tour Yancey Academy reward. Friendship with Percy. Minus 50 EXP. Oh yeah, I forgot about that, Harry remembered. Friendship unlocked. Percy Jackson EXP. 0 plus 50 equals 50/500. Now I need another 450 EXP. This is going to take forever, isn't it? Harry thought with a sigh. What do we have first thing tomorrow? Percy asks as he remained laying on his bed. How come you don't check yours? Harry asks, curious. Too lazy, Percy says, his voice muffled as he laid face down on the bed. All right, hold on, let me check, Harry said as he grabbed the paper that they both received earlier from one of the teachers. First thing we have is Greek. Huh, I don't recall picking this, Harry says, confused. Yeah, my mom made me learn Greek. I don't think it's bad, but whatever, Percy replies with an uncaring shrug. I guess so, Harry says as he sat in thought. Does this have to do something with who we both are? It's a possibility, but I can't jump to conclusions, Harry thought as he relaxed in bed. As the two laid there in a comfortable silence, Harry started to feel the urge to move around. Fuck it, Harry mumbles and got out of bed. What's wrong? Percy asks, worried. Without a word, Harry drops to the ground and begins to do push-ups. What are you doing? Percy asks, confused. I'm bored, and I don't want to sit around and do nothing. So I'm going to do this, Harry answers as he breathes out after every push-up. Percy just shrugs and laid back down. You do what you want, man, Percy comments as he closes his eyes. Ping. STR. 2 + 1 = 3. Okay, I was right. Doing stuff like this will help me grow stronger and prepare for the battles ahead, Harry thought as he stood up and laid on his bed. Well, I don't know how much time I have before problems begin, so I'd better start making more progress, Harry thought before his gaze slowly moved towards Percy, who breathed softly as he slept peacefully. And maybe get Percy into this before he has to face whatever he has to face, Harry thought as he turned off the light and fell asleep. Yindi. Harry James Potter LVL1. EXP 50/500. MP 50/50ths. Stre 3. V 3. Dex 4. Int 1. Wiz 5. Luke 6. Up 0. Friendships. Percy Jackson. +10 friends skills. Gamer's mind max. Observation LVL1. My name is Hadrian Fleamont Potter. I am 5 years old, and I've been ignored by my parents in favor of my twin sisters. Rose and Violet were born only a few minutes before me, and they had red hair and green eyes. They both were nearly identical, while I had black hair and green eyes. Life was great for the family until Lady Voldemort attacked. That night, Rose and Violet were named the girls who lived while I was slowly forgotten in the darkness. The first few years was not so bad. My sisters would always see me as their older brother and want to spend time with me, but at the age of 6, they both no longer wanted to speak to me. And soon on my 7th birthday, I ran away from home. I was no longer wanted, so I ran through the forest. I kept running and running until I crashed into some person. Hey, watch where you're going, a man says angrily. Looking up at him, I see he has spiky hair that defies gravity and dark clothes. Sorry, I didn't mean to run into you. I apologize. I then noticed the man was giving me a look of disgust. Watch yourself, next time, mortal, the man spat. My eyes widened. Excuse me? I asked, surprised and shocked at the man's words. I said, watch yourself. Your flawed species is a blight to this perfect world, the man says angrily. Like you can talk. You're flawed as well, I reply angrily. The man looks at me with anger. You think a divine being like me is flawed? The man asks arrogantly. Yes, because there is no perfect being. For if a being is perfect, then it is flawed to never change, I say with a smirk. The man's anger changes to confusion. He begins to rub his chin in thought. But it is truly perfect, for it does not need to change, the man says calmly. But is it perfect? If an entire race is like that, then there will be nothing unique about it, I reply, smiling. The man begins to think once more. Then there is no perfect being, the man mumbles. The perfect being is merely about perception. Every being will have flaws, but a perfect being is one that works upon improving themselves, I say, smiling at the man. My hatred of him extinguished due to our talk. But what of criminals? The man asks curiously. Beings that are affected by the flaws of society and or greed and enjoyment, I reply, and he begins to look at me with curiosity instead of disgust. You are unique, mortal, the man says, looking at me top to bottom. I don't know if I should accept that as a compliment, but since you were insulting me earlier, I think I should. I sigh tiredly. The man chuckles at that. What is your name, mortal? The man asks me. Hadrian, what about you? I ask, looking at the man. I notice that he has a bodybuilder type of body. Goku Black, but just call me Black. Black answers as he stares at me. Nice to meet you, Black. What are you doing out here? I ask him. I am merely preparing for a battle that I will have in the near future. Black informs me. I see. I hum in thought. Hope it's nothing bad. He seems to be an immortal if the way he's talking says anything, I thought, looking at Black. And what about you, mortal? Black asks me. I sigh at that. I'm running away from home. I've been ignored for the majority of my life because my sisters are famous, I answer. You believe that running from your problems will fix them? Black asks me with curiosity. I'm not running away from them. I'm letting the weight of those problems go and moving on. I answer him. Black looks curious. That is a unique way of thinking. Black scratches his chin. Yeah, but it's time I move on and find my place in the world. Goodbye, I say, walking off. Wait! Black calls out. Turning around, I see Black slightly embarrassed. How does one find their place in life? Black asks me shyly. What do you want to do, Black? I ask him. Black looks down. I don't know anymore, Black admits. Then you do what I'm doing. You look for something that calls to you. I inform him. Then how about we go together? Black offers. I look at Black surprised. Are you sure? I ask him worried. Yeah, we both are looking for something in life. So how about we do it together? Black offers slightly shy. Sure, it would be nice to talk to someone after all this time. I say, smiling. Soon we left to search for our place in the world. It's been half a year with Black, and we've been traveling through time to see what other people have done to see if we could get any ideas from it. Despicable Black says, looking at a group of monsters hitting each other. Haven't they just begun their evolution? I ask curiously. Black looks at me confused. How does that have anything to do with this disgusting display? Black asks, confused, gesturing to the monsters. I sigh tiredly. Go forward 1,000 years, I inform him. He shakes his head and does what I say. We then see the monsters again, but they have started to begin to create colonies with a leader. See, nothing has changed, Black says, gesturing to the monsters once more. Have they? Look closely at what they are doing that they didn't before. I ask. Black scratches his chin in thought as he looked at the monsters. They are talking. Black answers half-heartedly. You're on the right track. They are beginning to form colonies, I say to him. Why does that matter? Black asks, confused. I sigh once more. Go back 1,000 years, look closely, and come back. I inform him. Black grunts, annoyed, and we do so. Afterwards, Black looks at me before looking at the colony. They are forming groups, so what? Black asks, confused. They were mindlessly hitting each other, and now they are becoming intelligent enough to form groups, I answer. Fine, they have new groups, so what? Black asks, annoyed. Let's go 10,000 years into the future, I say. Black sighs angrily, and we do so. We see the colonies now have grown by a large amount, and they are now creating their tools out of stone. They are creating their own stuff, Black says, wide-eyed. Yes, now let's go 100,000 years into the future, I say, smiling. Black nods, and we do so. The colonies have become a giant city with transport and shops and all sorts of stuff. Wow, Black says, awed. Do you see? Things can change, I say, smiling. Yeah, I do, Black says, amazed at the change from the monstrous and dumb creatures to an intelligent race. It's been a year since I met Black, and now I'm 6 years old. What are we doing here, Black? I ask, confused. There is something that I need to do, Black says as I look at 7 giant balls with different numbers of stars. Black begins to say something, and a giant golden dragon appears. Wow, he's big, I exclaim, awed. Yes, he is, Black says with a small smile. Soon Black began to say something. The dragon began to glow, and I soon lost consciousness. Groaning, I open my eyes to see a ceiling above me. Looks like you're awake, Black says beside me. I look at him and notice a set of clothes beside him. What's going on? I ask tiredly. Black looks at me before looking outside. I made a wish, Black answers. Oh, cool, what did you wish for? I ask, pulling myself out of the bed I was in. Have a look, Black says, gesturing to the mirror. Looking at it, my eyes widen in shock. My hair became like Black's, and I had a black tail swinging behind me. Wow, I exclaim, shocked. I wish for you to be my son, Black says with worry in his voice. I look at him, surprised and shocked. I hug Black, and tears fell down my face as I hug him tightly. Thank you, Dad, I say, smiling brightly. Black smiles at that. I've spent another year with Dad, and I'm currently 7. I have trained with my father, and I can go Super Saiyan. I convinced Dad to let me keep the tail since I thought it was cool. Dad forced me to be able to look at the full moon without turning Oozuru, and that if someone grabs my tail, it wouldn't do anything except be unpleasant. So how was that? I asked my father with my golden hair and tail and my teal eyes. You're improving, Hadrian, but remember you cannot become arrogant in battle. Your power is from a scion, Dad explains. A scion? I asked, curious. That's when Dad explained that before he met me, he wanted to destroy all life in the galaxy, and that he stole a man by the name of Goku his body. I am a despicable man, Dad says with disgust. But you've changed, I tell him. Dad looks at me with sadness in his eyes. It does not matter. I have killed many innocents, Dad says angrily as he hits the ground beside him, cracking it. Then let's make it up to people, I say with a smile. Make it up to people? Dad asks, looking at confused. Yeah, let's go help people. Actions speak louder than words. I explain, smiling. Yeah, I have hurt many people. Let's do what's right, Dad says, smiling. We spent the next 2 years saving planets from people who wanted to either destroy or rule the world. And because of this, Dad forced me to grow stronger. He taught me how to use God Ki. It was then that I had access to Super Saiyan God. You have grown so much, my son, my dad says, looking at me. I'm currently 9 years old with the same hairstyle as before, but I have a more muscular build, and my eyes in base form remain my original green, but would occasionally glow. Thanks, Dad. We've done so much, I say as we look at the people we recently saved celebrating being alive. Yeah, it feels great to see these people happy, Dad says with a small smile. Yeah, so where to now? I ask him. Dad looks at me before looking up into the night sky. One last place, my son, Dad says. He sounded sad at this. Odd. Maybe he still thinks he doesn't deserve forgiveness, I thought, worried. We arrive on Earth near some weird town. You have done so well, my son, Dad says proudly. Why is he acting like this? I thought, confused. Soon a group of people come towards us with anger and fear. What are you doing here, Black? A man with spiky hair asks angrily. I am here to say I'm sorry, Dad says, bowing. What? The group exclaims, shocked and surprised. I am well and truly sorry. Dad apologizes before turning to me and kneeling. I am proud of you. I love you, Dad says with a sad smile before his dark key blade appears and he stabs himself in the chest. No! I screamed internally as he fell down. Dad, no! I begged as I held on to my father. Thank you for everything, Hadrian. You have shown me the beauty that the universe has to offer. I've had so much fun seeing you grow and fighting by your side. Continue to grow and make me proud, my son. I love you, Dad says as a single tear slides down his face before he takes his last breath. I stare at my father's body frozen and scared as tears fall down my face. I'm alone again, I thought as I sobbed. While crying and holding onto my father's dead body, I hear someone walk towards me before stopping. What? I ask with a broken voice, not looking up. Black, you called in your father. I look up to see a man with spiky hair looking at me. Yeah, when I was 5, I ran away from home. He found me and had this ridiculous argument, I say, chuckling. Then we just decided to travel together. A year later, he wished with this giant golden to make me his son. That's when he trained me, and we just ran around the universe having fun and fighting. I say, chuckling and smiling at the memories. He changed? The man asks, shocked. Yeah, he just needed to see things in a different light, I say, saddened. Do you even know what he's done? Abaitman asks angrily. Of course I do. I roar at him. Everyone backed off and got into a fighting stance. Of course I do. He told me everything. I say, saddened as I look at my father. Everyone looked at each other before looking at me. How much? The spiky-haired man asks. That he stole the body of a man named Goku before killing his family, and he then killed the gods and innocent people. I answer him. And you're still fine with that? The bald man asks, shocked. I like to think he made up for his sins. Bloody hell, he took his life as an apology to you all. I say, angrily looking at the group. And now I'm all alone again. I cry as tears continue to fall down my face. How do you know he made up for his sins? The spiky man questioned. Because for 3 years we traveled the universe, saving planets and innocent people. I tell them. Soon my father's body began to disappear into beautiful golden dust before flying away. So, what will you do now? The bald man asks me. Truthfully? I don't know. I answer, shaking my head. The group looks at me saddened. How strong are you? The spiky-haired man asks. All right, I guess. I answer, half shrugging. Show me. The man says, nodding. I stand up and go Super Saiyan God. My hair, eyes, and tail go red. The spiky-haired man looked me up and down before nodding, which looks to be respect. You're strong. How old are you? The man asks. 9, I answer. Everyone gasps at that besides the spiky-haired man. You're 9 and you're that strong? A blue-haired girl asks, shocked. I like to think I have a long way to go. I admit, scratching my neck shyly. You do, the spiky-haired man says before his hair and eyes go blue. This is Super Saiyan Blue, the man says. He's Vegeta. Dad told me about him, I thought. You must be Vegeta then, I say, shocking everyone. How do you know that? Vegeta asks, surprised. Dad told me everything, including the fusions. Vegeto was incredibly powerful from what Dad told me, I say, smiling. Wow, Black actually told the kid everything, the bald guy says, shocked. He did, the blue-haired girl agreed, shocked. What are you gonna do now, kid? Vegeta asks, annoyed. Dad wanted me to make him proud, so I'll grow stronger, I say, firmly picking myself up. Vegeta grunts while everyone else looks at him with confusion. You're probably the strongest one here besides me and Kakarot, Vegeta states, ignoring someone exclaiming, hey. Enough, Gohan, you don't train, remember, the bald guy scolded. Matters not. You are now a Saiyan warrior. I expect you to be strong, Vegeta states. Vegeta, he just lost his father, the blue-haired girl says. Bulma has a point, the bald man agrees. It does not matter. If you're strong, then you better catch up to me and Kakarot, Vegeta states, walking off. I look at the group with confusion despite my slightly red eyes. Is he like this with everyone? I ask, confused. Yeah, Dad is like that, but it seems you're getting the worst of it, a purple-haired kid says, walking towards me. Yeah, sorry about him, Bulma apologizes. No, don't, I'm used to it. Dad always wanted me to be stronger than him and make him proud, I say with a small smile, thinking about the memories I had with him. Chapter 1. Training. It's been a few hours since Black's death, and Hadrian finds himself on the balcony of Capsule Corp staring at the lake nearby. He's really gone. The first time he ever said he loves me is the day I lost him, Hadrian thought, saddened, while also having a part of him feel happy that his father loves him. While staring at the lake, Hadrian hears footsteps behind him. Ignoring it, Hadrian continues to stare at the lake. You must be Black's son, a meek voice asks, turning around. Hadrian meets a man with spiky hair, black eyes, and an orange Goku, right? Hadrian asks, looking at the cheerful Saiyan. Yep, that's me, Goku says with a bright smile before it dims, and he looks at Hadrian. I'm sorry for your loss. Bulma told me what happened, how he changed and helped many people, Goku says, moving beside Hadrian, staring out at the lake with him. Yeah, he did. And yes, I am Black's child. He also told me of how it was actually your body, which would technically make me your son biologically, Hadrian says, chuckling, saddened. Goku looks at Hadrian as tears threaten to pour down the young boy's face. I guess it does, Goku says as he keeps an eye on Hadrian. Look, if you think I'm looking for another father figure, then you don't have to worry. I don't want another one, Hadrian informs Goku. Black must have had a serious impact on your life, Goku guessed. Yes, he did, just as much as I did on his. Or so I like to think, Hadrian says, chuckling. I think you have. Black was evil, and from the way it sounded, you made him see the error of his ways. He wouldn't call you son if he didn't care for you, Goku says, putting a hand on Hadrian's shoulder, comforting him. Hadrian nods as he watches the sun slowly set. What will you do? Goku asks with a hint of worry. Don't know, guess I'll just travel around and grow stronger, Hadrian admits. How about you stay on Earth with us? Goku offers. Hadrian shakes his head. No, it wouldn't be a smart idea. You all see me as a threat, so might as well get out of your hair and not cause any problems, Hadrian says as he begins to walk away, only to be spun around and see Goku's eyes filled with anger. You are not a threat. You have suffered. I can see that. Black was the only father figure you ever had, and if that's the case, then that means you either lost your family, never had them, or they didn't care for you, or beat you, Goku states. Hadrian sighs, thinking about the Potters. You're right, my parents neglected me because my sisters were famous while I wasn't, Hadrian informed him. Goku's eyes turn to sadness as he pulls Hadrian into a hug. I'm not Black. I won't replace him, but you have to have someone to care for you, Goku says softly. Why would you care? I'm just some kid who has your DNA only because of a wish that was made. Hadrian asks, confused. Goku shakes his head, saddened. You may not be born as my child, but you are still biologically mine, and seeing you like this hurts me, Goku admits, looking at Hadrian. At a distance, Vegeta listens to the conversation between the two from around the corner. When did Kakarot say something so smart? Vegeta wondered as he listened. I truthfully don't know what to do. I'm just hoping for the best, but I'm scared that something might happen to me, Hadrian admits fearfully. Then stay. We all can help you. Please, Goku pleads tearfully. I'm sorry, Goku. I can't be a +1. Hadrian apologizes before walking away. A single tear slides down Goku's face as he sees Hadrian leave. Vegeta remains around the corner, seething with anger. That damn brat. Vegeta thought before leaving the area. Hadrian finds himself staring at the ship that both he and his father arrived in. Just as he was about to enter, it exploded, sending Hadrian flying back. Shaking his head, Hadrian looks up to see the ship completely destroyed. No, Hadrian thought, desperately running to the ship. The ship was completely destroyed with nothing left. All of the belongings that they had were gone. He had lost everything he valued. What happened? Hadrian thought, looking at the destruction as tears threatened to fall. Are you all right? Bulma calls out as she runs towards Hadrian. It's gone, everything I had, everything I valued. Gone. Hadrian says, scared and upset. I'm sorry that you lost everything. Bulma apologizes as she looks at the young boy. It's not your fault. I just don't know what to do. Hadrian says, scared. How about you stay here on Earth? Bulma offers, looking at Hadrian. No, I need to figure something out. I won't be a +1 inch, Hadrian says, walking away. I hope we'll be all right, Bulma worried. At a mountain staring at the night sky, Hadrian thinks about the things he had lost. I lost my dad. I lost my home. What do I have left? The only thing I can think of is the clothes on my back and the power that I have. Hadrian thought, clenching his fists. Hadrian's tummy begins to rumble, causing him to sigh tiredly. Let's catch some fish. My tail will be useful, Hadrian thought as he began to look for a lake nearby. The Z-Force find themselves at Bulma's place discussing on Hadrian and Black. So what do we do with the kid? Piccolo asks. He's just a kid. And besides, you saw the look in his eyes when Black died. He was hurt, Bulma says, saddened. Yeah, and from the way he reacted when Black spoke to him, before he killed himself, it seems he didn't even know that Black's intention was to kill himself, Krillin agrees. The worst part is that when I think he was going to leave, the ship they both came here blew up, destroying everything he had, Bulma informs them. So, he has nothing? Videl asks, worried. Yes, he seemed broken. Bulma nods, looking to see everyone's reaction. But how did it explode? Piccolo asks, confused. I don't know, Bulma shrugs. Everyone noticed that Vegeta hasn't said anything. Vegeta? Goku asks, worried. What do you want, Kakarot? Vegeta asks, annoyed. Please don't tell me you are the reason the ship exploded? Goku pleads, fearful. Everyone looks at Goku like he was crazy. Vegeta wouldn't do that. He could be an ass, but he wouldn't go that far. Everyone thought confidently. So what if I am? Vegeta asks, irritated. Everyone gasps at that. You destroyed the kid's ship? Krillin asks, shocked. Yes, so what? Vegeta asks, annoyed at the reactions. Vegeta, how could you do something like that? Bulma exclaims, shocked. Vegeta grunts and walks away, leaving everyone to stew in thought. If the kid finds out Vegeta is the reason he lost the last thing he had, then he'll freak, Bulma says, worried. Yeah, he has Super Saiyan God, so me and Vegeta are the only ones who stand a chance against him. Goku agrees, worried. What about me? Gohan asks, confused. You were able to fight Blue during the Tournament of Power, but now you can't, Piccolo informs Gohan. But shouldn't I be able to handle Super Saiyan God? Gohan asks, confused. You forget this is Black Sun, which means he'll be stronger due to the training he received, Goku informs Gohan. How strong is he? Piccolo asks, worried. At the moment we could handle him in Super Saiyan God, but we don't know what he's like when he's angry, Goku answers. What do you mean? Bulma asks, confused. You saw the form Black took. If we make him angry, he might end up reaching a new form, Goku explains. You think he might go Super Saiyan Blue? Krillin asks, worried, maybe. Or he might go into Rose, Goku says, worried. What's the difference between the two? Piccolo asks. Rose is actually stronger because of the negative energy that further increases his power compared to it being positive, Goku explains, shocking everyone. How do you know this? Krillin asks, surprised. It's easy. Remember Frieza and Cell? They are good examples. They use negative energy, which typically means they're evil, and they are more powerful due to Dark Ki being a part of them. Goku informs everyone, shocking them with his intelligence. So you think the kid has Dark Ki? Krillin asks, worried. It's a possibility, if he does have it. It is only because Black was evil in the past, permanently fusing his body with Dark Ki, which more than likely went to the kid, Goku explains to them. Everyone remains silent, processing the information they were told. What have you done to Goku? Krillin jokes, making everyone chuckle. In the forest, Hadrian roasts a giant fish over a fire. What do you want? Hadrian asks, sensing the person behind him. You have suffered so much, a male voice says, turning around. Hadrian sees Goku. Goku, is there a reason you're here? Hadrian asks calmly. Goku sits next to Hadrian and watches the fish being cooked. Yes. I'm sorry that you lost the last thing you had, Goku apologizes. It doesn't matter anymore. I'm just going to move on and make my father proud, Hadrian says, looking up at the stars. I know it. You have so much potential. Why don't you train with us? Wish should be coming by soon, and maybe he could help. You grow more powerful, Goku offers. Hadrian looks at Goku oddly. Whis? Hadrian asks, confused. Oh, right. He's the attendant of the god of destruction, and he trains us in exchange for food, Goku says, smiling. Hadrian chuckles at Goku's go-lucky attitude. I see. Do you know what food you're giving him this time? Hadrian asks, curious. Goku's go-lucky attitude turns to horror. I don't know, Goku admits wide-eyed. I'll see if he can help me. In 2 words. Fast food, Hadrian says, smiling. With nowhere to go, Bulma offers to at least give Hadrian a place to stay in one of her spare houses, which Hadrian accepts after being lightly scolded by Goku. Hello, everyone, Whis greets, appearing in front of everyone at their small party. Hello, Whis, Goku greets with a bright smile. Hello, Goku, Whis greets, chuckling at the Scion's excitement. Is it fine if me and Vegeta bring another person? Goku asks, hopeful. Goku, you know, Beerus won't like it if we bring a party to his planet. Whis says, annoyed. Oh, please. He's a Scion like us, Goku pleaded. Goku, just have his parent teach him, Whis states. He then notices the mood became slightly more depressed. Well, his father was black. Goku says, saddened. Whis' eyes widen in shock and surprise. So Black is still alive? Whis asks, worried. No, Black took his life in front of us and the child. Black became good and saved many people along with the child. The child was once a human who ran away from his home because he wasn't famous like his siblings, and then he found Black, and after a year Black made the kid his son, Goku explains. I think I could bring the kid along with Vegeta and Goku. But I worry that the kid won't be strong enough, was thought to himself. Very well. And what are the food that you have to offer? Whis asks, curious. Oh yes, Hadrian is the one who gave me the idea, Goku says, smiling. Hadrian? Everyone asks, confused. Oh right, the kid is named Hadrian, Goku says, slightly embarrassed at forgetting. Whis' eyes widen. It can't be that Hadrian. Whis thought. Goku takes Whis to a fast food restaurant, and he enjoys a burger with chips. This is amazing, Whis says, awed by the flavor. It is. I completely forgot about this place, to be honest, Goku admits, chuckling. Very well. You and Vegeta, as well as Hadrian, can come to train, Whis says, smiling. Yes. Thank you, Whis, I'll get the 2 now, Goku says, flying out of the fast food restaurant. Whis shakes his head, smiling. I hope he doesn't change. He is just so much fun to watch, Whis thought. Goku flies to Hadrian, first finding him training outside. Hadrian! Goku calls out. Hadrian turns around and waves at Goku with a small smile. What's up, Goku? Hadrian asks, noticing Goku's excitement. Whis is here, and it's time to go training, Goku states excitedly. Hadrian nods, and they both go to find Vegeta. Upon meeting Hadrian, Whis' eyes nearly pop out of his head. He really looks like you, Whis says, shocked. Yeah, I guess in a way I'm his father, but he was raised by Black, Goku says, chuckling nervously. I see. He doesn't have the evil that Black had, but he does have the dark key, Whis says, examining Hadrian. The dark key. How come I didn't have it when I was evil? Vegeta asks, annoyed. Because you weren't pure evil like Black was, Whis explains. Whatever, let's go, Vegeta says, annoyed. Nodding, Whis takes the 3 to Beerus planet. It's been 3 months, and Whis has been training the 3, increasing their base power. It would seem that while Vegeta and Goku have a higher base power, and forms Hadrian can grow stronger faster if the rate he is growing is any indication, Whis thought to himself as he watches Hadrian fight Goku. Hadrian is doing incredibly well despite his age, and he has been gaining ground and slowly catching up to the 2 adult Scions. Quickly dodging Goku's attack, Hadrian counterattacks with a gut punch followed up with a kick to the chest where he appears behind Goku and smashing him into the ground. Goku flies out punching Hadrian in the face, following up with a punch to the chest. They both then go into a barrage of strikes and blocks. Melee clash. At the end of it, the both remain breathing heavily. Before they could continue, they hear clapping. Well done, was compliments happily. Thank you, Whis, both Hadrian and Goku says, slightly embarrassed. HP Avengers. Symbiotic Avenger. Prologue. Peter Parker growled as he pulled on his web as hard as he could in an attempt to separate Eddie Brock from the alien creature known as Venom. After several difficult moments, Peter watched as he successfully pried Eddie from the symbiote and away from the manipulative thing. Smiling proudly, Peter felt proud of his accomplishment. Eddie was free, and the symbiote cannot fight back without its host. That's when his proud moments turned to shock and slight fear as the symbiote began to grow in size. With multiple metal poles surrounding the symbiote and one in hand, Peter slammed the poles together as the alien lunged at him, causing the symbiote to screech as the sound was too much for it to handle. Without a moment's hesitation, Peter moved his hand above the hoverboard of the new Green Goblin, also known as Harry Osborn, which lay next to Peter. The board then launched a pumpkin bomb into Peter's hand, and he clicked the activation button, causing the bomb to glow green, signaling its countdown. "Peter, what are you doing?" Eddie screamed out in fear and horror. Without responding, Peter threw the pumpkin bomb at the symbiote and watched as it landed within its tendrils, sticking to it like hot glue. "No!" Eddie yelled as he jumped towards the symbiote without a moment's hesitation, attempting to bond with the symbiote once more. "Eddie!" Peter exclaimed in an attempt to save him from dying alongside the symbiote. Rarkaboom! The symbiote roared right as the pumpkin bomb explodes, causing Peter to be temporarily blinded. After a few moments, Peter looks back to see a single piece of the symbiote struggling to survive, but soon became limp as it perished. Eddie was gone, and so was the symbiote. Peter clenched his hands tightly, ashamed in himself that he wasn't able to save the one person who was manipulated by the symbiote as he was. In a forest in the middle of the night, a young boy can be found next to a tree with his knees to his chest as he sat in a ball. The sounds of sobbing echoed in the quiet forest as the full moon shines above him. The young boy has raven black hair with dirty and damaged glasses. As the boy began to sob, he failed to notice the slight distortion in the air near his vicinity. From the distortion, a small black goo appeared, crawling through the ground, struggling to survive. This small black goo was a piece of the symbiote that somehow traveled through reality after it exploded from the pumpkin bomb. Seeing that it only had a few minutes at most to live, the symbiote attempted to find a host only to see a young boy, alone and crying. Slowly, the symbiote crawled towards the young boy. As the symbiote climbed over a branch, it snapped, the sound echoing through the area, causing the young boy's head to snap up and look around in fear. And that's when the young boy saw the symbiote moving towards him. The boy's emerald green eyes widened in shock and fear. This young boy was Hadrian James Potter. Hadrian saw the black goo move towards him, and without a thought, Hadrian attempted to run away from the goo, only for him to stand up and fall back down onto his ass, as his foot slipped on the leaves underneath him. With his heart racing, Hadrian pushes himself back, trying to get away from the black goo that seemed to want to get to him. As the goo got closer, Hadrian felt his back hit one of the trees, and Hadrian watched as the goo got closer. With tears forming in his eyes, Hadrian covered his face, his arm hitting his glasses as he believed the strange goo was going to kill him. After a few moments, Hadrian felt the goo start to climb onto him, causing Hadrian to begin to hyperventilate and tears to fall down his face. Few seconds passed, and Hadrian noticed that the goo wasn't hurting him. And with a lot of hesitation, Hadrian slowly uncovered his face to see that the goo was on him, not doing anything, struggling to even move. That's when Hadrian realized that the goo was dying. Despite the fear, Hadrian gulped as he attempted to pick it up. Hadrian watched as the goo slowly made its way up his arm before wrapping itself around his bicep. Soon the goo began to spread throughout his body, leaving only the head untouched. As the goo covered him, Hadrian felt different. He felt comforted. That's when Hadrian realized that the goo was comforting him. It wanted him to feel wanted, as if it was rejected. Despite fearing the goo, Hadrian felt safe with it on him. But then Hadrian's eyes widened in fear. The Dursleys will find out about this goo and take it away from him. Sensing its host's worry, the symbiote slowly began to change. Hadrian watched in shock as the goo turned into a darker version of the secondhand clothes he was wearing previously. The symbiote went through Hadrian's memories, and it couldn't help but feel a connection with him. The symbiote had bonded with Peter and made him stronger, faster, better. It made Peter confident, which in turn turned his life around. He earned more money from the Daily Bugle, and his life improved. But the symbiote didn't like the way Peter saw the world. The symbiote saw how criminals got sent to prison only to break out again. Robbers and thieves were never a bother to the symbiote. They just stole, and as long as no one was severely hurt, it was fine. But when it comes to murderers, rapists, and the people like them, the symbiote hated them. Prison was a punishment for those people, and yet they escape, kill, or rape again and get sent back to prison only for them to escape. Once more, rinse and repeat. The symbiote just couldn't understand Peter's thought process when it came to these types of people. Why give those people another 30 chances, letting them kill the innocent before getting another chance to turn their life around only for them to spit it back into people's faces. People like the Green Goblin, who kill many innocents, should not be sent to prison to be given another chance. He should be put down, like the rabid dog that he was. But as the symbiote looks into Hadrian's mind, he can see a naive young boy who is being beaten for being different. And the symbiote hated that. It felt a connection with Hadrian, both rejected and hurt by those who they cared for. The symbiote with Peter, and Hadrian with his blood relatives who should care for him. Looking back, the symbiote felt ashamed with what it had done to Peter after being separated. Sure, it was emotional and upset at being rejected. Being bonded to Eddie didn't make things better with the amount of anger that he felt for Peter. But it didn't change the fact that it hurt Peter. Sure, they were compatible, but Peter just couldn't handle the aggression it naturally produced. Despite not liking the way Peter saw the world, it could still understand why he did it. But when the symbiote looked at Hadrian, it felt closer to him than Peter ever could have been. Not only is its host compatible, he also has a unique ability the symbiote had never seen before: magic. And as the symbiote began to bond with Hadrian, it felt Hadrian's magic study it, checking if the symbiote intended to harm its user. A few moments passed, and the symbiote felt its host's magic wash over it, unsure of what the magic did to it. The symbiote remained bonded to its host. That's when the symbiote sensed Hadrian's worry. Without hesitation, it began to change its form into the clothes its host wore beforehand. The only sign of the clothes being different from its original was the darker color. The symbiote sensed as its host stared at it in awe. Pride coursed throughout its being as its host was comforted by its action. And with that, Hadrian returned to the Dursleys with the symbiote along with him. Chapter 1. Goodbye and Burn in Hell. Hadrian found himself on a plane with his family on their way to America. Hope filled Hadrian's thoughts as the Dursleys took him on their vacation out of the country. The glasses that Hadrian once needed were no more. Now, with perfect vision, Hadrian couldn't help but think that things were. Looking up, upon landing, the Dursleys, along with Hadrian, went into a rented car and made their way to a hotel. After checking into the hotel, the group headed upstairs and entered their room. As Hadrian looked around, he couldn't help but hope that this might be a change of pace. His relatives might finally be nice to him and accept him. The hope bloomed when Hadrian found out he was given a bed in the hotel, a nice, comfortable bed with his own room. That hope continued to grow as he wasn't woken up early or forced to do chores upon the next morning. Hadrian groaned as the sun beamed into his eyes while he slept in bed. It has been a week in America, and it was the best week of his life. No chores, sleeping in, and no beatings. It was peaceful, perfect. Freak, get out here. It's time to head home, Petunia yelled. Hadrian also noted the hint of excitement in Petunia's voice. Hadrian assumed that Petunia was excited to just go home, while the symbiote thought otherwise. The Dursleys treated Hadrian like shit. They hated him, and they still call him a freak. Something wasn't adding up, and it didn't like it. Coming, Aunt Petunia, Hadrian called out before noticing the TV that soon turned off. It was the 31st of July, his birthday. He was now 5 years old. Happy birthday to me, Hadrian thought with a small smile, the holiday still fresh in his mind. Following his relatives, the Dursleys booked out of the hotel and entered the car. As the sun finally set across the horizon and the darkness of night consumed the sky, Hadrian found himself sitting in the parked car with both Petunia and Dudley while Vernon was in a nearby store. Something isn't right, Venom, symbiote thought as it noticed the small smile on Petunia's face. A few minutes pass, and Vernon returned to the car. Did you get it? Petunia whispered to her husband. Oh yeah, something isn't right, Venom, symbiote thought as it saw Vernon smirk at his wife. Yes, I did, pet, Vernon whispered back. It better not have been expensive, Petunia hissed with anger in her voice. Don't worry about it, pet. After this, won't have to deal with any of the freak's freakishness, Vernon whispered. Hadrian heard this, his eyes widening slightly. They wouldn't, right? Hadrian thought in disbelief. As the family drove on the highway, their destination, the airport, Hadrian remained on high alert. As the sun set, the stars began to shine across the sky. Dudley stared at it in awe while Hadrian remained tense as he watched both Petunia and Vernon closely. That's when Hadrian's senses began to scream, his attention forcefully directed towards Vernon's jacket where a handle can be seen. A handle belonging to that of a gun. They're gonna kill me, Hadrian realized. As the realization settled, anger began to grow. They beat me, starved me, taunt me, and they call me a freak, Hadrian thought as he clenched his fists tightly. Looking closely at Vernon, Hadrian noted that Vernon was becoming more excited as they continued further, his hand now near the gun. Hadrian knew that he wasn't going to have a life with the Dursleys that would be peaceful. If they were willing to kill him, then the Dursleys would have to be out of his life. A few minutes passed, and Vernon smirked as his hand was holding the gun tightly, the gun still hidden by the jacket, while Vernon remained unaware of Hadrian's thoughts. The highway was empty. The only car on the road was the Dursleys, the perfect chance to kill a young boy. As Vernon slowly pulled out the gun, more than likely ready to either pull over and kill him, or just kill him right then and there and dump him onto the highway. But either way, Hadrian was ready. But unknown to Hadrian, so was the symbiote, willing, ready, and able to protect its host. As the shine of the barrel was revealed from Vernon's jacket, a black tendril shot from Hadrian's arm, grabbing the gun and ripping it from Vernon's hand and into his own. "Vernon!" Petunia screeched as she saw Hadrian had stolen the gun. "You freak!" Vernon roared as he attempted to hit Hadrian with his unoccupied arm. Without hesitation, Hadrian aimed the gun at Vernon's head and fired. Bang! Vernon slumped onto the steering wheel with a hole in his head. Shock and relief filled Hadrian's body. He wasn't going to be hurt anymore by Vernon. Never again will Vernon beat him. But soon that relief was replaced by panic as Hadrian realized the situation he was in as the car was moving faster and faster. Hadrian then realized that Vernon's foot was on the pedal. Boom! The car crashed into something, causing it to flip over. Hadrian held on tightly to his belt as the car flew into the air, rolling several times, and before Hadrian knew it, he found himself unconscious. Hadrian groaned as he slowly began to open his eyes, his ears ringing and his head throbbing. As Hadrian came to, he found himself upside down. Looking around, Hadrian saw the dead eyes of Dudley as his body was mutilated and crumpled into a disgusting pile of flesh, bones, and blood. He didn't put on a seatbelt, Hadrian realized. That's when Hadrian heard the sound of liquid splashing onto the ground. Petrol, Hadrian realized as he quickly released his seatbelt. Hadrian dropped onto the ground with a groan as he felt shards of glass stab his arm. With determination in his eyes, Hadrian pulled himself out of the car to see that it was upside down and completely destroyed. All of this could have been avoided if you treated me right, Hadrian thought, upset. Harry, help! The voice of Petunia caught Hadrian's attention as he saw his aunt in the car, her face bloody and her clothes torn. Hadrian scoffed at the fear in Petunia's eyes. "Oh, so you remember my name now, Aunt Petunia?" Hadrian asked sarcastically. Please. Help!" Petunia pleaded, causing Hadrian to notice the fire near the petrol. Being the kid he was, Hadrian went to go help Petunia before pausing. Unknown to Hadrian, the symbiote was stopping his movements, not allowing Hadrian to save his aunt. Soon anger began to overwhelm Hadrian once more as a dark smirk grew on his face, one that would not belong to a 5-year-old, but due to symbiote's influence. The dark emotions that Hadrian felt for his family began to crawl to the surface as Hadrian smirked darkly at his aunt. "No," Hadrian growled as he went on one knee as he looked at his aunt. "I'm not going to help you." Hadrian chuckles darkly. What?" Petunia asked, scared and shocked. "You're going to die here, Petunia. You're going to perish alongside your family," Hadrian stated as he reached towards Petunia, his hand passing her and grasping the wallet that lay on the ground. "Please. You can't leave me like this," Petunia cried as tears flowed up her face. Hadrian watched Petunia beg, and he felt powerful. He felt in control. "Goodbye, Petunia. Too bad you won't see my mother in the afterlife. They don't let freaks in, as you said. Have fun in hell with your freakish family." Hadrian smirked as he stood up and began to walk away. "Please, don't leave me. I don't want to die," Petunia begged as she watched her nephew walk away, leaving her to die. Dash. Boom! The car exploded, the fire engulfing the entire car, leaving the silhouette of Hadrian as he walked as his dark secondhand clothes began to change. Now wearing a black leather jacket with black jeans with a black undershirt, Hadrian walked away from the destruction. His life is now taking a completely different turn than what many would have expected. Hadrian sat outside in a dark alleyway, a box of pizza in front of him, as he ate another slice. "It tastes really good," Hadrian thought to himself as he ate pizza for the first time in his life. Inside Vernon's wallet was a few $100s, enough to last him a week, maybe even 2 if he's smart. But where will I get more money? I don't have a job, and I can't steal it because I don't know how to steal, Hadrian thought to himself. Before Hadrian could plan, he saw an image in his mind. A masked man in a red and blue suit with a black spider symbol on his chest swinging across the city, stopping crime. But what Hadrian noticed was that certain crime bosses had large amounts of money. That's it. I can fight crime and take some of their money to feed myself. Hadrian thought triumphantly before reality settled in. Hadrian's mind. Damn it. I can't do that. I don't even have powers, Hadrian cursed himself only to feel something smack him in the face. Confused and surprised by the strike, Hadrian looked over to see a black tendril in front of him. Shocked, Hadrian looked down to see that the tendril was originating from his clothes. That's it. If the goo can help me fight crime, then I can survive on the streets, Hadrian thought with a bright smile. Now how do I fight crime without getting arrested? The last thing I want is to go to an orphanage. The Dursleys said that they wouldn't want a freak like me. Hadrian thought, slightly saddened before he realized something. He wasn't a freak. The Dursleys were. And when Hadrian was being beaten, the adults that he asked for help told him off. Yes, he didn't need their help. He was going to help himself. Now how do I get a costume? Hadrian wondered, only to watch in shock as his clothes began to change. Where Hadrian once stood now was replaced by a muscular man in a black suit with a giant white spider symbol on his chest. A.N. Spider-Man's classic black suit. Wow. Hadrian says in awe, only to pause as he sounded like an adult. As Hadrian looked at himself, he realized that the goo was more than what he believed it to be. Despite him appearing older, Hadrian knew that the suit was not making him older. He felt like he was in a power armor, piloting it while the suit did everything else. Okay, I want to go back to my regular clothes, Hadrian thought, and watched in awe as the suit began to become smaller and returned back into his regular clothes. Now that is cool, Hadrian says in excitement. Hadrian took a deep breath as he found himself in his vigilante outfit, classic Spider-Man black suit, standing on top of a rooftop as the stars shined in the night sky. A week has passed, and money has begun to run low. Spending time in the suit, Hadrian learned that while wearing it, he was stronger, faster, more agile, and he gained multiple other abilities. For starters, he can make webbing like the man in the red and blue suit did, but instead of regular webbing, Hadrian's webbing was black. Hadrian could also stick to walls and have what he called a spider sense. It was the same thing that caused Hadrian's senses to scream and for him to see the gun in Vernon's jacket. So with a few days of practice, Hadrian was ready for his first day of being a vigilante. With a deep breath, Hadrian let himself fall off of the rooftop. Hadrian's heart raced as he raised his hand up and shot web from his wrists like the man in the red and blue suit did. Hadrian saw the black web shoot from his wrist and attach itself to the building. Hadrian laughed as he began to swing. Releasing the web, Hadrian flew into the air before he fired another web to a building. The black web attached to the building, and Hadrian swung once more. Ha! What? Hadrian cheered. His voice altered, making him appear and sound as an adult man. Hadrian laughed as he swung from building to building. He was free. He was actually free. No more Dursleys, no more beatings. He was free to choose who he wanted to be. As the night progressed, Hadrian began to swing with confidence, occasionally running on the side of the building and occasionally 360 spins. But he wasn't confident enough to do backflips, let alone any flips yet. No, please. The voice of a woman begged before a slap echoed throughout the area. Hadrian paused and attached himself to a wall, watching what was happening. Give me the money. A man in a mask growled as he held a gun in his hand. Please, I have kids. The woman begged as the man held her at gunpoint. Give me the money. The man snapped, pointing the gun at her. Without hesitation, Hadrian shot a web at the man and pulled him up off the ground before webbing him against the wall, several stories above ground. Hadrian looked at the woman and dropped down, landing gracefully before standing up. Are you okay? Hadrian asks, his voice still altered to appear as an adult. The woman stared at Hadrian in shock. She was a beautiful woman with graceful blonde hair and a shapely body. Thank you, the woman says with a bright smile. No problem. Head on home, Hadrian says as he prepared to leave. Wait, the woman yelled, and Hadrian looked back only to feel her lips on his cheek. Thank you, she says before running off. Hadrian stood there in shock, before slowly touching the cheek that she kissed. Thump! Hadrian looked at the ground to see several wallets. Looking up, Hadrian saw that they originated from the man from above, looking through the wallets to find that the man had stolen a total of $1,623.25. Taking $400, Hadrian wondered how he was going to hide the money. Just then the suit engulfed the money in its goo and took it into the suit, shocking Hadrian. So the suit can store the money. That's good. Don't want people to know that I take from those I stop, Hadrian thought, as he put the wallets on the wall before trapping them in his web. The rest of the night, Hadrian swung around only to find no crime to handle. Hadrian sighed as he sat atop a rooftop, watching as night began to end. Hadrian then noticed a warehouse not too far from him. Jumping off the rooftop, Hadrian began to swing towards the warehouse. Landing on the outside of the warehouse, Hadrian began to crawl towards the window and looked inside to see that it was completely abandoned. Cobwebs covering the corners, dust covering the area. Despite those minor things, it was a perfect place for Hadrian. A rooftop over his head sounded perfect. Entering the warehouse, Hadrian looked around. In the warehouse, there were 2 floors. The first is where it seemed the majority of the items were kept, while on the second story, there was an office and extra storage area. In the office was an old but still functioning cushioned chair, as well as a wooden desk. This is probably the best place to stay for the moment, Hadrian thought, as the symbiote began to return back to its previous outfit. With a yawn, Hadrian sat on the chair and pushed the chair back, allowing Hadrian to lay back comfortably. It has been a month since Hadrian started fighting as a vigilante. With the money Hadrian took, he found himself when taking out criminals gave him the ability to eat whatever he wanted, allowing Hadrian to start to recover from the malnutrition due to the Dursleys, and with running around fighting crime, Hadrian also started to become a lot healthier and fitter. Hadrian sat outside, eating his food. It's starting to become colder as winter began to approach, but thanks to the goo, which Hadrian learned was called a symbiote, help kept him warm. Thanks to that, Hadrian didn't have to worry about getting clothes for the winter. During his time crime fighting, Hadrian discovered that the longer he had the suit, the more powerful he could become. Now, with the ability to use a symbiote tendril to pull criminals towards him, made it easier should any criminals use a hostage. Fighting was starting to become easier with both experience and increase in power. After getting used to the power increase that the suit provides, Hadrian was finally able to hold back enough power to not kill any criminals on a single hit. Figuring out my increased strength while wearing the suit was not fun, Hadrian thought, annoyed. Flashback. Okay, let's do this, Hadrian says to himself as he puts his hand on the wall while wearing the suit. Hadrian watched as his hand stuck to the wall, and with that he slowly pulled himself up, placing another hand above his head. Soon Hadrian began climbing up the wall. This is awesome, Hadrian cheers as he climbs around like a spider. As Hadrian continued to crawl around, he eventually hopped back down and got ready to head out for his first night of crime fighting. Heading towards the door, Hadrian grasped the handle and turned. Dink, the handle snapped. That's not supposed to happen, Hadrian says to himself as he looks at the handle. Looks like I have to learn how to hold back, Hadrian thought to himself, staring at the handle that was once attached to the door. Now having to learn how to hold back his physical strength pushed back his first night in crime fighting. Flashback end. And I had to be careful even after starting my first night. Couldn't punch anyone due to my lack of control, so I just webbed them, Hadrian thought as he threw his trash into the bin. Hadrian walked on the sidewalk, his mind occupied by thoughts on how to pass the time until nightfall. Stark Industries have been continuing its legend as the #1 weapons company in the world, with Tony Stark being commonly referred to as the Merchant of Death. The American military has once more purchased more advanced weapons to further support America in its mission for world peace. The TV in a nearby store was on the news channel as a man in a tuxedo was informing the viewers on whatever Stark Industries were doing. World peace? BFF. As if Hadrian thought, shaking his head. The world is a cruel place. If you have what it takes, then you can survive. If not, oh well, Hadrian thought, disgusted by how the world worked. It's always about chance, which is soon followed by ambition, willpower, and cunning. If you have shit chance, then your journey might end before it even begins. Poor family? Well, you're going to have very little education, making it harder to get a good paying job. Have a rich family that owns a multi-billion-dollar company? Well, you're going to have the time of your fucking life. Life always starts with chance, and it's what you do with what you got that determines your strength, Hadrian thought to himself as he made it back to the abandoned warehouse. His home. The journey before him will be long and difficult, But he is ready. Chapter 2 of Family. Swinging in the darkness of night, Hadrian was celebrating his 6th birthday by crime fighting. With all the fighting and eating more to have the energy to fight, the malnutrition caused by the Dursleys was now a thing of the past. With the swinging, jumping, running, and fighting, muscles slowly started to form on Hadrian's body. Not enough to be visible, but if looked at closely, you can see signs of it beginning to grow. Hadrian growled as he found himself searching for a lead on the children's fighting ring. Kids who were taken off the street and forced into matches for the amusement of sick bastards. Get a move on. We need to get moving. A voice orders and Hadrian looked to see a group of men entering an abandoned school building, which is several stories high. Interesting. Wonder what they are doing, Hadrian thought to himself as he swung towards the school. Crawling on the ceiling, Hadrian slowly follows the men as they traverse the school. What are we even doing here? The first thug asks, annoyance laced in his tone. Would you shut up? The leader hisses angrily. There's no one even here, man. Chill out and explain what's going on, the second thug asks, annoyed. Fine. The leader snapped. The boss wants us to collect a shipment that was left here by one of his contractors, the leader answered. Okay. Geez, no need cranky. The second thug says, taken aback by his leader's anger. Bet he's cranky because he lost a bet on one of the fights with. What was that kid's name again? The third and last thug asks. I believe his name was Red. Weird name, but whatever, the first thug shrugs. Yeah, Red, despite being a kid, he is a beast when he fights, the first thug says, awe in his voice. Shut it. The leader snapped as he continued to head deeper into the school. Kid fights? They must have some involvement with the children fighting rings, Hadrian thought with a growing smirk. Looking at the group, Hadrian crawled above the fourth thug, who was at the far back of the group. Dropping down, Hadrian covered the thug's mouth with his hand and pulled him up towards the ceiling, where Hadrian covered him in black web, leaving him stuck to the ceiling. All of this in the span of a few seconds, too fast for any of the group to hear, let alone see. While the group, now a trio, remain unaware of their missing member, they eventually reach their destination on the 3rd story of the building. What is it? The second thug asks, confused. We are supposed to retrieve it, not investigate it. The leader snapped. In front of them was a metal large box with a large lock on the top. Let's get this over with, the first thug sighed as he made his way towards the box with the second thug beside him. Good. Now I need all 3 of you to dash. The leader paused as he looked back. The third thug missing. Where the hell is John? The leader exclaimed. From above, Hadrian dropped down between the first and second thug before grabbing both their heads and slamming it against each other. Hearing the sound of bodies hit the ground, the leader turned around to see Hadrian in his black suit. Who are you? The leader stuttered, Hadrian's appearance scaring the leader. I am someone you should fear, Hadrian says, his voice deeper and more mature due to the symbiote's influence. But who I am shouldn't be what you should be worrying about, Hadrian says as he lunged towards the leader, Hadrian's hand grasping the leader's neck. Smash! Hadrian slammed the leader against the glass, causing it to break, the shards flying out and landing on the ground below. The leader now found himself dangling from the outside of the school building, with Hadrian's hand strangling him. What? Do? Why you? Want? The leader struggled to speak out as his entire body was held outside of the school building. Where is the children's fighting ring? Hadrian demanded, his voice altered, making him seem like an adult. I don't know. What you are talking about? The leader says, only to choke when Hadrian tightened his grip on the leader's neck. Don't lie to me, Hadrian snarled, his mask's eyes narrowing in anger. I don't know anything. The leader struggled to speak. Then I guess you are of no use to me then, Hadrian stated as he began to loosen his grip on the leader's neck. Panic began to overwhelm the leader, and it was only a matter of time before he croaked. Oh, okay. I'll tell you. Just please pull me back in. The leader begged. Tell me, or my grip might just slip, Hadrian replied, releasing his grip on the leader before grabbing him by the collar as he began to fall. Okay. The children's fighting ring is at 12th Avenue Park. This is a place I just came up with, so I think it means anything. If I find out you're lying, then I will come back, Hadrian growled as he pulled the leader back in before webbing him up to the wall. And with Hadrian's attention on saving the captured kids, Hadrian jumped out the window, completely forgetting about the box that was left behind. Hadrian released his grip on his web at the end of his swing and landed on the side of the building and stuck himself to it. In front of Hadrian was an abandoned apartment complex, but Hadrian noticed that there were several people sneaking into the complex. So without any further thought, Hadrian shot his web, which attached itself to the complex, and he swung towards the complex. Once sticking to the wall, Hadrian began to crawl down the building, following after the suspicious individuals. Bingo, Hadrian thought with a smirk as he found himself crawling on the ceiling of an underground tunnel, the dim light leaving Hadrian in the darkness, hidden from those who handle the illegal children fighting ring. The walls were made of stone, and floors covered in dirty and stained carpet, signs of lack of care from both the owners and the people gamble. Just what kind of people come here? Is it criminals or those higher up in the society circle? Hadrian thought to himself as he crawled. Soon Hadrian heard the sound of people cheering. As they began to get louder, light began to shine at the end of the tunnel. Upon reaching the end of the tunnel, Hadrian noticed that the ceiling was a lot higher than the tunnel, causing him to climb up the wall before reaching the ceiling. Looking around, Hadrian saw that in the center of the room was a pit where a pair of kids could be seen fighting. Hadrian clenched his fists as he saw the bastards cheer, as both kids were forced to fight each other until one of them was unconscious or too weak to fight. Bastards, Hadrian thought with a scowl on his face, as his mask's white eyes narrowed in anger. Venom, or the symbiote, spent the last year with Hadrian, and Venom will admit that it was the best year of its life. The fighting, the adrenaline, and watching Hadrian grow made it feel proud, like an older brother helping their sibling achieve something incredible. But Venom watched as Hadrian began to follow criminal after criminal, searching for the ones responsible for the children's fighting ring. But what fascinated Venom was that Hadrian could control the anger that it naturally brought out, and he directed it towards the right people. Unlike Peter, Venom and many others of its kind had many ways to keep themselves fed. Brains was one, or chocolate, but strong emotions was another, such as love, excitement, and anger. And Hadrian had much anger to enjoy. Hadrian used the anger he had against the criminals. Knowing how to hold back was what surprised Venom. Peter was the best host before Hadrian came along. He was selfless even when he was suffering because of those bastards. Ditkovich, that annoying idiot that would not stop asking about rent, and Jameson. And yet Peter has never killed, never stolen. But Hadrian, on the other hand, he killed his own family. Granted, they were bastards, but still. Hadrian stole from criminals, yes, but he still stole. But something that confused Venom greatly was that Peter was unable to handle the aggression that it naturally brought out, while Hadrian was barely affected. Sure, Hadrian had his moments of shit moods, but nevertheless, he was able to control that anger. Peter was basically the perfect naive hero. He never killed despite what some of the criminals have done. He never took from criminals to help himself. He was pure-hearted. And yet Peter couldn't handle the anger. But Hadrian, on the other hand, was nearly Peter's opposite. He killed the worst of the worst, such as his relatives, rapists and child rapists and molesters. Hadrian stole from criminals with the goal to keep himself fed and strong, so that he can keep on fighting the worst of the worst. But unlike Peter, Hadrian could handle that anger, control it, direct it, but never too far unless they deserve it. It honestly confused Venom. But in Venom's eyes, Hadrian was the perfect host, even more than Peter ever was. In a dark room, 3 large cells can be found. Each one contained many individuals, but these individuals were not deserving of their current placement. They were children, and these cells were children. All of the children in these cells were forced into the children's fighting ring against their will, taken off of the streets, or bought off by drug or alcohol-addicted parents/relatives in exchange for money. But one child in particular sat in the corner. His hair was jet black, and his eyes were blood red. This child had no name and was called Red by everyone he knew. Red sighed as he looked at the bars of his cell. The kids around him either resting/recovering or just talking to each other. Standing up, Red walked towards the bars of his cell and looked at the cell next to his. Violet, Red softly called out. Inside the other cell was a beautiful black-haired girl with beautiful violet eyes. She is the twin sister of Red. Hearing her brother, Violet moved towards the bars of her cell and saw her brother. Hey, Violet greeted with a sad smile. Are you okay? Red asks, worry etched in his voice. I think so, Violet answers, fear in her voice. We'll get out of this. I know it, Red stated confidently. I hope so, brother. I hope so, Violet replies with tears forming in her eyes. In Violet's cell was many other girls, unlike her brother. Violet was not forced into fights, but prepared to be sold off as a sex slave upon reaching the age of 15. watching as girls are taken away, never to be seen again, to new girls being put in her cell. Violet was afraid of her future. Hee. Look what we have here, a male voice causing all the children to look over to see a pair of guards enter the room. Yeah, they think they can escape. The other guard chuckles darkly, seeing Red comfort his twin. It's so cute. They hold hope that they will be free. The first guard taunted, with a laugh after his taunt, amused by the children's suffering. Thud! A dark figure lands behind both guards, falling from the ceiling, surprising both the guards and the children. Just as the guards turn around, dark blades pierce through their chests before they are lifted off of the ground. Attempting to grasp the blade that pierced their chests, the guards stare at the figure with horror, before they become limp and their eyes dulled as the life drained out of them. The children shook with fear as the figure threw the guards off of its blades before looking directly at them. As the figure walked towards the cells, Red stared at the figure as they stepped into the light. The figure was a man in a black skin-tight suit with a giant white spider symbol on his chest. Jesus, how many of you are there? The man in the spider costume says to himself, shock in his voice. Are you here to save us? Violet asks, hopeful, at the bars of her cell. The man kneels and looks at Violet. Yeah, I'm here to get you all out of here. But first I need to kill all the bastards here before I can free you. The man states with a slight growl at the end. We can help you, Red states firmly. The man sighs and looks at Red. I can't have you fighting grown men. I'm sure you're used to fighting kids your own age, but I can't have you fighting grown adults. Relax, and when it's clear, I'll let you all out. The man states as he stood up. Wait! Another voice calls out. It was a girl with blonde hair and sapphire blue eyes. To everyone, she is known as Sapphire. Original, I know, but it's the same with me, and Violet Red thought to himself. Yes. The man asks, his white eyes narrowing slightly. What's your name? Sapphire asks with a slight head tilt. The man chuckles. Call me Spider-Man. Spider-Man introduced himself before he turned around and pointed his hand towards the door, and a black web shot from his wrist, attaching itself to the door, and Spider-Man pulled himself towards the door before kicking it, completely obliterating it with a single kick. Those were steel doors, Red thought, in complete shock. Hadrian growled angrily as he ran into several more guards. He had spent the last 5 minutes going through the complex, killing guards left and right. Hadrian's senses screamed, all of it directed towards the guns in the guards' hands. As the bullets flew towards Hadrian, the world around him began to slow down. And with superhuman speed and agility, Hadrian dodged and flipped over the bullets before landing on all fours. The guards stared at Hadrian in shock and ejected their magazines and attempted to reload as fast as they could. With narrowed eyes, several tendrils sprouted from Hadrian's suit, grappling all the guards before they were pulled towards him. Hadrian jumped in the air, kicking all of them in the face before using the tendrils to slam them into the ground, killing them from the force. Hey, and if you recognize what move that is, then I fucking respect you. Because I'm going to use a lot of those moves from the game as Hadrian gets older. As Hadrian looked around him, he couldn't help but smirk darkly as he focused his senses, which Hadrian had dubbed Spider Sense, to locate any living guards. Hadrian was able to locate only one guard still alive, and so making his way towards the guard, Hadrian grasped the man's collar, bringing him face to mask with him. Your boss. Who is he and where is he? Hadrian growled as his eyes narrowed. His name is Bill Cosby, and he is off to plow your mother, the guard retorted, spitting blood on Hadrian's mask. Hadrian pulled the man's collar, forcing his head up, only for it to hit the ground as Hadrian smashed his fist into the guard's face. I won't repeat myself. Who is your boss, and where is he? Hadrian demanded. Only boss Amy is me, the guard stated, only for another fist to strike his face. You want teeth? I want answers. Hadrian roared, punching the guard in the face once more. That was a reference. If you know where it's from, you're a legend. I always love that line. What makes you think I will tell a lunatic like you? Running around in a spandex, the guard asks, laughing at the end. Hadrian snarled and he raised his hand, and the symbiote created a blade. I will cut you up piece by piece until I get what I want, Hadrian growled, bringing the blade towards a man's eye. Okay. I will tell you. The man screams out in fear as the blade was just millimeters from his eye. Who are you working for? Hadrian growled. Malfoy. I am working for Braxton Malfoy, the guard answers fearfully. With a huff, the blade returned back to the suit, but immediately after, Hadrian punched the man in the face, so hard that his skull caved in, killing him immediately. Hadrian smiled as he watched all of the kids he freed run around the streets, laughing and cheering. "Thank you so much, Mr. Spider-Man," one of the kids says with a bright smile. "Don't worry about it. Just make the most of your life," Hadrian says with a smile. The kid nods their head excitedly before running off, joining up with their friends. As the children began to leave, Hadrian noticed 4 children that had refused to leave. "You for all right?" Hadrian asks, worried. "Yeah, we're fine, thank you," Red says with a smile as he comforts his sister, Violet. "That's good to hear. Just find the police station, and I'm sure they will find you a new home." "Best of luck to you," 4-inch Hadrian says as he begins to leave. "Wait!" Violet yells, causing Hadrian to pause and turn to Violet. "What's wrong?" Hadrian asks, worried. "You can't leave. Please don't leave us," Violet begged, causing Hadrian to sigh. "Look, I'm sorry, but my life is incredibly dangerous, and I can't have you be involved. It's just too dangerous. Goodbye," Hadrian states as he shoots a web at one of the buildings which attaches itself onto a window and pulls himself up into the air. "You can't!" Violet screams, and a wave of energy explodes from her, destroying all the windows and causing the window that Hadrian was swinging on the brake, causing Hadrian to fall onto the ground. Rolling to avoid hurting himself, Hadrian turned to look at the kids. His mask's eyes widened, displaying his shock. "Spider-Man, we know your life is dangerous, but we all have this weird ability. We can't really control it yet, but we can help you," the 4th child, a male with dirty blonde hair and gray eyes, says with determination in his eyes. Hadrian sighs and stands up. "My life is a lot rougher than you think," Hadrian warns them. "We can handle a tough life," Red states firmly. "Very well, but you will not be joining me on patrol. That's a me thing," Hadrian states firmly. "As long as we can help, I'm fine with that," Sapphire says with a bright smile. "Very well," Hadrian says, knowing that arguing with them would be no point. "Okay. Well, I'm Red." Red introduces himself. "Black hair, red eyes." "I'm Violet." "I'm Red's sister." Violet introduces himself. "Black hair, violet eyes." "I'm Sapphire." Sapphire introduces herself. "Blonde hair, sapphire eyes." "And I'm Sebastian." Sebastian introduces himself. "Dirty blonde hair, gray eyes." Hadrian sighs, and his suit slowly begins to return to its original jacket and pants. All 4 children watch in shock as Spider-Man was revealed to be a kid their age. "I'm Hadrian. Nice to meet you," Hadrian greets with a smirk. All 4 children stare at Hadrian in silence. "What?" The 4 scream in shock as they realize that the adult that had saved them was in fact a kid their age. HPDBZ. Shadowed Scion. Prologue. In a large medieval-style castle, a young boy with black messy hair and emerald green eyes can be seen sitting on top of the roof with dark clouds overhead and rain falling down, pattering against the rooftop. This young boy is Hadrian Potter, the 4th child of James and Lily Potter. His eldest sibling is Joshua Potter, who is 3 years older than him and is a prodigy in Quidditch and Transfiguration. He has messy red hair and brown eyes while also wearing glasses like their father. Then there were his twin sisters, Violet and Rose, who are 2 years older than he is. Violet and Rose are both incredibly intelligent and are able to understand magical theory incredibly well, but are prodigies in runes and arithmancy. They both have black hair with natural red highlights and brown eyes mixed with green. While Violet wears glasses, Rose, on the other hand, does not. Then came Hadrian's twin sister Lucy, who is a minute younger than he is. She is the girl who lived and is the savior of the wizarding world. Lucy has long black hair and emerald green eyes which glowed with power. Just like him, she does not need glasses. His family was filled with prodigies while Hadrian had nothing. He wasn't good at Quidditch, he wasn't good at flying, he wasn't a prodigy in magic, and he wasn't the savior of the wizarding world. He was just normal. It seems like Hadrian is nothing but an average kid with nothing special about him in a family filled with legends ready to forge their destinies, while Hadrian will forever remain in their shadows, never to see the light in something that doesn't involve his siblings. Hadrian sighs and looks up at the clouds as the rain continues to pour. Soon Hadrian has had enough of the rain and darkness and enters the castle through the open window to his room at the top floor of the castle where his room was located. After drying himself off, Hadrian heads towards the attic and finds a particular portrait before him. "Hello, Godric," Hadrian greets with a smile. "Oh, Hadrian, what time is it?" Godric yawns, looking at the young boy. It's 7 p.m., Godric, Hadrian answers with a smirk on his face. Is that so? Hmm. Well, what can I do for you? Godric asks, curious. Not much, I'm just curious about our ancestry. After all, there is no one else to talk to. Hadrian answers, causing Godric to sigh saddened. I can't tell you much about it since there are many secrets that was kept in the dark, and only specific people can learn this secret. Godric sighs. I see. And my family? Hadrian asks with slight distaste. Same with them. No Potter has the requirements, and sadly, I don't think they ever will. Godric sighs saddened, and Hadrian nods. I see. It must be special then, huh? Hadrian asks with a sad smile. Incredibly, and I truly wish you were able to learn of the legend that your ancestors have forged. You deserve so much, and yet gain so little. Godric replies. Sadness in his eyes. See you around, Godric. Hadrian waves off as he leaves the attic. Heading downstairs, Hadrian sees his siblings laughing with his parents. Sirius, Remus, his grandparents, and Sirius' wife, who goes by the name of Cecilia. Sitting on Cecilia's lap was Sirius and Cecilia's daughter Elizabeth, who is the same age as Hadrian and his twin sister. Cecilia is a beautiful French villa with beautiful white hair and ocean blue eyes, while Elizabeth has beautiful long snow-white hair sprouting from her head and beautiful ocean blue eyes like her mother. Hadrian's grandparents Fleamont and Dorio Potter smiled at their youngest grandchildren as they messed around, completely unaware that their youngest grandson was staring at the scene with a feeling of emptiness, heartbreak, and hopelessness. Hadrian shakes his head and heads back upstairs to head to bed to end this tiring day. Hadrian lies on his bed as his heart pleads for comfort, only for sleep to take over, with the only comfort being his warm bed. The Potter family laughed, unaware of the youngest male Potter leaving. So what will you do when you get there? Sirius asks James, curiosity in his voice. We will probably just go see the sights. What do you think? James asks, turning to his children. I can't wait to go. I hear that they have the best beaches, Joshua says excitedly. But you're looking forward to seeing all those scantily clad women, Sirius asks with a smug grin, only for Cecilia to elbow Sirius, ignoring his. Why, and he's right, Josh. They got some really good-looking wom dash, James was saying before being cut off. Smack. Lily slapped James with a scowl on her face. My son will not be a playboy, no matter how much you want him to be, Lily exclaimed angrily. The family laughed, enjoying James' scolding while a single individual watched the scene with worry in their eyes. The individual disappears with a pop and appears in the attic, in front of Godric Gryffindor's portrait. Ah, Nisty, how can I help you? Godric Gryffindor asks, curious. The individual steps forward, revealing themselves to be the Potter house elf, Nisty. Master Potter and Mrs. Potter plan to leave, forgetting about young Master Harry. Nisty says with tears in her eyes. Godric sighed and shook his head, disappointed in his descendants. Have you tried reminding them about Harry? Godric asks. Nisty nodded her head as tears slid down her face. Master and Mrs. Potter continued to ignore me, claiming that they were not forgetting young Master Harry. Nisty says, upset. Godric clenches his fist as he wishes he could be there in front of the Potter family and berate them on their treatment of Hadrian. I hope it comes back to bite them, Godric thought bitterly. How long till they leave? Godric asks, worried. Nisty looks down, sadness in her eyes. Waking up the next morning, Hadrian groans and rolls his shoulder, working the kinks out, but soon felt something hit his arm. Turning around, Hadrian's eyes widen in shock when seeing a monkey tail swinging behind him. What the fuck? Hadrian swore for the first time in his life. This is so not good, Hadrian thought as he dashed out of his room and went into the attic. Godric. Hadrian aggressively whispers, What? Godric asks, yawning as he opens his eyes only to stare at Hadrian in shock. Hadrian's once messy black hair became spiky with a single bang of hair in front of his face, Gogeta's hair, and a monkey tail swinging behind him. Oh my God, you actually have it! Godric exclaims as he jumps around in his portrait, excitedly. Godric, what are you talking about? Hadrian whispers angrily, trying not to wake up the Potters. Don't you get it, Hadrian? You can now learn about your ancestry, Godric states happily. Is that why I have a bloody monkey tail behind me? Hadrian asks angrily. Yep, your ancestor is an alien known as a scion, a warrior race that thrives in fighting. Scions, while they fight, grow stronger as they fight more powerful opponents. But they also have a form known as the Oozuru, which is a giant ape and multiplies your power by 10, but they typically go on a rampage until they gain control over the form. But when surviving near death, they get a considerable power increase. So that is something you also need to know, Godric explains excitedly. Anything else I need to? No. Hadrian asks, annoyed. Yep, I think it best that you spend the next 8 months training away from here, Godric states, confusing. Hadrian, okay, my family may be dicks, but they will know when I'm not here for 8 months. Hadrian says, annoyed. Godric sighed and shook his head, disappointment in his eyes. No, they left and went on a vacation at around midnight. Godric says, and Hadrian froze, his eyes wide with shock before it narrowed with anger, and his hands clenched tightly. And why for so long? Hadrian asks, annoyed. Godric took a deep breath and answered, they wanted to travel around the world to see the sights. Both Muggle and magical, Godric answers. And let me guess, I wasn't important enough to bring along? Hadrian asks, angrily. Godric looks away, unable to look at Hadrian before answering. No, they forgot about you, Godric answers, still looking away. At that moment, the ground beneath Hadrian cracks from his power as it increases as rage burns within Hadrian. It's my 5th fucking birthday today, and they leave for a vacation because I am so unimportant that they forgot about me? Hadrian thought with rage burning within him. The rage curdled inside, his eyes burning with anger and hatred. They want to leave for months on end? Then so will I, Hadrian growled. I'll go, and I will try to be back in 8 months, Hadrian says as he leaves the attic. Godric watches as Hadrian turns his back to the portrait and walks out, with the door closing behind him. Godric sighs as he stares at the closed door with sadness in his eyes. I hope you can find a family that values you and cares for you as a family, should have Godric thought, saddened. Hadrian spent the first week in the wilderness, learning how to survive. He learned how to hunt and make a fire, as well as how to properly roast his food over it after many failed attempts at cooking. While relaxing after enjoying his meal, Hadrian stared into the night sky. Looking closer, Hadrian noticed that the moon was full and shining proudly across the night sky. Hadrian's body then goes stiff, and his heart begins to pump rapidly and power courses throughout his entire body. Hadrian's breathing begins to become faster and heavier. He feels his body growing in fur. Where Hadrian once was now a giant ape. Roar! The ape roared. It began to stomp on the ground and smash trees. The ape's rampage continued in the forest, thankfully away from civilization. While the ape continues its rampage, Hadrian floats in the darkness of his mind, with the darkness comforting him and without a worry in the world. What's going on? Why am I here? Why do I feel so tired? Hadrian wondered as he slept in the world of darkness. I remember Godric saying about my Oozuru form. Is that what happened? Didn't he say the ape would go on a rampage? Nah, I'm probably just overthinking things, Hadrian thought as he continues to float within the world of darkness as the darkness comforted him, the desire to sleep overwhelming him. As the ape continues its rampage, Hadrian remains asleep inside. If the ape is in control, it will destroy everything in its path. Hadrian hears Godric's voice in the darkness, warning him. Godric? How are you here? Hadrian thought, confused. This isn't the Godric that you talked to that was in the portrait. I am the one in what you would call heaven. I am proud of you with how you handled the neglect from your so-called family, and I'm grateful I had that portrait made, but you need to wake up and take control. You can do this, Godric says with a soft tone. How? How can I do this? My parents don't care about me. My siblings are prodigies, and they do everything better than I can. So what do I have? Hadrian asks, despair clouding his mind. You are a scion, Harry. You are a fighter. Your Oozuru form is out of control. It is controlling you. So get up and fight back. Godric's voice echoed in Hadrian's mind. Fight back. Godric's voice roared. Hadrian's eyes then snap open, and he finds himself floating in a world of darkness. The roars of his Oozuru form echoes through the dark world around him, causing Hadrian to snarl at his lack of control. Fight back, Hadrian thought, as determination filled his being. Come on. I'm the one in control, not you. Hadrian commanded. Hadrian felt the world around him shake, and he saw a bit of light before it darkened again. This is my body, and you will not control it. Hadrian commanded as the world brightens, once more revealing the world before him, but soon darkens again. Damn it, you will not control me. This is my body, and I will do what I wish, not you. Hadrian orders as the world returns. revealing everything around him. Hadrian then felt a pull which sucked him back into the world. Hadrian moved his left hand and saw the giant move its left. Rolling his shoulder, the giant did so. Looks like I'm in control, Hadrian thought as he tested the motor function of his giant ape form, not much different from my more human body. Hadrian thought internally, chuckling. Hadrian spent the next few minutes adapting to his larger form without losing control to the monster within. The next morning, Hadrian continued to head through the wilderness. I feel like I'm stronger, Hadrian thought, confused. When looking, he noticed his muscles became slightly more defined. Odd. Maybe me getting control of that giant ape made me stronger, Hadrian thought as he continued his journey. As the day slowly turned to night, Hadrian made a camp and cooked his meal for the day. After eating his meal, Hadrian laid on the ground and closed his eyes. While relaxing, Hadrian heard footsteps. Quickly turning in the direction of the footsteps, Hadrian sees a buff man with black hair that defies gravity and a bright smile in an orange YEA. Hey, you alright? You seem alone. The man says. Hadrian looked at the man. He had unnaturally spiky just like his own. Wasn't that a shock, Hadrian thought to himself as he remembered seeing his hair upon looking at the water's reflection at a nearby lake. But as Hadrian looked at the man, he noticed that the man had not even an ounce of hostility towards him. Perhaps he is just curious, Hadrian thought before nodding his head, confirming that he was indeed alone. I see. I'm Goku. If you want, you can come to my place. I'm certain Chi-Chi and Gohan wouldn't mind, Goku says, smiling at me. Should I? I mean, he's just some random guy in the woods, Hadrian thought. Worried, trust him. He has no bad intentions, Godric informs Hadrian. I thought you were in heaven and it was a one-time thing? Hadrian telepathically asks with confusion in his eyes. It would have been, but this choice is the most important choice you will ever make. Say yes. Trust me, Godric informs me. Hadrian sighs slightly. Hadrian then notices Goku waiting patiently for my decision with a smile on his face. Are you sure I wouldn't be a bother? Hadrian asks, worried. Nope, I'm certain Gohan would like to talk to someone his age. His nearly 5-inch, Goku says cheerfully. Okay. Hadrian says, slightly embarrassed. I guess I'm slightly older than his son, Hadrian thought to himself. Well, come on then, Goku says, grabbing Hadrian, surprising the young scion and putting him on his shoulders. Flying Nimbus, Goku calls out. Soon a cloud flies towards them, and Goku sits on it before flying off. Why am I on his shoulders? Hadrian internally screamed. I doubt you would be comfortable sitting in my lap, Goku says, as if reading Hadrian's mind. Hadrian paused before reluctantly nodding his head. That would be a bad idea, Hadrian thought, as they flew through the clouds. Chapter 1. Key training. Upon arriving at Goku's house, Hadrian notices that it was located within the wilderness with no nearby cities for miles. Interesting location, Hadrian thought of himself. It's not anything special, but it'll be comfortable and will feel like home, Goku says as they land. Hey Dad, a young boy with a monkey tail like Hadrian's, calls out, running out of the house with a bright smile on his face. Hey Gohan. Why aren't you asleep? Goku asks cheekily. Gohan gets embarrassed and looks down as he shuffles his feet shyly. I just thought since you left something was happening, Gohan says, embarrassed. Gohan, say hello to... What's your name? Goku asks, looking up at Hadrian. Hadrian, he answers, looking at Goku. It sounds tricky for other people, so I'm calling you Harry. Gohan, meet Harry, Goku says, introducing the two. Nice to meet you, Gohan says nervously. Hello. Hadrian greeted shyly. Goku, what's going on? A feminine voice asks, exiting the house. Hey Chi-Chi, meet Harry, Goku says, pointing to Hadrian, who is still on his back. It's Hadrian, but fine. Hadrian answers calmly. Chi-Chi stared at Hadrian in shock before turning to Goku with a horrified expression on her face. Goku, why did you kidnap a child? Chi-Chi exclaims, worried. I didn't kidnap him. He was in a forest alone, Goku says quickly. Chi calms down and walks towards Goku and Hadrian. Why were you alone? Chi-Chi asks softly, like a mother would, picking Hadrian up, removing him from Goku's shoulders. I was forgotten by my parents because my siblings were far more special than me, and they spent more time with them. So I ran away, Hadrian explained. Why the hell am I telling her this? Hadrian internally screamed in both confusion and shock. Oh, you poor baby, Chi-Chi says, hugging Hadrian, surprising the young boy. Will he be my brother? Gohan asks, tilting his head to the side. Hey, look, he has a tail, Goku says excitedly. Chi-Chi looks at Goku oddly before noticing Hadrian's tail. He's like me, Gohan says, shocked. Yep, I had a tail. When I was younger as well, Goku says, smiling brightly. Did your parents have a tail? Chi-Chi asks Hadrian. Hadrian shakes his head and look at both Goku and Gohan. No, they didn't. My siblings don't either, Hadrian answers. So what will we do? His parents obviously will know he's missing. Chi-Chi asks, worried. They went on missing until 8 months. Hadrian answers, much to the family confusion. How come? Chi-Chi asks, worried, and a hint of worry in her voice. Because my family is on a vacation that will last for around 8 months, and they forgot about me, leaving me alone in our empty home. Hadrian answers, and everyone stares at him in shock. Are you saying that they just got up and left you? Chi-Chi asks with rage burning inside her. Yeah, so they will be gone for 8 months, and I will make sure to return before then, so they don't cause me any problems, Hadrian replies. Hey, maybe I can train him, Goku says excitedly. No, he will be a scholar, Chi-Chi says defiantly. I'd rather prefer fighting. Hadrian says calmly. Chi-Chi looks at Hadrian with worry. Are you sure? Chi-Chi asks, worry etched in her voice. Yeah, I could go to competitions and become famous, which would make my parents regret neglecting me. Hadrian explains with a smirk on his little face. Chi-Chi stares at Hadrian in shock as she thought over Hadrian's career choice. The memory of Goku marrying her came to Chi-Chi's mind. That was also when they were competing in the World Martial Arts Tournament, which Goku won and earned a few 100,000 zeni money. Yes, that's a good idea. Goku, you will train Hadrian. But Gohan will still be a scholar, Chi-Chi insisted. Goku nods his head before looking at Gohan. Do you want to be a scholar, or do you want to fight? Goku asks, ignoring Chi-Chi's protests. I would rather be a scholar. Fighting sounds scary, Gohan says, shifting nervously. Chi-Chi smiles proudly and turns to Goku. Okay, Goku. You will train Harry while Gohan studies to be a scholar, Chi-Chi states happily. Goku smiles happily. He finally can teach someone how to fight. I hope that Gohan will want to learn, but if he wants to be a scholar, who am I to stop him? Goku thought before getting even more excited when he looks at Hadrian. What? Goku cheers with an excited smile. You hear that, Harry? I get to train you, Goku says excitedly, causing Chi-Chi and Gohan to giggle, amused by their husband/father's antics, while Hadrian chuckles. Hadrian was given the spare room to sleep in for the length of his stay, however long that was. I wonder if I will still stay here after the 8 months? Hadrian thought to himself as he laid in his bed. His eyes slowly began to close, and he fell asleep. Dream sequence start. Trees as far as the eyes can see, large as skyscrapers, were littered across the land. Large pieces of rock floating in the sky as large winged creatures flew high in the sky. A giant plane, advanced beyond the current time, flew over the tree as it went south before disappearing off in the distant dream. Sequence end. Hadrian snap open, and he takes a deep breath. What was that? Hadrian wondered as he looked outside his window to see the moon slowly beginning to disappear across the horizon. The next morning, Hadrian entered the living room to see Goku, who was jumping around excitedly at the prospect of a new person for him to spar against. Sitting at the front of the house, both Hadrian and Goku sat cross-legged where Chi-Chi can be seen cooking dinner through the kitchen window. So first we will draw out something known as ki. It is the life energy of everything around us. To do so, you need to close your eyes and find your ki. Once you do that, you need to draw it out from your hand and imagine a ball of energy, Goku explains. Hadrian nods and closes his eyes. Concentrating on his desire, Hadrian eventually found a ball of green energy near his magical core. That must be it, Hadrian thought as he began to pull it out. The ball then begins to fall apart, and a surge of power rushes through Hadrian's body. Wow, you just had a massive power increase, Goku says wide-eyed. My ki was in a ball. As I tried to access it, the ball began to fall apart until I felt a power surge throughout my body. Hadrian says confused. Odd. That's not something that normally happens, but at least you're a lot stronger, Goku says smiling, shrugging it off. Hadrian closes his eyes once more, and he senses ki surging throughout his body. Pushing the ki into his hand, he then imagines a ball made up of ki floating above his hand. Haha, you're a natural, Goku says happily. Opening his eyes, Hadrian sees a ball of green energy above his hand. Now that you got that, I want you to throw it at that mountain and make another, Goku says, pointing to the mountain nearby. Nodding, Hadrian throws the ball, which explodes in the distance. Hadrian repeated this process a few times before he started to get tired. You're doing great. Now I want you to use the ki in your body, Goku says smiling. How do I do that? Hadrian asks confused. Oh right, sorry. Your body is like an ocean. There is a certain amount of ki required to live, while the unused ki can be used to enhance your body by forcing it throughout your body, pushing yourself to incredible heights. And with ki, the healthier your body is, the more ki you have access to. Goku explains as he smiles at Hadrian, proud of his progress. Nodding, Hadrian closes his eyes and senses the unused ki, forcing the ki to surge throughout my body. Haha, that's it, Goku says excitedly, jumping around happily. But remember, your body has a certain amount of ki. Should you somehow gain access to ki, then you must know that your body can only handle so much ki before it becomes strained. So to be able to handle more ki, you need to exercise and strengthen your body. That way you generate and store more ki, Goku explains. Hadrian listens and nods his head in understanding. So the more ki my body can handle, the more powerful I will be, Hadrian thought to himself before a smile began to form. Let's do this, Hadrian thought with determination. The next morning, Hadrian and Goku were in the wild training. You have been improving at an incredible rate, Goku complimented. Thank you, Hadrian says happy. Now we get to the fun part. Flying, Goku says with a smile. Hadrian's face brightens and a giant smile forms on his face. Really? How do I do that? Hadrian asks excitedly. Haha. To do that, you need to focus your ki and have it lift you up, Goku explains with a smile. Nodding, Hadrian closes his eyes and focuses his ki. Soon Hadrian begins to float off the ground. Whoa, you did it! Goku exclaims happily. It's a bit hard to focus when you're yelling, Hadrian says with difficulty. Oops, sorry, Goku apologizes, embarrassed. As Hadrian started to get the hang of flying, he felt pride. I can do something my family can't, Hadrian thought happily. Hadrian couldn't help but stare as both Goku and Gohan eat meal after meal with no end in sight. I still can't believe that they can eat so much, Hadrian states as Gohan ate an entire bowl of noodles. Within seconds, yes, it is a bit hard to process, but you get used to it. But you eat a lot as well, Chi-Chi says with a teasing tone, causing Hadrian to look down with a slight blush on his face. In front of Hadrian was several empty plates that could feed an entire family of 3. Fifth of Gucci, Goku compliments with his mouth full of food. Goku, swallow before you speak. Chi-Chi scolds, but the amused smile on her face makes it hard to take her serious. How are your studies, Gohan? Hadrian asks, curious. I'm doing good. I'm learning about how to do algebra right now, the young boy says, shocking Hadrian while Chi-Chi had a proud smile on her face. What's algebra? Goku asks, curious. It's where you find the answer using the alphabet, Gohan answers. Goku looks at Gohan in shock, but why does numbers need the alphabet? Goku whines, making Hadrian chuckle in amusement. Because that is a part of maths, Goku, Chi-Chi answers before continuing to eat her meal. I still don't see why you need it, Goku complains as he ate another plate of food. Some people like to make maths difficult, Hadrian answers with a shrug. But why would people make maths hard? Goku asks with a slight head tilt. Like when you want to fight powerful opponents, some people want more difficult maths, Hadrian answers. Oh, I get it, Goku says with a bright smile before turning to Gohan. Keep it up, Gohan. You can beat that maths, Goku says with a proud smile. Chi-Chi giggles and pats her husband's back. Close, honey, Chi-Chi says, ignoring Goku's pout. It has been nearly a month, and there was another full moon, and Hadrian snuck out and got as far away from the house as he could before looking up at the moon. Soon Hadrian's heart begins to thump faster, and his body begins to grow roar. Ozaru, Hadrian roared, and was about to go on a rampage before stopping. The feeling of warmth and peace filled Hadrian's being. But Hadrian was filled with determination to control the Ozaru form. I'm in control, not you, Hadrian roared telepathically to his animal side. Soon Hadrian began to feel the animal within him lose control, and he began to regain control of his body, allowing him to move around while also checking the motor functions and just getting used to the body in his Ozaru form once more. After some time, Hadrian sat down still in his Ozaru form and began to meditate and attempt to remain in control of his large form. The next month, Goku helped Hadrian improve his flying capabilities while also teaching him on how to fight, use key attacks such as the Kamehama, and many others, making Hadrian catch up to Goku in strength. You have grown a lot, Harry, Goku says, proud of his student. Thank you, Goku, Hadrian says with a smile. Just then the pair heard footsteps approaching them to see Chi-Chi walking towards them with Gohan in her arms. Hey, Goku, aren't you going to take Gohan and Harry with you too? Kame house, Chi-Chi asks. Oh shoot, yes thanks, I forgot. Harry, I'm taking you and Gohan to see my friends at Kame house, Goku explains with a smile. Hadrian tilted his head in confusion. He wants me to meet his friends, Hadrian thought in shock. Really? Hadrian asks, surprised. Yep, come on. Do you want to go on Flying Nimbus? Goku asks. Hadrian looks at Goku with excitement in his eyes before a thought comes to his head. Can Gohan fly? Hadrian asks, curious, looking towards the now 5-year-old who was held in Chi-Chi's arms. No, why? Goku asks curiously. Then if I sit with you, how's Gohan getting there? Hadrian asks with an amused, knowing grin plastered on his face while Chi shakes her head with an amused smile. Oh shoot, I'm sorry Harry, I forgot that fitting 3 people is tricky on Flying Nimbus. Goku says upset. Don't worry about it, Hadrian says, shrugging it off. Okay then, I'll take Gohan out of your hands, Chi-Chi, Goku says cheerfully as he takes Gohan from Chi-Chi. Have fun you 3. And be back by noon. Chi-Chi called out as Goku sat on Flying Nimbus with Gohan in his lap. We will. Goku yells out with a bright smile as Goku began to fly off on the Flying Nimbus. A bright green fire-like aura exploded from Hadrian as he flew off of the ground and chased after the duo. Soon Hadrian catches up to the two and notices Gohan looking at him with worry. You okay there? Gohan asks Hadrian as they flew through the sky. Yep, don't worry, it's fun to not rely on something to fly, Hadrian says, smiling. Hadrian notices Gohan wearing an odd hat with a ball with 4 stars on top of it. Odd. But the magical world has worse, Hadrian thought, thinking of the ridiculous robes that most wizards and witches wore as he flew alongside Goku and Gohan. Hadrian POV. We arrive at a small island which has a small pink house with a group of people outside. Goku. A small bald man calls out happily. It's Goku. Everyone calls out happily. Hey Krillin, Bulma Rashi, Goku greets with a smile. It's so good to see you again. The bald midget, who I assume is Krillin, says happily as he gives Goku a bro hug. It's good to see you too. Oh, and say hello to my son Gohan and Harry. Goku greets. You have sons? The blue-haired girl. More than likely, Bulma asks, shocked. Actually, Gohan is my son and Harry is my student, Goku says with a bright smile. Everyone looks at him shocked before turning to me and seeing my tail. Are you sure he isn't just your student and is in fact secretly your son? Krillin asks, curious. Yes, I found him a month ago when he ran away from home. Goku explains. I'm sorry to hear that, Bulma says, saddened as she looks at me before squealing in excitement. Oh, he's so cute, Bulma squealed, hugging me. What the heck is going on? I thought, confused as the woman smothers me. Hey Dad, what's that? Gohan asks, pointing in a certain direction. Looking at the direction, we see a weird object falling from the sky. It looks like a ball. Now that I get a closer look at it, I thought, curious. I don't know, Goku answers. He chooses to forget about it, and he continues to talk with everyone. Little did we know that the biggest change to everyone's life would happen because of that stupid fucking ball. So, what has Goku been teaching you? Krillin asks, curious. How to fly, fight, shoot ki, and his favorite, the Kamehameha, I answer. Really? You must be strong, Bulma says in shock. Yep, in fact he is stronger than even I was when I was his age, Goku says with a laugh. I would say he is more powerful than you, Goku. But you would definitely win. I'm certain the kid has some skill, but he doesn't have the experience you, an old man with a cane says calmly. Yeah, but Harry can fight pretty well, Master Roshi, Goku admits with a chuckle. Wow, that's something. I can't believe that you're stronger than Goku, Krillin says in shock. I couldn't help but blush at the praise. For the first time in my life, people were paying attention to me instead of my siblings. Wait a minute, where is Gohan? I wondered as I looked around in search for the young boy, before I spotted Gohan. Gohan, you alright? I asked as I saw that Gohan was squatting near the ocean with his back facing me. I started to become worried as Gohan remained silent and has yet to speak to me. Gohan. I call out, tapping Gohan on the shoulder. It's all so amazing. I hear Gohan say in awe, what is? I ask, confused, not knowing what Gohan is talking about. All this water. I have never seen so much water in my life, Gohan says, amazed. Well, it's the ocean. There is definitely going to be a lot of water, I say with a chuckle. Ocean. It has a nice name, Gohan says happily. Just then Gohan noticed a crab that was moving across the sand and immediately jumped up and hid behind me, fearing the crab. Gohan, are you okay? I ask, worried. What is that red thing? Gohan asks, scared. It's a crab, Gohan. I answer, confused. Oh, there you two are. I hear Goku say as he walks towards us. Are you okay, Gohan? Goku asks, noticing the fear on Gohan's face. Why, yes, That red thing that Harry says is a crab got close, Gohan says fearfully. Goku sighs and nods his head in understanding as he picks up Gohan in his arms. Is Gohan all right? I ask Goku, confused. Gaki nods his head and turns to me. Yeah, it's just Chi-Chi can be a bit of an overprotective mother, so Gohan never really got to go outside much, Goku answers as he holds Gohan. That can't be good for someone where they are growing up. I thought, worried as Gohan held on to Goku tightly. I sigh as I watch Gohan hold on to me as he looks around the small island in awe. It has been an hour since we had arrived on this small island, getting to meet everyone. Besides Gohan's fear, it has not been a bad experience, but I become worried as I see Goku freeze, tensing slightly before turning to look out at sea, where soon a man with long hair and with the same tail as me and Gohan lands in front of everyone. Ahihi, well, if it isn't Kakarot, you've grown. You look just like our old man, the man says with a wicked smirk as he looks at Goku. What? Goku asks, confused as he looks at the strange man. I feel Gohan behind me clutch my arm fearfully as the man stood before Goku, with an arrogant smirk on his face. Tell me, Kakarot, what is this? You're supposed to exterminate all life on this planet. What have you been doing all this time? The man asks angrily. Who are you? Who is Kakarot? Should I know who that is? Goku asks, confused. Looking at the man, I notice he is wearing some sort of armor. He must be a warrior, and from what it sounds, it seems that Goku or Kakarot was sent here to kill the people, but either didn't want to and forget, or had a case of amnesia. I thought as I looked between Goku and the strange man, you have got to be kidding me. You don't remember? Fine then, allow me to refresh your memory. You're not from this filthy planet. You were born on planet Vegeta. You're a member of the proud and mighty warrior race known as Saiyans. That's not all. I'm your older brother. Raditz says proudly, as he looks at Goku. You're lying. That can't be true. Goku exclaims defiantly. Raditz chuckles and shakes his head, that damned arrogant smirk still on his face. He's already starting to irritate me, I thought to myself as I watch. Raditz carefully, long ago you were sent to this pathetic planet to rid it of all life. Raditz says angrily. Well, then it seems your brother doesn't follow what others want him to do, like a dog on a leash. I say, causing Raditz to look at me angrily, before his eyes slowly move towards the tail swinging behind me. Another Saiyan? He must be your kid. Whatever. I came here because there's 2 other Saiyans besides you and me, and we found a nice planet that would give us a good price. And with the 3 of us, it would be a hell of a time. Come on, Kakarot, isn't your Saiyan blood boiling in excitement? Raditz asks with a dark smirk. While looking at Goku and Raditz upon hearing about fighting an entire planet, I felt my body fill with adrenaline. Well, I guess the race I am is a Saiyan, since he was right on the dot with me, I thought before I noticed the ever-increasing rage in Goku's eyes. Never. If you think I would do that, then you're out of your mind. I am Son Goku of Earth. Goku yells proudly, whatever. Then I'll take the kid then, Raditz says, walking to me and Gohan. Raditz then stops as Goku jumps in between us and Raditz. If you think I'll let you touch them, then you're in for a rude awakening. Back off, Goku says angrily. Oh yeah? Then go ahead if you think you can, Raditz says arrogantly as he chuckles as he flies into the air. Gohan and Harry aren't going anywhere with you. Goku roars defiantly. We'll see about that, Raditz says laughing. Goku charges at Raditz, hitting him in the face, sending Raditz flying back. Kamehameha? Goku roars, shooting a wave of ki at Raditz. Quickly dodging the attack, Raditz then charges at Goku, striking him in the face before following up with a ki blast to the face, sending Goku flying backwards. Goku yells in pain as he flies back. Goku then uses his ki to slow himself down before remaining afloat in the air. Ha! That's all you got? It's like you want me to take them, Raditz taunts with his crazy smile. Goku roars and charges at Raditz. Raditz catches Goku's fist and kicks him in the stomach, sending him crashing to the ground. I saw the power difference between both Goku and Raditz. Despite getting several successful hits on Raditz, Goku just didn't pack enough power compared to his Saiyan brother. Shit, this isn't gonna end well, I thought, glaring at Raditz. Raditz drops to the ground in front of Goku. Looks like I will be taking your kids, Raditz smirks as he goes to grab me. With a scowl, I move away, dodging his hand before I retaliate with a punch to the face, sending him back. I roar out as I send a barrage of ki which hit Raditz repeatedly, causing sand and dust to fly all over the place. I waited as the dust began to clear for any sign of the scion. With a roar of anger and rage, Raditz appears in front of me, kicking me in the stomach, sending me flying into the came house, crashing through the wall. Ha! That one really has a knack for fighting for such a young age. Raditz laughed, looking at the hole I made. Slowly pulling myself out of the hole, I stared at Raditz with anger in my eyes. Like hell I'm letting him beat me, I thought, fists clenched tightly. I then noticed a coppery taste in my mouth. Damn, he hits hard, I thought with a scowl. Spitting blood out of my mouth, I charge at Raditz and swing my arm at him with a wide arc. Raditz then quickly sidesteps my attack and watches as it passes by him harmlessly before he retaliates by hitting me in the back of my neck, causing the world to go black. General POV, everyone watches in shock as Hadrian falls to the ground, unconscious after being hit. Raditz smirks and kneels, picking up Hadrian's unconscious body and looks at him with an evil smirk. This one is quite the fighter. Raditz complimented. He then turns and heads towards Gohan, grabbing the young boy who began to cry in fear. Goku groans in pain and looks up to see Raditz, both his son and Hadrian, who Goku has begun to consider his unofficial son, in his older brother's arms. Don't worry, Kakarot. I'll make sure to take good care of these two. This one will be quite the warrior, Raditz says, gesturing to Hadrian. But if you want them back, then you need to do as your big brother says, Raditz states, looking at his younger brother. That's when everyone noticed the blood trickling down Raditz's face, which had been caused when Hadrian had attacked him. Goku slowly pulls himself up and stares at Raditz with pure hatred. Give him back. Goku groans, trying to get up. Raditz looks at Goku with annoyance. Don't even think about trying to be a hero, Raditz warns. Krillin then charges at Raditz, who doesn't even turn as he kicks the bald human, sending him crashing into Kame House. Raditz looks at everyone and laughs before flying off with both Hadrian and Gohan. No! No! Harry, Gohan! No! Goku roared angrily, smashing his hands into the sand. Goku quickly looks up and sees Bulma and Rashi staring at him, while Krillin is pulling himself out of the hole in Kame House. Bulma, do you still have that dragon radar? Goku asks. Desperately, Bulma looked at Goku, confusion in her eyes, before her eyes widen in realization. The hat. That wasn't a decoration, Bulma realized with a growing smile. Oh, I get it. The decoration on Gohan's hat was a Dragon Ball, Bulma says, impressed, handing Goku the dragon radar. All right, I'm off. It's now or never, or I will never get my sons back, Goku says angrily. Just as Goku was about to fly off, a voice catches his attention. You're as good as dead on your own. Turning around, Goku sees Piccolo floating above everyone. Piccolo! Everyone exclaims in shock while Goku remains silent and angry. Neither of us have what it takes to face Raditz head on, but if we work together, we might have a chance, Piccolo explains. Goku thinks for a few seconds before nodding. But can I trust you? Goku asks. Piccolo notices the anger in the young Scion's tone and is slightly wary. Don't get the wrong idea. That bastard was able to beat me, and I don't like that, Piccolo informs Goku. Fine, but if you think I'm going to let you have world domination after all this, you're dead wrong, Goku warns with a scowl. Whatever, let's go, Piccolo grumbles, annoyed. Both Goku and Piccolo fly off to fight Raditz to save Hadrian and Gohan, who was captured by Raditz, the older brother of Goku. Chapter 2. Raditz and the year-long training. As the duo flew through the sky, following the dragon radar. As Goku and Piccolo get closer to the Dragon Ball, they both see Raditz standing in front of a pod while Hadrian and Gohan were nowhere in sight. Goku scowls as he looks at Raditz, the duo landing in front of the Scion, who looks at the two with disgust. So, what brings you chumps here? Raditz asks with a knowing smirk growing on his face. Isn't it obvious? I'm here to get my sons back, Goku exclaims angrily, staring at his older brother with hatred. Now where are they? You're hiding them somewhere, aren't you? Goku asks, his voice filled with anger. The one that was crying was getting on my nerves, so I locked him in there with the strong one, Raditz says, gesturing to the pod. But forget about the runts. Don't tell me you actually think that you stand against me, Raditz asks, looking at the two. Both Goku and Piccolo get into their battle stances, which causes a scowl to grow on Raditz's face. You fool! You're not even fit to call yourself a Scion. Prepare to die, Raditz says angrily. Goku yells as he charges at Raditz, hitting him in the face, sending Raditz flying back as Piccolo appears from behind, raising his hands high and slamming his fists above Raditz, sending him crashing into the ground. Raditz punches the ground in anger before he quickly gets up. Raditz flies towards Goku, before appearing behind his younger brother, hitting him in the back before firing a ki blast, flinging Goku back. Piccolo lunges at Raditz, hitting him in the gut, only for Raditz to retaliate, headbutting Piccolo before following by grabbing both sides of Piccolo's head and slamming Piccolo's face into his knee. Haha, if that's all you got, then you would be a waste, Raditz taunted, laughing maniacally before kicking Piccolo in the stomach, flinging Piccolo into the ground. Goku charges at Raditz, hitting him in the face, sending him flying back, Kamehameha. Goku roared, firing a ki wave at Raditz. Raditz smirks, dodging the attack, Raditz appearing in front of Goku, kicking him in the face, sending Goku into the ground with a loud smash. Landing on the ground, Raditz looks at Goku and Piccolo, who lay on the ground, bloody and beaten. Ha! Even with both of your combined powers, you are still pathetic, Raditz laughs. But since you aren't smart enough to heed my warning, you don't deserve to live, Raditz says as he raises his hand, ready to kill the duo. Piccolo and Goku get up, groaning, NGH. Why, you have got to be kidding me, Goku says, exhausted. Raditz then lowers his hand, his smirking becoming smug. Let's break their spirit, Raditz thought to himself. You know what? Since I'm going to kill you anyway, I'll let you in or a secret, Raditz says, smirking. The two Scions I mentioned earlier are even more powerful than me. What? Goku asks, scared. Piccolo breathes heavily as he looks between Goku and Raditz. If you got a new trick up your sleeve, Goku, now would be a good time to use it, Piccolo informs Goku. I got nothing, sorry, Goku apologizes, exhausted. Well then, lucky for you, I've actually came up with something, Piccolo says, smirking. Really? Goku asks, hopeful, a plan? Ha! As if that would work. It would be easier for you both to just lay down and die, Raditz says, smug at his power. Goku, I just need time. You need to keep Raditz distracted from me until I can charge it up, Piccolo states. Alright, I'll do what I can, Goku nods. Piccolo, with what little strength remained. Piccolo moved away from Goku and Raditz, ready to charge up the energy required. You just don't know when to quit, huh? You want to fight me alone? Huh, you don't stand a chance, Raditz laughs, charging at Goku. Goku blocks the attacks and counterattacks, kicking him in the stomach before sending a barrage of ki. Raditz dodges them and laughs. You're really fighting alone? What? Were you deciding who gets to die first? Raditz laughs. Raditz then fires a wave of purple ki, hitting Goku, sending him flying back. Damn it, Goku growls, charging at Raditz. He kicks Raditz in the stomach and slams Raditz into the ground. Goku yells, firing a ki wave at Raditz, hitting him and pushing Raditz further into the ground. From the small hole created by the ki wave, Raditz flies out, hitting Goku, only for him to block the attack. Both glare at each other as they struggle to push the other back. Hold on, boys, I'm coming to save you both, Goku says, looking at the pod before using his ki to spin the air and using the momentum to kick Raditz in the side, flinging the Scion back. Haha, you're not saving them. You will die along with your friend, Raditz taunted, hitting Goku in the face, sending him crashing into the ground. Raditz walks towards Goku. Are you ready to die? Raditz taunted. Beep, beep, beep. Raditz scouter goes off. Raditz looks in the direction of the power, causing Raditz to stare in shock as he sees Piccolo charging his attack. What? He's got that much control over his power? Raditz says to himself in shock. Raditz then goes stiff from pain. What? Raditz exclaims in pain and shock as he looks behind him, seeing what was causing him severe amounts of pain. Goku smirked. In his hand was Raditz's tail. Once wrapped around his waist like a belt, was now clenched between his younger brother's hands. Turning around with difficulty, Raditz sees Goku. You let your guard down. Now I've got your tail, Goku says, despite the pain that he was in from buying Piccolo time. Damn it. When did you? Raditz curses through clenched teeth. Good work, Goku. Hold on to that tail, and don't let go, Piccolo orders as Raditz falls onto the ground in pain. Let me go and I'll leave the planet in peace, Rag says, groaning in pain. Don't listen to him, Goku. He's trying to trick you, Piccolo warns as his fingers glow as he continues to focus his ki into them. Please. Please believe me, brother, Raditz begged. I'm begging you, Kakarot. Don't do this to your only family. Raditz groaned in pain. Goku's eyes widen, and he slowly releases Raditz's tail. Raditz smirks and elbows Goku, causing him to slide across the ground. Raditz then stomps on Goku's chest, causing him to scream in pain. You actually fell for that? You might actually be the stupidest guy I've ever met. Raditz laughed while stomping on Goku's chest. Don't think I'm going to show mercy on you just because you're my little brother. Raditz laughed, stomping on Goku. Goku screams in pain while Raditz continues to stomp on his chest. Yes, that's it. Scream in pain. It will all be over soon, Rax laughed. He then turns to Piccolo with a dark smirk. Don't get too comfortable. You're next. Raditz yelled, chuckling. Damn it. If I do it now, he'll dodge it. Piccolo growls to himself. Beep, beep, beep. Raditz freezes as his scouter goes off, his foot holding Goku down. What is causing this power? Raditz thought as he looked in the direction of the pod, where the power originates. Is the kid awake? Raditz worries but froze when the pod explodes open and Gohan charges out with rage and tears in his eyes. Leave my daddy alone. Gohan screams, headbutting Raditz's armor. Raditz stumbles back while Gohan goes unconscious. Damn it, Raditz growled, looking at Gohan. Beep, beep, beep. Raditz's scouter then goes off again. Turning around, Raditz gets hit in the face by Hadrian, who then grabs his leg and is swung into the ground as Hadrian follows up with a kick to the face, sending the Scion flying back. Damn you! Rax roared, shooting a key blast at Hadrian, hitting the young Scion, sending flying back and knocking him unconscious as his head hit the ground. You're a stubborn bastard! Raditz roared, shooting another key blast which hits Hadrian, sending him crashing further into the ground. You are a stubborn little shit, aren't you? Raditz growled as he stood up and limped towards the unconscious body of Hadrian. You will pay for that, Raditz spat, raising his hand towards Hadrian as Dark Ki began to form in his hand. But before Raditz could kill Hadrian, he freezes in pain. Raditz's tail is once more being held by Goku. Now Piccolo, do it! Goku yells, holding on to Raditz's tail. Special beam cannon. Piccolo, without hesitation, yells, firing a pink energy beam with orange energy spiraling around it. The beam flies and hits Raditz, going through his body, and with Goku being struck as well, sending the both of them flying back with holes in their stomachs and blood seeping out. I can't be beaten by scum like you. I can't, Raditz groaned painfully. Well, you just were, Piccolo says, huffing. Raditz chuckles and shakes his head in confusion and disappointment. I can't believe Kakarot would just throw away his own life, Raditz says in shock. You idiot. Trust me, Goku won't be dead for very long, Piccolo says, annoyed. What? Raditz asks, confused. Didn't you know? This planet is home to the Dragon Balls. We can wish Goku back to life, Piccolo says with a smug smirk. Raditz curses, but a smirk grew on his face. Damn it. Well, my comrades will be happy to hear that, Raditz says, chuckling, causing Piccolo to freeze and stare at the Scion in confusion. What? Piccolo asks, confused. Everything you just said. They heard. It was transmitted to them on the other side of the universe, Raditz says, chuckling before coughing up blood. How long do you think they'll get here? Goku asks in pain. A year. Just 1 year from now, Raditz says, laughing as his last breath was drawn. Damn it. 1 year where even stronger warriors arrive, Piccolo growls angrily. Soon a jet was heard, and from it, those from Kame House exited the jet to see Goku lying on the ground dying and rushed to him. Piccolo informs the group that a pair of Scions will be coming to Earth, who are even more powerful than Raditz. This isn't good, Rashi says, worried. That's pretty much everything. Piccolo informs them calmly. Come on, Goku, don't give up, Krillin pleaded, kneeling before a wounded Goku. Okay, Krillin, you know dying is a lot worse than I thought it would be, Goku jokes, coughing up blood. Yeah. But don't worry, we will bring you back really soon, Krillin says firmly. Thank you, Goku says as he takes his last breath. Jigaku, Krillin says, saddened. Goku's body then just disappears out of thin air. Krillin jumps in surprise. What the? Krillin asks, confused. He's gone, Rashi says, surprise, interesting. I bet Kami has something to do with this, Piccolo says, looking up into the sky. I guess that puts our mind at ease if Kami's involved, Rashi says, smiling slightly. You guys get the Dragon Balls. Kami doesn't possess the power to bring someone back from the dead, Piccolo informs them, walking towards Gohan. Goku's kid will be coming with me for the time being, Piccolo informs, looking over Gohan. And what about Harry? Rashi asks curiously. I assume it's the other kid, and he is already pretty strong, and the way he fought showed that he is at least trained. I'll check on him later, Piccolo says, but what are you going to do with Gohan? Krillin asks, worried. He needs a good teacher. I'll train him, Piccolo states, picking Gohan up. When Goku comes back, Tell him that he'll get his son back in a better shape than before, Piccolo informs everyone before flying off with Gohan. Chi-Chi isn't going to be happy, Bulma sighs, shaking her head. You got that right, Krillin nods his head in agreement. Hadrian POV upon waking up with a pained groan. I look up to see Bulma, Krillin, and Rashi looking at me, with saddened expressions on their faces. What's wrong? I asked, groaning in pain as I sat up. It's Goku. He's dead, Krillin says, and my eyes go wide. Tears slowly begin to build up in my eyes, threatening to fall down my face. He's gone? Goku is gone? He helped me grow so much, and now he's gone, I thought, as tears finally escaped my eyes, dripping down my face. But we are able to bring him back to life, Rashi states happily despite the tears in his eyes. I froze, looking at Rashi in confusion. How? I asked, sniffling slightly, still hurt by Goku's death. There's these things known as Dragon Balls. Get all 7 and you can get a wish. Ours would be bringing Goku back to life, Krillin answers with a small smile. I take a deep breath and nod my head, a smile slowly beginning to form on my face. Okay, that's good, I say, feeling better. But that's when I noticed the tense atmosphere between the trio. What's wrong? I asked, confused. Bulma sighed, looking at me with worry. Before Raditz died, he informed Goku and Piccolo that 2 other Saiyan were coming to Earth to kill us and use the Dragon Balls. In fact, Raditz seemed confident that we would lose, Bulma answers, concern in her voice. Piccolo? I asked, confused. He's this green guy with antennas on his head. He also took Gohan to train him to fight the 2 Saiyans, Rashi answers. Chi-Chi's not gonna like that, I stay worried. Yeah. Piccolo believes that both you and Gohan could be the key to helping us defeat the 2 Saiyans, Krillin states with a tired sigh. So if this Piccolo guy thinks that 2 kids can help fight 2 Saiyans that both Goku and him struggle to defeat, then I assume that these 2 Saiyans are stronger than Raditz? I ask tiredly. Krillin gulps nervously and nods. Which mean that if I don't try to help, we will all be dead, I thought with a sigh. I get off the ground. Then I better start training, I say, cracking my back. The trio look at me, shock and disbelief in their eyes. What? You're actually just going to train and prepare? Just like that? Krillin asks, surprised. Yeah, no point in sitting around and crying about something that can't be fixed. Besides, Goku isn't permanently dead thanks to the Dragon Balls, which means we don't have to worry about never seeing him again, I explained. Yeah, Goku is going to train in Otherworld for when the Saiyans arrive, Rashi answers. Then we better get to work, I smirk, my Saiyan blood boiling with adrenaline. I then wave at the trio, before flying off in a random direction in search for a good spot to train. General POV landing in the middle of a forest. Hadrian looks around and nods to himself. This looks like a good place to train, Hadrian thought to himself, as he began to brainstorm new ways to become stronger. As the young Saiyan continued to brainstorm, Godric's words rang in his head. I don't know much about the race except that they were a warrior race, and that if they survive near death, they grow stronger. Hadrian's eyes open wide, that's it. I need to be able to put myself to near death and survive. I should try to hit myself with a ki blast by appearing in front of it after firing, Hadrian thought. Let's do this, Hadrian thought, as he put both his hands together. Gamiyama? Hadrian roared, firing a beam of blue energy from his hands. As fast as he could, Hadrian attempted to fly in front of the ki wave, only to fail miserably. I guess I need to focus on improving my speed to get in front of it, Hadrian thought, annoyed by the setback. Hadrian spent the next few hours firing ki wave after ki wave, failing every time. But as time went on, Hadrian began to notice that his speed was beginning to increase. This might be the one, Hadrian thought, sweat drenching his body from using ki. Hadrian roared with his arms by his side, and a green aura exploded from Hadrian's body. Kamehameha! Hadrian roared, shooting a beam of blue energy. Pushing himself, Hadrian was able to get in front of it, taking the full force of the ki wave, resulting in Hadrian crashing into the ground, damaged and bloody. Ow! That is going to leave a mark, Hadrian thought, groaning. Just then, Hadrian sensed a powerful energy level making its way towards him. From the sky, Krillin lands next to him, a bag in his hands and worry in his eyes. Hey, are you okay? Krillin exclaims, running to Hadrian. Yeah, I just need to get back in shape, and I get a power boost, Hadrian replies, groaning as he attempts to sit up. Krillin looks at Hadrian, tilting his head slightly. How would that help? Krillin asks, confused. I had a talk with a family member who knew of my ancestry, and he told me about the fact that when Scions survive near death, they will grow stronger from it, Hadrian explained. Krillin stared at Hadrian in shock and shook his head, not bothering to understand the biology of Scions. I see, well, whatever. Here, take a senza bean. You will need it, Krillin says, putting a green bean in Hadrian's mouth. Biting on the bean, all of Hadrian's wound healed, and he felt slightly stronger. Haha, I feel better than before, Hadrian exclaimed, smiling. Why do I feel like this will be a common thing? Krillin asked, worried. I'm only going to do this once a month. I'll spend the rest of the time actually training instead of shooting myself, Hadrian says cheekily. Good to hear. Here, take this. I think it's best you have the rest of these. Doubt it's a good idea to have you incapacitated for several days because you thought shooting yourself was a good training method, Krillin says, handing a bag of senza beans. Hadrian grabs it and smiles at Krillin. Thanks, Krillin. These Scions don't know who they're messing with. Hadrian growls in anger, unknowing to the fact that his eyes flash gold. Krillin's eyes widened in shock. Looking at Hadrian, he only saw the young Scion's emerald green. He quickly shook his head, forgetting about what he had just seen. Probably just my imagination, Krillin dismissed before flying away. Once the sun finally set, Hadrian found himself sitting on a log with a giant fish being cooked over a campfire. Thank God for the technique Goku taught me when it comes to fishing with my tail, Hadrian thought, smiling. Reminiscing of his time with Goku before the event with Raditz. Hadrian chuckles and looks up into the night sky, staring at the stars twinkling in the sky. From the corner of his eye, Hadrian sees the full moon in all its glory. Hadrian gasped as his body began to pulse with power, his chest heaving and his breathing heavy. Slowly, fur began to grow on Hadrian's body as he began to increase in size. Soon a roar could be heard around the area. Hadrian was now in his great ape form. The giant ape opened its mouth, a bright green ball of ki beginning to form. But just as the giant ape was about to fire, it stopped. The giant ape closed its mouth, its body relaxing. That was a close one, Hadrian thought upon regaining control of his body. Hadrian then sat down, still in his great ape form, and closed his eyes. The giant ape is part of me. I need to control the monster within, Hadrian thought. As Hadrian meditated, he felt a connection with his ape form. That's it. Now I need to understand it, Hadrian thought to himself. As Hadrian begins to familiarize himself with the connection with his instinctual side, the moon exploded into hundreds of pieces, scattering across the night sky. What the hell? Hadrian screamed internally as he began to return to his normal form. Upon returning to his normal state, Hadrian shakes his head confused, and upon looking up at the sky, the moon now gone as the remnants fell towards the earth. What the hell happened? Hadrian thought in shock. Hadrian sighed as he shook his head, water flying from his spiky hair. Hadrian was currently by a lake, his clothes off to the side, while Hadrian washed himself. It had been a while since Hadrian had washed himself, so he decided it was best to take one in a lake. I wonder what Krillin and Goku are doing? Hadrian thought to himself. Closing his eyes, Hadrian began to concentrate on Krillin's ki. Hadrian frowned, tilting his head to the side as he felt multiple other energies of similar power to that of Krillin's. I should take a look, Hadrian thought to himself as he leapt out of the lake, using his ki to remove the water from his body. Putting his clothes on, Hadrian flew off with a green ki trail behind him. Upon reaching one of the sources of the energy, Hadrian landed to see a tall, bald man wearing a green outfit with a weird white kid with red cheeks on his face. Oh, hello there, the weird white-skinned kid greeted. Hey, what are you both doing out here? Hadrian asks, gesturing to the area around them, which was currently located in a forest. Training, the man says, turning to look at Hadrian. The young scion couldn't help but raise an eyebrow as he looked at the man who had a third eye on his forehead. What about you? The white kid asked, curious as he floated in the air. Same, Hadrian answers with a nod. The three-eyed man looked at Hadrian with cautious gaze. Any reason you are here? The man asks with a raised eyebrow. I sensed your power and decided to check it out. Hadrian answers with a shrug. What's your name, kid? The man asks. Just then the white-skinned kid gasped. Look, Tien. He has a tail, the kid says in shock. The man, now known as Tien, looked at Hadrian, wide-eyed. He does have a tail. There are only two people I am aware of that have a tail like that. Gohan is with Piccolo. So that means you're Harry, Tien states Hadrian. Harry is a nickname Goku decided to give me. Hadrian shrugged, now understanding that the people before him know Goku. Sorry about that. I am Kaiatsu. This is Tien Shinhan. Kaiatsu introduces. Nice to meet you, Kaiatsu. Tien Shinhan. Hadrian greets. Tien nods his head. Nice to meet you, Hadrian. Tien greets. So I assume you are aware of the Sa dash. Hadrian was then cut off by Kaiatsu. Yeah, we are training to fight them, Kaiatsu answers. Hadrian nods his head in understanding. That's good to hear. Any tips on training? Hadrian asks Tien and Kaiatsu. Well, there is the multiform technique, but its power is divided based on the amount of clones, Tien answers. Hadrian paused and looked at Tien in shock. Clones? That means they are physical? Hadrian asks, shocked. Tien nods his head, slightly in confusion. Yeah, why? Tien asks, can you teach it to me? Hadrian asks, hopeful. Tien looked at Hadrian, confusion in his eyes before he shrugged. Sure, why not? Tien says. After finally learning the multiform technique, Hadrian flew towards the next closest power level, which turned out to be the weakest, but not by much. Landing on the ground, Hadrian saw a man in an orange GI with an X-shaped scar on his cheek and a weird floating blue cat by his side. Oh, hello there. The man greets with a smile. Hello, the cat greets excitedly. Hello. Hadrian greets as he looks at the outfit the man had. That's the same outfit as Goku's, Hadrian commented. Immediately, the man smiles brightly. Ah. You must be Hadrian. Bulma told me about you, and how you were so similar to Goku. The man says with a smile, really? I assume you're training for the Science arrival as well. Hadrian asks knowingly. Yes, I am. Yamcha is the name. This is Poir. Yamcha greets. Hello, Poir greets, waving his hand happily. Nice to meet you both. What are you doing for training? Hadrian asks, curious. Yamcha looks at Hadrian with a bright smile. We are heading to Kami's lookout to be trained. Yamcha answers, very well. I wish you the best of luck. Hadrian nods his head. I wonder why I feel like they aren't going to get much training? Hadrian thought to himself. Pecking order, a powerful voice echoes into his mind, causing Hadrian to shiver. The hell was that? Hadrian asks himself as he looks around with slight fear. Quickly shaking it off, Hadrian flies off, returning to his training area. Reaching his destination, Hadrian took a deep breath as he went into a fighting stance. Multiform technique. Hadrian shouted, and another version of Hadrian stood before him. All right, let's do this. It might be weaker than me, but it will still be good training, Hadrian thought as he charged forward, his copy following his lead. Both Hadrian and his clone clash fists, before sending a barrage of kicks and strikes, melee clash. With a roar, Hadrian kicks the clone in the face, sending it crashing into the ground before kicking it in the stomach, embedding it into the ground. Hadrian looks at the clone laying before him and sighs. Canceling the technique, it's a lot weaker than I thought it would be. Good for diversions, but fighting? Not so much, Hadrian thought to himself before an idea popped into his head. Multiform technique. Hadrian shouted once more, but instead of one clone, 3 stood before him. Okay, let's see how I handle 3 opponents at the same time, Hadrian thought with a smirk as he lunged towards the clones. Hadrian sighed as he stood before Potter Castle. It has been a few months since he had been training, and he now found his clothes starting to become too tight for his liking. Entering the house, Hadrian hears the sound of flue powder going off. Looking in the living room, Hadrian saw Lucy, his twin sister, fall onto the ground laughing happily, soon followed by Violet and Rose, and soon Joshua and Lily and James. That was so much fun. Can we do it again? Lucy asks excitedly. James and Joshua chuckle while Violet, Rose, and Lily giggle. Crouching beside Lucy, Lily patted her youngest daughter's head and smiles at her fondly. We will when we go on another vacation, honey. Lily answers with a smile. Immediately, Lucy's eyes brighten. With excitement, when can we go? Lucy asks energetically. In the future. Tomorrow, your mother and I need to go back to work, James informs Lucy. Lucy pouts, crossing her arms in front of her chest and looking off to the side, pretending to not want to see them. Don't worry, we will be going on a vacation in the future. And I'm certain Sirius, Cecilia, and Elizabeth would love to come with us. James says warmly, yeah. Lucy cheers while her older siblings watch with a smile. Hadrian watched this unfold with his fists clenched tightly, drawing small drops of blood as his nails pierced his skin. Am I really that worthless that they don't even realize that they forgot about me? Hadrian thought, upset. Shaking his head with a growl, Hadrian heads upstairs, towards the attic to go see Godric. Hadrian finally reached the door to the attic and took a deep breath. I wonder how different I am since he last saw me. It has been nearly a year, Hadrian thought to himself. Opening the door, Hadrian listens in to hear only silence. But just then, he hears a familiar voice cut through the silence. Hello? Who's there? The portrait of Godric asks. Curious, Hadrian chuckles and enters Godric's field of vision. Relax, Godric, it's me. If you were panicking, that is, Hadrian says with a teasing smile on his face. Godric smiled brightly upon seeing Hadrian and let out a short laugh of joy. Oh, it's good to see you again, Hadrian. How have you been? Godric asks, curious, hints of excitement in his voice. I've been good. I'm training as I said I would. But I'm taking my training up a notch because some scions are coming to attack Earth, intending to steal some mystical items and destroy the world. So I have to prepare for that, but other preparing to protect the world from a bunch of crazy bastards. It wasn't bad, Hadrian answers calmly. Godric sat in his portrait, his eyes wide and eyebrows reaching up to his forehead. What? Seriously? Godric asks, shocked. Hadrian nods his head with determination in his eyes. Hadrian, I know you're a scion as well, but you have to be careful. You're still just a kid, Godric says, worried. Hadrian glared slightly at the portrait, the determination shining in his eyes. Being a scion is something none of my siblings are. This is who I am, Godric, and I will fight because I desire it, Hadrian states firmly, his voice leaving no room for argument. Godric sighs and nods his head in reluctant acceptance. Very well, Hadrian. I wish you the best of luck, Godric says with a sad yet worried smile. Hadrian nodded his head, a small smile on his face. Thanks, Godric. Time to get to work, Hadrian states as he leaves the attic, leaving Godric in his portrait, worrying about Hadrian. I hope you don't die from this, Godric thought saddened. Hadrian sighed. It's been a day since the Potters have returned, and he couldn't stand it anymore. His blasted shirt is too small. Knowing what to do, Hadrian left his room, heading towards Joshua's room, knowing exactly what he wanted. Entering the room without a care in the world, Hadrian saw Joshua jump in surprise. Joshua then watches as Hadrian went towards his closet, opening it and beginning to search inside. Harry, what are you doing? Joshua asks, confused as he laid on his bed, getting a shirt. Hadrian answers, his tail wrapped around his waist like a belt. Why are you getting my shirt? Joshua asks, confused, because mine is too small. Hadrian answers shortly, no, they are not, Harry. Don't take my shirt, Joshua huffed, shaking his head. It is. I don't care what you say, Hadrian states. Whatever, Joshua grumbled, shaking his head as he grabbed a Transfiguration book and began reading it. Looking through the closet, Hadrian eventually finds a black shirt. With a smile, Hadrian takes off his shirt and puts on the black shirt. Perfect fit, Hadrian thought with a smirk, knowing that he was as large as his older brother. Grabbing his old shirt, Hadrian began to walk out of Joshua's room, who just shrugged it off, uncaring that Hadrian took a plain black shirt. As long as it isn't my favorite one, I don't really care, Joshua thought to himself. Ha! Hadrian roars, punching one of his clones before moving to the right, feeling a fist scrape against his cheek. Hadrian quickly grasps the arm and throws another one of his clones at the one he had attacked before. Canceling the technique, Hadrian watches as his clones disappear into energy before dissipating into the air. Turning towards the lake nearby, Hadrian started to wash the sweat off his face from his training. After finally washing off the sweat from his face, Hadrian sat down with a sigh, staring at the beautiful wildlife, peace, and quiet, until Hadrian senses moving towards him from behind. You have grown, Brad, a voice says from behind Hadrian. The young scion sighs and cracks his back, turning towards the voice to see a green man with two antennas on his head. This must be Piccolo, Hadrian thought as he crossed his arms over his chest. What do you want? Shouldn't you be training? Hadrian asks. Cocking an eyebrow, Piccolo looks at Hadrian. Noticing the muscles that have started to show on his body, he's making progress from what his power level shows, Piccolo thought to himself. You have grown more than your brother, Piccolo comments, looking at Hadrian from top to bottom, inspecting the state of the young scion. He's not my brother by blood. I learned from Goku and lived with him for a while, Hadrian answers calmly. And what about Gohan? I was told that you started training him. How is that going? Hadrian asks, curious, knowing that Gohan wasn't a fighter. I see. Well, at least you were taught how to fight properly. But the brat, on the other hand, isn't able to train just yet, but he is close. But first I want to see how strong you have gotten. I want to make sure that you haven't been wasting time messing around, Piccolo growls, Getting into a fighting stance, Hadrian grunts and uncrosses his arms. The young Scion's eyes narrow as he charges at Piccolo, surprising the alien with his speed and punching him in the face before following up with a side kick to the stomach, flinging Piccolo into a stone pillar. Piccolo coughed as he found himself embedded in the stone pillar, his eyes wide with shock. Damn, he has grown a lot. He hits worse than Raditz ever did, Piccolo thought as he pulls himself out of the body-shaped hole. Piccolo looks at Hadrian, who smirks at him. I think we might have a chance at winning this, Piccolo mumbles, staring at Hadrian. Hadrian, not knowing what Piccolo said, narrowed his eyes. What? Hadrian demands angrily. Piccolo chuckles as he looks at Hadrian. A small smirk grows on his face. Oh yeah, we have a chance, Piccolo thought, looking at Hadrian, who has a scowl on his face. Hadrian yawned, slowly opening his eyes to see a ceiling over his head. With a groan, Hadrian sat up, his cover slowly sliding down, revealing his torso, shirtless and muscular while his tail swung behind him. Hadrian then hears his stomach rumble, causing the Scion to sigh. Guess I should eat before I head off, Hadrian thought to himself as he sat, grabbing Joshua's black shirt and putting it on and wrapping his tail around his waist. Heading downstairs, Hadrian smiles as he sees several plates of food waiting on the dining table. Thank you, house elves, Hadrian thought with a smile as he sat down and began eating. Pop Hadrian looked to his side to see Nisty smiling at him happily. I is happy you like the food, Master Harry. Nisty says happily. Hadrian nodded his head, grateful for Nisty providing him food. Thank you, Nisty. I am grateful for the food, Hadrian says as he resumes consuming his breakfast. Just then Hadrian sensed and heard someone enter the dining room. Oh, this all looks good, James Potter says as he looks at the food on the dining table, not noticing his youngest son eating. Smack! James felt a hand smack his hand as he attempted to eat the food. Looking in confusion, James froze when seeing Hadrian glare at him. Harry, why did you smack my hand? James asks, confused, not even noticing Hadrian's spiky hair. Because it is my food, Hadrian said with narrowed eyes. You're not going to be able to eat all this, James says with slight amusement. Bet, Hadrian states as he began eating all the food capable of feeding an entire family. James' jaw dropped at his youngest son's unnatural appetite. Hadrian sighed happily, satisfied with his meal. That was nice, Hadrian says with a smile. James' jaw opened and closed as his mind was trying to understand what had just happened. Since when can you eat this much? James exclaims in shock. Hadrian looked at James with narrowed eyes. For several months, Hadrian answered coldly. James stared at Hadrian with an odd look on his face. If you have been eating that much in France, then we would know, James says with a disbelieving tone. So that is where they went, Hadrian realized. Yeah, whatever, Hadrian grumbled as he stood up, ready to start his training in the wilderness. Just then, Lily entered the dining room with a smile. Oh, hey honey. Morning, Harry, Lily says with a smile, only to freeze. Lily slowly looked at Hadrian with a confused gaze. Her eyes slowly moved towards her youngest son's unnaturally spiky hair. Harry, when did you do your hair like this? Lily asks, confused. James looked at Lily with confusion written on his face before he finally noticed Hadrian's hair. Yeah, now that I think about it, I don't recall Harry doing his hair like this, James commented. Hadrian scoffed and shook his head with disbelief. My hair has been like this for the past several months, Hadrian states with an annoyed tone. Honey, we would know if your hair was like this for such a long time. We are your parents, we would notice this stuff, Lily states. Hadrian snorted in disbelief. Really? Guess you aren't as good as a parent as you thought, Hadrian thought with a scowl. Whatever. I'm heading out, Hadrian growled as he walked past his parents and exited through the back door, flying off as fast as he could. Not noticing his parents chasing after him, only to look around in confusion as they didn't see him fly away. Kamehameha! Hadrian roared, firing the blue key wave and flying in front of it, taking the full blast of the attack. Groaning in pain, Hadrian crashes into the ground as his torso was covered in scratches and bruises. With some difficulty, Hadrian was able to grab a senza bean and consume it, healing all of his wounds. Rolling his shoulder, causing it to crack, Hadrian grabbed his older brother's shirt and put it on. Don't want Josh to crack the shits over me, destroying his clothes, Hadrian thought to himself. Just then, Hadrian sensed 2 power levels heading towards him. As the power levels got closer, Hadrian smirked as he saw both Gohan and Piccolo land in front of him. Hey Gohan, how have you been? Hadrian asks, curious as he walked towards the duo. Gohan chuckled, slight embarrassment. I could have been better. What about you? Gohan asked shyly. Hadrian chuckled and nodded his head. I'm all right, Hadrian answered before turning towards Piccolo. Sup, Piccolo? Hadrian greets with a smirk. Brat, Piccolo grunted. Hadrian scowled at Piccolo before it changed to a smirk. Walking cucumber. Hadrian retorts, and Piccolo sputters. In shock, you better watch it, Piccolo warns, making Hadrian raise an eyebrow, curious. Or what? The last time we fought, I kicked your ass. Or are you here for round 2? Hadrian taunted with a smirk. Damned brat, Piccolo growls angrily while Hadrian smirks. So, what are you both here for? Hadrian asks, curious. Gohan looks at Piccolo, curiosity in his eyes. Asterisk grunt asterisk. I'm here to have both of you brats train together so that we can prepare for the seance, Piccolo answers. And yet I have a higher power level than you, Hadrian says, amusement in his voice. Just shut up and let's do this, Piccolo snapped, ignoring Hadrian's smug grin. Piccolo watched as both Hadrian and Gohan fought against one another. One thing Piccolo noticed was despite Gohan's latent potential, Hadrian had even more. He learned faster, adapted quicker, and improved at a higher rate. As Gohan grew on strength, Hadrian would grow even further, causing the gap in power between the two to increase steadily. That is odd. Seems the older brat has as much natural talent in fighting as Goku, Piccolo noticed. Masenko, Gohan yells, firing a yellow beam of energy towards Hadrian. The young scion smirked and placed both his hands together. Kamehameha, Hadrian roared, firing Goku's signature blue energy beam at Gohan. Both beams clash, ki flying everywhere as some lash at the area nearby. Slowly, Gohan's ki attack begins to push Hadrian back. Piccolo couldn't help but tilt his head in confusion. What? How is Gohan winning? Hadrian is stronger and still has more energy, Piccolo thought, confused. Soon, Gohan's ki beam finally hits Hadrian at full force, causing smoke to explode everywhere, blinding both Piccolo and Gohan. Did I win? Gohan asks in confusion. From the smoke, Hadrian emerged and kicked Gohan, flinging him back and knocking him out. Never let your guard down, Gohan, Hadrian says with a smirk as his clothes were damaged and cuts and bruises covered his body. Piccolo stood there in shock as he realized what Hadrian had done. No way. The brat purposefully took Gohan's full attack, letting him let his guard down and finishing him off with one strike, Piccolo thought, his jaw practically on the floor. Well, this is going to be interesting, Piccolo thought to himself. HP Witcher trained sorcerer. Prologue. Play Ghana Autumn theme song. The sound of whistling echoed through the dark and empty street of Privet Drive. In the center of the road, a figure made their way through the street, heading towards one of the many identical houses that were lined up across the street. As the figure walked towards the house, it passed the mailbox with a golden 4 on the front. Finally reaching the front door, the figure raised its hand with both thumb and middle finger pressed together. Snap! The trees that swayed back and forth, the birds that flapped through the sky, all froze. A chuckle escaped the figure as it placed its hand on the door handle, twisting the handle and pushed forward. Click! The door unlocked, and it was opened. The figure was now inside the home of number 4, Privet Drive, with the world frozen in time, except for one other person besides this figure. Break! Hadrian Potter, age 5. Son of Lily and James Potter and nephew to Vernon and Petunia Dudley, found himself shaking with fear. Some random person had just opened the front door to the house and entered the home, whistling a tune as they wiped their feet on the doormat. Slowly moving further into the home of the Dudleys, the figure passed by the cupboard, entering the kitchen/living room and flicked on the light switch, lighting up the kitchen and hallway. Hadrian felt his heart race, tears welling up in the corner of his eyes as his mind thought of what could happen should the individual find him, all getting progressively worse the longer he tried hiding under his cover. Click! Stop playing Ghana Autumn theme song. Hadrian felt his heart drop as the lock to his cupboard unlocked and the door opened, causing a bright light to shine in Hadrian's eyes, temporarily blinding the young, bespectacled boy. As Hadrian's vision returned, he found himself face to face with a warm smile belonging to a bald man wearing a brown tunic with blue pants, a satchel hanging by his side. Hello there, my young friend. Are you hungry? The man asks warmly, his eyes full of care and warmth. The fear that Hadrian felt washed away as he found himself no longer afraid of the person before him. Hadrian frowned slightly as he heard the man's offer. I can't. The Dudleys won't let me, Hadrian answered softly. The man's smile faded slightly, and unseen by the young raven-haired boy, the man's eyes turned pitch black, rage burning inside. As quick as the rage came, so too did it vanish just as quickly. A smile once more replacing the rage. The man held out his hand for Hadrian to grab. "Do not worry, the Dursleys won't know. It will be our little secret," the man says, winking at the raven-haired boy. Hadrian giggled slightly and reached out, grabbing the man's hand. Softly pulling the young boy out of the cupboard, the man guided Hadrian towards the kitchen and placed him at the dining table. Hadrian shifted slightly, fearful at the thought of his relatives coming in to see him sitting at the dining table, something that they would never allow. "Would you like something to eat?" "I'm not the best cook in the world, but I know my stuff," the man offered. Looking down, Hadrian shyly nodded his head. The man chuckled and made his way into the kitchen. "I hope you like scrambled eggs. That's something that I can make pretty well," the man states as he begins to cook. "Break." Hadrian smiled as he bit into his eggs, making a sound of contentment as he ate the food given to him by this stranger. "I see that you like it." Hadrian looked up to see the man smiling at him. The young raven-haired boy nodded with a smile. "That is good to hear," the man says happily. After a few minutes of silence, Hadrian eventually finished the meal that the man had made for him. "Now that you are fed, it is time for why I am here," the man says, causing Hadrian to tilt his head with a frown. "I am here to make you an offer. I can take you away from this place, away from your relatives, and to someone who will love and cherish you. I will change your destiny," the man says with a slight gleam in his eyes. Hadrian frowned at the man's statement. The thought of leaving the Dursleys sounded like a dream come true. "Why are you helping me? Who are you?" Hadrian asks with a confused expression. The man stood from his chair and bowed with an amused smile on his face. "Gaunter Autumn, Master of Mirrors at your service." Gaunter Autumn introduced himself, eliciting a giggle from the young boy at his dramatic greeting. The Master of Mirrors chuckled, happy to see that the young boy was smiling. "Now as to why I am helping you. There was once a young man who had managed to locate me and wanted to strike a deal. In return for his soul, I gave the man the location of tomes relating to many dark magic, some lost to time, and some known only to the most legendary of dark magic users. But this man decided to break our deal. He separated his soul in many different items, resulting in me being unable to collect my due. This man murdered your parents, for years ago," Gaunter Autumn informed Hadrian. The raven-haired boy felt his world begin to spin. His parents were murdered. They didn't die in a car crash. But that's when it registered in the young boy's mind. "What do you mean by magic?" Hadrian asked with a frown. Gaunter Autumn chuckled as he gave Hadrian a mischievous look. "You know what I mean. You had your suspicions," the Master of Mirrors answered knowingly. The young boy stared at Gaunter Autumn in shock. How did this man know about his suspicions? What else does he know? "So I ask again, do you want to leave this place? To be loved and cared for by someone who truly wants you?" Gaunter Autumn asks. Without a moment of thought, Hadrian nodded his head. Getting away from the Dursleys was what he wanted most in life. The Master of Mirrors smiled as he waved a hand over Hadrian's eyes. Before the young boy could react, he felt his eyes slowly begin to droop as he became tired. Trying to fight the desire to sleep, Hadrian was able to see the impressed look in Gaunter Autumn's face, just as his eyes closed completely. "Break." Gaunter Autumn, Master of Mirrors, the man of glass and a wish grande, found himself moving towards the sleeping form of one, Hadrian Potter. For those who had searched into his history, it was well known that Gaunter Autumn put twists into the deals/wishes he made. But what was not well known was that he only did so with the wicked. There were very few wishes/deals he made that he made sure that the recipient got the most out of. Didn't mean he doesn't put a twist into said deals, but it was not only amusing for Gaunter Autumn, but beneficial for the other. And this was one of those deals. Hadrian Potter wanted to escape the Dursleys and to be raised by someone who will love and cherish him. But the Master of Mirrors decided to put a little spin on the deal. It was never specified who Hadrian would be raised by and where. And so, picking Hadrian up into a princess carry, the young boy's bead rested against Gaunter Autumn's chest as soft snoring escaped Hadrian's lips. The bald man smiled down at the child before turning his attention towards the scar on Hadrian's head. Eyes turning pitch black, a screech echoed through the house, not waking anyone up as time was still frozen. A black shard shot out of Hadrian's head and into the awaiting hand on the man of glass. A dark chuckle escaped Gonto Adam's throat as he grinned down at the shard. "Oh, Tom, you naive little child. You thought you could escape me? You thought wrong. I may only have a part of you, but time is both little and much use to me. I will wait and wait until your soul is mine," the man says as his skin darkens and he becomes more demonic in appearance. Turning attention back on Hadrian, Ghana Adam smiled slightly as he waved his hand over the young boy's sleeping form, a dark energy coating the raven-haired boy's entire body before seeping into his body. "I do hope you enjoy this gift, as you have given me a portion of Tom's soul. And now, it is time to complete this deal," Ghana Adam says as he disappears, vanishing without a trace, with Hadrian in tow. "Break!" Gonto Adam smiled as he sat in a comfortable chair. In his hand was the soul shard of Tom Marvolo Riddle, self-proclaimed Dark Lord known as Voldemort. Currently located in a lavish-looking room, Gonto Adam turned his head slightly to see the sleeping form of Hadrian lying on a bed, comfortable and peaceful. At that very moment, the door to the room opened, and a beautiful woman with long raven-colored hair and captivating violet-colored eyes walked in. Immediately, the woman comes to a stop, narrowing her eyes at Gonto Adam. "You must be either brave or stupid to sneak into a sorceress' home. Who are you?" the woman demanded. The Master of Mirrors smiled and stood up before bowing to the beautiful woman. "Gonto Adam, at your service. I have heard quite a few interesting stories about you, Yennefer of Vengerberg, and I am here to grant you your greatest wish." The man of glass spoke with a grin on his face. Chapter 1. Back to Earth. Within the cupboard under the stairs, a pair of emerald green eyes opened. A sigh escaped the lips of one, Hadrian Potter, otherwise known as Hadrian of Caer Morhen. With a slight groan, Hadrian sat up and rubbed his eyes tiredly. As the young boy began to regain his bearing, Hadrian looked down to see his current state, in the form of a 5-year-old. "Oh, you have got to be fucking kidding me," Hadrian cursed as he inspected his body. Taking a close look at his body, a sigh of relief escaped the young boy as he saw that he was not malnourished, but in fact quite muscular for his age. "At least that's one thing that came with me when I agreed to that deal," Hadrian thought to himself, remembering the day he made the deal that resulted in his current situation, one that to the young boy only happened a few minutes ago. Flashback. The sound of gravel crunching beneath the hoof of a horse can be heard as it walked through the silent roads of the farmlands as the rider of said horse continued down the path, a goal nowhere in sight. The rider was a young man with messy black hair with beautiful emerald green eyes. He was wearing a beautifully crafted armor with black chainmail and scaled chestplate, Viper School armor set, with a medallion in the shape of a wolf head dangling from his neck with 2 swords strapped to his back. This young man is Hadrian of Caer Morhen. As the young man made his way down the road, he tensed as he forced his horse to come to a stop, his medallion humming as it sensed magic nearby. Narrowing his eyes, Hadrian scanned the area for anything responsible for his medallion's reaction. "How long has it been since we last saw each other?" A voice spoke out, and Hadrian's head snapped towards the owner of the voice. The young man's eyes widened as he saw the person before him, standing on the branch of a tree, was Ghana Adam, a man he had not seen in 13 years, ever since he was left to be raised by Yennefer of Vengerberg at the age of 5. "Never thought I would see you again," Hadrian says in surprise, his voice deep, similar to that of a certain white-haired witcher. A smile formed on the Master of Mirrors' face as the young man before him recognized him. "I see that you still remember me." "I am happy to hear that," Ghana Adam says, smiling. Hadrian chuckled as he hopped off his horse. "Of course I remember you. You are the one who gave me a fresh start, a better life," Hadrian says with a grateful look on his face. The Master of Mirrors smiled and tilted his head slightly. "You seem quite emotional for a witcher, don't you think?" Ghana Adam says cheekily. Hadrian shook his head with an amused smile. "That would be the case if I actually went through the Witcher trials. I am just a normal guy who was trained by Witchers. Everything I can do is the result of hard work. No mutations," Hadrian answers, crossing his arms over his chest. The man of glass nodded his head in understanding. "I guess so. But out of curiosity, why are you dressed as a Witcher? After all, you are a sorcerer, and a powerful one at that." Gaunter Adam asks, his eyes shining with curiosity. Hadrian chuckled as he uncrossed his arms, lifting up his hand as lightning engulfed his arm. What most people don't seem to remember is that with sorcerers and sorceresses, the second you take away their magic, they are basically defenseless. I hated the idea of being defenseless. Blame the Dursleys for that. So to make sure it never happens, I trained as a witcher, Hadrian answers. Ghana Autumn nodded his head in respect. Not many would work so hard on covering their weaknesses since to many, it could be considered worthless. That is good to hear. Now for the reason I am here. Years ago, I offered you a deal. Now I am here for another. The man informs Hadrian. The young witcher-trained sorcerer cocks an eyebrow at that. Now this will be interesting. What's the deal? Hadrian asks, curious. Ghana Autumn smiled, and as Hadrian blinked, appeared right in front of the young man, backing up in surprise. Hadrian looked up at the tree branch before, looking back at Ghana Autumn, shocked by the sudden closeness. As you remember, I told you about a young man that made a deal with me for his soul. In exchange, I gave him the location of many tomes of dark magic. But the thing is, this man split his soul into separate pieces and placed them in items in an attempt to escape. Me. This was the man who killed your parents. My deal is that I send you back to your world, destroy the objects containing his soul, and kill him. In return, I will grant you any wish you desire, within reason. Of course, after all, I am no god, Ghana Autumn says the last part before chuckling in amusement, as if it was some inside joke. Hadrian looked down as he contemplated the offer. As of this moment, he had no goal in sight, only to learn more and train in both magic and sword. Killing the person responsible for his parents' death sounded incredibly appealing to the young man. Looking back up at the Master of Mirrors with determination in his eyes, Hadrian held out his hand. Deal, Hadrian agreed. With a smile on his face, Ghana Autumn reached out and grasped Hadrian's hand and shook it. Flashback in. And the next thing Hadrian knew, he was back under the cupboard under the stairs in the body of his 5-year-old self, with some aspects of his previous body there, such as his scars, muscles, and magical core. The only thing that Hadrian noticed that was not a part of him was his medallion, one that all witchers of the school of the Wolf wore. At least I have something that still connects me to them, Hadrian thought with a small smile as he grasped the medallion between his fingers. Shaking himself out of his thoughts, Hadrian focused back on the tasks at hand, getting out of here and locating the soul of the one who had killed his parents. Moldy Forts. It's Moldy Forts, right? Hadrian thought to himself. The now young boy thought to himself as he felt like he was wrong with the name. Shaking his head, Hadrian pushed the cupboard in an attempt to leave the cupboard, only for it to refuse to move. Locked. Of course, Hadrian shook his head. Hadrian released a force of energy from his hand, shattering the cupboard door, awakening everyone in the house. As the young raven-haired boy got out of the cupboard loud, stomping, descended down the stairs, and Hadrian was face to face with a familiar figure of someone he hadn't seen in 12 years. Vernon Dursley. You did your freakish things again? I should have killed you when you were on our doorstep. Vernon yelled as he lunged forward. Rage burned within Hadrian as his uncle said those words. The abuse, the taunts, the torment. All of it flashed in Hadrian's mind. All memories once forgotten returned with a vengeance. Bringing his hand up, palm facing Vernon, Hadrian's eyes flashed green. Kamarl, a bright blue flame shot from Hadrian's hand, engulfing Vernon in its dangerously beautiful flames. Vernon's last words were the cries of pain as the fire consumed him. As Vernon's body turned to ash as the fire died out, the young sorcerer heard a cry of fear and looked over to see Petunia, staring at him with horror and fear. A chuckle escaped Hadrian as he crossed his arms. Well, look who it is. The horse-faced bitch, Hadrian snarled, his eyes glowing with power as he glared at one of the people responsible for his torment. Petunia shook with fear as magic swirled around Hadrian. The young sorcerer glared at his aunt, rage burning in his eyes. Bringing his hand up, a bright orange glow formed over Petunia, and the horse-faced woman froze, her body stiff, unable to move. Narrowing his eyes, Hadrian began to concentrate. Rage began to consume Hadrian as he read the woman's mind. Petunia screamed as her nerves began to burn. Hadrian's hand clenched tightly as magic covered his arm. You tortured me all of these years over your stupid jealousy? Hadrian demanded, disbelief in his voice. The only sound that could escape Petunia's lips were the screams of pain as her nerves burned. Leave Mummy alone, you freak. Dudley squealed like a pig as he charged at Hadrian. Igni fired shot from Hadrian's hand, burning Dudley alive as he screamed in pain, the boy's body falling to the ground as the floor caught on fire. Turning his attention back to Petunia, the young sorcerer glared at his aunt with anger in his eyes. "You will die here, Petunia. I will make sure of that." Hadrian growled as he brought his hand up. Axii, Petunia's eyes fogged up, and the magic torturing her began to fade. "This is goodbye, Petunia. Good luck in hell." Hadrian growled as he turned and walked out the door, fire growing behind him. And on this night, the Dursleys perished, believing their deaths the result of the fire that consumed their home in the dark night. Spell introduction: Camarl. Inspired by the sorceress, Tris Merigold, Hadrian attempted to master the ability of pyrokinesis, resulting in the creation of a new never-seen-before spell. Camarl is more powerful, dangerous, and versatile than most fire spells known, but at the cost of said spell needing a constant supply of magic from the caster. Without it, it would immediately die out. Its high magic requirement is a result of its bright blue flames, hotter and far easier to control than its other spell counterparts. Created by Hadrian of Caer Morhen. Spell introduction. One of the most important things about sorcerers and sorceresses: a place to call home. At the peak of Mount Everest, Hadrian found himself in a large cave, entrance blocked by an illusion with the walls lit up with torches. Looking around the empty cave, Hadrian nodded to himself in appreciation. "This will do," Hadrian thought to himself, before noticing in the corner a crack in the stone. Frowning slightly, Hadrian moved towards the crack and began to investigate it. Medallions humming. "This is definitely magical in nature," Hadrian thought to himself. Waving his hand over the crack, the young sorcerer frowned as he couldn't sense the magic coming from it. "That is odd. Then why is the medallion reacting to it?" Hadrian wondered. Clunk! Hadrian heard a sound from behind him and quickly turned, eyes narrowed, magic crackling from his hands. As Hadrian looked around, he paused as he saw what had made the noise. There, in all its glory, sitting atop a stand, was his armor, the same that Vesemir once used in his younger days. How did that get here? Hadrian wondered out loud as he walked towards his armor. There, attached to his armor, was a note. "Hello, my young friend. As you are now aware, you were deeged into your previous 5-year-old form. This is due to Hogwarts, a school of witchcraft and wizardry. Only problem is that you start at 11. As you were 18, you would be unable to attend the school. The soul of Tom Riddle, otherwise known as Voldemort, the man who murdered your parents, has a piece of his soul located within the school. I am unable to collect it as it goes against the deal, despite Tom breaking the deal. I sent your armor along with your swords to the place you would eventually call home during your stay. Thought a Witcher-trained sorcerer would be more comfortable with both his blade and armor by his side. Best of luck, your friend, Gaunterwadam." A smile made its way onto Hadrian's face as he read the letter. Looking at the armor, the smile on Hadrian's face began to dim. It was way too big for him. "Shit. Looks like I am going to have to let it stay there for the next 10 years, Hadrian internally cursed. Clunk! The sound of metal landing caught Hadrian's attention, and he turned to see his 2 swords hung up on a sword rack. Hadrian's very first blade, a beautiful steel sword with black leather, wrapped around the hilt, the pommel in the shape of a wolf head with the blade shining beautifully with glowing orange glyphs at the middle of the blade. He had received that blade when both he and an ashen-haired girl became old and mature enough to use steel swords. Hadrian's second sword, a silver sword that he had gained from Vesemir, the oldest witcher alive, after completing his training as a witcher, without the mutations as well. Sadly, the ashen-haired girl was gone when he had completed his training. Thus, she was unable to complete hers either, as they were the same age, resulting in her only having a steel sword. "I hope you're all right," Hadrian thought, worrying about his childhood friend. Taking a deep breath, Hadrian brought himself back to reality, a goal in his mind: kill Tom Riddle. And to do so, he needed to prepare and learn. Flashback. A 13-year-old Hadrian grumbled as his mother in all but blood, Yennefer of Vengerberg, cursed as she attempted to fix his messy hair. "What is with you and this damned hair?" The beautiful sorceress cursed as she attempted to calm it down. The duo were currently sitting in a carriage as it made its way through the gravel path. Yennefer eventually sighed and shook her head with a scowl. "Even after all these years, I still can't calm your hair." Yennefer sighed, rubbing the bridge of her nose in frustration. Hadrian just smiled with amusement. "How long until we get there?" Hadrian asks, turning his head to his adoptive mother. Rubbing the young boy's head, Yennefer turned and looked out the carriage, her eyes staring directly at the snowy mountains. "In a day's time, we will reach Kaer Morhen," the raven-haired sorceress answers. "Yeah." The young boy cheers with a bright smile on his face. Flashback end. Hadrian took a deep breath as he held two small vials in his hands. Before the young sorcerer were two vials. One contains white honey and the other a potion. A Witcher potion. It has been a year since he had killed the Dursleys and freed himself. The cave he lived in was now warmer. A bed in the corner of the cave with carpets under it and his armor and sword stand. On the opposite end of the cave was a desk with bookshelves next to it and a megascope. Bottoms up, Hadrian says to himself, as he drank the vial in one go. The effect was immediate. Hadrian growled as his skin turned pale, his veins slowly changing to black, making it visible from under his now pale skin. After a moment, Hadrian relaxed. Opening his eyes, the once beautiful emerald green was replaced by obsidian-colored eyes, scara and all, leaving only black. Taking a deep breath, Hadrian turned his attention to his steel sword. Walking towards it, grasping the handle, the young sorcerer pulled the sword off of its stand and gripped it between both hands. A blur slashed through the air before another followed after. Over and over, Hadrian slashed with his sword with skilled precision and incredible speed. The sword merely a blur as it was swung. Kicking a small rock into the air, Hadrian slashed the rock several times with incredible speed and precision, stopping abruptly as he slashed through the center, forcing the pieces to separate. Taking a deep breath, Hadrian looked down at the rock, a total of 5 slashes in 3 seconds. Slow, Hadrian thought with a scowl as he let out a tired breath. Shaking his head in frustration, Hadrian winced as he felt his veins beginning to burn. Without a moment's hesitation, Hadrian grasped the vial of white honey and downed it in one go. Coughing into his hand, Hadrian fell to one knee as his skin began to regain color and his eyes returned to normal. Letting out a pained breath, Hadrian attempted to stand up, only to fall back onto his knee as the toxins that were in his veins took a toll on his body. "So not only am I slower and weaker, I can barely handle one Witcher potion." Damn, Hadrian internally cursed, knowing it was going to take a while before he could build up his tolerance to the toxicity of Witcher potions. In his adult form, Hadrian was able to slash 4 times in 3 seconds, but in his potion state, was able to slash up to 8 times within 3 seconds at his best. Normal Witchers, on the other hand, were able to slash up to 7 times in 3 seconds in their normal state, and up to a devastating 11 slashes in 3 seconds. The potion that Hadrian had consumed made his senses stronger. He was faster, stronger, more agile, more Witcher-like. With the potion, Hadrian's senses were dialed up to 11, nearly on par with the Witcher's senses, thus making Hadrian one of the best trackers, second only to Witchers. Letting out a sigh, Hadrian stood up and cursed as he attempted to lift his sword, only to struggle as the weight was too much for his small body. This is going to be a long few years, Hadrian thought to himself with a sigh. Time skip. In truth, there is not more repulsive than these monsters that defy nature and are known by the name of Witcher. They are the offspring of foul sorcery and witchcraft. They are veritable scoundrels without conscience and virtue, and scrupulous creatures off hell able only to take lives. They have no place amongst decent and honest folk. And this keep, this Kaer Morhen where these villains nest and practice their foul rituals, must be wiped from the earth, all traces of it treated with salt and saltpeter to complete the deed. Bang! A book slammed against the wall of the cave as Hadrian let out a growl as he rubbed the bridge of his nose in frustration. The now 6-year-old Witcher-trained sorcerer sat at his desk with many different books littered across the wooden desk, many relating to the monster hunters known as Witchers. Whoosh! A portal appeared beside Hadrian as he shoved his hand into the portal, pulling out a book, placing it onto the table. The Witcher Trials, the book of how Witchers are created, something that Vesemir, the oldest of the Witchers, hid away, so that no one can learn how to create Witchers. Despite his best efforts at hiding the book, Hadrian one day stumbled upon it within the dungeons, where all of the lost items of Witcher history were stored. Opening the book, Hadrian began to read through it. The trial of grasses. For 2 days more did symptoms not subside. The child's skin, hitherto drenched in sweat, grew dry and hot. The pulse ceased to be full and firm, albeit remaining of average strength, slow rather than fast. No more did he wake, nor did he scream. Finally came the seventh day. The male awoke and opened his eyes, and his eyes were those of a viper. As I continue to see this through, the pain of those who suffer through these is unbearable, but it is a necessary evil. For the monsters that hunt our lands will continue to prey on the innocent, and should this fail, I fear for all sentient species, human, elves, dwarves, and many others, cannot stand against the nature of the monsters that now roam these lands. Hadrian was the first chapter, turning the page to continue on learning about the trials of the Witchers. Trial of Dreams. The child, after surviving the first trial, will be placed under several hallucinations induced by either druids or mages. The trial leads to the child's senses and abilities to be further enhanced, but also becoming sterilized in the process. Hadrian rubbed his chin and nodded to himself. Okay, so that is the trial that leads to their sterilization, the young sorcerer thought to himself as he moved to the next chapter. The Trial of Mountains. The trial is not like the others. Instead of enhancing the child's abilities, it is a test. After months of training, the child is forced to head to the mountains to collect their medallions. The text continued on, but Hadrian closed the book, already knowing what the Trial of Mountains were. After all, both he and an ashen-haired girl both participated in said trials together in a pair. Rubbing his forehead, Hadrian stood up from his chair and began to pace. The young Witcher-trained sorcerer knew that those who went through the trials either died or became Witchers themselves and lived the rest of their lives fighting monsters for coin until their very deaths. But as the young boy looked at the trials, he knew one thing. The trials are incomplete, Hadrian thought to himself. Something just didn't seem right with the trials. Not with those who died or the sterilization. No, it just seemed like it was incomplete, as if something was missing. Something that either shouldn't be there was in the trials or something was lacking in it. Either way, Hadrian's goal was to find out what was missing or needed to be removed. His endgame? To create a new generation of Witchers, stronger and more powerful than the current ones. To make them unstoppable monster killers who could take on the likes of higher vampires as if they were drowners. But first, I need to experiment, Hadrian thought to himself with narrowed eyes. There was only one way to experiment on creating Witchers, and that was to have live subjects. And Hadrian knew where the best way to get live subjects. Those who no one would care about. Criminals thought they committed atrocities that no sane man would ever commit. Those whose suffering would be met with glee from all those who knew them. Break. Albus Dumbledore, headmaster of Hogwarts and the vanquisher of Gellert Grindelwald, found himself sitting at his desk with his face in his hands. Hadrian Potter, a boy he had placed with his relatives, the same relatives who were now dead with their home burnt to the ground. With the young Potter missing, untrackable, the old headmaster felt his heart clench in his chest at the thought of what the young boy could be going through. Alone, on the streets, no one to look after him, afraid. "You are just another monster," a feminine voice whispered into the old man's ear, causing a whimper to escape Albus' lips. "You killed me. You created Voldemort, and you are responsible for the deaths of Lily and James Potter, leaving young Harry alone. You are not the leader of light. You are a monster," the voice continued to speak, causing Dumbledore to shake as tears ran down his face. "I'm sorry. I am so sorry." Ariana, Albus apologized before he began to sob. Unseen by the old wizard, his shadow behind him began to change, morphing into an inhuman creature with claws and a pair of horns. Hey, did you know that if you copy and paste your work onto this website, you actually have to fix all you punctions, such as bold letters, figuring out how to separate paragraphs, and using italics? I didn't. Fucking hell. HBDBS, Son of Black. This is an attempt at my previous story idea, Black Child. Now that I am better at actually making stories, I wanted to see how I would do at reworking my old story that I never actually posted. Prologue. Lady Voldemort, a name that struck fear into the hearts of the wizarding world, stood before a red-haired woman as a red glow consumed the room. As the glow began to dim, a thump was heard as the woman fell to the ground. Looking down at the woman with impassive red eyes, Lady Voldemort turned her attention towards the crib before her. Lady Voldemort is a beautiful woman with pitch black hair that cascades down to her lower back in silky waves with unnaturally pale skin that looks as if it glowed in the moonlight. Moving over the body, Lady Voldemort looked down as she caught the sight of an adorable dark-haired baby with the most eye-catching emerald green eyes she had ever seen. This baby was Hadrian James Potter, the son of the woman laying before the crib, and supposedly the one who would defeat Lady Voldemort. But as she looked down at the baby, doubt began to cloud her mind as her beautiful face scrunched up in thought. This doesn't make any sense. Why is this place so little protected? Sure, that little traitor Pettigrew told me the location of the home, protected by the Fidelis charm, but there should have been more than that, the beautiful red-eyed woman thought to herself, only to tense as the tip of a wand pressed against the back of her neck. It only took a moment for the rage to burn in her eyes. Dumbledore, the woman snarled as she turned her head slightly to see an old man standing behind her, wand pressed against her neck. "Hello, my dear. I see that you have found the Potters," the old man says. Though Lady Voldemort knew that the old wizard was up to something. Manipulative bastard, the beautiful woman growled in her mind as her ruby-colored eyes narrowed at Dumbledore. "You set up the Potters to die. That's how you got here so fast. So, what was the plan? Have me kill the Potters and triumphantly kill me, announcing that you killed a second Dark Lord at the cost of the Potters?" Voldemort asks, though the expression on her face showed that she already knew the answer. A laugh escaped the old man as he grinned darkly at the woman. "You know me so well, Tammy. So good to see my teachings haven't been lost on you," the old man says, amusement present on his face. "Tammy Riddle, the true name of Lady Voldemort. Do you really think this will turn out like you think it will?" Voldemort asks, curiosity in her voice. Dumbledore merely chuckled in response. "Of course not, my dear. I know you well enough that you will fight back. And when I defeat you, your Horcruxes will keep you from dying," the old man says, his smile growing as he notices Tammy's eyes widening. "Oh, you didn't really think I wasn't aware of such black magic, do you? Why, I should scold you for using such evil magic before ultimately forgiving you," the old wizard says, teasingly. Lady Voldemort scoffed as she rolled her eyes. "Such a stupid act, old man." The red-eyed woman scowled. Dumbledore let a chuckle escape him as he twisted the end of the wand into Voldemort's neck, causing the woman to hiss as her skin burned slightly. "You always were perceptive, Tammy. You saw through it so fast." "It was honestly quite impressive," the old man admits. Letting out an irritated breath, Voldemort looked down and saw Hadrian looking up at her, his head tilted in curiosity. Voldemort closed her eyes as she found herself frustrated. She had fallen into Dumbledore's trap as she recklessly charged into the home of the Potters like a Gryffindor. "What a fool I am. Should have known that Dumbledore planned everything," the red-eyed woman thought to herself before noticing the mother of Hadrian, Lily Potter, laying on the floor, her chest rising and lowering as she breathed. While Dumbledore planned the confrontation, Voldemort knew that the old man wasn't expecting her to spare Lily Potter, let alone James Potter, the father of Hadrian, who was currently on the lower floor, unconscious. Lady Voldemort knew that the old wizard always liked to be right, liked to plan ahead and have everything as he expected. The way he was acting right now was proof of that. After all, Dumbledore was unable to hide the anger and irritation in his eyes as he dug the wand into Tammy's neck. "Surprised I spared them? That certainly must annoy you, huh? Tammy Riddle, the most evil dark witch since Morgana, and she spared a family after attacking it. That certainly will raise questions," the Dark Lady taunted with a sly grin on her face. Dumbledore's face reddened with rage before a smirk grew. "Are you sure about that, my dear? After all, it will be hard to question things if the Potters are dead," the old wizard says. It took only a moment for Lady Voldemort's eyes to widen at the insinuation. "What are you planning, old man? You are sacrificing these pawns for seemingly no reason, and for what? What are you up to?" The red-eyed woman hissed with narrowed eyes. "You know, my dear, there are times where I wonder if you know me at all," Dumbledore responds. "But it matter not. Now does it?" the old man says as the tip of his wand begins to glow emerald green. "Avada," the old man spoke, the green glowing brighter as he began to say the incantation of the spell. Voldemort then moved swiftly, turning around and smacking the wand out of the old man's hand as she raised her wand at Dumbledore. "Crucio," the Dark Lady yelled, sending forth a blood-red spell with red lightning lashing around its form at the old man. Dumbledore moved to the side as the curse passed by him harmlessly, splashing against the wall behind the old man as it fizzled out. The old wizard raised his hand up as the center of his palm began to glow. Reducto, Dumbledore casted a bright blue spell at the woman. With one swift move of her wand, a translucent shield formed over Lady Voldemort. Protego, the red-eyed woman, silently casted, causing the spell to bounce off of her shield and ricochet into the ceiling above. Boom! The ceiling exploded, sending bits and pieces of wood falling down above them. Taking advantage of the distraction, Dumbledore raised his hand at his wand and waved his hand. Accio, the old man casted wandlessly, causing his wand to shoot off from the floor and into his hand. Turning his wand to the Dark Lady, Dumbledore casted once more. Accio, the old man silently casted, causing Voldemort to stumble forward from the pull of the spell, forcing her to stomp her feet into the ground to maintain her balance. Dumbledore smirked as he moved around the Dark Lady as he raised his wand. Depulso, the old man silently casted, sending another spell at Voldemort. With a scowl, Lady Voldemort forced herself back, causing her to dodge the spell, but at the cost of her footing, causing her to fall onto her ass as Dumbledore raised his wand at the Dark Lady to finish her off. Realizing what would happen if she were to lose, Lady Voldemort aimed her wand at the old man before he could finish her off. Avada Kedavra, Tammy Riddle roared, sending the infamous killing curse at the old man. With a grin on his face, Dumbledore moved to the side, causing Lady Voldemort's eyes to widen as she saw what was behind him. With her attention focused on the old man before her, the red-eyed woman paid no attention as the old man forced her to move around until eventually their places were swapped. Now, with Dumbledore standing in front of Hadrian, until he dodged the killing curse. There, standing at the crib, was little Hadrian, hands on the railing of the crib to get a closer look at the action before him, causing him to be in the way of the infamous death curse. Boom! The room exploded as the killing curse was suddenly flung back, causing the spell to slam into Lady Voldemort's chest as her entire being suddenly evaporated, leaving behind her wand and the black cloak that once covered her curvaceous body. As the dust began to settle, Dumbledore looked at what remained of Voldemort with a frown. The old man hadn't expected the outcome of Lady Voldemort's end to happen like this. Oh well, not like it matters, Dumbledore thought, shrugging his shoulders as he holstered his wand. Turning to the crib, the old wizard was expecting the corpse of one Hadrian Potter, but what he wasn't expecting was to see the baby breathing, unconscious but alive, with only a lightning bolt scar on his head. Now confused, Dumbledore grabbed out his wand and silently casted a spell over the baby boy, checking to see what could have caused his survival with only a scar. Nothing. What saved him from the killing curse? Dumbledore wondered as he looked at the dark-haired baby. As the old man took a closer look at the scar, he noticed that aside from the little bit of dark magic from the spell itself, he was unharmed. I would have expected there to be a Horcrux or something. Tammy always was one for contingency plans, the old man thought to himself before ultimately shrugging it off. Worst comes to worst, I can just claim he has a Horcrux and needs to die for Voldemort to be defeated, Dumbledore thought. James Lily, a voice yelled out, causing the old man to tense as he looked outside the nursery room. Well, it looks like Sirius Black has arrived. Can't let him take Harry. The boy needs to be under my control, Dumbledore thought. With one swift move, Dumbledore raised his wand and spun it above his head, casting a disillusionment charm over him. The old man slowly began to become nearly invisible as he blended in the surroundings. It wasn't long after that one handsome dark-haired man entered. Sirius Black, Hadrian Potter's godfather. Lily, Harry. The man let out a laugh of relief as he quickly moved to Lily, pulling out his wand as he went to cast a spell. Making his move, Dumbledore moved behind Sirius, wand in her hand. Imperio, the old man casted, causing Sirius' eyes to fog up. Now, normally the dark-haired man would have been able to resist the power of the Imperious curse, but with the power of the wand in Dumbledore's hand, one of legend, the Elder Wand, Sirius just couldn't fight against the unforgivable curse. You will leave James and Lily, give Harry to Hagrid when he arrives, and hunt down and kill Peter Pettigrew, Dumbledore spoke before finishing the command as he brought the wand to Sirius' head. Obliviate, the old man casted, erasing the man's memories of what had just happened. With that done, Dumbledore moved back and watched as Sirius ignored Lily's unconscious body and grabbed Hadrian, pulling him out of the crib and making his way out of the nursery room, right into the arms of Hagrid, who had just arrived, on orders by Albus Dumbledore to search for any survivors, should there be any. With Hadrian soon to be in Hagrid's hands and Dumbledore's grasp as a result, the old man turned his attention to Lily Potter. "Sorry, my dear, but I cannot have you interfere with my plans. Previously, I had intended to kill you, as it seems Voldemort failed to do so, but it seems that as a result of young Harry's survival, I must let you live lest your wills be activated. Of course, I would certainly use my powers to stop it from ever truly working, but it would be unnecessary problems for me," Dumbledore says as he raises his wand and casts a silent spell, causing Lily's body to be engulfed in a darkish brown glow. "Acomakurse. There, that will make things easier for me." Now on to James, the old man thought as he made his way out of the nursery room and down the stairs, where James' unconscious body lay. Break! Albus Dumbledore, headmaster of Hogwarts and many other titles, stood before the home of number 4, Privet Drive, the soon-to-be home of one Hadrian Potter. Now all I need to do is wait until Hagrid arrives with little Harry, and soon things will be in motion, the old man thought to himself with a grin. The headmaster of Hogwarts then perked up as he sensed a familiar source of magic. "Professor McGonagall, I had thought you would be off celebrating," the old man says, turning to what seemed to be an ordinary cat that sat atop a fence. Leaping from the fence, the cat morphed into an elderly woman as she landed gracefully into the ground with practiced ease. "Is it true, Albus? How the Potters really?" McGonagall asks, refusing to finish her question as worry was etched onto her face. Dumbledore sighed as a look of sadness grew on his face. "Thankfully, the Potters survived the attack. But unfortunately, both Lily and James Potter have been placed in a coma," the old man states. "Thanks to me," Dumbledore added in his mind. Professor McGonagall placed a hand onto her chest as an expression of despair and sadness formed on her face. "And what if their son, Harry? Did he really?" the old woman asks, hesitating to finish her sentence. Albus sighed in mock sadness, while inside he was seething. Damn that oaf. He couldn't help but get drunk and blab about how the Potter child survived and reflected the killing curse Dumbledore thought, angry with Hagrid. "Albus, do you really intend to send him here? I have spent the day watching over them, and they're the worst sort of muggles." The child was kicking and screaming at his own mother about not getting sweets, McGonagall says, disbelief present in her voice. "They are the only family he has," the headmaster of Hogwarts states, hoping that the old woman would drop the subject. If it were possible, Albus knew that he would have potioned all of his staff and pawns to be loyal to him and to listen to every word he said. But sadly, this was a magical world, and many times something of a similar scale had occurred in Hogwarts, resulting in many staff and members to yearly receive flushing droughts, and if any were to be linked to him, then questions would be asked that Dumbledore most certainly didn't want to be asked. As a result, the old man had to be careful with what he did and didn't do. But he would be famous. Every child in the magical world will know his name, Professor McGonagall says, causing the old man to internally grin in triumph. And now for the perfect reason to keep young Harry here, the old man thought to himself, as his staff member asked the question he certainly wanted to be asked, which is why he must stay here, away from all of that, so that he can grow and have a normal life, the headmaster of Hogwarts states. As McGonagall opened her mouth to protest, she froze. The words of the old wizard rang in her mind. After a few moments of thought, the old woman clenched her fists, and she opened her mouth once more, ready to protest the act of leaving the young Potter with his relatives. Virum, the sound of a motorcycle, stopped any words from escaping. Professor McGonagall's mouth as both she and Dumbledore looked onto the street to see a large man fly from the sky, landing onto the asphalt road as he rode in a motorcycle. Albus' eyes twinkled as he made his way towards the large man as he exited the motorcycle, a bundle in his arms. "How is he, Hagrid?" Dumbledore asks, looking over the giant's arm where he saw the familiar face of Hadrian Potter, sleeping comfortably in the giant man's arm as he was covered in a small blanket. "The little tyke fell asleep halfway through the trip," Hager says with a warm smile on his face. Nodding to the half-giant, Albus held out his arm, Hagrid understanding what the old man was silently asking for. Without a moment of hesitation, Hagrid handed Hadrian to the headmaster of Hogwarts as the old man slowly walked towards the front door of his relative's home. With a frown on her face, McGonagall sped walked to Albus' side in the hopes to help the old man reconsider his decision. Albus, there must be someone else that could take care of him. These are the worst sort of muggles. Who knows what they might do to him? Lily never had a good relationship with them after she came to Hogwarts, the old woman states. Internally sighing at the woman's insistence, Albus turned to face the professor with a small smile, with his eyes twinkling as the old man placed his grandfather's face on. She is family, the only one that young Harry now has. It is where he is safest, Dumbledore states, causing McGonagall to sigh and look away, frustration in her eyes. Smiling in triumph, Albus reached the front door of the home as he placed Hadrian at the front door, leaving a letter on top of him. With skilled ease, Albus pulled out his wand, silently casting many different spells before hiding his magical focus. Neither McGonagall or Hagrid aware of the headmaster's actions. A sob caught the attention of Dumbledore as he turned to see Hagrid, sniffling as he blew his nose into a handkerchief where the giant had gotten it. Albus didn't know. "Don't worry, it's not really goodbye," the headmaster of Hogwarts says, in the hopes that the half-giant would stop with the waterworks. Hagrid nodded his head, taking a deep breath as he rubbed the tears out of his eyes. Eyes twinkling, Albus turned towards Hadrian and spoke. "Good luck, Hadrian Potter," the old man whispered. "Time skip, freak, useless, boy, waste of space, worthless." Those were the names that Hadrian Potter was used to being called, mainly from his so-called relatives, but sometimes there is that occasional adult that seemed to get some vindictive joy out of treating the young Potter as a punching bag. Now 6.5 years old, Hadrian was in prep in primary school. The first time that Hadrian had been in class, the young boy had to get used to either being called Potter or Hadrian, as the Dursleys had called him nothing but freak and boy with the occasional other insult in the mix. At first, when going to school, Hadrian had thought that things might get better for the young boy. But things went south fast. Turns out that the Dursleys had decided that beating and starving him wasn't enough. They also warned everyone what a troublemaker he was. And for some stupid reason, everyone believed it. You would think that they would at least judge him upon meeting him, but that didn't seem to be the case. Many parents told their children to avoid Hadrian, otherwise they were grounded, and for those that weren't practically ordered by their parents to stay away from him, were driven off by Hadrian's cousin, Dudley, who seemed to have gained some sort of sick joy out of playing a game called Harry Hunting. And if that wasn't enough, every month the class has a little test, just to see how the students are faring and how they are handling the class. This would be fine if it wasn't for the fact that Hadrian was beaten and starved for getting better than their perfect Dudley. So, to avoid getting beaten, the next month Hadrian had done worse, only to get beaten up and starved for getting bad grades. Being starved and beaten up were the two most common things for the young Potter. Bad day at work. Well, beat up Hadrian Potter to vent out your frustrations. Ended up not getting the deal you want because of your stupidity, arrogance, and overall racist and sexist views? Well, just beat up Hadrian Potter. Hadrian Potter slightly burnt your food. Well, just beat him up. Hadrian Potter didn't do the 30 chores you had given him only 5 hours to do. Just beat him up. If Hadrian were to be honest, he wonders what it would be like to live a life away from the Dursleys and just be free of them. But sadly, that was not to come, at least for another 11.5 years. Due to how badly the young Potter had been treated, he was not only covered in bruises from the shoulders down, but he was also malnourished that would probably never be recovered due to the sheer lack of food he received, and the little he did were either completely rotten or on the verge of being completely rotten. Of course, it wasn't bad enough that they not only gave him scraps not even a dog would eat, but they also ate all the food and sometimes made the young Potter watch, getting joy out of further tormenting him. With the sheer abuse and neglect that Hadrian had received, someone would at least suspect something. But nope. Seems like the people on Privet Drive couldn't give a rat's ass about young Hadrian Potter, who wore rags for God's sake. Of course, upon hearing and learning about the police, that the young Potter would go to them for help. And he did, only for them to show large amounts of incompetence as they basically scolded him for lying about his loving relatives. Of course, Vernon somehow learned of it and beat him black and blue. Due to how easily the Dursleys seemed to get pissed off about everything, Hadrian was forced to adapt to avoid being as beaten as little as possible. If Hadrian were to be honest, with how bloody precise he has to be with food, he would probably be the next Gordon Ramsay with how picky the bastards were. But here the 6-year-old was, hidden in a library where Dudley and his gang wouldn't find him, as they had decided to begin another game of Harry hunting. With him the Dursleys were, the dark-haired boy needed to be observant, to see what pissed them off and how to avoid them. As a result, he was also able to notice what they hated and avoided. For Vernon, it was the kitchen, the backyard, and he surprisingly hated orange juice. For Petunia, it was the garage, the park surprisingly enough, and she hated the curtains being open. Probably paranoia, as every woman in the neighborhood gossiped about the stupidest things. For Dudley, it was not being able to get what he wanted, vegetables, and one of the most important things to Hadrian, the library, where the young boy was currently hiding within. As the young Potter let out a sigh of relief, he heard noises nearby. Curious as to what the individual who was making the noise was doing, the young boy slowly made his way towards it to see a skinny man sitting at one of the computers, watching a video as he read a book while listening to it. With his curiosity, Hadrian slowly moved towards the man to see what was on the screen of the computer. Upon getting a closer look at the screen, the young Potter was intrigued. On the screen was a video. A muscular man with graying hair stood in what looked to be a stage with a podium before him. "I am here to talk about success." The man spoke from the computer. "The first rule of success is to have a vision. You see, if you don't have a vision of where you're going, if you don't have a goal of where you go, you drift around and you never end up anywhere," the man spoke confidently. Hadrian found himself captivated by the man's words, entranced by what he was saying. "As you know, I was born in Austria in 1947, after the Second World War. So I was very fortunate to have stumbled onto my vision. And I didn't really like Austria when I grew up. I couldn't wait to get out of there." The man states, and the young Potter felt a connection to the man. He didn't like living with the Dursleys, and he most certainly couldn't wait to be free of them. Though their living conditions were most certainly different, but what they both wanted were the same. "I couldn't see myself becoming a farmer, or a worker in a factory, or anything like that, even though my parents wanted me to stay there and live a normal life. But that was their vision, not mine," the man says, gesturing to himself. Unknown to Hadrian, the man at the computer had noticed him and moved his chair slightly to the side, allowing the young boy to get a better view of the screen. "My vision was totally different. I felt that I was born for something special, something unique, for something big. Then one day I went to school. I remember I was 11 years old, and they showed a documentary about America. There they showed in this documentary the huge skyscrapers, the high-rises, the huge bridges, the 6-lane freeways, and all of this stuff. And I say to myself, that's where I want to be." The muscular man states. Hadrian found himself completely amazed by his words, feeling a fire growing inside him as he listened to the man's words. "I don't want to be around here with all the little farmhouses and these little buildings. I want to be in America." One day I was walking home after school, and I walked by a store in Grass, so I went inside and I looked around and I saw a magazine. It was a bodybuilding magazine that had Reg Park on the cover. Reg Park was then a 3-time Mr. Universe, and I saw him on the big screen as Hercules. I read that and said to myself, wow, this is the blueprint for my life. This is exactly what I want to do. I want to become a bodybuilding champion just like Reg Park. I want to get into movies just like Reg Park, and I want to make millions and be rich and famous just like Reg Park, the man states as Hadrian listened. The dark-haired boy felt the fire in him growing the more and more the man spoke. "You know how great it felt that I knew where I was going? Imagine a majority of people that didn't know where they're going. I knew where I was going, that I'm going to become this bodybuilding champion just like him. So it was just a question of how do you do it? I was so relieved because when you have a goal, when you have a vision, everything becomes easy. So people always ask me when they see me at the gym in the pumping iron days, they say, why is it you're working out so hard? 5 hours a day, 6 hours a day, and you always have a smile on your face. And I told people all the time, I said, because to me, I am shooting for a goal. In front of me is the Mr. Universe title. So every rep that I do brings me one step closer to accomplishing that goal, to make this goal, this vision, turn into reality. Every single set that I do, every repetition, every weight that I lift will get me a step closer to turn this goal into a reality. So I couldn't wait to do another 500-pound squat. I couldn't wait to do another 500 pounds bench press. I couldn't wait to do another 2,000 reps of sit-ups. I couldn't wait for the next exercise. By the age of 20, I went to London and I won the Mr. Universe contest as the youngest Mr. Universe ever. And that was because I had a goal. The man says as the people in the crowd in the video applauded. As he listened, the young Potter was in awe. This man had a goal, a vision, and worked hard to achieve it. And succeeded. So let me tell you, visualizing your goal and going after it makes it fun. You've got to have a purpose no matter what you do in life. You've got to have a purpose, the man stated. Hadrian felt his world freeze as those words rang in his head. You've got to have a purpose, the words echoed in the young Potter's mind. Amazing, isn't he? A voice asks, breaking Hadrian out of his thoughts. Looking to the side, the young boy blinked in surprise as he realized that he was standing right next to the man at the computer. Oh, I am sorry, I didn't mean to dash. Don't worry about it, the man cut Hadrian off, shocking the dark-haired boy. What? Hadrian asked, surprised. The man chuckled as he placed his book, now closed, onto the desk. I said don't worry about it. The man you just saw. His name is Arnold Schwarzenegger, the man states, causing Hadrian to look at the now paused video of the man who had given him hope. You've got to have a purpose, Arnold's words echoed in his mind. I've got to have a purpose, the young Potter thought to himself. Just then a woman walked towards both Hadrian and the man. I'm sorry, but we are closing. You must leave before we close, the woman says, informing the two. Nodding his head, Hadrian turned to the man at the computer and gave him a grateful smile. Thank you for the video. I know it wasn't for me, but I just wanted to say thank you, Hadrian says with a look of happiness. The man chuckled and waved his hand. Don't worry about it, kiddo. I am more than certain that Arnold would want his words to be heard. As long as they could help someone strive to achieve a goal, a vision, he would be happy, the man says with a smile. Nodding, the young Potter turned around and made his way out of the library, his mind going back to the speech that he had heard. This is a real speech. Look it up. It can be found on YouTube, and it is around 10 minutes long, so you can listen to it if you are playing games or even cleaning your room or something. Break. Sitting in the cupboard under the stairs, Hadrian felt his head throbbing as he sat on his bed that the Dursleys graciously gave him. Upon getting home, the young Potter was forced to cook a meal for the Dursleys before being chucked into his room by Vernon, who then gave him rotten scraps before chucking him into the cupboard. Hadrian's head banging against the wall from the force of the throw. It wasn't long after that the Dursleys soon turned on the lights as the night began to arrive. With the pain slowly fading, the young Potter thought about the speech he heard from Arnold Schwarzenegger and the treatment Hadrian received from the Dursleys. Taking a deep breath, Hadrian looked down at his torso and slowly raised his second-hand shirt that was originally Dudley's. What lay underneath the shirt caused the young boy to bite his lip. Bruises upon bruises covered his torso as his ribs stuck out from under his skin, the young boy's malnutrition visible for any to see. You've got to have a purpose. Those words rang in Hadrian's head. The young Potter knew that he needed a vision, a goal. But to do so, he first needed to escape the Dursleys, to get as far away from them as possible to stop them from possibly killing him, either through the beatings or starving him to death. And with the fire that had been fanned by the speech of Arnold, the young Potter closed his eyes as he focused on going to sleep, planning to leave the place that he had lived in for the past 5 years. Break. It was past midnight when Hadrian began to stir, his emerald green eyes hidden behind a broken pair of glasses opened, only to see the top of his cupboard. Taking a deep breath, the young Potter slowly sat up, wincing as he felt his stomach growl from the lack of food in his belly. Looking at the entrance to his cupboard, Hadrian slowly placed his hand onto the door and slowly pushed it. Creak! The cupboard slowly opened, revealing the outside of the cupboard. With a deep breath and determination burning in his eyes, Hadrian slowly exited the cupboard and looked around, squatting so as to quickly re-enter his cupboard should the Dursleys make their way down the stairs. After what seemed like hours, but was mere minutes, the young boy let out a relieved breath as he slowly closed the cupboard with a small click. Hadrian's heart raced as he tiptoed towards the kitchen, intent on stealing food before escaping the prison that was his home. Looking into the pantry, the young Potter bit his lip in frustration as the only thing worth anything was a loaf of bread in a plastic bag. Got to have something, and this is all I will need for the time being, Hadrian thought to himself as he grabbed the plastic bag and closed the pantry, turning his attention back to the hallway that led to the front door, just past the cupboard under the stairs. Moving silently through the house, Hadrian reached the front door and twisted the handle. The young Potter winced as the door stopped halfway with a small sound. Freezing with fear, the young boy hesitantly looked up the stairs, half expecting Vernon to just suddenly appear and beat him to death. Hadrian waited in a tense silence, expecting to at least hear the sound of the door to the master bedroom opening, but he heard nothing. Letting out a shaky sigh of relief, the young Potter turned towards the door and twisted the lock on the door. Click! The door unlocked as the young Potter quickly looked back up at the stairway, fearful of anyone hearing him leave. After a few moments of silence, the boy took a deep breath as he placed his hand on the door handle and twisted. Slowly opening the door, the young boy opened it halfway and slid through it to avoid any squeaks the door might make. Now standing outside of the Dursleys' home, Hadrian grabbed the front door handle on the outside and slowly turned it, pulling the door back as it closed silently. Shivering slightly from the cold, Hadrian turned to the front yard and ran, making his way onto the sidewalk where the young Potter then right in a random direction, wanting nothing more than to get away from his home. Despite the cold of night making the young boy shiver, Hadrian couldn't help but let out a small laugh of relief, as for the first time he felt free. Break. After half an hour of a mix of walking, running, and jogging away from Privet Drive, Hadrian Potter was breathing heavily as he took out a piece of bread, biting into it as the young boy felt his taste buds explode with taste. For the first time in his life, Hadrian was actually eating something edible, not rotten, not raw or tasteless, actual food. As the young boy continued to walk, he suddenly collided into something, causing a sound of surprise to escape his mouth as Hadrian fell back, landing on his ass as he looked up in confusion as he felt as if he walked into a wall. Only the wall that the young Potter seemingly ran into was in fact not a wall, but a man. Wearing only pants that were torn and ripped, the man's torso was bare and covered with cuts and bruises, what seemed to be the remains of his shirt hanging off of his shoulder hanging by a thread. But as Hadrian looked at the man's face, the boy cowered. Glaring down at the young boy with rage in his eyes, the man's black eyes narrowed at the young boy. "What do you think you're doing, mortal?" The man spat with disgust in his tone. Chapter 1. Mortal and Immortal. Goku Black, once known as Zamasu, seethed with rage as he laid on the ground, covered in blood as he struggled to stand, his clothes in tatters. Not too far away from Goku Black was a pair of spiky-haired individuals. These two individuals were Goku and Vegeta, members of a race known as Saiyans. Recently, Zamasu had located 7 wish orbs known as Super Dragon Balls and has made a wish to have the body of Goku, resulting in Zamasu to become Goku Black. This act was not done out of jealousy or greed, but out of hatred. Hatred for mortal, who Zamasu had deemed a blight to the universe by bringing upon their imperfection, having killed the Supreme Kai, Zamasu's former master, and stealing what was known as a time ring. Zamasu, now known as Goku Black, went to an alternate reality taking place in the future and struck down his master once more and recruited his past self to assist him in the quest of ridding the world of mortals. And so their crusade began, but first they needed to remove the obstacles in their way. By using the powers of Goku's body and his Saiyan biology, both Goku Black and past Zamasu slaughtered the gods before turning their attention to Earth, the home of Goku. Slaughtering all the mortals they could, Goku Black eventually encountered a half-Saiyan by the Trunks. After toying with the half-Saiyan, Trunks had successfully used a time machine and went back in time in the hopes to find help in defeating Black. Through the act of time travel, Goku Black was able to travel through time as the time ring sensed the disturbance in the flow of time, resulting in Black going to the past, if only for a short period of time. There, Goku Black met Goku, a mortal who had gained the power of the gods. After having a match against the Saiyan, Goku Black was eventually forced back into the present where he continued to destroy the remaining mortals in the hopes to create a perfect world. Back in the present, Trunks, along with Goku and the alternate version of his father, Vegeta, went back to the future to fight Goku Black. After being defeated by Goku Black and Zamasu, who had revealed himself, the gang were forced to escape as they recuperated and searched to learn what had caused the appearance of Goku Black. After discovering that Zamasu had intended to kill his master, Goku, along with the god of destruction, Beerus, and his angel attendant, Whis, stopped the murder from happening and erased Zamasu from existence. Despite the god of destruction being confident that he had altered the future timeline, Trunks, along with Goku and Vegeta with Trunks' mom and Vegeta's wife, Bulma tagging along. What the gang had discovered was that nothing had changed as Goku Black had been protected by the power of the Time Ring. Forced to fight both Zamasu and Goku Black, Black taunted Goku, informing the Saiyan that upon taking his body, Black had killed his wife and son. Enraged, Goku fought against both Black and Zamasu, beating them until he, along with Trunks and Vegeta, were overwhelmed and forced to flee once more into the past. With determination in their hearts and their goals in sight, both Vegeta and Goku trained, preparing for the final battle against Zamasu and Goku Black. What came next was a battle of power and will. Fighting with what strength they could pull, Zamasu and Goku Black were eventually forced to use their trump card, Fusion, through the use of earrings known as the Patera earrings. Both versions of Zamasu fused together to fight against the Saiyans. With the help of Zamasu's former master, the one that Beerus, Whis and Goku had saved, both Goku and Vegeta were handed their own Patera earrings and fused, creating Vegeto. The fight against the two fused beings was a complete one-sided fight, with Vegeto absolutely destroying fused Zamasu with ease. In the manga, fused Zamasu got his ass absolutely handed to him by Vegeto. From what little Goku Black could recall, something had forced him and his future self to separate, the strain of the defusion overwhelming Zamasu as he soon faded. With what little strength he had left, Goku Black attempted to stand only to fall to his knee, his fist pressed against the ground as he struggled to move. "Ha!" Laughter echoed throughout the world as Goku Black looked up, his eyes widening as he saw the sky go green, Zamasu's face multiplying throughout the sky. A grin grew on the false Saiyan's face as he watched both Goku and Vegeta fail to draw strength to combat against Black's counterpart. But what came next caused Goku Black to pale. Pulling out a device, Goku pressed a button as a small being appeared. The Omni King, a being of such magnitude power who could erase an entire universe at the snap of his fingers. A being only whispered about among Goku Black's people, the Kais. Realizing what was happening as the Omni King's hands began to glow, the false Saiyan used as much strength as he could and stood up, noticing the earring that future Zamasu had worn laying on the ground. Grabbing the earring and placing it in his pocket, Goku Black stumbled slightly as he found his strength leaving him. "Black!" A voice screamed in rage. Looking up, Goku Black saw as Trunks charged at him, sword in hand. Smirking darkly at the half Saiyan, Goku Black's time ring began to glow as he vanished into thin air just as Trunks' sword slashed through where the false Saiyan once stood. Letting out a roar of frustration and anger, Trunks glared at the spot where Black once stood, rage in his eyes. "Trunks, we gotta go. We can look for Black later." The voice of Goku caught the half Saiyan's attention as he turned to the Saiyans and ran to the time machine, hoping to escape the Omni King's power as the small being destroyed the entire universe, thus the timeline. As the light became blinding, Zamasu let out a scream as the light consumed the universe, killing everything along with Zamasu. Break thud, landing on the ground with a loud noise. Goku Black looked around with narrowed eyes. Where was he? Where did the ring take him? Just then the false Saiyan grunted as he felt something collide into him. Looking down, Black scowled as he saw a small boy with messy black hair with emerald green eyes hidden behind a broken pair of glasses wearing ridiculously sized clothing. Black watched as the boy paled as he looked up with him. "What do you think you were doing, mortal?" Goku Black spat, causing the young boy to blink in surprise. Sorry, I was just walking," the boy answered. Goku Black scowled at the boy, noticing the bread in his hand. Not thinking much on it, the false Saiyan took a closer look at the mortal boy before him, noting the state of dress he was in. "Pathetic mortals are such pitiful creatures," Black thought to himself. "You mortals are a blight to this universe. Your existence ruins the perfect utopia that the cosmos has yet to achieve," Goku Black growled. The young boy tilted his head, confusion evident in his eyes. "But doesn't that mean if something is perfect, that means it never changes?" The mortal boy asks, curious. Black blinked in surprise as he looked at the boy oddly. "Perfection is something that is faultless, thus perfect," the false Saiyan responded. The mortal boy hummed in thought as he looked at Black. "But doesn't that mean that everything would be the same since they had no faults, which means that they were not unique?" The dark-haired boy asks. The false Saiyan found himself frowning at the boy, confused as to why he was having this conversation in the first place. What is your point, mortal? Perfection is faultless and has no need to be unique, as it is that perfect. Goku Black snapped. The boy sighed as he stood up. Follow me, the mortal boy says, gesturing for Black to follow. The false scion found himself sneering at the young boy as a dark ball of ki formed in his hand. But after a few moments of debate, Black let the ball dissipate as he decided to humor the dark-haired boy. Following right behind the boy, Goku Black was eventually led to a street with houses lined up, all identical with no difference between them. So something like this? The young boy asks, gesturing towards the houses. Narrowing his eyes at the many houses, the false scion couldn't help but found himself weirded out by how identical the houses were. No differences between them. What is the point of showing me this, mortal? Black demanded, turning to the young boy. Well, if you want a perfect world, it would be pretty much like this. Exactly the same with no differences, nothing that stands out and nothing unique. Faultless. But if nothing changes, then doesn't that mean it will stagnate? And if that's the case, then it can't be perfect, as perfection has no faults. So what is perfect? The mortal boy wondered out loud. Black couldn't help scowl as he looked off to the side and thought. The dark-haired boy's words at the front of his mind. Perfection was something that was faultless, perfect. But if it stays the same, then it is as the boy said. It stagnates, and then it wouldn't be perfect. The Zero Mortal Plan, a plan that Black and Zamasu had come up with to create their utopia, a perfect existence, one without mortals. As everything was faultless, perfect. But as Goku Black looked at the street before him, he couldn't help but wonder if this is what the world would have been like should they have succeeded in their goal. Sure, it wasn't going to be like this, but the nature of it would be the same. The street was bland and tasteless, with nothing that stood out. In a way, perfection. Would this be what I would have been thinking when we completed our goal? Would I have found myself disgusted by how everything looked? Nothing standing out, as there was no beauty when everything was beautiful. The false scion couldn't help but wonder. Want some? The voice of the boy asks, causing Black to turn and see the mortal holding out a piece of bread to him. The false scion blinked in surprise at the offer and hesitantly grabbed the piece of bread. Smiling at the dark-haired scion, the young boy turned his attention to the plastic bag and dipped his hand in the bag and pulled out another piece of bread, eating it with a smile. As the dark-haired man looked at the bread, he narrowed his eyes before turning towards the young boy, placing his hand on the boy's jaw and forcing him to turn towards Black. Why should I listen to the simple ramblings of a mortal? I could kill you here and now, and I wouldn't even blink, the false scion growled. The boy's eyes widened as he shook with fear, tears welling up in the corner of his eyes as Goku Black glared down at him. Scowling at the mortal boy, Black placed his finger against the boy's throat as he prepared to kill him. But that's when he saw it. Underneath the boy's shirt was a scar visible on his skin. This brought pause to Black, causing him to frown. Why would a mortal child bear a scar? Let alone one this timid, the dark-haired scion wondered as he looked up to see the boy shaking with fear, eyes closed as tears dripped down his face. Why do you have a scar, mortal? Black demanded. This causes the dark-haired boy to shake further, a silent sob escaping his mouth as he struggles to speak. Answer me, the false scion snapped, causing the boy to let out a small cry of fear. With a gulp, the small boy answered. Because you, Uncle Vernon, says that F-freaks don't deserve love, the dark-haired child stuttered. Black narrowed his eyes as he wordlessly grasped the bottom of the mortal boy's shirt and lifted it up. What the dark-haired man saw shocked him. Underneath the boy's shirt was nothing but skin and bones, with scars littered across his body as some crisscrossed over each other. Despicable. Mortals truly are the most disgusting things to torture children and starve them. They are nothing more than a despicable species that must be eradicated, the dark-haired scion thought with anger. Lowering the boy's shirt, as he noticed the fear in the child's face, his eyes closed as he shook with fear. That's when he noticed it. The boy had a bag of bread, more than likely to help feed him from what was most certainly severe malnutrition, most likely caused by his relatives. As Black clenched his fist, he felt something soft in his hand and looked at his hand and blinked in surprise as he saw the piece of bread in his hand. Want some? The boy's voice rang in his head as an image of the mortal child offering him a piece of bread came to the forefront of his mind. The false scion stared down at the now scrunched up bread, his mind in turmoil. This mortal, who had been beaten and starved, offered me food when he needed it himself, Black thought to himself, confusion evident on his face. Doubt began to cloud his mind as Goku Black turned towards the young boy, still shaking like a leaf with his eyes closed tightly, tears sliding down his face. "Open your eyes, mortal," Black states calmly. The boy hesitantly opened his eyes and looked up at the dark-haired man. As he looked down at the boy, an unreadable expression on his face. "Why did you offer your food when you so clearly need it?" the spiky-haired man asked, gesturing to the bread in his hand. The boy gulped as he spoke. Because I thought you might be hungry. Since you look pretty hurt, I thought maybe I could help a little," the mortal child answered, fearful of angering the man before him. Goku Black found himself looking into the young boy's eyes, searching for any sign of deceit. The more than dark-haired man searched for any hints of lies or tricks. The false scion growled in irritation before his eyes narrowed. Still having doubts on the honesty of the mortal boy before him, Black used his Kai abilities and entered the dark-haired boy's mind, expecting nothing but lies, manipulation, and arrogance. But there was nothing. What Goku Black saw was what he had been expecting, but it was not the boy before him that was the one manipulating and lying. It was his uncle. Seeing the memories of a fat whale, of a man shouting at the mortal boy, striking him when the fat man wanted through his own desire to torment someone or to beat the freakishness out of him. Black found what the young boy before him desired. Freedom. The freedom to be happy, the freedom to choose his own goals, live his own life. The dark-haired man left the young boy's mind as he looked down at him. This mortal child was different from many he had seen. The boy was not arrogant. The boy was not manipulative. The boy was caring to the point when, even starving, he would give a stranger his own food. Perhaps there is still hope for mortals, the dark-haired scion thought to himself before straightening his back as he stood confidently. "Stay here, mortal. I will be back. Don't think about running away, because I can and will find you," Black states firmly. The young boy nodded his head, fear still present in his eyes. "Then I will be at the park." "Over there," the child says, pointing to what Goku Black assumed was the park. With a nod from the dark-haired man, the young boy made his way towards the park and sat on one of the swings, swinging back and forth to pass the time. With a satisfied nod, Black turned around and made his way down Privet Drive, his destination, number 4. Break. Due to looking through some of the mortal boy's memories, Black was able to learn that the dark-haired child had left his home without locking the door, something that the scion took advantage of. If the situation were different, Goku Black would have blown the home up without hesitation or care. But he had no desire to frighten the mortal child he had met before, and blowing anything up would most certainly cause that and possibly lead to the boy to run away. While locating the child, should he run, would be easy, it would be an inconvenience to calm the mortal boy down should Black appear in front of him with the use of instant transmission, a technique that Black had learned from fighting Goku. With the goal of remaining incognito, changing the very way he approached the situation, Goku Black opened the front door to number 4 and entered the home. Looking around, the false scion scowled as he made his way towards the cupboard under the stairs and opened it, and lo and behold, a dirty mattress covered in dried blood with cobwebs atop the cupboard can be seen. Despite not having doubts about the state of the dark-haired boy's treatment, Black wanted to not have any doubts. Feeling the rage boil within him, Goku Black made his way up the stairs as he made his way towards the master bedroom, knowing where to go thanks to the child's memories. Without a moment's hesitation, the godly scion opened the door to see mortal boy's fate, the wail of an uncle and his giraffe-necked aunt. Scowling at the duo, the scion walked towards the bed and placed his hand on Vernon's head, causing the man to grumble but remain asleep. Using his power, Goku Black entered the fat man's mind and recoiled in disgust. This mortal before him, Vernon, was what Black had vowed to destroy. The mortal whale was arrogant beyond measure, jealous and temperamental towards people who had better than him. He was unfaithful to his wife and had sexually harassed and even assaulted women at his work. But the worst thing of all is that someone is covering for him. From the memories that Black had seen, an old man wearing ridiculously colored robes continues to bail Vernon out of any situation the whale of a man finds himself in. All to make sure they keep the mortal child with them and beat him to near death so that he could be weak. But why? Why would some stupid old mortal want a child to be weak? The godly scion couldn't help but wonder. But that's when it clicked. The mortal child was magical, The memories showed proof of that. That is what the mortal child meant when he said that they don't like freaks. He meant that they don't like anyone that did not fit their standards, Goku Black thought to himself as he clenched his fists, narrowing his eyes at the sleeping couple. With the knowledge of what this mortal had done, Black raised his hand as a ball of dark ki formed, black in color with a yellow glow surrounding it. "Perish, you filthy mortal," Black growled as he fired the ball of ki. Both Vernon and Petunia had no time to even comprehend what happened as they disintegrated into nothing along with their bed and floor. Not a sound was heard as they died. Looking at what remained of where the mortal couple slept, the dark-haired scion grinned darkly as he turned and made his way out of the room. Exiting the home, Black debated on whether or not to kill the mortal couple's arrogant child, but decided to go back to the dark-haired boy before anything happened. The fact that the child wielded magic and had an old man wanting him to be beaten so badly spelled trouble that Black didn't really want to deal with before he could recover as drops of blood slowly slid down his torso. As Goku Black passed by the many identical houses, he couldn't help but wonder what to do now. Future Zamasu was dead, most certainly erased by Zeno. The Zero Mortal plan, while still sounding appealing to Black, was currently on hold with the possibility of it never starting again as a possibility. If the dark-haired scion were to be honest, the mortal child's words were having an impact on him. What the dark-haired boy had said was true. There is no beauty if everything is beautiful. If something is faultless and stays the same, then it stagnates, thus making it imperfect and thus has a fault. As Black reached the playground, the scion noticed the young boy staring at the stars with a look of awe. Blinking in surprise at the amazement in the mortal boy's eyes, Goku Black slowly walked behind the child, stopping a few feet away with his arms crossed. Mortal Black spoke, causing the child to jump in surprise, turning to face Goku Black wide-eyed. I stayed, Essie, the mortal child says, showing that he had in fact remained where he had said he would. A small amused smile made its way onto Black's face before the scion regained his cold, expressionless face. Yes, you have. Now that I have completed what I need to do, you have two options, Goku Black states, causing the boy to blink in surprise. And what that be, yes, sir? The boy stuttered, still scared to be in Black's presence after being threatened by the man. The name is Goku Black. You can either call me Goku or Black. Either one. But your first option is that you continue on your way, wandering around, and find your place on this planet, the dark-haired scion states, gaining the young child's attention. And the other? The boy asks, curious. The second is that you come with me, and you get the option to see more than just this pitiful planet, Goku Black answers. The child blinked in surprise before looking up at stars in awe. You mean that I will get to go to outer space? The dark-haired boy asks in amazement. Black raised an eyebrow, but nodded his head in confirmation. Yes, the scion stated, and did not even have a second to react as the child practically jumped around in excitement. Yes, I would love to go with you. The boy beamed, surprising Black with his excitement. Calm yourself, mortal, the scion snapped, causing the boy to freeze before nodding his head, looking down at the ground in shame. Why, yes, Mr. Goku, the child responded. Heaving a sigh, Black raised his hand and placed it into his pocket, owling out a green earring. If you wish to come with me, then you must put this on your left ear. Do not put it on your right, otherwise it will activate the power of the earrings, Goku Black states, holding out the Pot-era earring. As the boy looked up at Black, the dark-haired child noted that the scion had an exact replica of the earring on his left ear. You have one on your left ear too, the dark-haired boy pointed out. Raising an eyebrow at that, Black nodded his head in confirmation. That is right. The earrings are activated when two individuals wear the earrings on opposite ears, so unless you want to activate the earrings and permanently change who you are, then I would suggest you put it on your left ear, Goku Black responded dryly. The child winced but nodded his head, softly grabbing the Pot-era earring and placed it on his left ear, blinking in surprise when it clipped on without piercing his ear. Good. Now hold on to my arm, and we shall leave, Black says as he holds up the hand with the time ring. Nodding in understanding, the young boy grabbed the scion's arm and watched in awe as the time ring began to glow brightly, soon engulfing the duo in a white light. As the light begins to fade, where once both child and scion stood, were nowhere to be seen. On this day, the fate of the wizarding world had changed as Hadrian Potter was found by a god from another dimension. Time skipped. Black hummed in thought as he inspected the time ring on his finger. It has now been 4 months since he had taken the mortal child, now known as Hadrian, with him to see the stars. But as time went on, the false scion noticed as his time ring slowly began to become a mix of silver and green, the result of when alternate realities are created. Interesting, it would seem that the timeline has been altered but not completely as I remain, and so does the child, Goku Black thought to himself. Currently on what was considered a paradise planet, Black sat in a nice wooden cabin that he himself created with what little magic he was capable of using from the echoes of his abilities as a Kai. One of the things that Goku Black enjoyed about this paradise planet was that there were no mortals, only animals and wildlife, a result of the fact that he himself created this world before switching bodies with Goku. Here's some tea, a familiar voice says as Black perks up. Sitting on one of the chairs on the balcony of the cabin, the dark-haired scion looked at the table in front of him as Hadrian placed a cup of tea sitting atop a small plate. The false scion blinked in surprise as he turned to Hadrian with a questioning expression on his face, confusion evident. The young boy looked down, shuffling shyly. "Well, I saw you looking at one of the tea shops when we were out to get supplies, so I thought maybe you might want some. I used the money you gave me to buy the most expensive tea available," Hadrian answered. During these past few months, Goku Black found himself doing nothing, drifting around as he searched for a purpose, something that could give him meaning. When taking the young Potter with him, Black had expected at least some complaining or whining from the young mortal child, but he received nothing. In the beginning, Goku Black had to go to other planets to purchase supplies as the false scion didn't know how to hunt and had no need for food, something that the dark-haired man found irritating as Hadrian needed food to survive. But that thought changed quickly when Black had returned to the cabin to see it nearly spotless, having been cleaned by Hadrian while he was away. Slowly, as time passed on, Goku Black found himself not minding being around the young child. He was quiet and less spoken to, resourceful when needed, capable of taking care of himself, including cooking and cleaning. Overall, the dark-haired scion didn't mind doing a few things here and there, such as harvesting gold and minerals located on the vast planet and selling it for units, the universal currency, to buy supplies for Hadrian. As of recently, the scion had taken the mortal child on his trips to other planets when purchasing supplies, while also providing the young boy with a small allowance, a sign of trust that Black admittedly did not think he would ever have given to anyone but himself. But as the dark-haired man sat there, a cup of hot tea before him, Black would admit to finding himself curious as to how the tea would taste, while surprised at Hadrian's perceptiveness, having spotted the scion staring at one of the tea shops. And so, picking up the cup of tea, Black slowly sipped the tea, as slowly a small smile formed on the normally emotionless man's face. "This is quite nice. Thank you," the godly scion says, nodding to the mortal child. If this were any other mortal, then Black would admit to himself that he would never have thanked them for making tea. But this mortal was different. Hadrian beamed at the man and took a sip of his own tea, letting out a hum of joy as he enjoyed the tea's flavor. Black couldn't help but chuckle in amusement as he held his cup, looking at the beautiful scenery before him. As the scion relaxed, he couldn't help but remember his time with future Zamasu, sitting in one of the cabins in the middle of nowhere, sipping tea as they took a break from their elimination of all mortals. And here he was now, enjoying a sense of peace and quiet with a mortal child. Things sure can change, Black thought to himself, tilting his head to the side to see Hadrian in the corner of his eye. The past 4 months have been good for the young Potter. With food now available to him, the young mortal was able to eat healthily as he gained some fat on his body, reducing the amount of bones that could be seen from under his skin. Now, that didn't mean that he wasn't still malnourished. He most certainly was, but not as severe as he used to be. The clothes that Hadrian once wore was replaced with a form-fitting pair of black pants and shirt, courtesy of Black, who had used his key to create clothes for the mortal, an easy thing with proper control over the user's energy. The broken glasses the young Potter once wore was replaced by a rectangular framed glasses that sat atop his nose with reinforced glass to avoid any cracks from forming should the young boy take a tumble. As the time passed, and the tea was finished by both Black and Hadrian, the dark-haired scion stood up, placing his now empty teacup atop the small plate before turning to Hadrian. "I shall be back. Take care to not cause any trouble when I am gone," the false scion says, looking down at the young boy. Nodding his head, Hadrian stood up from his seat as he took Goku Black's cup and plate. "Is there anything you need me to do while you're away?" The young Potter asks. "Just clean the teacup and plate." "The cabin is clean enough at the moment," the dark-haired man states before slowly floating off the ground. Hadrian nodded his head as he waved his hand at the scion. "Okay, bye-bye," the young mortal says with a smile as Black's body was engulfed in a dark aura as he shot off into the distance, slowly disappearing across the horizon. With Hadrian now alone, the young boy looked at his cup and the scions and smiled. "I'm free of the Dursleys," the tongue Potter thought to himself happily. Break. Standing atop the solid ground of a mountaintop, Goku Black took deep breaths as he tightened his muscles, eyes narrowed in concentration. "HAAA!" The dark-haired scion roared as the ground began to shake and his hair rose. Flum! The ground shattered as a dark aura engulfed Black's body. The aura was jagged and fire-like, causing the ground to collapse beneath. Black. Standing straight, Goku Black's hair had changed. Once black was now replaced by pink as it glowed, unnaturally spiky as it became longer and more pointed. N. Manga Super Saiyan Rose. "I still maintain the beauty of Super Saiyan Rose." Good. Not wielding such divine power would be insulting, Goku Black spoke to himself, clenching and unclenching his fist as he looked around. Having survived near death after his battle against Goku, Vegeta, and Trunks, Black had received a massive Zenkai boost, drastically increasing his power. Thinking about the current situation, Goku Black growled in irritation. With future Zamasu dead, Black had no way of healing should he be injured, risking the chance of death should he not be careful. Now, this didn't mean that the godly scion had any intention of continuing the Zero Mortal plan, but the dark-haired man did not like the idea of getting into a battle and not having any backup plan. "Seems like I must retrain my ability to heal. I can still feel the echoes of my abilities as a Kai, but I never really bothered to do so, as I had my alternate self," the false scion thought to himself, irritated with the problem he now had to deal with. Letting out a frustrated sigh, Black's aura vanished as his hair fell, regaining its dark color as he exited Super Saiyan Rose. Looking at the area around him, Goku Black noted the destruction caused by his transformation as a small crater surrounded him. As Black floated off the ground, he noted the sun as it began to set across the horizon. "Might as well get back. Don't want the child to get into any trouble," the scion thought to himself, as he was then surrounded in a black aura as he shot off into the sky. Break! Emerald green eyes slowly began to open as Hadrian let out a small yawn as he sat up from his bed, looking around to find himself in one of the rooms in the cabin. Pushing the cover of the bed off of him, the young Potter dressed in his normal black clothes, courtesy of Goku Black, and made his way downstairs. Entering the kitchen, Hadrian made himself some bacon and eggs, exiting the home and onto the balcony as he placed his plate onto the table between two chairs, one chair for Hadrian and one for Black, as he began to eat. Looking at the scenery before him, the young Potter perked up as he saw Goku Black sitting in the middle of a grass field below the cabin in a meditative stance as he floated above the air, eyes closed. Tilting his head in curiosity, the young boy finished up his food and re-entered the house, cleaning up his plate as he left through the front door, walking down a slope as he reached Black. Without a word, Hadrian moved in front of Black, a fair distance away from the dark-haired scion, and sat down, waiting patiently for him to acknowledge Hadrian. As the minutes began to pass, the young Potter laid down on the grass as he stared up at the clouds, watching as the white clouds floated through the air. "This place kind of reminds me of Earth. It is so similar, but has its own differences," Hadrian thought to himself. The first and most noticeable differences between Earth and this world was that Earth had 4 seasons: summer, autumn, winter, and spring. This world only had summer, never getting too cold and never getting too hot, perfect temperature. The second and less noticeable difference between both planets was that Earth took a year to complete an entire circle around the sun. This world took 2. Another difference were the creatures that inhabited Earth. On this planet, most creatures were peaceful, all herbivores with no aggressive instincts, an odd but not unwelcome difference. "Yes, child?" Goku Black asks, causing Hadrian to perk up. Sitting up from his position, the young Potter smiled as he saw that Black was looking down at him, still floating above the ground with his legs crossed. "Just saw you down here and wanted to just sit. What are you doing?" Hadrian asks, curious. Black made a sound of acknowledgement as he closed his eyes. I am attempting to remaster my abilities as a Kai. The first and most important ability I am attempting to master is my healing magic, the dark-haired man answered. The young potter made a sound of interest, but remained silent as Black resumed his meditation. As Black concentrated on his meditation, he barely noticed the young child's presence as he laid nearby, staring up at the clouds in a comfortable silence. If the false scion were to be honest, these moments were quite enjoyable as he didn't find himself wanting to kill the mortal child, as the boy never annoyed him, let alone irritated him. After what Black could guess was an hour, with how much the sun had moved, the dark-haired scion lowered onto the ground as his feet planted themselves onto the ground. Taking a deep breath, Black closed his eyes as he held out his hands. Slowly, a greenish glow began to surround his arms as Black felt his magic beginning to slowly awaken. Upon opening his eyes, the dark-haired scion grinned in triumph as the glow slowly dissipated. I can still use my healing abilities. To an extent, the false scion thought to himself, noticing that in his previous body, the glow would cover his entire body instead of just his arms. While a whisper caught Black's attention as he turned to see Hadrian looking at him in awe. The young boy was now standing up, leaning forward slightly as if to get a better look. He must have seen me use my magic and wanted to get a closer look, the dark-haired scion thought to himself. What was that? The young boy asks, curious. Goku Black grunted as he crossed his arms. That was my healing magic, mortal. I'm practicing my abilities in healing, Black answered shortly, not wanting to admit that he was attempting to relearn how to use his magic. Hadrian's eyes shined with awe as he beamed up at the dark-haired man. That is cool. It felt incredible, the young mortal child whispers, catching Black's attention. The false scion turned to Hadrian with an odd look on his face. What do you mean it felt incredible, mortal? I didn't use it on you. Goku Black demanded, narrowing his eyes at the child. The young potter blinked in confusion as he tilted his head. What do you mean? It felt amazing, like a cool breeze on a hot day, Hadrian answers, confusion evident on his face. What nonsense are you speaking? Black snapped, though Hadrian did not flinch. Without a word of response, the young boy closed his eyes and began to concentrate. As the dark-haired scion was about to demand an explanation, he froze as slowly a small green glow covered the boy's pinky. While nowhere near as effective as his own, Black noticed the resemblance between his healing magic and Hadrian's. What in Zeno's name is happening? How in the 12 universes did this mortal child be able to learn how to use healing magic? Goku Black thought, shocked. As he looked closer, his eyes widened in realization. He didn't learn it. He merely sensed how my magic altered itself for healing, and he replicated it to a scarily accurate degree, the false scion thought. It wasn't long after that the glow vanished as Hadrian opened his eyes, wobbling slightly as he struggled to continue standing. I felt the magic, the young potter responded before his eyes closed, and he fainted, falling forward. Black eyes widened as he realized the magic that Hadrian had used took a lot out of him, causing the young boy to run out of energy and faint, as a result falling towards the dark-haired scion. So Goku Black did what any normal person would do. Move to the side. Thump! Hadrian fell to the ground, unconscious as the warm breeze caused the grass below to sway back and forth. Looking down at the young mortal, Black crossed his eyes as his eyebrows scrunched together in thought. Just by sensing how my magic reacted, he was able to replicate how it worked. While he may not be anywhere close to being capable of using healing magic properly, the fact that he was able to get some sort of result is unnatural. Could this be why that pathetic old mortal wanted the boy to be abused? Did he know the potential that the child wielded? Black couldn't help but wonder as he looked down at Hadrian's unconscious form. As the dark-haired scion stared down at the young child, he did know one thing, that being around the young potter will be getting interesting. H. Worlds collide. Prologue. A pair of emerald green eyes opened only to see the ceiling of a white room. The light was blinding as a cry soon followed. All around, women wearing white robes scuttled around, moving some objects around before one woman in particular grabbed the owner of the eyes and lifted them up. Moving across the room, the woman handed them to a handsome, bespectacled black-haired man with common brown eyes. As the man looked down at them, The owner of the green eyes felt as if the man meant something to them. "Hello there. It's me, your dad," the man says, tears welling up in his eyes as he looks down at them. The owner of the emerald green eyes was in fact a baby, a newborn at that, looking around the room with curiosity in his eyes. "Welcome to the world, Hadrian Potter," the man says with a bright smile on his face. The newly named Hadrian looked up at his father, his eyes slowly drooping as sleep began to overwhelm him. His eyelids closed. Eyes began to open once more, his emerald green, the light blinding. Hadrian felt his eyes water as he let out a loud cry. "Oh, don't worry, little one. I am here," a voice whispers, and Hadrian looks up to see a white-haired man smiling down at him. Hadrian felt as if the man also meant something to him. Around the room, women in white uniforms moved around the room. One woman in particular was making a tray float in the air with her hands, while another disappeared in a swirl of energy. "It's nice to meet you, little one. I'm your dad," the white-haired man states. The man smiled at Hadrian, stroking his head softly. "Welcome to the world, Izuka Midoriya," the man says with a smile. Time skipped. James Potter was ecstatic. Currently sat beside his wife, Lily Potter née Evans. Both parents watched as their son, Hadrian, babbled and cooed as he laid on his back, reaching up and hitting the dangling toys that were held above him. Unseen by James, his wife's head was slowly leaning against his shoulder, her eyes slowly drooping as she began to doze off. Hadrian was only a few months old and was a healthy baby with messy black hair that oddly had a green tint to it. He has captivating emerald green eyes that he had received from his mother, with 4 freckles on his cheeks in the shape of diamonds. If James were to be honest, if it weren't for the fact that he could sense Potter magic within Hadrian, he would have had doubts that the baby was his. Well, with the greenish tint in his hair and the diamond-shaped freckles. But despite being only a few months old, the little Potter has had several bursts of accidental magic, something that typically occurs when a child is around the age of 7, meaning that Hadrian will be an incredibly powerful wizard. James smiled but felt as if his eyes were heavy, slowly closing as he began to lean against his wife, sleep following soon after. With his hand shoved into his mouth, Hadrian stared up at the toys with one hand reaching out, grasping the toys as they made noises. Hearing sounds nearby, the little Potter turned his head to see the sleeping forms of his parents, both tired out as they were awakened in the middle of the night by his cries. Sucking on his fist, Hadrian found his attention back on the toys above him as they made some fascinating noises. As the little baby flung his legs, he felt his eyes begin to close, as if someone was forcefully pulling them shut. Hadrian grunted in a fit, upset that he was about to fall asleep. But despite how hard he tried, the young Potter's eyes closed. As a mere second passed, Hadrian's eyes opened, seeing a beautiful woman with long green hair with beautiful emerald green eyes. "Wakeupizuku. Time to eat," the woman says as Hadrian was lifted up from his crib. Now wide awake, Hadrian babbled and cooed as he saw the woman. Now known as Izuku, the young boy was placed in the woman's arm, laying down as a bottle was placed against his lips. Opening his mouth, Izuku began to suck on the teat, swallowing the milk that entered his mouth. Closing his eyes, Izuku enjoyed the milk, before soon the teat was pulled from his mouth as the woman placed him over her shoulder, patting his back softly. Letting out a burp, Izuku looked up at the woman who was smiling down at him. Well, look who is up," a voice says, and Izuku turns his head to see a white-haired man sit beside the woman. "Afternoon, Hisashi," the woman greets, kissing the man on the cheek. "Afternoon, Inko." "And good afternoon, Izuku," Hisashi says, rubbing his nose against Izuku's. Giggling at his father's actions, Izuku brought his hands up, grasping Hisashi's cheeks, receiving a smile from the white-haired man. "He seems quite happy to see you, honey," Inko says with a giggle. "Of course. What's not to be happy about?" Hisashi asks with mock smugness. Inko giggled and lightly slapped Hisashi in the back of the head. Chuckling at his wife's response, Hisashi kissed Inko on the head. Izuku babbles as his head lolled to the side, looking around the room for something of interest. And there it was, the most interesting thing he had ever seen in his incredibly short life. Keys. Reaching his hands, the keys flew through the air and into Izuku's hand, causing both Inko and Hisashi to turn to their son, wide-eyed. "Oh, you have my quirk," Inko gushes, rubbing her cheek against Izuku's. Giggling at his mother's actions, Izuku shakes the keys as he babbles excitedly. While this was happening, Hisashi stared at his son, a shocked expression on his face. That was not his quirk, Hisashi thought to himself, knowing that something else was going on. It can't be Izuku's quirk because it's still dormant, the white-haired man thought to himself, sensing his son's dormant quirk. Break. Hisashi Midoriya, known to many as a loving husband and father. But in the criminal underworld, he was known as something else. All for one, with a quirk to steal other quirks or transfer them. Hisashi became the most feared villain to ever exist, becoming the boogeyman of the modern world. But as of this moment, Hisashi was currently watching his doctor, Kyudai Garaki, scan his son, checking as to what had resulted in his son's telekinesis. Fascinating, the doctor says in awe. Frowning at the doctor's statement, Hisashi moved towards the screen that the doctor was looking at, only to see the screen malfunctioning. What the? Hisashi frowned, leaning forward to get a closer look. I know. It is quite fascinating what your boy is doing to the technology. It's nothing I have ever seen, Dr. Garaki states, breathing out in awe. Hisashi frowned at the screen, looking closely as he saw the figure of his baby on the screen. But what Hisashi noticed was the energy near the center of his son's body. A glowing green orb, sending waves of energy through his son's body. Is this dangerous to Izuku? Hisashi asks with a frown. Looking at the screen for a few moments, the doctor shook his head in response. No. From what I've scanned, it seems to be the opposite. As you well know, the human body is like a glass of water. It can only hold so much power. A good example is you. Despite having multiple quirks, your glass continues to grow, allowing you to take in more power. Compared to the normal person, your son is capable of handling multiple quirks along with this unique energy without any deterioration of the body, the doctor informs the white-haired man. This causes Hisashi's eyes to widen. Do you have any idea what this energy is and what it could do? All for One asks, humming in thought. The doctor stroked his chin as he contemplated Hisashi's question. I truly don't know. I have never seen this type of energy. It's as if it is out of this world, the doctor states. This causes Hisashi to freeze. Frowning slightly, Hisashi stepped forward, moving towards his son, who slept soundly. Hisashi, the doctor asks with a frown, moving his hand towards his son. All for One placed his hand on his son's head and concentrated. Memories shot through Hisashi's mind. Some expected, but others? Definitely not. Removing his hand from his son's forehead, Hisashi found himself sitting on a nearby chair, his hair covering his face as his mind was in turmoil. His son, his little boy, was connected to two worlds. He had another set of parents, another name. This was the last thing that Hisashi expected. Hadrian Potter all, for one, thought to himself. Thought about the other name of his son. Magic, Hisashi thought. That was what his son wielded. Actual bloody magic. Things have just gotten interesting, all for one thought to himself. Time skip. A loud scream awoke Hisashi, causing the man to tense up, jumping out of his bed and running out his room. The white-haired man eventually found Inko, standing in their son's room with her hands covering her mouth. Filled with worry, Hisashi made his way towards his wife to see that she was looking at their son. Blood was dripping from his forehead as a lightning bolt cut was on his head. Could this have something to do with the other world? Hisashi thought to himself before shaking his head and turning to his wife. Don't worry, honey. I'll get him checked. He will be fine, Hisashi says, calming his wife down. Hesitantly nodding her head, Inko slowly left the room with her head down and her eyes filled with tears. Sighing to himself, Hisashi turned to his sleeping son and placed his hand on Izuku's forehead. Memories invaded all for one's mind as Hisashi felt rage burning inside him. Some bastard had tried to kill his son and had nearly killed his other parents as well. Knowing that, Hisashi seethed with anger, aware that Izuku/Hadrian could be attacked by psychotic wizards. All for One came to the decision that he will make his son stronger, either through training when he is old enough or giving him quirks. Nevertheless, his goal was the same. Protect his son. Break. Lily Potter, wife to James Potter, frowned as she sat beside her husband, her baby boy in her arms. What do you mean, Albus? James asks, worry present on his face. Before the couple was an old man, with ridiculous colored robes and a long beard. His appearance screamed Gandalf as he sat on a couch in front of the parents. It would seem that somehow the wizarding world has discovered not only your survival, but your son vanquishing Voldemort. They have come to call him the boy who lived, the old man stated. Albus Dumbledore is a very well-known man, being the headmaster of one of the most famous magical schools in the world, and being one of the most powerful magic users alive, even being compared to the legendary Merlin. So what do we do? Lily asks, looking at her old headmaster with a worried expression. Albus let out a sigh as he stroked his beard in thought. There are many options. You can go into hiding once more to avoid any Death Eaters from attacking you. Or you could fake your deaths and have someone else raise young Hadrian for the time being. You can even leave the country if you so desire, the old wizard answered. James sat beside his wife with a frown. The first option was probably the best one for the couple. The second was a complete no, as the father didn't want to be separated from his son, and the last one was also a no. My family has been here for centuries, since the time of Merlin. There is no way I am abandoning my family's legacy, Lord Potter thought to himself. Taking a deep breath, James looked up at the headmaster of Hogwarts with determination in his eyes. Is it possible if we can go to Potter Castle and you add wards to it? James asks. Originally, when they were hiding away from Voldemort, the couple intended to hide in Potter Castle and have a Fidelius charm put over it, but it required too much power that even exceeded Albus Dumbledore's ability. So the couple decided to move to Godric's Hollow to have the charm placed over their small home, having confidence in the person they put as their secret keeper. But that didn't work out, as Peter Pettigrew betrayed them, causing Voldemort to attack them, nearly killing the entire family. It is possible, so long as it isn't as severely taxing like the Fidelius charm, I shall be capable of doing so, Albus Dumbledore responded with a nod. As both the Potter couple smile at their old headmaster, their son, Hadrian, was currently in another world with another set of parents, unaware of the changes that were occurring on the other side. Time skip. When you were a 4-year-old, what did you do? Play games? Run around in your backyard? Sounds like fun. If only I could do that. A 4-year-old Hadrian thought to himself as he found himself seated at a desk, books in front of him as Lily Potter placed them before the young boy. The red-haired woman smiled down at her son and placed a kiss on his head. There you go, baby. Just read these, and you can enjoy the rest of the day, Lily says as she turns and leaves the room. Heaving a sigh, Hadrian leaned back in his chair and looked outside the window of Potter Castle to see his father, sitting on the grass in the backyard with 2 babies in his arms. Ever since he had turned 4, both Lily and James had begun to force the young Potter to learn how to read and write, while it wasn't something serious. At first it had grown to learning how to understand magic. First was learning occlumency. While he knew he was smart for a child, what with having his father's brain and his maturity, which had been accelerated thanks to magic, the young boy found himself overwhelmed by his parents, as they had expected him to master everything. Very rarely did he get time to himself, but at least he had something to look forward to. His quirk test was later that day in the other world. I can't wait to know what quirk I have, and then I can be like All Might, the young Potter thought to himself with excitement. Break. Sorry, kid, but you're quirkless, a doctor said, sitting before Izuku and his mother. Izuku felt his world shatter, dropping his all-might figure onto the floor. You should have already manifested your quirk, but from the looks of his x-rays, it's never going to happen. I don't have a quirk? Izuku thought to himself in shock. Inko frowned at the doctor, remembering all the times that Izuku had his accidental magic. Something she still isn't aware of, believing it to just be his quirk. Are you sure? I recall Izuku having several events of summoning something into his hand, Inko asks with a slight frown. The doctor shook his head in denial. It's not possible, the doctor answers, pulling up an X-ray and attaching it to the wall. You see this? The doctor says, gesturing to an X-ray of Izuku's foot. Those with quirks have 1 joint in their pinky toe. Your son, on the other hand, has 2. You may as well give up on being a hero, because you won't have a quirk. Izuku sat there in complete shock. He wasn't going to develop a quirk. But what about the other world with my other mom and dad? How do I find myself with them when I am here? Izuku couldn't help but wonder. Break. How is he? Hisashi asks, standing before his wife with a worried expression on his face. Inko shook her head, tears running down her face as they threatened to shoot out like a water hose. Geez, if it wasn't for the fact that I knew her quirk was telekinesis, then I would have thought that was her quirk, Hisashi thought, remembering the day his wife nearly flooded the restaurant with her tears when he proposed to her. So many lawsuits, Hisashi thought, internally shaking his head. It's bad. The doctor says he isn't going to have a quirk, Inko answers, causing Hisashi to pause. Izuku's not going to have a quirk? That doesn't make any sense. I can sense it from here despite the fact that it's still dormant. All for One thought confused. What makes him say that? Hisashi asks with a frown. Inko sighs as she rubs the tears from her eyes. The doctors say that because Izuku has 2 joints in his pinky toe, he won't develop a quirk. The beautiful Green-Aid answers. Hisashi falls face first to the ground in disbelief, only to suddenly appear before his wife, shaking Inko back and forth. What the hell do you mean, joints in the pinky toe? I call bullshit. I have 2 joints, and I have a quirk, Hisashi exclaimed. Inko sways back and forth, her eyes swirling as she tries to regain her bearings. Are you sure? Inko asks after regaining her ability to see without the world spinning around her. Hisashi stares at Inko with a deadpan expression, causing the young woman to fidget. Nah, I am saying that because I actually have 3 joints, Hisashi retorts sarcastically. Inko pouts at her husband's sarcasm and puffs up her cheeks, huffing slightly as she crosses her arms under her chest. All for One felt his heart beat in his chest as he stared at his beautiful woman, pouting cutely as she tried to act mean, only to look adorable in the process. I will go talk to Izuku, don't worry. By tomorrow, he will be as fine as the fresh sky after a rainstorm, Hisashi says, kissing his wife on the cheek and leaving the room, entering the computer room where Izuku sat, watching a video of All Might's debut. In his arms was an All Might figure. All for One sighed despite hating All Might. Hisashi knew that the man was his son's idol, and even if Hisashi hated the #1 hero with all his being, he would never break Izuku's heart. Walking towards the chair, Hisashi squatted beside Izuku, who turned to him, shakily pointing his hand to the screen where All Might stood, smiling brightly as he rescued innocence. See, could I be like him? Izuku asks, tears threatening to escape his eyes. All for One smiled softly at his son. Yes, I do, Hisashi states with a firm nod. This causes a bright smile to form on Izuku's face as he lunges at his father, hugging the white-haired man tightly as he cries into his shirt. You could be a hero. Those were the words that Izuku needed to hear. Break. Deko, where the fuck are you? For year-old Katsumi Bakuga roared, stomping angrily as she searched for the green-eyed boy. With a sneer on her face, Katsumi searched for Izuku, only to pause as she saw a familiar white-haired man. Hey, fire breath, where is that quirkless Deko? The explosive blonde demanded. Hisashi paused, turning towards Katsumi with a blank expression. What was that? The white-haired man with forced calmness. You heard me. Where is that useless Deko? Katsumi demanded, crossing her arms in front of her chest. Before Katsumi could react, Hisashi grasped the blonde's collar, bringing the hot-headed girl to his face. Now you listen carefully, Brad. That quirkless Deku, as you call him, is my son. I had a younger brother who was quirkless. He also wanted to be a hero, and you want to know what happened? He got his wish, and he became one. His very actions inspire heroes even to this day. And if you think of treating my son with disrespect, then you are going to regret it. But if you so much as harm a hair on his head, I will take your quirk, and let's see how you like it when you are quirkless, Hisashi snarled. Katsumi stared at Izuku's father, shaking with fear as tears formed in the corner of her eyes, threatening to escape. Releasing Katsumi from his grasp, the blonde girl fell to the ground, frozen with fear. Turning his back to the child, All for One began to walk away before coming to a stop. And for your information, that whole 2 joint equals quirkless thing, it's all fake. I have 2 joints and I have a quirk, Hisashi says from over his shoulder before continuing to walk away, leaving behind Katsumi, who remained frozen with fear. Break. Katsumi sat beside Izuku, her mind going back to her interaction with Izuku's father. Remembering those cold eyes sent shivers down Katsumi's spine, and the white-haired man's threat ran in the blonde's head. I will take your quirk, and let's see how you like it when you are quirkless. That cold voice and the seriousness in his eyes was enough to scare the young girl. Kakin, are you okay? Izuku asks, looking at his friend with a worried expression on his face. Shaking her head, Katsumi turned to Izuku before nodding her head in confirmation. YEA I am, Bakugo answers, stuttering slightly. And just like any child, Izuku nods his head with a smile, not even speculating that something was wrong when Katsumi stuttered. Okay, but did you see that video of All Might? Oh, he is so cool, Izuku gushes, practically jumping in excitement. Katsumi nodded her head, her mind still going back to Hisashi's words. And for your information, that whole 2 joint equals quirkless thing, it's all fake. I have 2 joints and I have a quirk. If what Izuku's father said was true, then maybe he does have a quirk, Katsumi thought to herself as both children walked home. As both Izuku and Katsumi walked home, they were suddenly stopped as a pair of hands shot out from the shadows, covering both of their mouths as they were suddenly pulled into the shadows. Break! Izuku shook with fear as both he and Katsumi were held by a woman with a large grin on her face. Oh, would you look at that? A little boy and girl have given me the pleasure of their presence, she says, a sadistic expression. Both Izuku and Katsumi struggled as they attempted to break free from the woman's grip unsuccessfully. Katsumi felt her hands explode as she attempted to use her quirk, only to let off small pops that wouldn't hurt a fly, let alone a person. The woman cooed as a tendril of darkness stroked Katsumi's cheek. Oh, too bad, but nice try, the woman says as she turns her attention to Izuku. Oh, little boys. I love it when they squirm. Izuku tenses as the woman strokes his cheek, her eyes filled with lust. Let him go, you bitch, Katsumi roars, trying to escape the woman's grasps as tendrils made of darkness were wrapped around both her and Izuku. The woman scowls at Katsumi before one of the tendrils moves, covering Katsumi's mouth. What a vulgar little girl. Too bad you aren't a boy, but your friend will certainly be more fun to play with, the woman says as she turns back to Izuku, her eyes shining as she sees the fear in his eyes. Katsumi continues to fight against the tendrils, trying to save Izuku from the woman. The fear of what Izuku's father would do to her was enough for Katsumi to send shivers down her spine. Katsumi felt her strength beginning to leave her, as no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't escape the tendrils. Crack! Katsumi tensed as the sound of screaming rang in his ears. Feeling the tendrils loosen, resulting in her landing on the ground, Katsumi looked up and froze. The woman was on the ground, cradling her now broken arm as Izuku stood before her. Katsumi felt her heart stop as he saw Izuku's eyes, fiery orange and glowing brightly, a scowl on the young boy's face as his skin became incredibly pale with black veins visible from under his skin as he glared at the woman. What's wrong, not enjoying yourself so much anymore? Izuku asks, his voice deeper and his tone darker as it echoed with dark power. Those eyes, Katsumi thought to herself, remembering how Hisashi glared at her. Izuku had those same eyes. Come on, let's have some fun. Izuku yells, grabbing the woman's collar and throwing her across the area with unnatural strength. Bang! The woman crashed into the wall, falling onto the ground as blood dripped from the back of her head. Pushing herself up, the woman brought her hand, palm facing Izuku, as several tendrils shot at the young boy. A scoff escaped Izuku as he stepped to the side, dodging several of the tendrils before raising his arm to catch another, stopping a stray tendril centimeters away from his face. How disappointing. I was expecting more than that, Izuku states, crushing the tendril in his hand. Katsumi stared at Izuku in shock as the boy glared at the woman with glowing orange eyes. That's when it hit the blonde. Izuku has a quirk, and that's when she noticed it. Around Izuku's finger was a golden ring with an orange jewel shining the same sinister glow in Izuku's eyes. Narrowing his eyes at the woman, Izuku noted the shadows acting strangely around the woman who was now moving towards the light, fear in her eyes. Ah, I see, Izuku thought to himself, a dark, toothed grin forming on his face. Do it. Kill her. Prove your power. A sinister voice echoed in Izuku's head. Your quirk is turning against you, isn't it? Izuku asks knowingly. This causes both the woman and Katsumi to look at Izuku, the former with a horrified expression on her face, and the latter with a confused look. Your quirk is powered by both fear and darkness. When surrounded by those with fear, you grow stronger. But it seems that your own quirk turns against you if you are afraid. Am I right? Izuku asks, walking towards the woman. A look of horror appeared on the woman's face, confirming Izuku's theory. I wonder what your quirk would do to you if you find yourself in the darkness. Let's find out. Izuku grinned darkly as he grasped the woman's collar, who struck the boy's arm in an attempt to free herself, only irritating Izuku in the process. With one powerful throw, Izuku sent the woman flying into the darkness as shadows shot into the darkness. Crack! The sound of the woman's neck cracking echoed through the woman, causing Katsumi to freeze with fear. Good night, Izuku smirked. Katsumi stared at Izuku, seeing nothing of the young and innocent boy from before. Izuku's quirk changes his personality. Katsumi realized, a feeling of fear welling up in her being. Unknown to the duo, in another world, a beautiful woman with long golden hair, with pointed ears, sat on a dark throne, a dark grin on her face as her eyes glowed a sinister orange with a golden ring on her finger. Good. The woman giggled as she smirked in triumph. Break, Hisashi signed as he rubbed the bridge of his nose in frustration. Currently located in one of the hidden laboratories, All for One watched as Dr. Garaki inspected Izuku. Currently laying on a bed, the young boy was asleep as his mind was in the other world with his other parents. Still an odd thing to wrap my head around, the powerful villain thought to himself before noting the awe in Dr. Garaki's face. What have you got for me? Hisashi asks, curious. Turning to the white-haired man, the doctor took a deep breath as he attempted to rein in his amazement. From what I can tell is that the ring itself is something I had never seen. Not only can I not take it off, it gives off this weird energy. But that's not what amazes me, the doctor states. Hisashi leaned forward. His interest peaked as Dr. Garaki turned to his monitor and typed something in. Does this look familiar? The doctor asks, moving to the side and revealing what was on the screen. There, clear as day, was an image of a cover for a game that Hisashi had played when he was only a child with his brother watching beside him. Shadow of War. Now that takes me back. But what's that got to do with this? The powerful villain asks, confusion evident in his voice. Do you remember how the powers worked in that game? Dr. Garaki asks, resting his head against his fist. The white-haired man frowned as he looked at the doctor oddly. Not really. It has been around 200 years since I last played it. They don't exactly remake games from so long ago. In fact, I am surprised you even found a picture of the damn thing. Hisashi couldn't help but admit as he looked at the image of his childhood game. Garaki chuckled in amusement. Didn't you notice it in my game collection? The doctor asks with a raised eyebrow. Hisashi's head snapped towards Garaki, eyes wide with shock. Wait, what? The white-haired man asks. Yeah, I have a copy of the game in my game collection, and it fully works. As soon as those words escaped the doctor's mouth, Hisashi had disappeared. Garaki snorted and shook his head with suppressed laughter as he stood up from his chair and made his way to the gaming room where Hisashi can be seen, looking at the many games on display. What the hell, man? If I had known you had so many classics, then I would have gladly played them. All for One says as he looks at the many games he had played when he was a child. Wait, what the hell? You even have movies? The Dark Knight. Oh, that was such a good movie, the most feared villain gushes, much like a child as he looks at the many movies and games. The doctor snorted and chuckled once more. If you want, I can have a copy downloaded so you can play. Whenever you want, Garaki offered, causing Hisashi to look at the doctor with a raised eyebrow. Since when could you do stuff like that? All for One asks. The doctor scowled and looked away as he huffed. I don't just focus on quirks. I also know how to use a computer for these types of things, Garaki stated. Hisashi merely gave the man a deadpan. So long as it involves games and movies, the white-haired man pointed out. The doctor mock gasped as he placed a hand on his chest. Like you were any better. You're acting like a child when you found out about my little collection, Garaki responded. Hisashi merely puffed up in pride. Of course, I am a connoisseur of the classics. Besides, you have like 300 games, and let's not even start with the movies, the powerful villain retorted. Garaki sighed, but conceded with his friend's response. Fine, whatever. Now let's get to the point. You remember that Shadow of War is based on Lord of the Rings, right? The doctor asks with a pointed stare. Hisashi blinked in surprise, but nodded his head in understanding. Yeah, I get that. One for All answered with a confused expression. Well then, do you remember about the Rings of Power and how they work? Hiraki asks, yeah, I think so. In the games, it gave the main character, who I forgot his name was, wraith powers that allowed him to fight. Soren. No, Sauron. That's right, Sauron. It allowed the main character to fight Sauron and his forces, Hisashi says in triumph at remembering after such a long time. The doctor nodded his head. That's right. But do you know how the rings behave? Garaki asks with a raised eyebrow. The white-haired man's eyebrows furrowed as he tried to remember. They were semi-sentient from what I can remember. But they also tried to corrupt the wielder, the powerful villain recalled. That's right, Garaki confirmed. But Garaki, why does a game involve my son and his Ri? Oh, Hisashi froze, eyes wide with shock. That's right. Oh, the doctor responded, nodding his head. One for All turned his attention to where his son lay from the other room, the golden ring shining on his finger. So you're saying that the ring that is on my son's hand is most likely the same or similar to the one in the games, Garaki finished Hisashi's sentence. The white-haired man took a deep breath as he turned to the doctor. Which one do you think it is? One for All asks, worry on his face. Garaki sighed and shook his head. From its appearance, it's definitely not the One Ring. Not Sauron's or Celebrimber's. If I had to guess, it is one of the Nazgul's. Isildur most likely, which is the same one Talion, the main character, used at the end of the game. Before the ring corrupted him completely, Garaki stated. Izuku's quirk stops the ring from being removed, and honestly, a part of me doesn't even want to remove it, One for All admitted, much to the doctor's surprise. How come? If you have a ring of power, then you would be unstoppable. You could dominate people's minds, have the ability to form multiple wraith versions of yourself to fight in battle, summon weapons, and so many other things. But also you would actually be immortal. Besides the whole mind of its own thing and potential corruption, that ring is the most powerful thing to ever exist in this world, Garaki pointed out. And that is why it will remain on my son's finger. I have lived for 200 years, and there were very few people that I had come to care for. I lost my brother. I will not lose my son, the powerful villain says with determination. And what happens if the ring tries to corrupt him? Garaki asks with a raised eyebrow. Hisashi sighed as he looked down at the ground, eyebrows furrowed. It is a risk I am willing to take, All for One stated. The doctor looked down at the white-haired man, then nodded. Very well. That is all I know about your son's quirk and the ring. Got anything from the quirk itself? Garaki asks, taking a deep breath. One for All looked up from the floor and towards his son. From what I can tell, the quirk itself is not the ring, but it is what keeps the ring attached to my son. I don't know exactly how or why Izuku is in this world and the other, but I believe his connection to magic altered his quirk and did something that resulted in the ring ending up on his finger. The ring itself can't be removed, the quirk won't allow it, and if you are right about its influence, then the quirk will halt that influence unless the ring is actively used, Hisashi explained, crossing his arms over his chest. Dr. Garaki hummed in thought before focusing his attention on Hisashi. You do know that there is a possibility that Sauron exists, and is now, after your doctor states, with a slightly amused look. The white-haired man froze, eyes wide with shock. Fuck, Hisashi cursed. HBSDS, demon who lived. And this idea has been stuck in my head for some time. When I came up with the concept, I had felt the need to give it a shot to see what it would look like. So, here it is. Prologue. Lily Potter. Nay Evans frowned as she found herself in the Potter library. Open books surrounding her as she currently had a book in her hands. The books ranged from charms to rituals, all of which left much to be desired for the woman's goals. The woman was beautiful with crimson red hair, emerald green eyes with an hourglass figure that would make models jealous. Heaving a sigh, Lily rubbed her eyes with frustration evident on her face as she threw the book in her hand away, causing the spine of the book to collide against the shelf nearby, shaking the frame from the force of the impact. Thud! Lily froze, her eyes widening as she heard something fall from the shelf that had just been shaken. Hesitantly turning towards the shelf, Lily frowned as she saw a book laying on the floor, a pitch-black book with a red cover, splashes of dark red covering book. I don't recall seeing this before, the young woman noted to herself as she made her way towards the book. Picking it up from the ground, Lily's frown grew as she saw a symbol on the front of the page. A pitch-black, jagged semicircle that ended with a downward slash. In the center of the semicircle was a singular oval-shaped dot. Looking down at the book, the young woman felt a shiver run down her spine, her very being screaming at her to burn this book and never even think about this again. Raising her wand, Lily paused, her eyes widening as she heard a familiar cry. Hadrian. Her baby boy had seemed to have woken up. Shaking her head, Lily placed her wand back into its holster hidden in her sleeve and stood up, leaving the library and making her way towards the nursery room. As the cries grew louder the closer she got to the source. Opening the door to the room, Lily smiled brightly as the cries stopped, and she heard the happy babbling of Hadrian, who was currently standing, holding onto the railing of his crib as he smiled brightly at his mother. The young mother walked towards her son, picking him up by the armpits and holding him in her arms. Hadrian cooed happily as he snuggled into his mother's arms as he relaxed in her embrace. Giggling in amusement, the red-haired mother shook her head with a smile. "Is that what you wanted, baby? You just wanted to be with your mother?" Lily asks, placing a kiss on the baby's forehead. Hadrian Fremont Potter, a dark-haired baby who was now reaching his first birthday, was a joyful child, always active and excitable. Though the dark-haired baby did lead to some sleepless nights when he finally started to sleep in a separate than his parents. Spending the next 10 minutes holding little Hadrian in her arms, the baby boy was lulled back to sleep as the young woman placed her son back into his crib as she slowly exited the nursery room and returned back to the library to get back to the task at hand. As of recently, the young mother had discovered a prophecy, one stating that either her child or the child of a friend would have the power to stop a dark lord who, at the moment, was terracing her home country in the name of blood superiority. This dark lord's name is Voldemort, a man who has recently discovered this prophecy and is determined to find and kill her child. With fear in her heart, Lily had resolved to find a way to save her child from the Dark Lord. And her determination led her to the Potter Library, searching endlessly for any chance to protect her child. And here she was once more, back in the library to continue her research. As she entered the library, the young mother looked at the mess she made and froze. There, on the table, was the same book that she had intended to destroy. "No, it can't be. I left it on the floor," Lily thought to herself as she looked at where the book once laid, only to see that nothing occupied the space that the book once took. The red-haired woman stumbled back, eyes wide with fear. How did it move? Books can't do that. How can a book move? It shouldn't be capable of doing so, the young mother thought as she stared at the book. With the sheer darkness she can feel emanating from the book and its sudden change in positions, Lily concluded only one thing: that this book contained dark magic, either cursed to some degree or, due to the environment it once resided in, the book had gained a level of sentience if it became capable of move. And whatever was in that book had to be incredibly evil. As her wand shot out of her sleeve and into her hand, Lily aimed her wand at the book, ready to destroy it. But she couldn't. Looking down at her hand, Lily saw her arm involuntarily shaking, the temperature around the room dropping significantly as the young mother breathed out, her own breath visible from the drop. "Why can't I stop shaking? It's just a book," Lily thought, confused by what was causing her flight or fight responses to flare, her very being screaming to run and get away from the book growing the longer she was around it. "If it has such an effect on me, what does it hold?" The young mother couldn't help but wonder. Lily's entire reason for searching through the Potter Library was to find a way to save her son. And as of this moment, the young mother had found only one: to sacrifice herself in a ritual that would protect her son from Voldemort. But there were risks. Not only did she have to die, she would have to die by Voldemort's hand, and if he didn't kill her, then the ritual wouldn't work. And even a sliver of a possibility of it failing was enough for the red-haired woman to search for an alternative, one that guarantees her child's safety. And as Lily stared at the book before her, she felt as if some part of her knew that if she wanted a 100% guarantee for her child's safety, then it would be in this book. Ignoring the darkness radiating from the book, Lily stepped towards the dark object and hesitantly reached for it. As her fingers touched the cover of the book, the darkness receded as the temperature returned to normal. The young mother let out a sigh of relief as she felt her body stop shaking, the area around her losing the dark edge it had due to the book's presence. And with that, Lily slowly picked the book up and opened to the first page. Time skipped. She was aware that she is stupid, especially with the current circumstances. She did not know, however, if the sacrifice would be worth it. As of this moment, Lily watched as the runes written across the walls of her home glowed with dark power before fading into nothing, disappearing from view. Having gone through the book, the young mother had learned of a way to not only protect her son, but also herself and her husband, but at a price that remained unknown to the red-haired woman. All Lily knew about the price was that it would suit its use. She did not know where it originated from, what it can do, why it was so dark, or even who had written the book. All she knew was that the protection is far more efficient and effective than the ritual to sacrifice herself for her son. While the young mother would have certainly done that, the chance to not only keep her son safe, but also herself and her husband with a 100% guarantee of survival was just too appealing to the red-haired woman. And so, Lily made her move, writing the dark runes across the walls of her home, as she used a mix of blood magic and ritual magic to gain the protection for not only herself, but her husband and son by taking their blood and connecting it to the runes. And with that act, her family's safety was guaranteed, but Lily would come to regret it, as the price in her eyes was too high. "Break! Avada Kedavra!" Voldemort shouted as the bright green spell struck Lily as she fell to the ground, unmoving. The Dark Lord had attacked the home of the Potters with the goal to kill the child who would one day defeat him, Hadrian Potter. After having killed both Lily and James Potter who stood in their way, the Dark Lord now stood before the crib of Hadrian Potter, his wand now pointed directly at the crying toddler. "Goodbye, you impudent brat. Avada Kedavra!" The curse shot forth from Voldemort's wand, flying through the air before striking Hadrian. Boom! Voldemort had no time to react, as the killing curse exploded into raw magic and darkness shot out from the walls of the home, piercing through the Dark Lord's body as he screamed in pain. "What magic is this?" The Dark Lord screamed in his mind, just as the raw magic that hovered over the young male Potter moved, charging at the now restrained Voldemort as it collided with him. Boom! The house shook as the magic exploded, destroying the Dark Lord's body as all that remained was his shattered soul. The man's robes tattered and his wand torn to shreds with pieces of the phoenix feather inside torn apart. With a screech of anger and rage, the Dark Lord fled the home of the Potters, wanting to get away from the magic that had not only ripped through him, but also destroyed his body. "You will pay for this. Lord Voldemort will have his revenge." The soul raged as it fled into the night. Silence soon descended upon the home as all went quiet. Within the nursery room, Lily began to stir, groaning as her eyes slowly opened. Looking around with a confused expression on her face, the young mother's eyes snapped open, wide with shock as she pushed herself up to her feet, stumbling slightly as she felt her muscles protest the movement, but the red-haired woman ignored it, in favor of running towards the crib and looking over the railing. A laugh of happiness escaped the mother's mouth as she saw her son, sleeping peacefully in his crib, his chest rising and falling as he laid in his crib. But the young mother did note the lightning bolt cut on her son's forehead, but decided to ignore it in favor of picking up her child and pressing him against her chest, peppering his head with kisses. "I did it, honey. I saved us," Lily cooed as she kissed her sleeping son on the head once more. But at a cost, a voice spoke out, causing Lily to stiffen as she turned in the direction of the voice. Looking into the darkness, the young mother grabbed her wand from the floor and pointed it in the direction of the shadows where a figure could be seen. "Who are you? What do you want?" Lily demands, holding her son protectively. A sigh escaped the figure's mouth as they stepped out of the darkness. The young mother was taken aback as she stared at the individual before her. Lily assumed that the person was a man with bright pink hair, wearing a red open vest revealing his torso and white pants. As the young mother looked at the man before her, she froze with fear as she fell to her knees, power filling up the room as dread ran down the woman's spine. The pink-haired man wore glasses, but behind those glasses were pitch-black eyes, darker than Lily had ever seen. What are you? Who are you?" The young mother stuttered, her body shaking with fear as she held her son protectively, dropping her wand to hold her son with both arms. The man sighed as he closed his eyes with what looked like resignation. "I am Gowther, a demon." The man introduces himself. Lily felt her entire world collapse as she stared at the man before her. "Demon? But demons don't exist. Only the Dementors are the closest thing to actual demons," the red-haired Potter stuttered. "In this world, what you fail to realize is that the demon race originates from another world, outside of this one. But it matters not. Your use of demonic runes has gained the attention of the demons, and I am here for the price for using such magic," Gowther informs the young mother. Lily gulped as she cursed herself. If she had known that demons existed and that she had used demonic magic, then she probably would have never used it in the first place. What's the price?" It had never said much about the price, the young mother stuttered, fearing the worst of the price. It has been a long time since anyone not of demon blood had even used the runes. The fact that the runes were used by a human had gained the interest of many, including the Demon King himself. The pink-haired demon responded. The red-haired woman paled as Gowther's words rang in her head. What's the price? Lily asks, fearful of the answer. Gowther stared at the red-haired woman before letting out a tired sigh. The Demon King has decided that the price of using the runes shall be your son, the pink-haired demon answered. The young mother froze stiff, her eyes wide with shock and horror from the demon's words. No, please, not Harry. Take me. Just please don't take Harry. Lily cried out, begging Gowther as tears slid down her cheek as she held Hadrian tightly in her arms. Gowther stared at the crying mother before him, feeling sadness at the thought of separating both mother and son. It has been decided. I cannot change the Demon King's mind, the pink-haired demon stated, sadness present in his tone. No, I won't let you take him, Lily cried out, grabbing her wand and pointing it at Gowther. Hadrian held in her arms as he began to cry, awoken from his mother's yelling. Gowther closed his eyes as he let out a resigned sigh. Lily had no time to react as the pink-haired demon appeared before her at an incredible burst in speed, his hands grabbing the sides of her head as a pink light engulfed her. After a few moments, Lily lost strength in her body as her wand fell from her hand, clattering against the ground before she too fell to the floor. Thud! The young mother landed on the hard floor as she was unable to move, her eyes staring forward at Gowther's feet. The pink-haired demon sighed from above Lily as he now held Hadrian in his arms, the baby boy crying loudly from the noises and being in the arms of some stranger. Lily was unable to do anything but watch as Gowther softly placed a finger on Hadrian's forehead that immediately caused his cries to stop as his eyes closed. The red-haired woman felt tears building in her eyes as she feared the worst for her son, but despite her attempts, the young mother was unable to move her body, as the only thing she could do was watch as Gowther slowly walked towards the shadows, little Hadrian in his arms. Just as the pink-haired demon was about to enter the shadows, he paused and looked over his shoulders, his eyes staring directly into Lily's emerald green eyes. I promise you, I will help your son to the best of my abilities, Gowther states, as he then enters the shadows as his figure disappears into the darkness. Lily could only stare at where Gowther had once stood, tears sliding down her face. Slowly, the young mother felt her body regain the strength it had once lost as she began to sob. Harry, the red-haired woman whispered, wanting nothing more than to hold her baby boy as she stared at his smiling, chubby, cheeked face. Please, come back, Lily cried as she pleaded for anyone or anything who would listen to bring back her child. The sounds of footsteps can be heard as a voice cries out. Lily! James Potter yelled out, searching for his wife. Change. Within the demon realm, in a large dark castle, a boy with messy blonde hair and pitch-black eyes with a massive circular black mark on his forehead stormed through the corridor, a scowl on his face. This boy is wearing a white coat and pants with white gloves. This boy is Meliodas, leader of the 10 Commandments and the next in line to the Demon King's throne. Opening the massive doors that stood as the entrance to the throne room, Meliodas looked up to see his father, sitting atop his massive throne as he towered over Meliodas by a massive magnitude. Father, the leader of the 10 Commandments greeted with a curt nod to his father, the blonde's face cold and expressionless. Meliodas, I see that you received my summons, the Demon King spoke, his voice filled with power as he looked down at his son. I have, the Demon Prince answered with a nod. The Demon King made a sound of acknowledgement as he rested his hand against the palm of his hand, his posture shifting from what Meliodas could determine was one of thought. Why have you summoned me, father? Meliodas asks, crossing his arms over his chest. A development has occurred, one that might very well shift the balance between the war against the Goddess clan, the Demon King stated. Meliodas perked up, his eyes widening slightly at his father's words. And what is this development? The leader of the 10 Commandments asks, raising an eyebrow at the massive demon. Without so much as a word, the Demon King stood from his throne and stepped forward, his body beginning to shrink rapidly with every step before he stood only a few feet above Meliodas, looking down at his son. Follow, the Demon King stated as he then turned and walked through one of the doors at the side of the throne room. With a grunt of acknowledgement, the leader of the 10 Commandments followed his father as they walked through the corridors of the castle before coming to a stop before a set of closed doors. Not saying a word, the king of the demons pushed the doors forward, opening them to reveal a dark room with a large pod in the center of the room. But that was not what caught Meliodas' eye. There, standing beside the pod, was a familiar pink-haired demon, Gauther, the commandment of selflessness and one of Meliodas' comrades. "Gauther, what are you doing here?" The leader of the 10 Commandments asks, confusion evident in his tone. Said demon perked up and looked to see both the demon king and his son standing at the doorway to the room. "He is here at my request, son," the demon king informed the blonde demon. Looking at his father, Meliodas nodded his head with a look of understanding. "Very well. So why have you brought me here?" The leader of the 10 Commandments asks. The demon king raises his hand and points at the pod. "Your answer is inside of that," the king of the demons stated. Meliodas' scowl deepened as he made his way towards the pod and looked inside, peering from above the glass that covered the top of the pod. Inside the pod, submerged in a darkish water, was a small baby boy, Hadrian Potter. Meliodas blinked in surprise before turning to his father. How exactly would some child be the shift in the war against the goddess clan? The leader of the 10 Commandments asks, crossing his arms over his chest. Without a word, the demon king turned to Gauther, silently ordering him to answer the blonde demon's question. As of recently, in one of the many universes throughout the multiverse, a human woman had used the power of the demon runes to protect her family. With this we gain knowledge about the family when this one caught your father's interest, the pink-haired demon spoke, gesturing to the little Potter inside the pod. Meliodas froze as he stared down at the pod in disgust. "You think some human brat is the shift that will change the course of our war against the goddess clan?" The leader of the 10 Commandments demands in disbelief. "I do," the demon king responded shortly. "Through the connection from the demonic runes, we were able to learn that this child is something we have never seen before," Gauther continued, causing the blonde demon to look up from the pod and towards the pink-haired demon. "Explain," Meliodas demands, irritation growing on his face. "While the human child does not wield a magical power, we are able to determine that he has some connection to death itself," the commandment of selflessness answered. This caused Meliodas to freeze, his eyes widening in shock as his pitch-black eyes dropped down to the sleeping form of Hadrian within the pod. "This human brat is connected to death," the leader of the 10 Commandments exclaims, shocked. "He won't be human for long," the demon king cut in, causing Meliodas to turn to his father. "How so?" "He clearly is a human, so unless you want him as a low-class red or gray demon, you aren't going to make much success in using his connection," the leader of the 10 Commandments stated, crossing his arms over his chest. "Incorrect," Gauther commented, causing Meliodas to turn to his comrade. "Due to his age, this child can be converted into a full-blooded demon with the right process. The task itself would be a monumental risk to the individual who is being converted, as their entire being is altered, which results in a 96.3% chance of death. The case is different here, as the child's connection to death has increased his survival odds of 3.7% to a perfect 100%, Gauther answers as he pushes up his glasses. Meliodas stared at the commandment of selflessness before turning to his father. "How exactly does the brat not have a magical power?" "Clearly he does, if he has a connection to death," the leader of the 10 Commandments asks. The demon king remains silent for a few moments, staring down at the pod as if contemplating something. "It is his bloodline. When the runes were used from the blood of the ones it was meant to protect, it was able to identify that both the child and the father have a connection to death, but the child's connection was far deeper than his father's," the king of the demons answered. The prince of the demons looked down at Hadrian before turning to Gauther. "How strong is the brat?" "I can't sense his power," Meliodas orders. The commandment of selflessness looked down at Hadrian for a few moments before looking up at Meliodas. "His current power level is 163. Incredibly high for a human baby, as both his parents were at a power level of 203 and 213, Gauther answers. Meliodas merely turned to his father with an unimpressed expression, his face saying enough for the demon king to understand what his son was thinking. The child's bloodline is locked within him. As of the moment, he is merely just a human child, powerful among his species, but nothing more, the king of the demons stated. The leader of the 10 Commandments huffed slightly and turned his attention back to Gauther. "Say if the brat survives the conversion, how strong will he be?" Meliodas asks, a hint of interest in his voice. This question gives the commandment of selflessness pause, his eyes narrowing slightly in thought. It truly depends on how his connection to death works. Should it activate during his conversion and fuse with his demonic blood, then I do not know how powerful he would become. But if the connection remains locked despite the conversion, then he will be at an estimated power level of around 575 gather answers. The leader of the Ten Commandments growled in frustration and shook his head in disappointment. I had expected more. What a waste, Meliodas snarled. Meliodas, he is the first human to be turned into a true, full-blooded demon. Upon his conversion, we will be learning about the effects of a full conversion as he grows older. You must have patience, the king of the demons states with a calm posture. Meliodas growled in frustration, but remained silent. Guess we'll just have to see if the brat will be of any use to us, the leader of the Ten Commandments comments as he glared down at the pod. Chapter 1, Beginnings. Blood covered what was once beautiful grasslands. The sky overhead was black with smoke as corpses littered across the blood-soaked grass. Standing atop the corpse of a giant, a blonde-haired demon can be seen, staring at the chaos at the tip of a spiked rock that had pierced through the giant's chest, blood dripping down the stone as the ribs stuck out of the giant's chest. Surrounding Meliodas and the rock he stood upon as the leader of the Ten Commandments scowled in disgust at the sight before him. Wearing his infamous white cloak and pants, the prince of the demons held a massive great sword over his shoulder that was twice his height and as wide as he was. As of recently, the blonde-haired demon had just taken out a group that had been growing to attempt an assault on one of the demon-infested lands, hoping to fight against the powerful race. But their plan had come to an end when the feared leader of the Ten Commandments descended from the skies, striking them down with ease. Every attack against the powerful demon doing nothing more than amusing the leader of the Ten Commandments. And now here he was, staring at his destruction as he looked at the many corpses littered across the grass. Such pathetic races. Giant, fairy, human. All nothing but insects, Meliodas thought with a sneer on his face. The war against the demons and goddess clan had remained in a stalemate, neither side holding an advantage long enough to make use of it, resulting in the war between both powerful groups to continue on. No clear winner in sight. But that did not mean the other races didn't attempt to oppose the demon clan, despite their continued failures. As of recently, the first fairy king, Gloxinia, had perished in battle, resulting in the fairies to hide in their forests, afraid for their kingdom, awaiting for a new king to be chosen. The giant king, Droll, on the other hand, remains alive, where though Meliodas did not know nor care. Wings of darkness shot forth from Meliodas' back as the blonde demon shot into the sky. Boom! A shockwave surged through the area, destroying everything near the center point of the wave as the leader of the Ten Commandments took to the skies, his task complete. Break! In the demon realm, within one of the many rooms within the castle that the Demon King resided in, a small lump can be seen under the covers of a bed in one of the bedrooms in the castle. The figure underneath the covers slept soundly and in peace. With only soft breathing heard from the room, the sound of the door slowly opening can be heard as a small figure floated into the room. The figure was a female with a small body and blue wings on her back that flapped rapidly as she floated above the air, her short stature causing her to be unable to even reach the door handles. She had pitch black eyes and a small demon mark on her chest as she wore clothing that showed off her assets. Lord Hadrian, the female whispered into the quiet room. Silence descended upon the room as the breathing ceased. The female gulped as she slowly floated closer to the bed. The lump remained unmoving as the female got closer. Lord Hadrian, she whispered once more. The covers began to move as the female floated back and away from the bed as fast as she could as the cover fell, and a young boy with pitch black hair emerged. A yawn escaped the young boy as his eyes opened, revealing bright emerald green as he looked at the female before him. Yes, Hadrian asks, rubbing his eyes as he turns, throwing his legs off of the bed and letting it rest against the ground. The female shivered with fear as the young boy rolled his neck, hearing a crack echo from the movement. Lord Chandler has requested you meet him soon for your training, the female demon responded, looking down at the ground and away from the dark-haired boy. The young Potter hummed in thought before letting out a sigh as he stood up from his bed. Very well. I will be there shortly. Hadrian answered as he made his way towards his walk-in closet. The female demon nodded her head. "Yes, sir," she responded before practically teleporting out of the room with the door closing behind her. Hadrian Potter, a 6-year-old boy who had been a full-blooded demon for a total of 2 years, 7 hearts in all, came out of his room wearing a black shirt and dark blue pants. The materials for the outfit had been made from demon skin that wandered through purgatory, a separate dimension where only the mindless demons roam. Walking through the numerous corridors of the castle, Hadrian eventually reached the doors to the throne room. The massive doors closed before the young Potter. Taking a deep breath, the dark-haired boy stepped forward, placing his hands against both doors as he pushed forward with all his might, causing the doors to slowly open, much to the young boy's relief. The doors itself was massive and incredibly heavy, forcing the young Potter to use every strength he had, something he didn't have when he was younger and a newly turned demon, having been stuck in the pod for 3 whole years before his change was complete. Entering inside the throne room, Hadrian was forced to look up to the towering form of the Demon King himself, where a familiar figure stood before the king of the demons. "Ah, I see you are awake now, Hadrian," Chandler says, a hand on his staff as he looks at the young boy. Something that Hadrian had noticed about his teacher was that unlike both Meliodas and Zeldris, the powerful demon never called him Lord, unlike the other demons that worked in the castle. Not that the young Potter cared. He knew he was once human as he had spent 3 full years in the pod being turned into a demon, and he knew that both Zeldris and Meliodas earned their title of Lord with their immense power, Meliodas even more so, though Hadrian never really spent much time with either sons of the Demon King, as the both of them saw the young Potter unworthy of their time. "Yes, I've been informed you wish to continue training me," Hadrian responded with a nod. From his throne, the Demon King turned to Chandler, his face showing no emotion as he looked at the chubby demon. "So you have continued the child's training?" The Demon King asks, interest present in his voice. From where he stood, Chandler nodded his head in confirmation. "Yes, the child may be young, but his potential in the magical arts is present. I am honestly quite interested to see how far he can go, though I will first need to focus on the more important teachings before I could get to the magical arts," the powerful demon answers. The Demon King hummed in thought as he stroked his beard. "Very well. You are dismissed, Chandler," the king of the demons say, with a nod to the demon. Chandler bowed to the Demon King and turned, walking towards the exit of the throne room as he gestured for Hadrian to follow. Nodding to his teacher, the young Potter quickly turned to the Demon King and bowed to the towering demon before turning around and chasing after Chandler, the door closing behind him as he left. Silence descended the throne room as the Demon King sat, curiosity in his eyes as he thought about the human-turned demon. "I wonder just how far you will go," the king of the demons thought to himself before closing his eyes, allowing himself to sleep as nothing required his attention at the moment. Break. Walking beside his teacher, the young Potter was led to the courtyard where both Hadrian and Chandler came to a stop as the powerful demon turned to him. "As a fledgling demon, you must learn to master and control your demonic abilities. To begin, you must awaken your demon form. To do so, you must allow the darkness within you to emerge. You should instinctively be able to do so, but as your status as a former human is present, we cannot be certain at the moment," Chandler states to the young Potter. Nodding his head, Hadrian took a deep breath and closed his eyes. The young boy's body remained relaxed as he searched within him the darkness that inhabits all the demons. As this was happening, Chandler watched with interest. When he had heard that a human had been turned into a full-blooded demon, he couldn't help but be conflicted. Humans were a weak and pathetic species that were ruled by their so-called morals, something that they seem to gladly throw away when it is convenient to them. This, in turn, put humans in a bad light, as many of the demon race saw them as nothing more than insects. But Chandler was curious. Why would the Demon King turn a human, a baby at that, into a demon? It didn't take long for Chandler to realize why. The potential within Hadrian had been staggering. While locked within him, Chandler was able to sense the connection that the young boy had to death itself, something that the powerful demon never thought possible. This in turn made Chandler curious. What was the young Potter capable of? What could he accomplish with the right guidance? He may even reach the levels of Zeldris or even Meliodas if guided correctly, Chandler thought to himself, a small smile present on his face. The thought of this young, fledgling demon before him, even reaching even half of the power that the legendary leader of the Ten Commandments in his prime would make the young Potter into a fearsome warrior. After all, without his magical power, Meliodas reached a power level of 121,000 in his base form, while reaching 246,000 in his demon form. Though Meliodas' legendary assault mode is something that Chandler has never actually seen in action, the sheer power of the form only witnessed by the Ten Commandments and the Demon King himself, and those were the ones who were still alive. Focusing back on the young Potter, an excited gleam in Chandler's eyes shone as slowly, on the young boy's forehead, a small pitch-black spiral formed on his head. Hadrian's eyes then snapped open. The once beautiful emerald green was consumed by an abyss-black color. He went from a power level of 750 to 1,350. Just a bit above the strongest red demon, the powerful demon thought to himself. Good. You have achieved your demon form. How do you feel? Chandler asks, raising an eyebrow at the young boy. Hadrian scowled as he looked down at his fist, clenching and unclenching it as he felt power surging through his being. The young Potter had expected to be excited, happy and proud of his achievement at activating his demon form. But all he felt was darkness and anger. Like I want to kill something, the young boy spoke, his voice gaining a darker edge than one his age should have. Chandler grinned brightly, proud of the young Potter's achievement. Well then, let's get started then, the powerful demon says to his student. Maintain your demon form for the rest of this training session. That is your first order. Nodding his head, Hadrian crossed his arms over his chest. The young Potter straightened his back as he stood with a now expressionless face, his pitch-black eyes watching as Chandler made his way towards one of the sheds on the outskirts of the training area and returning with what looked to be a dummy in hand. Now that you have achieved your demon form, I would like you to channel that power into spells, the powerful demon stated as he placed the dummy before the young Potter. Hadrian merely raised an eyebrow in response. And how exactly do I do that? The dark-haired boy asks. Chandler merely grinned in response. Let your instincts guide you. You were able to awaken your demon form by following your instincts. Now you must do the same for your magic, the chubby demon stated as he leaned against his staff. Letting out a frustrated growl, Hadrian raised his hand, palm aimed at the dummy as he closed his eyes. Feeling the darkness within him, the young Potter followed his gut and allowed the darkness to flow into his hand as it remained idle. Growing the more he focused the darkness into it. Eyes snapping open, Hadrian spoke. Enchanted hellfire. The young boy growled as pitch-black flames shot forth from Hadrian's hand, charging at the dummy as it engulfed it in its dark flames. Chandler stared at the fire as it consumed the dummy, his eyes shining with excitement as he saw Hadrian, standing before the flames with his arms lowered, his eyes staring at the dummy as it melted away. Yes, this one certainly will go far, the powerful demon thought to himself as he watched as his student took his first steps towards becoming a powerful demon. Unseen by either Hadrian nor Chandler, a blonde-haired demon stared at the duo with impassive eyes. Upon meeting the child, Meliodas had been disgusted at the thought that a human would be turned into a full-blooded demon, as the son of the Demon King expected the child to be nothing more than a weak demon that would disgrace the name of the demon clan. But seeing the excitement in Chandler's eyes made the leader of the Ten Commandments curious. What did the powerful demon see in the former human? We will just have to see what the brat is capable of, Meliodas thought to himself before turning around and walking off. Break! Hadrian found himself in an empty abyss, floating through the darkness, not burdened by gravity as he remained motionless. The young Potter let out a breath as his body was in a relaxed state, something that he had no control over. Hadrian couldn't think, he couldn't move, he could only feel as if he was running on pure instinct. Such a turn of events, a voice spoke, feminine in nature and enchanting that sent shivers down the young boy's spine. Hadrian was unable to do anything as a pair of arms wrapped around his body as something pressed against his back. I did not expect your life to change in such a drastic way, my dear. But I do not mind, so long as you do your duty. The voice spoke as the young Potter felt something press against his cheek. At that moment, Hadrian felt a surge of energy through him as his eyes snapped open. Change! A gasp escaped the young Potter as he snapped up, His head looked around only to find himself within his room. A confused expression made its way onto Hadrian's face as placed a hand on his forehead, rubbing his head as his eyes narrowed in confusion. What was that? It felt like a dream, but it felt more, the young boy thought to himself. Eyebrows furrowed as the young potter attempted to understand what he had just heard and felt. Shaking his head, the dark-haired boy threw his legs off of his bed and stood up, changing his clothes and exiting his room. Heaving a sigh, the young boy made his way into the throne room where he saw the form of the Demon King, his head resting against his fist as he slept. He seems comfortable. The young potter couldn't help but notice as he remained silent, not wanting to disturb the Demon King's rest. Sitting at the side of the throne room, Hadrian took a deep breath and closed his eyes, focusing on the darkness of his demonic powers, wanting to understand it more. The young boy guided the darkness throughout his body for what felt like hours, until a voice broke him out of his thoughts. Chandler shall be arriving soon. I am curious, though, where did you get that mark? The Demon King's voice spoke, causing the young potter to look at the massive demon as he titled his head in confusion. Mark? The young boy asks. The Demon King raised an eyebrow as he pointed to his own cheek. Getting the message, Hadrian rubbed the back of his hand against his cheek and blinked in surprise as a purple smudge covered his hand. What is that? The dark-haired boy wondered, confusion evident on his face. A chuckle broke Hadrian out of his thoughts as he looked up at the Demon King. By any chance were you with a woman last night? The massive being asks, amusement present in his eyes. The young potter frowned as he looked down and thought, a woman? Well, there was that one person in my dream, but I don't think that's the case, Hadrian thought out loud as he rubbed his chin. This caught the Demon King's attention, and his curiosity piqued. In your dream? And why would that result in lipstick marking your cheek? The Demon King asks. Well, all I know was that I couldn't move, and some woman was talking to me, Hadrian answered. And what did she do after that? The young potter frowned as he looked at the Demon King oddly. Then I think she kissed me on the cheek, and I woke up, Hadrian responded with a shrug. The Demon King felt himself leaning forward with anticipation. If what the young boy had said was the truth, then that would mean that a powerful being had gained an interest in the young potter, and if they were powerful enough to affect him physically from the dream world, then they would have to be powerful, as the Demon King would be aware of the sudden disappearance of the young boy. What did she say? The Demon King asks. Hadrian hummed in thought as he attempted to recall what was spoken. I think she said, such turn of events, and then she said, I did not expect your life to change. I think she said, and then continued by saying, I do not mind. So long as you complete your duty, I think, the young potter says, frowning as he failed to recall exactly what the woman had said. While the young boy racked his mind for the exact wording of the woman's words, the Demon King found himself fascinated. If any demon had said that some woman was powerful enough to have an effect on their physical body in the dream world had spoken to them, then the Demon King would have called them crazy. But with Hadrian, the Demon King knew that the woman that had spoken to him was more than likely Death herself. It would seem that the connection between him and Death is growing. She also doesn't seem to mind him being a demon, so that's a good thing. Though what did she mean when she said as long as he did his duty? The King of the Demons couldn't help but wonder. It doesn't matter. Chandler shall be arriving soon, and you must be ready. So head to the courtyards, and I will have my servants inform him that you will be waiting there, the Demon King says, looking down at the former human. Nodding his head, Hadrian bowed before turning and making his way out of the throne room into the courtyard for his training when his teacher arrived. As the door closed behind the young potter, the Demon King stroked his beard in thought. We will just have to wait and see what Death has planned for the boy. Death has always been neutral, so we will just have to wait and see what his duties are, the King of the Demons thought to himself as he rested against his massive throne. Break. An important tool of being a powerful demon is having the right weapon. Meliodas has his great sword. I have my staff. Cusack has his dual blades, and Zeldris has a sword, Chandler states as he stood before the young potter. Hadrian frowned as he looked at his teacher with curiosity. What does the Demon King use? The dark-haired boy asks. Chandler merely grins in response. A massive broadsword, the powerful demon answers. The young potter blinked in surprise but nodded his head in understanding. I see. But how do I know what suits me? Hadrian asks his teacher. Chandler hums in thought as he stroked his beard. Now that is something we will learn together, the powerful demon says, resting his hands on his staff. King Vegeta seethed as he glared at the sleeping baby. Currently on planet Vegeta, a planet home to a warrior race known as Saiyans, the king of the Saiyan race, King Vegeta is currently among the most powerful members of the Saiyan race, but here the king was now, glaring at the sleeping baby known as Broly, a newborn child, with a power level exceeding even some of the more powerful Saiyan warriors. "What should we do, my lord?" a Saiyan scientist asked from beside the king. The spiky-haired king remained silent as he contemplated his choices. "Send him off-world. Pick any uninhabitable planet and leave him to perish," the king says with a growl as he turns around and storms away. The Saiyan scientist gaped at King Vegeta, in complete disbelief by what he had just been ordered. Narrowing his eyes, the Saiyan scientist lets out an exhausted sigh as he begins to obey the king's orders. Removing Broly from his pod, the scientist wrapped the baby Saiyan in a blanket and placed him in an escape shuttle. Choosing the destination of the planet to send the young Saiyan to, the scientist paused. Could he truly send a newborn baby to perish? Just because of the king's jealousy of a child stronger than his own? No, he couldn't. And so, with his heart racing, the scientist chose a planet incredibly far from planet Vegeta, far from Frieza's influence. It was a planet that had just been recently discovered, but had no known individuals of notable power, and lacking of unique sources that could not be found elsewhere. And so, with determination in his eyes, the scientist pressed the button and watched as the hatch of the escape pod began to close as little Broly slept on. Unaware of the current situation he found himself in. Flum! The pod shot into the sky and sped off, disappearing as it entered the atmosphere of planet Vegeta. Break! Soaring through the emptiness of space, Broly remained asleep in his pod, undisturbed by the silence and small space he found himself in. As the young Saiyan flew through the endless darkness, a warning popped up on the screen of the escape pod as it showed a video of a wave of energy that was rapidly heading towards the pod. Now, normally the occupant would perform some maneuvers to avoid the wave of energy, but not only was the little Saiyan asleep, he was also too young to understand the concept. The entire pod shook as the wave reached it, its speed rapidly increasing as it was pulled along with the energy wave, slowly reaching light speed. Faster and faster the pod went. Time began to distort as time moved slower in the pod. Fdunk! Suddenly, the pod was launched out of the wave, the escape pod spinning rapidly, causing little Broly to awaken, letting out a cry as he was thrashed around the pod, slamming against the interior as it was flung through space. An alarm blared as this was going on, as the pod was rapidly descending towards a planet. Change! Lily Potter sighed as she found herself walking in the backyard of Potter Manor. Currently 18 years old, Lily is a beautiful red-haired woman with emerald green eyes. She had recently married the man she once hated who had grown up after the both of them left their school, Hogwarts, a school of witchcraft and wizardry. But here was the red-haired woman now, at her new home, and finding herself in a serious debate with herself. After marrying her now husband, James Potter, both Lily and her husband joined a group of vigilantes known as the Order of the Phoenix, a group who seek to undermine and stop a man known as Voldemort, a dark lord who seeks to kill anyone not considered pure of magical blood. This dark lord is the one responsible for the war that has descended upon Britain, the war that has cost the lives of many innocent people. It had already been a year since she had joined the war against Voldemort and his group of Death Eaters, and yet there was no progress. If Lily were to be honest, things would be a lot easier if Dumbledore allowed them to actually kill the Death Eaters, but instead the old man continues to preach about second chances, something that the young woman honestly doesn't agree with, something that her husband, James, seems to be growing irritated by, having grown sick of the constant fighting against the same Death Eaters who had been captured not even a day before. Will this war ever end? Will we get to see the day when Voldemort and his Death Eaters are no longer a threat? Lily couldn't help but wonder as she unconsciously placed a hand on her belly. A family. That is what she was fighting for. A chance to have a family with the man she loves. But with every passing month, that hope dwindles, the lack of any true progress, and the continuous pushbacks from the corrupt Ministry of Magic against any arrests against the Death Eaters and their lord continues to drain any hope of a time of peace from the red-haired woman. And so, with a heavy sigh, Lily looks up to the stars and stares at the clear sky. What a beautiful night, the woman whispered to herself. Letting out a sigh, the beautiful red head was about to turn and head back inside when something caught her eye. A red streak shooting across the sky. A shooting star, Lily thought to herself with a small smile. But it only took a few moments for the young woman to narrow her eyes as she instinctively leaned forward to get a closer look at the falling star. Wait a minute, is it getting closer? The married woman wondered out loud. Lily watched as the shooting star descended from the sky, getting closer and closer before its jacketry was visible to even Lily. Boom! The red-haired woman gawked as she watched the shooting star land somewhere in the forest nearby. Curiosity overwhelming her, Lily quickly checked for her wand and smiled to herself when she felt that it was currently residing in her pocket, having decided not to take her wand holster as she only intended to remain in the Potterland. Nodding to herself, Lily ran into the forest as she estimated the landing point of the crash. Break! After nearly half an hour of searching, Lily finds herself standing at the edge of a small crater as she stared down where a white pod can be seen, steam emitting from its frame. The catch opened, causing the red-haired woman to owl out her wand, tip pointing directly at the now opening pod. But that's when she heard it. The sounds of crying, one that Lily immediately recognized belonging to that of a baby. Without even realizing it, the beautiful woman jumped into the crater, sliding down to the pod, getting a close look inside. There, sitting in the small pod, was a baby boy with unnaturally black, spiky hair and pitch-black eyes, tears running down the baby's face with snot coming from his nose. Shush, it's okay. I'm here, Lily whispers softly, causing the baby boy to look up at her with his tear-stained face. Smiling down at the small boy, Lily reached out and picked the small baby by the armpits and lifted him up and out of the pod while resting his head against her breasts. Shush, that's it. Don't worry, the woman whispers into the baby boy's ear as she began bouncing him in her arms. The baby's cry had all but ceased as he was held in Lily's arms. The red-haired woman giggled slightly as she watched the baby boy's eyes beginning to droop as he relaxed in her embrace. As Lily slowly watched as the baby boy fell asleep in her embrace, the young woman blinked in surprise as she felt something brush against her thigh. Looking down, the beautiful redhead gawked as she saw a brown-furred monkey tail swinging behind the boy, swaying back and forth as he slept. It only took a few moments for a realization to settle in. This baby came from a pod that fell from the sky. He has a monkey tail that humans most certainly do not have, and he has unnaturally spiky hair that she had never seen on anyone, let alone a baby. He's not completely human, the woman thought to herself in complete shock. Break! James Potter could admit that he can be brash, impatient, and a little headstrong, but he would never ever expect his wife to be even more so. And yet here he is, sitting in his family living room, watching as his wife explained the situation to him. I feel like my head is going to explode, the man grumbled as he rubbed the side of his head. Not only did Lily bring home a random baby, she also brought home a baby that was not human, or at least not fully human. I know, James, but what do we do? We can't just leave him. He was left all alone in some pod, Lily asks. Heaving a sigh, James looked down at the ground and thought. James is a handsome man with messy black hair and hazel brown eyes. He spent a lot of his younger years playing pranks on people he didn't like, which did not endear him to Lily. But then his parents died, murdered by Voldemort's Death Eaters. That changed everything for the male Potter. His change in attitude and maturity attracted Lily and eventually resulted in her asking him out, which came as a shock for James as she practically hated him before his change. But one of the things that James knew, that his wife loved him, was his heart, how caring he could be, and how noble he was. And as James looked down at the sleeping baby, a smile formed on the man's face. He is certainly adorable, James commented. Lily giggled as she covered her mouth with her hand as she looked at her husband with an amused expression. The dark-haired man's smile soon faded as his expression became serious. But Lily, what about his parents? What about the pod you mentioned? He could be an alien in case you hadn't realized. You did say it came from the sky, James asks. Lily waved her hand in response. James, the odds of this child being an alien is very slim. Not only is he humanoid, he is practically identical to a human. He could be similar to a magical creature, like centaurs and Velas, the red-haired woman answered. James frowned as he looked at his wife. Lily, I was raised in the magical world, and there has never been a mention of humans like people with monkey tails. Trust me, the dark-haired man stated firmly. Frowning slightly, Lily hummed in thought at that before shaking her head and focusing her attention back to her husband. I don't know about his parents, but the pod he was in is currently in the shed. I thought it would be best to take it with me, just in case, the red-haired woman answered. Nodding his head in understanding, James stared at the sleeping baby with his thoughts consuming his mind. We'll have to wait for any news on missing children, and if we can find anything, talk to Professor Dumbledore. See if he knows anything of this, the dark-haired man thought. So, what should we do? Lily asked her husband. Letting out a sigh, James straightened his back as he looked up at his wife. For the time being, just take care of the little one and wait for any news. If we can find anything, we will talk to the headmaster, the male Potter stated. Lily made a face at that, not really wanting the old wizard involved in their affairs. Noticing this, James rubbed his forehead in exhaustion. Lily, I get that you're already upset with Professor Dumbledore's rules, but you have to understand that he is also an incredibly knowledgeable man. He might know something of this little one here, James says, gesturing towards the sleeping baby. Lily huffed, but remained silent, knowing that her husband had a point. Fine, but a week. Then we will go see Dumbledore, and no sooner, the red-haired pointed stated, pointing at James with narrowed eyes. Chuckling, the dark-haired man held his hands up in mock surrender. No need to worry, Lily Flower. We will wait a week before going to the headmaster, James responded with an amused expression on his face. Breakwa! Loud cries echoed the halls of Potter Mansion as the source of the loud screams originated from a nursery room that had been present for centuries. James groaned as he slammed his head against the wall, feeling his head ache as the baby boy that Lily had brought had been crying for an hour straight. Damn, that kid's got a strong set-up lungs, the dark-haired man thought to himself. While James was damaging his brain with the walls of the nursery, Lily attempted to calm the baby boy down with little success. At first, they had given the baby a bottle of milk, which had drunk with little hesitation, only to start crying once more upon finishing it. The cries had continued despite Lily's best efforts, and both husband and wife found themselves having a lot of difficulty handling the loud baby boy, as he would occasionally send a burst of bright green energy that shattered the windows and flung everything in the room away. Groaning once more, James slammed his head against the wall once more. Merlin, give me strength. The dark-haired Potter prayed as he felt as if his eardrums were going to burst. With little hope in calming the baby boy down, James knew of only one other way to potentially stop the baby's cries. Telly! James yelled out. A small being appeared from nowhere. The being was short with floppy ears and wearing a fancy outfit with the Potter crest on it. What can Telly be's helping you? The being asked. Telly is a house elf that had worked for the Potter family for 3 decades. She had watched James grow up into the man before her today. Smiling weakly at the house elf, James gestured to the crying baby with a wave. Can you help us with this? We have been trying to calm him down for the past hour, with practically no success, the dark-haired Potter asked, with a pleading expression on his face. Nodding to the Potter, Telly appeared beside Lily as she attempted to play peekaboo with the baby with little success. Looking at the baby for a few moments, Telly remained silent as she summoned a bottle of milk in her hands and picked the baby up, holding him in her arms as she fed him. Silence descended the room as both James and Lily let out a sigh of relief as they crumbled to the floor. So this is what silence is like, Lily mumbled to herself tiredly. James, on the other hand, mumbled slightly. My ears are ringing. The man complained, but otherwise said nothing else. Before both Lily or James realized it, they fell asleep on the floor while Telly fed the baby boy. Telly, noticing this, smiled softly at the two and mentally communicated with the other Potter house elves as both Lily and James suddenly disappeared, having been teleported by the other house elves to their master bedroom. And now, alone with the baby boy, Telly looked down at the spiky-haired baby and smiled softly. Hello, little master, I bees Telly. Yous be hungry. Master and mistress not best feeding what yous need, the house elf says with a small amused smile as the baby boy finishes his bottle, letting out a small burp. The monkey-tailed baby was about to let out another cry until he spotted another bottle filled with milk. Cooing happily, the little baby drank his milk happily, while Telly assisted the baby's drinking. Break! If Telly were to be honest, if it weren't for the fact that her master and mistress's magics weren't attempting to form a bond to the now sleeping baby, she would not have known what the little boy needed. After a total of 13 milk bottles, The little baby had fallen fast asleep, cooing happily as he laid under a blanket. Telly, a voice greeted, causing the house elf to smile as she turned to see her master, James, standing at the doorway of the with his wife beside him. "He's calm," Lily says with a smile as she saw the baby sleeping in one of the cribs. Telly nodded her head in confirmation. "How did you calm him down?" James asks, curiosity in his voice. Huffing slightly, Telly placed both hands on her hips as she looked up at the dark-haired Potter. "Little Master B's needing more milk." "Little Master B's not properly fed," the house elf stated with a scolding tone. Both James and Lily blinked in surprise as they looked at each other oddly. "Not properly fed? But we gave him a bottle," James asks, confusion in his voice. Lily sighed as she turned to her husband. "I fed him. Thank you very much," the red-haired woman pointed out before turning back to Telly. "But what do you mean he wasn't properly fed?" "I gave him a bottle." Without a word, Telly turned and gestured to the table where 13 empty milk bottles could be seen. Both James and Lily's jaws dropped at the sight. "He drank all of that?" the dark-haired Potter asked, disbelief in his tone. "Merlin, that is a lot," Lily stated in complete shock. Telly nodded her head in agreement. "Little Master B's needing lots of milk." "Little Master B's needing 14 milks to be properly fed every meal," the house elf informed the couple, causing their jaws to drop further. "He needs 14 bottles every meal?" James squeaked, eyes wide. Telly nodded her head in confirmation before disappearing before the couple. Now alone, both Lily and James turned to each other. "Where does he fit all of that?" James couldn't help but wonder out loud. Sighing slightly, Lily couldn't help but wonder the same thing as she looked at the now empty bottles. "I wonder the same thing myself if what Telly said is right," the red-haired woman agreed. "Time skip. How much could one baby eat?" Those were the words that were in both Lily and James' minds. It has been a week since Lily had found the baby and brought him home, and since then what the baby mostly did was eat and sleep. Oddly enough, the baby boy never actually needed to have his diaper changed, which was something that confused the couple. The only way for that to work is if all of the food is turned to energy before it was turned to waste. Lily couldn't help but think to herself. But as the week came to an end, both husband and wife couldn't help but ponder on the fact that there had been not a single word on missing children that fit the description of the one in their care. And so, with much reluctance, James Fire called the headmaster of Hogwarts. It was 3 in the afternoon when Albus Dumbledore arrived, a small smile on his face, as he emerged from the fireplace in the living room of Potter Manor to see both Lily and James sitting on a couch with a small baby boy between them. Curiosity piqued, Dumbledore coughed into his hand, gaining the attention of the couple as they turned to him. "Headmaster, it's good to see you," James greeted, nodding to the old man. Smiling at the couple, Albus looked down at the baby boy and made his way to both Lily and James, squatting before them to get a closer look at the baby. "Well, hello there, little one," Dumbledore greets with a warm smile. Hearing the old wizard's voice, the little boy looked at the man and raised his hand up. The baby babbled before bringing his arm back down, slapping his leg in the process. Chuckling with an amused smile, the old headmaster stood up and looked at the Potter couple. "So what have you called me here for, my boy?" Dumbledore asks, looking at James specifically as he was the one to call him. Letting out a tired sigh, James picked the baby up, placing him on his lap, where Dumbledore immediately noticed a furry tail swinging behind the baby. Lily had found this one alone in the forest. "We don't know what species he is, or if he is a sort of hybrid between a human and a magical creature. We waited a week to see if we could find any word about a missing child with a description of him, but found nothing. So we decided to give you a call to see if you could help us," the male Potter answered. The headmaster of Hogwarts hummed in thought as he stroked his beard. The old man kneeled down to get a closer look at the child before his eyes narrowed slightly. Without a word, the old man slowly pulled his wand out and waved it over the baby as he was engulfed in a white glow that faded not a second later. "I do not believe that this child is from the magical world. He lacks any magical core," the old man stated, causing both Lily and James to stare at the man in complete shock. "What?" "But he performed accidental magic. He destroyed the nursery room when he was hungry," Lily exclaims in disbelief. Sighing, Albus shrugged his shoulders. "I do not know what to say, my dear. This child does not have any magic, but he has some sort of energy not that different from magic, and he has no relations to any species in the magical world aside from our fellow wizards and witches," the old headmaster informed the couple. Looking at each other, Both Lily and James had expressions of both confusion and worry. Though house elves do have some skills in magic that I do not. Perhaps they could discover that I can, to the old man stated. Eyes widening in realization, Lily turned to the baby boy and spoke. Telly, the red-haired woman called out. The house elf popped before the couple and looked up at them with questioning eyes. Telly, can you tell us anything about this little one? James asks with a hopeful look. The house elf looked at the baby boy and used the magic bond that had begun to form between the three of them to gain some understanding of the newest member of the household. He's being only 10 days old, Telly informs the couple, causing everyone's eyes to widen as they look at the baby boy who was cooing at Telly, reaching out to the house elf, who paled slightly and backed away, knowing that the baby before her could break her in half like a twig. That's a good thing. Telly's magic protects master and mistress, the house elf thought to herself, knowing that the only reason this baby before her hadn't accidentally killed both Potters was because of the house elves protecting them. 10 days old? But he looks to be 3. Lily exclaims in disbelief. And he can lift his head and move around like one. Are you sure you're right? James asks the house elf. Telly remained silent, but acknowledged James' question with a nod of confirmation. Dumbledore, on the other hand, found himself curious. Most fascinating. To think a newly born child has such strength to move around without difficulty. What species is the child? Albus asked the house elf. Telly shook her head in response. Telly best not knowing. Little Master Bess coming from space, the house elf informs the group. It took only a few moments for the implications of what Telly said to be processed into the minds of the magic users. He's an alien? James stuttered, eyes wide with complete shock. Dumbledore found himself in awe at what had just been discovered. It would seem that there is other life in the universe, the old headmaster thought to himself. But he looks like a human, Lily pointed out. This causes both James and Albus to turn to the red-haired woman. Sirens are a well-known magical species that had gone extinct in ancient times. Despite their human-like appearance, they shared no relation to humans. While unlikely it is possible for aliens to share some sort of resemblance to humans, though for them to be identical is practically non-existent, which I take it might be the reason as to why this one might have his tail. It could be a result due to his unique nature as an alien, Dumbledore informs the couple. Accepting the headmaster's explanation, both Lily and James looked down at the baby boy and smiled at the adorable baby. Doesn't matter to us, Lily says, stroking the baby's spiky hair. So, what will you do now? Dumbledore asks, curious as to what the couple plan was. James remained silent as he contemplated his choices. We'll raise him, Lily stated confidently. The male Potter blinked in surprise as he looked at his wife. I see. Telly, do you know what this young one's name is? Dumbledore asks, turning to the house elf. The house elf looked up at the headmaster and shook her head. Sorry, Telly best not knowing a child's name, Telly apologizes. Dumbledore nodded his head in understanding before turning to the Potter couple. As we are unable to learn of the child's name through the currently most reliable source, the both of you should decide on the name of the little one, the headmaster says, patting the baby boy in the head, causing the child to gurgle happily. Smiling at the baby, Albus looked up to see both Lily and James silently communicating to each other with contemplative looks. How about Fleamont? James suggested. Lily gave the dark-haired man a glare that caused him to smile sheepishly as he ran his hand through his hair. No, James, absolutely not. It can be his middle nod, but not his first, Lily stated vehemently. Albus chuckled as the male Potter pouted, but otherwise said nothing more. After a few moments of silence, as the couple contemplated on what to name the small baby, Dumbledore spoke. Might I make a suggestion? The old man asks. Both Lily and James turned to the powerful wizard with surprise in their eyes. Sure, Dumbledore, what do you suggest? Lily asks, curiosity in her eyes. Smiling at the red-haired woman and giving her a grateful nod, the headmaster of Hogwarts spoke. I had read in my youth a journal from Merlin himself. During this period of time, the Potter family was among the highest nobles in Camelot, as aside the current lord at the time, Lord Hadrian Potter, one of King Arthur's most trusted friends. What Merlin told of Lord Hadrian Potter was that he was an honorable man of incredible power. I think it would honor the ancient Potter Lord for this little one to be named after him, Dumbledore suggests. Both Lily and James look at each other before looking down at the baby boy. Hadrian. I like it, James says with a smile. Lily nodded her head in agreement. You're right. And it can be shortened to Harry, The red-haired woman agreed. Then I shall have young Hadrian Fleamont Potter officially adopted, so that the ministry doesn't attempt any underhanded tactics to gain little Harry, Albus says, giving the happy couple a nod. James blinked in surprise at that. Why would the ministry want the baby mean Harry? The dark-haired Pitter asks, confusion evident in his voice. Lily sighed as she shook her head. James, Harry is an alien. From another planet. Who knows what they might try to do to him? They already hate anything not human. They might even take their hatred a step further if they learn that he isn't even born on Earth, the red-haired woman lightly scolded. The male Potter narrowed his eyes before looking down at his now-adopted son. They can try, but they are not getting him, James stated, a fire in his eyes. Dumbledore smiled at the couple and nodded his head. Indeed, I will assist you in any way I can, should you ask for it, the old headmaster says as he straightens his back. Now, I must leave, as I intend to speed up the process of getting adoption papers. The ministry has a habit of being unbearably slow, the powerful wizard states. As the old headmaster leaves through the fireplace in a flare of green fire, the Potter couple looked down at their newest son and picked him up into their arms, pulling the baby boy into their embrace. Welcome to the family, Hadrian Fleamont Potter, Lily says with a soft smile on her face. Time skip. The first time Lily and James saw the difference between humans and their newest son was his strength. Placing little Hadrian in his high chair, Lily had left to get the 14 bottles of milk she needed, only to return to see that her adopted son was no longer in his high chair, but was on the floor, sitting as he held the coffee table. Above his head, the red-haired mother gasped as the bottle in her hand fell onto the floor. Thud! Hadrian heard his mother's gasp and turned to see his mother staring at him, open-mouthed. Bah, the spiky-haired baby babbled, still holding the massive table by the leg. Harry, please put that down, Lily says with a pleading tone, tilting his head to the side. Hadrian smiled at his adopted mother, revealing his lack of teeth. The red-haired woman sighed, grabbing her wand from her pocket and pointing the tip of her wand at the coffee table. Wingardium Leviosa, Lily silently cast it, causing the table to float up into the air and out of Hadrian's reach. The baby boy let out a small whine as he looked up at the table, seeing that he could no longer reach it. Holding out his arms, little Hadrian pushed himself up to his feet, wobbling slightly as he reached out to the table, still failing to grab the table. Hadrian made a loud cry as he then fell onto his bottom as he failed to continue standing on his legs. Lily sighed as she closed her eyes. She hated hearing her son cry, but she didn't want him to hurt himself. But Harry's cries lasted only a moment as his babbling followed soon after. Opening her eyes, Lily gawked as she looked at her son, who was floating in the air, holding the coffee table in his hand. The young mother stared at the scene open-mouthed for a few moments, silent and in complete disbelief. You can fly, Lily exclaimed in shock. Time skipped. Sirius Black and Remus Lupin stared open-mouthed as they watched their best friend's newest son fly across the room, giggling happily under the watchful eyes of both James and Lily. Sirius, are you seeing what I am seeing? Remus asked his friend. Standing beside Remus, Sirius Black nodded his head with his jaw wide open. If you're also seeing that Prongs and Lily's adopted baby is flying without either a broom or flying carpet, then yes, we are seeing the same thing, Sirius responded. Sirius Black is a handsome dark-haired man commonly known as a playboy, until recently, as the man has begun dating Amelia Bones, ironically enough one of Sirius' boss. Remus Lupin is a brunette, a man currently cursed Eth the werewolf curse, forcing him to painfully transform every full moon. Babbling happily, Hadrian flew through the air as he looked at everyone from above. All right, Harry, come down, it's time to eat, Lily says with a smile. The little Potter immediately heard the word eat and flew straight down to his mother, sitting in her lap as he waited excitedly for his food. Shaking her head with an amused smile, Lily saw several bottles of milk appear beside her, courtesy of the house elves. Grabbing one of the bottles, Lily placed the teat into Hadrian's mouth, where the baby boy immediately began drinking happily, closing his eyes as he drank as fast as he could. Sirius and Remus immediately noticed the large number of bottles beside Lily and looked at James with a questioning expression. Chuckling, the dark-haired man shrugged his shoulders. Harry eats a lot. He needs 14 bottles every meal, James answered. Remus gaped at his best friend at that response. You're kidding me, right? There is no bloody way that little one eats that much, Sirius states in disbelief. James merely grinned in response. Are you sure about that? The older male Potter asks, confidence on his face. Sirius paused, staring at his best friend in surprise while Remus stared at Hadrian, watching as the baby boy just finished his fourth bottle of milk and now going to his fifth. Merlin, he must be ripping some killer messes in his diapers, Remus says, shaking his head at the thought. Actually, Harry doesn't need diapers. Or to go to the toilet, Lily commented, her attention still on the baby boy. Both Remus and Sirius blinked in surprise at that, before turning to their best friend. Noticing the looks in their faces, James shrugged his shoulders in response. Lily believes that he uses so much energy that there is no waste to dispose of. The dark-haired man answers the duo's unspoken question. Sirius and Remus blinked owlishly at the couple, shocked by what was said. He doesn't need a shit? Sirius asked bluntly. Remus slowly turned to black with a look of disbelief in his face. Could you get any blunter? The werewolf asks rhetorically. Lily giggled, while James rolled his eyes with a smile. Yes, Sirius. He doesn't need to shit or to piss, the male Potter answered. Lily turned to her husband with a look of exasperation on her face. Must you curse as well? The last thing we need is Harry to start repeating after you. The red-haired woman shook her head tiredly. Remus chuckled while Sirius grinned toothily. That's when Hadrian cooed happily at his 14th and final bottle that was now brought into his mouth. Oh, Merlin, he is about to drink another one, Sirius mumbled in shock. Remus chuckled, but even he was astounded by what he was seeing. Looks like he can put Hagrid to shame with how much he eats, the werewolf jokes, causing everyone in the room to laugh. Hagrid is a half-giant who were friends with Lily and the Marauders, a name that James and his group went by back in school. The man question was incredibly large, resulting in him needing large amounts of food for day-to-day activity. As the room descended into silence, James frowned as he looked at his best friends with a confused expression on his face. Where is Peter? I thought he would come, the older Potter asks. Sirius shrugged in response while Remus smiled slightly. Peter said he was visiting his squib sister. Didn't know he had a sister, let alone one that was a squib. But hey, you don't know everything about your friends, the werewolf answered with a smile. Sirius scoffed as he looked at Remus. Yeah, right. I know everything about you lot. There is nothing about you guys that I don't know about, the man stated with a proud smirk on his face. Lily, meanwhile, looked at Sirius, raising an eyebrow at the man. Is that so? Then perhaps you know what positions James loves when we're in bed together, the red-haired woman asked bluntly. James had been taking a sip of his tea when his wife had said that, causing the dark-haired Potter to do a spit take as he began coughing into his hand, shocked by how Lily said it. Remus, meanwhile, gawked at the wife of his best friend, blinking owlishly as he looked back and forth between James and Lily. Wasn't expecting that, Sirius admits, lightly scratching his cheek, wide-eyed. Lily, meanwhile, looked at Sirius with a challenging expression. Well, Sirius, do you know what James' favorite position is? The red-haired woman asked. Sirius looks at his best friends, a pleading look on his face, causing both James and Remus to look away, whistling a tune as they look at anywhere but Sirius. Traitors! Sirius screamed in his mind. Well? Lily demands with a hint of impatience. Oh look, Harry finished his bottle. Sirius yells out, pointing at the little baby who stared at everyone with a shine of curiosity in his eyes. As the red-haired mother looked down at her son, Sirius made a run for it, knowing that staying around would force the red-haired woman to pressure him into answering her question. Both James and Remus began laughing as they saw their friend fleeing the scene as Lily, upon looking back at where Sirius stood, narrowed her eyes as she saw as the man ran around the corner, his footsteps echoing through the hallway as it slowly got further and further away. James snorted as he shook his head in amusement. Seriously, Lily? You know, Sirius gets uncomfortable about that type of stuff. Honestly, I doubt Remus was any better. Talking about your friend and his wife's sex lies is not really something anyone wants to hear about, the older Potter informed his wife. Huffing, Lily looked down at Hadrian and patted the baby boy's spiky hair down. Well, he shouldn't expect to know everything about his friends if he can't handle it, the red-haired woman says, raising an eyebrow as Hadrian's hair flung back to its previous spiky state. Odd. No matter what I do, his hair remains the same, the female Potter thought to herself. Remus snorted but remained silent, not wanting any more uncomfortable questions to be asked. Well, since Sirius ran with his tail between his legs, I guess that means that you get the honor of being Hadrian's godfather. Remus, James says, smiling at his friend. The werewolf froze, his eyes widening in shock and confusion at his best friend's words. Huh? Remus intelligently asked. Lily giggled while her husband smiled. It's simple, Remus. You will be Hadrian's godfather. And since I have no intention of having only one child, Sirius can be the godfather of our other child, the red-haired woman stated. Remus' jaw dropped, shock and disbelief on his face. Are you sure? I'm certain Sirius would be the better option. Hell, even Peter would be, the werewolf states, his voice filled with worry. James sighed and looked at his friend with sadness. Standing up from where he sat, the older Potter walked towards Remus, placing a hand on the werewolf's shoulder. But we want you to be his godfather. Sirius can wait for when me and Lily have another child to be the godfather. But right now, we want you to be Harry's godparent, the dark-haired man says, smiling softly at the werewolf. But I'm a werewolf. There is no way that the ministry would allow me to care for Harry. And what if I dash? Remus. Relax, James exclaimed, cutting the werewolf off. Remus froze, staring at his best friend in surprise. You may not believe in yourself, but we believe in you, the older Potter stated, giving the werewolf a grin. Remus gave his old-school friend a grateful smile. And look, little Harry believes in you too, James says, picking up his adoptive son and bringing the monkey-tailed baby up to the werewolf's face. Abo. Hadrian cooed, reaching out to his now godfather. See, Mooney, he trusts you, the older Potter says, grinning at his friend. Remus chuckled as Hadrian gave him a gummy smile. Okay. I will be his godfather, the brunette says, his eyes staring into the little baby's black eyes. Thank you, Remus. You have no idea how much this means to us, Lily says, causing both her husband and his best friend to turn to her. Remus smiled and nodded his head to the red-haired woman. As Hadrian was held in his father's arms, the little baby cooed happily as he slowly began to droop, sleeping beginning to overtake him as he slowly began to fall asleep. Time skipped. Albus Dumbledore sighed and rubbed the bridge of his nose in frustration. The headmaster of Hogwarts recently found himself sitting in a room, interviewing who he had believed to be a candidate for the role as professor in divination. But from what he had seen, the old man concluded that she had no actual skill in the art of divination. I thank you, Miss Trelawney. I believe that is all for now. I shall send you an owl should you be hired, the powerful wizard says as he begins to stand. Unseen by the old wizard, Trelawney's eyes widened with panic as she seemed to be debating something. At that moment, the woman stiffened, as if frozen, something that the old man immediately noticed. Miss Trelawney, are you all right? The headmaster of Hogwarts asks, worry present in his voice. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. Born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the seventh month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark them as his equal. But they will have power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the seventh month dies. The woman spoke with an early, emotionless voice. Albus stared at Trelawney in complete shock, his eyes wide as he gaped at her. Thud! Dumbledore's head snapped towards the door where the noise came from. Oh, you, greasy hair. What do you think you're doing? A voice yelled as the sound of running echoed through the corridor outside the room. Albus internally cursed, knowing that there was a possibility that if the person who had heard what was just spoken could lead to dangerous consequences for those involved. Thank you for your time, Miss Trelawney. School starts on the 1st of September. I shall see you then, the old man says as he quickly packed his things and left the room, planning for the worst-case scenario would his fears be founded. Unseen by the old man, the woman let out a sigh of relief as she placed a hand on her chest to calm her beating heart. Time skipped. Hadrian stood atop his tippy toes as he looked over the edge. There, laying on the bed, was Harry's mother, smiling softly at her son as she held a bundle in her arms. Now 3 years old, Hadrian had grown from the baby boy that Lily had found that day. At 4 months, Hadrian had begun crawling all over the floor, much to James and Lily's dismay. At 9 months, the little monkey-tailed baby had begun to run around, wreaking havoc as he ran himself ragged, something that tired both parents as their adoptive son seems to have endless amounts of energy. Combine that with his super strength, increased speed, and ridiculous appetite, little Hadrian had a habit of tiring out his carers, leading to many pictures of the small ball of energy sleeping in the arms of his tired-out carers. But here Hadrian was now, staring at the small bundle in his mother's arms with a gleam of awe in his eyes. Lily smiled as she stared at her son, seeing the way he looked at the baby in her arms with a look only a new sibling can have. "Harry, would you like to see your sister?" the red-haired woman asks, causing the 3-year-old to look up in surprise. Without a word, the toddler nodded his head shyly. Giggling in amusement, Lily patted the space beside her and watched as little Hadrian climbed onto the bed, being as careful as possible to not awaken his sleeping newborn sister. "Say hello to Violet, your little sister," the red-haired woman says, moving the blanket slightly to reveal a small baby girl sleeping, soft snoring escaping her mouth as she breathed, a small tuft of red hair on her head. "Hello," Hadrian greeted with a cute smile. The baby girl stirred slightly before opening her eyes, revealing a beautiful set of emerald green eyes, identical to the red-haired woman holding little Violet in her arms. The emerald-eyed baby cooed as she stared up at her spiky-haired sibling. Lily giggled as she saw her daughter staring at Hadrian. "I think she likes you, Harry," the red-haired mother says with a warm smile. Hadrian jumped slightly, surprised by his adoptive mother's sudden comment, his attention solely focused on his newborn sister beforehand. "Really?" the spiky-haired toddler asks, a mix of hope and awe in his eyes. Nodding her head, Lily looked back down at her daughter to see that the green-eyed baby was staring directly at the monkey-tailed toddler. "Do you want to hold her?" the red-haired woman asks, looking back at her adoptive son. Hadrian froze, his black eyes staring at Lily, blinking owlishly as emotion shone in the spiky-haired child's eyes. Slowly and hesitantly, the black-haired Potter nodded shyly. "Why, yes, but what if I hurt her?" Hadrian asks, his eyes showing the fear he felt. Lily smiled softly at the boy, leaning forward and placing a kiss on his forehead, calming the monkey-tailed boy down. "You won't. You want to know why?" the red-haired woman asks, receiving a nod from her adoptive son. "Because you care for her. You know you are incredibly strong, but have you once hurt us with that strength?" Lily asks. Hadrian frowned as he looked in thought, his face scrunched up cutely as he tried to remember the times he hard hurt either his parents or his uncles with his superior strength. Looking back up, the spiky-haired toddler shook his head. "No," the boy answered. Lily smiled and leaned forward, pecking her adoptive son on the head. "Exactly. So come on. Hold your hands out," the red-haired woman encouraged. Gulping, Hadrian slowly and hesitantly held out his hands, his heart racing as Lily slowly lowered her newborn daughter into the spiky-haired boy's arms. "There you go. Now make sure to support her head. Her neck is really weak, so she will need you to help support her," the red-haired woman says. Little Violet was held in Hadrian's arms. "See, you're not hurting her, are you?" Lily asks, smiling as her son stared down at the small baby girl in amazement. After a few moments of silence, Hadrian shook his head. "No," the spiky-haired boy answered. "Exactly. Look at her. She isn't crying. That means that she isn't uncomfortable or in pain," the Potter female says with a proud expression on her face as she watches her adoptive child stare down at the baby girl. Hadrian remained silent, looking directly at his newborn sister as she looked up at him with curiosity shining in her eyes. But what caught the spiky-haired boy's attention was her eyes, emerald green that practically glowed with innocence. As if sensing his emotions, Violet babbled happily in her brother's arms, her little voice ringing in Hadrian's ears as he saw her adorable smile. Unseen by Lily, her adoptive son's eyes gained an intensity that would not typically belong in a child as young as him. "I promise you, Violet, I will protect you," and that smile, Hadrian thought, as his eyes began to glow a bright emerald green that glowed with power. As the glow faded and the spiky-haired boy's eyes turned back to black, a flash of an image surged through the toddler's mind. A figure standing in the center of what looks to be a battlefield, shirtless, revealing massive muscles covered in all sorts of scars and marks. But one thing that stood out the most was the hair, glowing an ethereal green mixed in with gold. The figure slowly turned, revealing teal-colored eyes, And as quick as the image came, so too did it leave. Shaking his head in surprise, Hadrian looked down at his sister and saw that the newborn baby was slowly beginning to fall asleep in his arms. Smiling softly, the spiky-haired boy couldn't help but ponder on the image he had seen and why it felt so familiar. But Hadrian did know one thing. It was legendary. Chapter 1. Downfall. Albus Dumbledore sat behind his desk with a dark expression on his face, his normally warm grandfatherly-like presence non-existent as the old wizard glared at the man before him. "You are a disgusting man," the headmaster of Hogwarts growled with narrowed eyes. This man before the old wizard is none other than Severus Snape, Lily Potter's ex-childhood friend and current Death Eater, and also the man who had given half of the prophecy to Voldemort. But what had disgusted Albus was not his actions, but what he had just said. "You think that Lily Potter," Albus spoke, gaining a sense of dark amusement as the greasy-haired man winced, "would just up and forget her husband and children to be with you after Voldemort murders them? And then you have the audacity to think I would even allow you a mile close to Lily after what you had just admitted to me. Unbelievable." Dumbledore shook his head in disbelief. Severus Snape scowled and looked away, not happy with what he was doing. If the greasy-haired man were to be honest, if it weren't for the fact that he had doubts of the possibility of Voldemort sparing Lily, then he wouldn't have even went to Dumbledore, knowing that the old man would do everything he could to make sure he wasn't even close to Lily or her family. Staring at the despicable man before him, Dumbledore looked down at his hand to realize that his fists were clenched tightly, causing a drop of crimson to slide between his fingers. "Get out! I do not have any desire to talk to you, let alone look at you," Albus growled, feeling the Elder Wand in his hand grow hotter, the magic within the legendary wand whispering into his ear, encouraging him to kill Severus Snape and send a message to Voldemort and his Death Eaters. Taking a deep breath, the old man remained tense as the greasy-haired man stood up from his seat without a word and turned, walking out of the room with practiced grace, his robe billowing behind him as the door closed on his way out. Releasing a relieved breath, Dumbledore placed a hand on his forehead and rubbed, feeling a headache beginning to form as the very thought of Severus Snape brought out suppressed rage that he did not wish to remember. "I must get both the Potters and the Longbottoms somewhere safe." With both their newborn children being born at the end of the 7th month, and both families having fought against Voldemort 3 times, then it is most certainly them who the Tom will seek in the hopes to remove the threat to his goal, the old headmaster thought to himself. Time skipped. It was unbelievable for the Potter couple. Not only was Voldemort himself personally hunting them down, but they now were forced to hide under the Fidelius charm to protect their children. If Lily were to be honest, she would have attempted to flee the country with her family so that neither her husband or their children would be in danger of Voldemort's wrath. But sadly, that wasn't the case. During the war, the Dark Lord had proven himself resourceful, having been able to eliminate oppositions from halfway across the world through other means than his Death Eaters, which was enough for the red-haired mother to know that Voldemort would use every ounce of his resources to kill them, leaving the Fidelius charm as the last and only resort. Heaving a sigh, Lily stood beside her husband as he and Sirius discussed their options for a secret keeper. "Padfoot, are you sure it's a good idea?" James asks, looking at the dark-haired man with worry. Sirius nodded his head with a serious expression on his face. "Yes, just think about it. Everyone knows that out of all of us in our friend group, I would be the most likely candidate to be the secret keeper. But the problem is that if I'm found, then they can just kill me, and the charm will lose a lot of its strength," the man stated. "Then what would you suggest?" Lily snapped a scowl present on her face as she placed her hands on her hips. Now, normally the red-haired woman would be more calm and collected, but despite not having been friends with Sirius as long as her husband, Lily came to trust Sirius nearly as much as James did, so the very thought of having someone else hold the secret to their safety was not something she desired. "It's simple, Lily. We have Peter be the secret keeper while I act as the decoy," the shaggy-haired man stated. "Absolutely not," James exclaimed, surprising Sirius. "I will not unnecessarily risk your life because you think it would be a good idea to have Peter as our secret keeper. Look, I love Peter like a brother, but for Merlin's sake, he wouldn't be a good choice for a secret keeper." "That's exactly it. No one would expect Peter to be the one who holds your secret. It keeps you all safe," Sirius exclaimed. James growled and turned, storming off in a huff as slammed the door behind him. Sirius sighed, and shook his head before turning to Lily. Come on, you have to understand where I am coming from, right? The dark-haired man asked with a hopeful expression. The red-haired mother sighed as she sat on a nearby chair. Serious, it's not that the idea is bad. It's just, we've lost too many friends already. It just seems like this is an unnecessary risk, Lily states, hoping to help the shaggy-haired man to understand. But that's just it, Lily. This is my life. I want to use it to help keep James, you, Hadrian, and Violet safe from that bastard Voldemort. Is it such a bad thing to want to keep you all safe, when James was the only family I had, the only one to help me in my time of need? Well, now it's my turn to help you all in your time of need. This is the best option I could think of. With no one expecting Peter to be the secret keeper, the Death Eaters would come after me, without even looking in Peter's direction, and Voldemort would be chasing after a dead end, while Dumbledore looks for a way to at the very least slow down Voldemort. Or maybe even taking the bastard down, Sirius states, a surprising amount of firmness in his normally joking tone. Lily frowned and looked to the side, releasing a tired sigh as she felt her mind in turmoil. While I understand James' anger, I also understand Sirius' point. His idea could keep our children safe, but it will be risking Sirius' life in the process. But the same can be said by making him our secret keeper. The red-haired woman thought, her mind in turmoil. A hand was placed on the woman's cheek, and Lily's head was slowly moved to face Sirius, the man standing only a foot away from her. Lily, please. I can't live with the idea of you all dying by Voldemort's hand. We know he will hunt you all down, and if I can at the very least give you all the best chance of surviving this war by leading Voldemort on a goose chase, then I will be damned if I don't. I know we haven't been friends for long, but when I look at you, I see the sister I never had, Sirius says, tears forming in the corner of his eyes. The red-haired woman gaped at the shaggy-haired man in disbelief, then pulled the man into a hug. Hugging Lily back, Sirius began to cry. The thought of losing the two people he had come to see as siblings and their children felt as if his very world was about to collapse. It's okay. Voldemort won't get us. Even if he finds us, James, and I will have contingencies to escape, the red-haired woman says with a soft smile. Nodding his head in understanding, Sirius took a deep breath and rubbed the tears from his eyes, taking a deep breath as he released his hold from Lily. Just please, at the very least, consider my idea. Ugh. The shaggy-haired asked. The red-haired woman sighed, but conceded, nodding her head to the dark-haired man. Very well. But if we don't follow through with your idea, will you still be the secret keeper? Lily asks. Sirius remained silent, but nodded his head in confirmation. Giving the man a grateful smile, Lily gave him a nod. Thank you, Sirius. I'm grateful, the red-haired woman thanked. Nodding his head, the dark-haired man took a step back before turning, making his way out of the room as he closed the door behind him. With Sirius having left the room, Lily fell into the nearby chair and placed her head in her hands. What was she supposed to do? She cared for Sirius, and through the time they spent together, starting seeing the goofy man like a brother she never had, to now know that he saw the same in her was something that made the red-haired woman happy, but it also makes the choice of making him their secret keeper that much harder. Sirius was Hadrian's uncle and Violet's godfather. How would she and James even think of using him as bait? But with how serious he was, no pun intended, it was hard to deny that his idea had merit. Guess I will just have to talk it over with James, the red-haired woman thought to herself, standing up from where she sat and making her way out of the room. Time skipped. It has been several months since Sirius had become the Potter's secret keeper, and there have already been several assassination attempts. Sirius had been right when he had told both Lily and James that he would be the suspected secret keeper, resulting in the shaggy-haired man to have several of Voldemort's men to chase after him. Currently seated on one of the couches in the Potter cottage, Lily watched as the now 4-year-old Hadrian smiled at his crawling baby sister. The babbling Violet cooed as she crawled towards her big brother, reaching the spiky-haired boy as she began to crawl into his lap. Hi, Violet, the spiky-haired Potter greeted with a smile as he wrapped his arms around Violet. The baby girl cooed as she placed her fist into her mouth, sucking on her small hand as she relaxed in her brother's embrace. Lily smiled at the scene, happy that her adoptive son loved his little sister, having been worried that the spiky-haired boy would feel out of place with a new sibling on the way. From what both Potter parents could tell, Hadrian seemed to mature mentally at an accelerated rate compared to normally children his age. This caused both parents to assume that this was a result in the young boy's nature, as a being from another planet, something that both parents still struggle wrapping their head around. Though Hadrian's supernatural strength, flight, and monkey tail helped remind the couple that their adoptive son was most certainly not human. But the Potter wouldn't have their son any other way. Flum! The fireplace exploded into bright green flames, causing Lily along with her two children to look and see Albus Dumbledore emerge from the flames. Headmaster, Lily spoke in surprise, standing up from where she sat. "What are you doing here?" the red-haired woman asked in surprise. Albus sighed as he looked at the young mother before him with sadness. "I apologize, my dear, but I have come to inform you that Sirius has been attacked once more," the old man states. Lily gasped, placing a hand on her mouth as she looked at the powerful wizard in horror. "Is he all right?" "Please tell me he is all right," the red-haired mother begged, hoping that the man she had come to see as a brother was not dead. Albus nodded his head in response. "Young Sirius is alive and will recover. He is currently at St. Mungus, being cared for by the best healers available," the old man states, causing Lily to fall onto the chair with a sigh of relief. "I have come to assist you should you and James want to visit Sirius." Lily nodded her head as she gave the old man a grateful expression. "Yes, I am certain both James and I would like to check in on Sirius. And the kids will want to see their dog father," the red-haired woman says, giving the small children a warm smile. "Break!" James slid his hand through his hair as he let out a groan. As of now, both his wife and his best friend were looking at him with pleading expressions on their faces. Not too far away from them were the sleeping forms of Hadrian and Violet, their adorable faces peaceful as they breathed softly. "Sirius, we talked about this before," the dark-haired Potter began to speak, only for Lily to hold up her hand, stopping her husband from continuing. "We know this, James. We all know this, but we have already seen what has happened. Sirius is now here, and the Death Eaters are not going to stop," the red-haired mother stated, causing her husband to move his glasses from his face to rub his eyes. "Mate, they know that I am the secret keeper, despite how hard I try to make it seem like I wasn't. At this rate, it's not a matter of if they get me, it's when. And with me dead, the Fidelius charm will be at its weakest, risking it to potentially collapse," the shaggy-haired man stated. James groaned and rubbed his face tiredly. "Why can't you just stay with us? This way you can stay safe in the Fidelius and be our secret keeper," the dark-haired father asks, confusion in his tone. "It doesn't work like that, James. The Fidelius may be a powerful spell, but it isn't impenetrable. The secret keeper is needed to be outside of the charm itself so that it can remain stable, while Sirius can visit us. He has a limit before the charm itself starts to deteriorate before making it unstable. That's why the Fidelius is such a difficult spell. It doesn't work on extremely large areas, which is why we didn't stay at Potter Castle. It also doesn't work if the location itself is known by hundreds of people, which is why Hogwarts is not even close to a possible safe place for us," Lily says, going into her what James dubbed her professor mode. "All right, I get it," James hissed, knowing that his wife was right. "When is she not?" the dark-haired Potter thought to himself before shaking his head. Heaving a sigh, James looked at his wife with a critical eye, his face showing no expression as he contemplated his choices. "Fine, if this is what you think we should do, then I will accept it," the male Potter relented, causing the red-haired woman to beam at him, pulling him into a tight embrace as she kissed him. After a few moments, the sound of someone clearing their throat caused the couple to separate to see the raised eyebrow of Sirius, resulting in both Potters to blush. "Hee, sorry about that pad foot," James apologized with a sheepish expression, rubbing the back of his head nervously. Rolling his eyes, the best friend of the Potters turned to the sleeping form of Hadrian and Violet, a small smile on his face. "This is the best chance they have to survive this," Sirius states, referring to the children before them. Both parents turned to their children to see their sleeping faces, bringing soft smiles on both Lily and James' faces. For them, both parents spoke in unison. "For them," Sirius agreed, nodding his head. Silence descended the room before James turned to his best friend. "I assume you still want Peter to be our secret keeper?" Lily asks, causing Sirius to nod his head in confirmation. James sighed but relented, knowing that aside from Remus, who had been disappearing without a word only to return saying that he had left at Dumbledore's word but would not answer as to where he went, Peter was the only reasonable option. Time skipped. Walking into a dark room, a chubby man made his way through the frame of a massive open door to see a figure, sitting atop a throne with no one in sight. Wormtail, I hope you have some particular reason for being here. I highly doubt Dumbledore and his little order have anything important to do, as they have done nothing but act as a mere obstacle on my path of conquest. The figure atop the throne spoke, his voice giving a slight echo inside the vast and empty throne room. I do, my lord. The Potters have made me their secret keeper, the man, known as Wormtail, spoke, stuttering with fear. The man in the throne perked up. A toothed grin formed on his face as he leaned forward, revealing his unnatural face with reptilian features. This is the infamous Lord Voldemort, so feared that those who speak of him use another moniker, he who must not be named. Is that so? Good, my servant. Tell me its location, the feared Dark Lord ordered. Taking in a deep breath, Peter saw the memories of his past flash before his eyes. Meeting James, Remus, and Sirius, becoming the Marauders and pulling pranks with them, becoming an animagus to help Remus through his werewolf transformations, and standing by James' side as one of his groomsmen when he married Lily Evans. The Potters are at Godric's Hollow, Wormtail answered, feeling the burn of betrayal in his gut. Break! Hadrian smiled as he held his little sister in his arms. Little Violet babbled as she held a wand in her hand, swinging it around with a happy smile on her face. Hey, Mum, are you sure it is a good idea for Violet to hold Dad's wand? The spiky-haired Potter asks, a small frown growing on his face. Lily smirked from where she sat, a small book in her hands as she looked up at her children. Don't worry, honey. Wands are more sentient than people give it credit for, so it knows to not actually let Violet's magic flow through it. Think of it like a door. For your daddy, it's open. For your sister, it's closed, the red-haired woman explains to the young boy, causing Hadrian to nod in understanding. Abfu. Violet swung her father's wand around, her eyes glued to the object in her hand with awe in her eyes, her mind recalling all the times her mother and father swung around wands to perform magic. Well, look who it is. Our little witch is performing some magic, a familiar voice spoke, causing both Hadrian and Violet to look up to see the grinning face of James Potter. Dada! The youngest Potter squealed, flinging the wand out of her hand, causing it to clutter against the floor. Raising her hands up high, Violet looked at her father with a look that the family had recognized as the pick-me-up look. Chuckling in amusement, James picked his daughter up from under the arms and hoisted her up, pulling her out of Hadrian's lap and into his arms. Smiling up at his adoptive father, Hadrian floated up off the ground and into a standing position before landing back on the ground, bending down to pick up his father's wand before holding it out to the hazel-eyed man. Thank you, Harry, James says, picking up his wand and giving his son a kiss on the head. As the father was about to holster his wand, he froze, eyes wide with fear and rage. He is here. Wormtail betrayed us, James growled, causing Lily to stiffen and Hadrian to frown, tilting his head in confusion. Boom! The house shook as the door exploded, sending shrapnel throughout the hallway where the Potters could see bits and pieces of what was once their door from their living room. Quickly turning to his wife, James practically shoves Violet into Lily's arms as he turns towards the hallway with a look of both defiance and acceptance. Go, Lily. Take Harry and Violet and get out of here, the father ordered, causing Lily to turn to him with tears forming in her eyes. No, James, you're coming with us. I'm not leaving you here, the fed-haired woman exclaimed, holding Violet in one arm and pulling her husband's arm with the other. Damn it, Lily. We don't have time for this, James exclaimed, as Lily was about to continue arguing. A dark chuckle that sent shivers down everyone's spines was heard. Looking towards the hallway, there he stood, Voldemort, an arrogant smirk plastered on his face as he looked at the family before him. Well, would you look at that? Here I am, but you're more interested in arguing to pay attention. Foolish indeed, the Dark Lord stated. Immediately James' wand snaps up at Voldemort. Expelliarmus, the father shouted, firing the red spell at the snake-like man. With practiced ease, the Dark Lord swiped his wand, causing the spell to be reflected back at James, much to his surprise and shock. Protego, the Elder Potter shouted, forming a shield around him as the spell splashed harmlessly against it. The shield around James faded as he glared at the Dark Lord before him, who held the wand in his hand without a care in the world. Is that it? Is the pathetic traitor finished? Voldemort taunted, causing James to growl with rage. "Get out of here, Lily! Take them now!" James roared, firing several spells at the Dark Lord, who deflected them without difficulty. Gritting her teeth, Lily grabbed Hadrian's hand and began to pull her adoptive son, Violet, still in her arm, as she quickly tried to escape. In Carcerus, a voice yelled and Lily let out a yelp as ropes wrapped around her body, causing the red-haired woman to fall, with both Hadrian and Violet following suit. Lily groaned and winced as she heard Violet's loud crying, only to see a shoe enter her vision. Blinking in confusion, the red-haired woman looked up and gaped as she saw Peter Pettigrew standing before her. "Wormtail, what are you doing?" Lily exclaimed in shock and outrage as she saw her husband's childhood friend. "I'm sorry, but the Dark Lord is too powerful. I'm sure you understand," the chubby man stated. Hearing his wife's yell, James turned his head to see his wife on the ground, tied up with his daughter crying, and Peter, who had just casted another Incarcerus, tying up adoptive son. Rage consumed the hazel-eyed man as he turned to Peter. "You bastard!" James roared, giving Voldemort the perfect shot. Incarcerus, the Dark Lord silently casted, causing the father to let out a surprised yell as he fell to the ground, his wand escaping his grasp as it rolled across the ground. Voldemort shook his head in mock disappointment, the dark grin plastered on his face, showing the sheer amusement the Dark Lord felt about the situation. "Potter, Potter, Potter, you should never trust anyone, even your friends," the Dark Wizard taunted, causing James to growl and struggle against his bonds. Hadrian felt his heart race as he attempted to free himself from his ropes, but found the angle his arms were in made it difficult to rip his bonds apart. "Peter, why did you do this?" Lily asks, tears sliding down her face as she sees Violet, lying on the floor crying her lungs out. The childhood friend of James looked away from the red-haired, closing his eyes, unable to look at the woman. "I can answer that for you, mudblood." "Power," Voldemort stated, using magic to drag James across the floor, joining his family. The hazel-eyed man gritted his teeth as he glared up at the Dark Lord. "Kill me. Just leave my family alone," James snarled, attempting to stand up, only for Voldemort to wave his wand, forcing the dark-haired father to slam into the ground as raw magic pressed down on him. James slashed at. Both Lily and Hadrian called out to the elder male Potter. The sound of James' glasses cracking echoed through the living room. "Pathetic Potter. Do you really think you can order me, Lord Voldemort? You're a foolish blood traitor." "Nothing more," the Dark Lord snarled, before turning his attention to the crying form of Violet. "So this is the little brat who is supposed to defeat me?" Voldemort thought out loud, much to Peter's shock. "Defeat you? My lord," the chubby man stuttered, shaking with fear. "Silence, Pettigrew," the Dark Lord hissed, slipping in a parcel tongue that sent shivers down everyone's spines. "Please, spare our children. You can kill us, but don't harm Harry or Violet," Lily pleaded, hoping to convince the evil man before her to spare their children. "Shut it, mudblood," Voldemort snapped, waving his wand as an invisible force struck Lily, causing her to snap to the side. Crack! The sound of bones breaking echoed through the living room as Lily let out a pained cry, her nose twisted unnaturally as blood poured out of her nostrils. The force of the impact sent blood into the air, splattering on Hadrian and the floor. "I have no interest in your pathetic pleading. I will kill your children and your husband. A loyal follower of mine wanted me to spare you so that he could keep you. I am not one to deny those loyal to me their reward. After all, Severus is the one to give me the prophecy," Voldemort taunted, causing Lily to freeze, her blood going cold with shock and horror. "You bastard! You won't harm my family," James roared, trying to get up, only for the force pressing down on him to increase, causing him to slam back into the ground. As Violet cried, Hadrian remained motionless, his eyes empty of emotion as he stared at the bleeding face of his mother, Voldemort's words echoing in his mind. "I will kill your children. Kill your children. Kill," those words rang in the young Potter's mind as he stared at Lily's face, his focus solely on the blood dripping down her horrified face. "Kill, kill, kill, kill." The words continued to ring in his mind, slowly growing faster and louder as his eyes are focused on the crimson liquid dripping down his adoptive mother's face. Kill! An echo of voices shouted in the spiky-haired boy's mind as rage consumed the young boy. Hadrian let out an inhuman snarl as his pupils vanished, leaving his eyes pure white. The young boy's body began to change as his muscles started to grow, straining the ropes around his body, the boy's hair beginning to rise into a more upright state. Eche! Hadrian let out a loud roar of rage as he ripped apart from the ropes holding him, a golden aura exploding from his body that sent a wave of energy throughout the room. Lily and James turned to their adoptive son and gaped at his current state, with a golden aura lashing around his form. His body having gained muscle that one would not typically see on a child, and his hair spiked up, still maintaining its black color. The parents stared in complete awe as their son glared at Voldemort with pupilless eyes. "What the hell are you?" Voldemort growled, staring at the 4-year-old in complete disbelief. "Avada Kedavra," the Dark Lord shouted, sending the infamous green curse at the young boy. "No!" Lily and James screamed in fear as their son had remained still, watching as the killing curse charged towards him. Gritting his teeth with his mind filled with rage, Hadrian pulled his arm back and swung outwards, hitting the green curse with his backhand, forcing the curse to be flung away from him and straight towards Peter. Squeaking in fear, the traitorous marauder suddenly shrunk, turning into a rat and fled the room, running as fast as he could from the angry child. As this was happening, everyone in the room, aside from Violet, stared in shock at what they had just witnessed. The spiky-haired boy roared as his aura exploded and he shot straight at Voldemort, his fist pulled back. Reacting on pure reflex thanks to countless rituals, Voldemort jumped to the side, narrowly missing the fist that had passed his face. Boom! The wall that was behind the feared Dark Lord exploded as Hadrian's fist collided against it. "What the hell?" Voldemort screamed in his mind at seeing the destruction that the young boy had caused with a single punch. "Crucio," the Dark Lord shouted, sending a crimson-red curse at the dark, spiky-haired child. As the curse struck Hadrian, the young boy let out a scream of pain as he fell to his knees. "Harry!" Both adult Potters screamed out their child's name as he convulsed. Voldemort grinned at the sight as he stood up, acting as if he wasn't frightened for his life a second ago. "How pathetic. Is that all you have, you pathetic brat?" The Dark Lord taunted. Hadrian felt his body scream in pain, his nerves burning as if filled with hot lead, and Voldemort's taunting ringing in the spiky-haired child's ears. Hadrian's rage grew as he felt his very pride demanding the man's death, to rip him limb from limb and watch as he begs for his life. "R.A.!" Hadrian roared as the golden aura doubled in size, causing the ground beneath him to crack from the pressure, the force of the young boy's aura causing the feared Dark Lord to stumble back. Lunging off of the ground, Hadrian charged at Voldemort as the man panicked, raising his wand as a bright red shield formed around him. Bang! Hadrian struck the shield, the force of the impact causing it to crack and send the Dark Lord falling onto the ground. Bang! The spiky-haired boy struck again, causing the crack to grow in size. Panicking once more, the snake-faced man poured magic into his wand, causing the cracks to recede and the shield to repair itself. The young Potter's pupilless eyes glared at the Dark Lord from behind the shield as he struck once more. Bang! The angered Potter struck once more, cracks forming from the strike before immediately being repaired. Bang bang! The blows kept on coming. Voldemort found himself growing more and more tired with every strike that slammed against his shield. Lying on the floor with his wand pointed at the wand, the Dark Lord felt fear grow inside of him as the spiky-haired child continued to rain blows onto the shield, the sheer power behind every strike forcing the powerful wizard to pour more magic into the shield in the hopes that the spiky-haired child would tire himself out. Crack! The Dark Lord froze and looked up, seeing the red shield that surrounded him was covered in cracks. But what caused despair to form in Voldemort's mind was the fist that had smashed through the shield, the magic around the young boy's fists, stopping his arm from moving further into the shield. As the man was about to let out a sigh of relief, he saw the dark grin in the child's face as his hand opened, a ball of green energy forming in his hand. Boom! The Dark Lord's last sight was the green ball exploding, his vision consumed by a bright green light. Change! Dumbledore heaved as he ran, currently in Godric's Hollow, the powerful wizard ran into the Potter cottage just as the home shook with an unnatural amount of force, causing the old man to stumble in surprise, nearly falling onto his knees from the force of the shaking. What in Merlin's name was that? The old headmaster wondered out loud before shaking his head. Not the time, Albus. Get a move on. The old man thought to himself as he ran. Passing the living room, the headmaster froze, seeing the figures in the corner of his eyes before completely osing it. Quickly turning around, Albus ran into the living room and stared in shock as he saw Hadrian, the Potter's adopted son, standing above what looked to be pieces of a robe and half a wand. A golden aura surrounding his body as his black hair was raised up, several large bangs hanging down from his head as his muscles bulged from under his shirt, straining his clothes. Just as the old man was about to speak, the aura vanished and the young boy's hair fell to its original position as Hadrian fell to his knees, before face planting onto the floor unconscious. "Headmaster!" A voice yelled out to him, causing the powerful wizard to look and see both Lily and James, lying on the floor with ropes around their form with Violet on the floor beside them, sniffling with tears and snot covering her face. "Lily, James, you're both okay." Albus sighed in relief, glad to have not lost more friends as a result of wars and Dark Lords. Quickly moving to the couple, Dumbledore waved his wand, freeing the couple from their bonds as they stood up, Lily covering her nose with the lower half of her face covered in blood. "My dear, what happened?" The headmaster of Hogwarts asks, worried, waving his wand that forced Lily's nose back to its original place with a loud crack. Wincing at the surge of pain from having her nose put back in place, Lily gave the old headmaster a nod of thanks as she quickly picked up Violet, bringing the baby girl into her embrace before running to Hadrian, getting on her knees and placing the young boy's head into her lap, noting the muscles that were visible on her adoptive son's arms were no longer noticeable. "Yes, sir. I don't know what to say honestly. It was a roller coaster if I am to be honest," James admits, rubbing the back of his head sheepishly as he placed his broken glasses on his face, recoiling slightly at how badly his glasses were damaged. "Anything you are willing to provide. I understand you would like nothing more than to get somewhere safe and rest," the old man says, placing a hand on the man's shoulder. James sighed, but nodded his head in understanding. Okay. We were just relaxing before I was warned by the wards that someone had breached the home. I instantly knew who it was since the wards had been destroyed far too quickly for it to be a curse breaker. So I tried to get Lily to take Harry and Violet out of here, but we were too late. Voldemort, with the help of Peter, tied us up and the bastard began to taunt. He gained some sick pleasure in telling us how he was going to kill me and our children while giving Lily for his followers to keep. Then Harry just snapped, the hazel-eyed man says, his expression changing to show both awe and confusion. Snapped? Does it have any relation as to what that weird golden aura that young Harry had? The headmaster asked, looking down at the sleeping form of Hadrian, whose head was currently resting on his adoptive mother's lap as she stroked his spiky hair. James sighed, but nodded his head in confirmation. "Yeah, headmaster, we switched secret keepers. Sirius thought it would be best if we had Peter, since he was the least likely option, and with the many Death Eaters trying to kill him to get to us," the elder Potter male stated, causing Albus to let out a saddened sigh. "I see. I had assumed that Sirius was still your secret keeper. I shall let the Ministry know that Sirius acted as a decoy while Peter Pettigrew was the one responsible for this event," the old man stated. James gave the man a grateful nod before turning to his wife, slowly making his way towards the red-haired woman and sitting beside her as she practically latched herself onto both her children. "I'm not letting them out of my sight," Lily stated, referring to her two children. James softly smiled at the protective mother and gave her a kiss on the head. "You and me both," the hazel-eyed man stated. Lily said nothing but rested her head on James' shoulder as the bespectacled man looked at the headmaster. "Sir, I'm worried about Alice and Frank. Can you make sure that both of them are okay?" James asks, worry present on his face. Albus gave the man a soft smile and nodded his head. "I will indeed, my boy. But first it is best that we got you for someplace safe. The cottage is unsafe and Potter Manor is currently well known. Mrs. Potter, do you have anywhere in the Muggle world you can go to stay safe for the time being?" The headmaster of Hogwarts asks, looking at the red-haired mother. Lily made a noise of confirmation as she nodded her head. Yes, we can stay with my parents for a bit. I am sure they won't mind, so long as we don't cause any problems, the mother stated. Albus smiled and nodded. Very well. We shall head to your parents' home, and I shall put up more wards on your family's home to help protect you all, the old man stated. James frowned as he looked at the old headmaster in confusion. More wards? The hazel-eyed man asks. Lily smiled as she poked her husband on the cheek, causing him to look at her oddly. I asked the headmaster if he could protect my parents since I was a part of the order, the mother answered. James blinked in surprise at that. The elder male Potter responded. Lily giggled before looking at her sleeping children. He saved us, the red-haired woman stated, causing both Albus and James to perk up. Pardon, my dear? The old man asks, curious as to what the young mother meant. Harry, he saved us. At the time I didn't notice it, but he was staring at me. It looked like he was consumed by his thoughts, and next thing I know, he is letting out a loud yell as he ripped apart the rope. James, he was struck by the killing curse, and he just batted it away like it was a fly, Lily says, looking at her husband with shock and awe. James froze for a split second before nodding his head. Yes, Hadrian did something that no normal person could do. He survived the killing curse and treated it like it was merely an annoying bug. Albus gaped at the couple before looking at the sleeping boy. Truly, Dumbledore asked, never hearing of anyone surviving the infamous curse. James turned to his former headmaster and nodded his head. Yeah, I don't know how, but he just started attacking Voldemort, causing him to just fall. I saw the look on that bastard's face. He was afraid. I could never imagine that man looking so scared. And yet I saw it in person, the hazel-eyed man stated, causing Albus to stroke his beard. Incredible. May I use legilimency to see it in your eyes? The headmaster asks, a hopeful gleam in his eyes. James thought for a moment before nodding, letting the old man look directly into his eyes. After a few moments, the old man's eyes widened as he stumbled back slightly. How unbelievable. To witness such a thing, even secondhand, is such an incredible thing, the headmaster of Hogwarts admitted. While incredible would not be something James or Lily would call their situation, now able to look back on the event without the fear, both parents could certainly agree that Hadrian's state was something to behold. The sheer power behind his strikes was such an unbelievable thing. Even thought they could clearly see what was once a wall not too far away from them. I believe it is time to take you all to young Lily's family so that I can prepare the wards, the powerful wizard states, giving the Potter couple a warm smile. And what about Snape? Lily asks, her tone cold and emotionless. Albus blinked in surprise as he looked at the red-haired woman, shocked to see her normally kind expression filled with such coldness. Pardon, my dear? The headmaster asks, confused by the sudden comment. Snape. He was the one who told Voldemort the prophecy. He was the one that Voldemort said he would reward me too. What will you do with him? Lily asks, her eyes looking up at the old man with rage brimming within. Albus sighed as he rubbed the bridge of his nose. I understand your anger, my dear. But he was the one who told me about Voldemort seeking your death, the headmaster of Hogwarts stated. I don't care. Lily snapped, causing James and Albus to recoil at the sheer rage in her tone. That bastard sized Voldemort after us and wanted me as a reward while having James and my children murdered. All I want is that man to suffer for what he almost did to my family. The red-haired woman snarled, the sheer difference of the loving and caring Lily Potter, nay Evans, nowhere to be seen. First, I must get you all to safety and make sure that the Longbottoms are safe. The status of Mr. Snape shall be discussed at a later time, the old man says, failing to appease the redhead's anger. You better, Lily growled. James sat between both Lily and Albus, blinking owlishly as he looked between them. While the hazel-eyed man was enraged by what Snape was responsible for, his anger didn't last as long after having witnessed his wife's expression. Snape won't last a week with Lily hunting him down. The male Potter thought to himself. Break. Rose Evans smiled as she held her grandson in her arms. The spiky-haired boy was adorable, watching the TV with awe in his eyes. Both Lily and James had told the grandmother of what happened, how the Dark Lord had attacked them, and how their son had saved them from certain death. Now, normally Rose would think that they were exaggerating a little, but having seen the several supernatural things that her grandchild had done ever since living with them was enough for the grandmother to actually believe her daughter and son-in-law's words. flying, super strength, his massive appetite, and his tail. All these things were enough for both Rose and her husband, Andrew, to believe the Potter couple. As Hadrian watched a children's movie, showing more interest when the characters were fighting, Rose frowned as the screen suddenly changed, showing the grinning face of a bug-like man. Greetings, people of the world. I am Cell. I bear wonderful news, especially for people sick of living in peace. Soon life will be chocked to the brim with nail-biting suspense. This is an invitation for all of you to attend a little tournament I'll call the Cell Games. It'll be like a world martial arts tournament, except we will fight in teams, me versus all of you. And should you lose, it's a loss for the entire world. That's right, defeat means annihilation for every person on the planet, the entire population of Earth, destroyed by my hand. Cell grinned, bringing up his hand with his palm facing the wall. And here is just a little glimpse of my power. The man grinned as a dark sphere formed in his hand and shot forward, destroying the wall, revealing the massive city behind Cell that was rapidly being destroyed as the sphere of energy tore everything apart. I'll be waiting, Cell stated, moving his arm to face the camera. And just like that, the camera was consumed with a bright light before cutting out. Rose sat there, face shocked with fear as she stared at the TV. The grandmother's body couldn't stop shaking as she looked down at her grandchild, only to see the boy scowling at the TV, eyes lit with rage that she had never expected to see on a child as young as him. Andrew, Rose called out to her husband, wanting nothing more to have her entire family with her. Time skipped. They had won. Cell was dead, and Gohan had ascended to Super Saiyan 2. Taking a deep breath, future Trunks looked to the people before him, having been recently resurrected thanks to the Dragon Balls. If Trunks were to be honest, he couldn't believe it. Not only had they beaten Android 17 and 18, they also beat Cell, who had proven to be far more formidable compared to the previous androids. Seeing the relief on everyone's faces, Trunks chuckled as he watched his mother, Bulma, attempt to get both his past self and his twin sister, Bulla, to sleep. Now, wasn't that a surprise? Due to traveling back in time, Trunks ended up changing the past timeline, making his past self have a twin sister, a baby girl with bright blue hair and black eyes. But future Trunks' attention diverted to see his father, standing there with his arms crossed and a scowl on his face. Now Trunks had one more thing to do before heading back to the future. Walking up to Vegeta, the prince of the Saiyan race, the half-Saiyan noticed his father turning to him, a blank expression on the man's face. Father, Trunks greeted with a nod. Vegeta said nothing but nodded his head back in greeting. Taking a deep breath, Trunks spoke. I need your help. The future variation of Vegeta's son spoke, causing the Saiyan prince to raise an eyebrow. Help? The androids were just taken care of along with Cell. What more help do you need? Vegeta asked roughly, though having spent an entire year with his father. Trunks knew he was just acting tough, but would be more than willing to help him. There is one more Saiyan on Earth, the son of Vegeta stated, causing the Saiyan to freeze. What? That can't be right. They would have been noticed by now, the prince of the Saiyan states, irritation present on his face. Trunks sighed as he rubbed his head. That's the thing. He is only 4 years old right now, if my math is right. Trunks answers, sheepishly. Vegeta looked at the half-Saiyan with a confused expression. That can't be right. Planet Vegeta was destroyed decades ago, the Saiyan prince pointed out. Future Trunks nodded his head in agreement. True, but from what Mum was able to learn, the pod that brought him here ended up being dragged along by a surge of energy that pulled him with it, resulting in him moving faster than light, the half-Saiyan stated. Which means that time moves faster around him as he was dragged along, Vegeta finished, causing Trunks to look at the Saiyan prince. In surprise, Vegeta scoffed and looked away with a huff. Just because your mother is a science genius doesn't mean I don't know my stuff, the Saiyan stated. Trunks smiled and nodded his head. That's fair. What I hope to do right now is introduce him to everyone so that he can help protect the planet should something happen. Future Trunks says with a smile. Vegeta merely raised an eyebrow. What does it matter? Kakarot's brat can handle any future bastards. I'm finished with training and I don't teach or help anyone, the Prince of the Saiyan stated. Trunks sighed as he rubbed his forehead, slightly frustrated with his father. Father, I understand how you feel, but he is the legendary Super Saiyan, Future Trunks stated, causing his father to snort. Congratulations, he did something that you and I have succeeded in doing, Vegeta says with mock cheer, his voice filled with sarcasm. Trunks sighed and rubbed his eyes. No, father, that's not what I meant. While yes, he can go Super Saiyan, he has another form more powerful than Super Saiyan that neither me nor Gohan has been able to access, future Trunks stated, causing Vegeta to pause. What? The Prince of the Saiyan asks, staring at his son as if the half-Saiyan grew another head. Trunks scratched the back of his head as he began to speak. Back in my time, when the androids took over, I fought alongside another Saiyan, one who not only could go Super Saiyan, but can go into this other form which we had begun to call Legendary Super Saiyan. He was incredibly powerful, and both 17 and 18 made sure to never fight him alone. In fact, before I went back to the past, he helped buy me some time when the androids found us future Trunks states, causing Vegeta to let out a deep breath. Damn it. I don't want to deal with this shit. But he helped Trunks come back to the past. The Saiyan Prince thought, frustrated with the situation. Fine. Where is he? Vegeta asked, a scowl on his face. If I had to guess, he would still be in Britain with his adoptive family. But where exactly I do not know. We will just have to sense his power when we get closer, and then follow it, future Trunks stated. Vegeta merely stared at the half-Saiyan in disbelief. Are you kidding? The Saiyan Prince exclaimed in disbelief. Just then, the duo noticed a familiar figure moving towards them. I think I might have an idea of where he is. Cammy had sensed a surge of power coming from Britain a little over a week ago. He wasn't able to go and investigate since we had the whole android and cell situation going on. Piccolo, a green-skinned man with two antennas protruding from his head stated. Trunks nodded his head. Yeah, that must have been when he went into the incomplete form of Super Saiyan, the half-Saiyan commented, causing both Piccolo and Vegeta to turn to the future hybrid, shock in their eyes. Are you saying that a mere 4-year-old child nearly went Super Saiyan? Piccolo asks, disbelief in his tone. Trunks made a sound of acknowledgement, causing both Vegeta and Piccolo to turn to each other. Well, that makes things interesting, the green-skinned man commented. Trunks chuckled, silently agreeing with what the Namekian stated. And what is this Saiyan's name? Vegeta asks, looking at his son. Well, his human name is Hadrian, but his Saiyan name is Broly, future Trunks says to the both of them. Piccolo remained silent while Vegeta made a face at that. Why does he have a human name? Clearly the idiots that raised him must have seen the name in the pod. Besides, shouldn't he have destroyed the planet? That was what Saiyan children were used for, the Prince of the Saiyans demanded gruffly. Trunks merely shrugged in response. I don't actually know. Mrs. Potter told me at the time that she only found him in a pod, but it had no name inside it, or anything for that matter that revolved around Hadrian. The future hybrid answered with a shrug. Piccolo frowned as he looked at Trunks, oddly. Then how do you know his Saiyan name if his adoptive parents didn't know it? The Namekian asks, confused. Trunks blinked and then hummed in thought. Now that I think about it, it is kind of weird that Hadrian knew his Saiyan name. He was only a few days old when he arrived on Earth, so it shouldn't even be possible for him to know anything about Science, let alone his original name, the half-Saiyan admits. And you didn't ask him? Piccolo asked, surprised. Trunks shook his head in response. No, I did. Hadrian would just never tell me. His only response was that a bunch of stuck-up assholes told him. The Bluenet Saiyan answered. Vegeta merely responded with a grunt as he turned to Piccolo. So, where exactly was the surge of energy? The Prince of the Saiyans demands. The Namekian rolled his eyes at that, but didn't take it personally, knowing how Vegeta normally was. It was in Britain. I don't know where the surge of energy was exactly, but I do have an estimate, Piccolo answered. Harry is pretty strong, so he shouldn't be too difficult to sense, Trunks states. Choosing to ignore the half-Saiyan, Piccolo raised an eyebrow at Vegeta, seeing the impatience in the Prince of the Saiyans' eyes. Well, is the Prince of the Saiyans excited to see Hadrian? The Namekian teased, causing Vegeta to turn and glare at Piccolo. With Kakarot dead, there are only 2 full-blooded Saiyans left. And with how young Broly is, he will need someone to teach him the Saiyan ways, the Saiyan growled, causing Trunks to blink in surprise. Piccolo turned to the blue-haired Saiyan and spoke. What was Broly like anyway? The Namekian asks, curiosity evident in his voice. Trunks closed his eyes as he let out a snort of amusement. One word. Vulgar. Bloody ass would say some of the weirdest shit I had ever heard. This one time, both Hadrian and I were fighting the androids, and he just stared at the both of them and said this banger of a comment. So you have come to cause trouble again? What? Was your little sibling fuck not satisfying, you empty-brained nitwits? Trunks says. Both Vegeta and Piccolo stood there, blinking owlishly at the time traveler. Seriously? He said that? The Prince of the Science asks, his eyes wide with surprise. Trunks made a sound of confirmation as he nodded his head. Yep, though 18 was definitely not into her brother. Actually, her reaction to his legendary form showed what her type was, the time traveler answered, causing both Vegeta and Piccolo to look at him oddly. Okay then, let's find this scion, Piccolo says, shooting off into the air as he disappeared into the distance. Vegeta let out a grunt as he too shot off into the sky, following the Namekian while Trunks chuckled at the thought of meeting a 4-year-old Hadrian. Time to meet my old friend, the time traveler smirked. Break. A normal man sighed as he walked through the streets of Diagon Alley. It has not been long since word had begun to spread, whispers of awe and happiness rampant through the wizarding world. Voldemort was dead. It was a joyous occasion. They were free of the Dark Lord's rampage, his Death Eaters being arrested in the hundreds, but no one seems to remember all the people that had lost their names because of those terrorists. Hey, did you hear about the Potters? A woman asked, currently chatting with a group of other women. Yeah, it was said that after you know who attacked them, he hasn't been seen since, another woman stated. That's incredible. It certainly explains why the Death Eaters are being arrested. That was right. It wasn't long after Voldemort's disappearance that it was discovered that the Dark Lord disappeared attacking Potter Cottage after their secret keeper, who everyone had assumed was Sirius Black, betrayed them, when it was in fact another friend, Peter Pettigrew. It was only a matter of time before the newspapers ran with the article on that night, how the Potters had survived with the Dark Lord disappearing, the names of the Potters becoming a well-known thing. The Potters have been given many titles after that night, but one stood out the most that many people agree on. The Family Who Lived. HP Elder Scrolls. Dragonborn Son. Prologue. Boom. A loud explosion shook the earth as a massive dragon with brown scales crashed into the ground. The dragon was covered in cuts and slashes, a wing torn off as it struggled to even move. As the massive being struggled to move, a figure emerged in a swirl of shadows, causing the massive dragon to struggle even more, attempting to move despite its muscles failing. Ryle Dovakian. The dragon spoke as the figure walked towards it. As the shadows faded, the figure was revealed. With a monstrous Daedric two-handed sword on his back, wearing Daedric armor, the figure walked towards the dragon with confidence. As the man reached the scaled being, he reached up, grabbing his helmet with a single hand and pulling off his helmet, revealing long brown hair reaching down to his shoulders, a goatee, and golden reptilian eyes. As identical eyes stare at each other, the man narrows his eyes, his fists clenched as he holds his helmet. Any last words? The man asks, his voice deep and masculine. Nagadinik, the dragon spoke, rage brimming in its eyes. The man merely cocked an eyebrow. Yes, I am. But don't worry, I don't use necromancy on family, the man says, placing his helmet back on and drawing his greatsword, raising it high before bringing it down with a mighty swing. Change. Harry James Potter is a handsome 21-year-old man with messy raven black hair, a shaved face with glasses as emerald green eyes shone behind the frame. Currently seated on a chair in St. Mungo's, the handsome man waited impatiently as a young boy sat beside him. The young boy was around 4 years old, with cute chubby cheeks and hair that continued to cycle between colors, with red and yellow being the most common at the moment. This young boy is Teddy Lupin Tonks, though the boy prefers Teddy Potter, having been raised by the man beside him. Rubbing his hands with a nervous expression, the man perked up as a young woman stepped out from one of the doors, causing Harry to stand up, looking at her with an expectant look. The woman smiled and nodded to the young man. Mrs. Potter is tired, but she is fine, along with your newborn son, she says, causing the male Potter to let out a sigh of relief. You can come and see your newborn son now. With that, Harry, with Teddy at his side, entered the room to see Ginny Potter, née Weasley, holding a small bundle in her arms, a tired but happy expression on her face. Seeing her husband and adopted son enter the room, the red-haired woman smiled brightly at them and moved the bundle slightly, allowing both males to see the sleeping newborn. With a tuft of red hair on his head, the baby boy had adorable chubby cheeks that caused Teddy to look at the newborn with an odd expression. He's beautiful, Harry says with a soft smile. Ginny giggled before looking at Teddy, watching as the metamorphogus hair switched through multiple colors. Teddy, don't you want to get a closer look at your brother? The red-haired woman asks, causing the young boy to look up at his adoptive mother. Not saying a word, Teddy rapidly nodded his head, causing both parents to laugh in amusement. Taking a step forward, the metamorphogus moved to Ginny's side, looking at the baby boy with a shine in his eyes. Do you want to hold him? Harry asks, noting the way Teddy was getting even closer to the newborn. Teddy merely nodded his head, smiling softly. Harry picked Teddy up, placing him on the bed beside Ginny, as the red-haired woman assisted the metamorphogus in holding the baby boy. The baby stirred, his eyes opening to reveal identical emerald green eyes to that of his father. Teddy gasped in awe and turned to Harry. Daddy, look, the young boy says, causing both Ginny and Harry to look at their newborn son and smile as they see his eyes. Look at that, honey. He has your eyes, the female Potter says. Harry smiled as a tear slid down his face. No. He has his grandmother's eyes, the handsome man says. Unseen by any of them, the baby boy's eyes flashed gold, becoming more reptilian before reverting back to its original emerald green as the newborn fell asleep once more. Time skipped. He was for when his memories started to return. Nightmares plagued him for weeks on end as the memories returned. Daedra, dragons, Draugr, and all other types of monsters haunted his dreams, blood and death following every dream that occurred. James Sirius Potter became fully aware of who he once was when the dreams became more common. He was a dragonborn, a mortal with the soul of a dragon. At first, James thought that him being a dragonborn was just some made-up person he created to make sense of the constant nightmares that plagued him. Even the Thuums that he attempted proved that he couldn't shout, until he understood the concept of the words. While the memories continued to come back slowly, James came to understand that he was a dragonborn when he understood the word fuss, allowing him to use the power to destroy the wall in his bedroom. Thankfully, his family came to think of it as a burst of accidental magic. Currently standing in his room, James held his hand out, his eyes filled with concentration and determination as the young redhead took a deep breath. Slowly, dark energy began to swirl around the young Potter's hand as it began to glow a dark purple. But as quickly as it came, so too did it vanish. Letting out a gasping breath, James fell to his knees, his body drenched in sweat as he struggled to breath. Damn it! I couldn't even cast a familiar? It's a novice spell, the young Potter yelled in his mind, cursing his young body and lack of magicka, though the people here just called it magic. One thing that James had noticed when regaining his memories of his past life is that the wizarding world knew so very little of their magic, where it comes from, and how to properly utilize it. From what he understood, everyone used wands to cast magic, claiming that wandless magic can only be used by the most powerful of wizards and required a lot of dedication, which was complete and utter bullshit. James, thanks to his memories as the Dragonborn, knew that one of the main reasons people couldn't use wandless magic was because they quite literally became shackled by their wands, relying on it to the point where they evolved to quite literally be reliant on the damn crutches. If it wasn't for his knowledge of how magicka worked, James was certain that he wouldn't even be able to begin casting a novice familiar spell. Letting out a tired breath, the red-haired boy growled in frustration as he shook his head. This was embarrassing. He didn't even get a quarter through casting the damned spell before failing and falling to his knees. How in oblivion did I go from being able to cast an army of undead to not even being able to get through even a quarter of a novice spell? James shouted in his mind. In his past life, the Dragonborn had learned all sorts of spells, ranging from alteration to destruction. But while he learned a few of the higher spells such as Fireball and Iron Skin, the Dragonborn's true focus was on conjuration, more specifically necromancy. James knew that his world frowned on the art of necromancy, demonizing it, which was understandable. Even in his past life, necromancy was not very liked, due to practically every single necromancer losing their minds and becoming addicted to the feeling of defying death itself, resulting in them seeking to taking over the world. But the Dragonborn was one of the few exceptions. After fighting against his dragon soul and holding back the desire to dominate others, the Dragonborn had the will to not lose himself from defying death. Novice necromancers had the easiest when it comes to keeping to themselves, but it did not mean that they succeeded in doing so. The feeling of bringing something back from the dead and to have it at your command was an addicting sensation, one that many, if not all, fell for. But the Dragonborn was a master in necromancy, capable of summoning hundreds of undead to his command while staying true to himself. But what set him apart from all the other necromancers was that he led the army from the front, charging alongside the undead with a massive two-handed sword in hand, slashing through opposing enemies and bringing them back from the dead. Further increasing his numbers made the Dragonborn a feared opponent. Shaking his head once more, James sighed and let out a growl of frustration as he pushed himself up to his feet, wiping the sweat off his face as he contemplated his options. With how little magicka he had, the young potter knew that he would have to focus on novice destruction spells with how little magicka was required to actually cast said spells, thus increasing the amount of magicka he can store within himself without actually bringing himself to his knees every time, and also mastering the spells itself, thus reducing the amount of magicka required to cast the spells. "James! Dinner's ready," a voice called out, causing the red-haired boy to perk up. Straightening out his clothes, James opened the door to his room and made his way through the corridor, going down a flight of stairs and turning to see his mother, Ginny Potter, sitting at the dining table with a smile on her face. "Hey, Mom," James greeted. Ginny smiled and gave her son a kiss on the cheek as he passed her, sitting at one of the chairs as he waited. It didn't take long for a pair of footsteps to make their way down the stairs where an 8-year-old Teddy ran around the corner with a 25-year-old Harry Potter following right behind him. But what caught James' attention was the babbling baby in his father's arms. Albus Severus Potter is an adorable 1-year-old baby. James understood why his father named his brother after Albus Dumbledore, but why Severus Snape? The young redhead was aware of what Severus Snape had done for Harry, but James also knew what kind of man he was. Despite their attempts, neither Ronald Weasley, Hermione Weasley, and Harry Potter could hide the dislike in their eyes, and many people, such as George Weasley, could not help but comment under their breath the distaste they had for the deceased man. From what the young Potter could put together, Severus Snape was a spiteful and pathetic man who only cared about himself and only protected Lily Potter née Evans, not because he loved her, but because he was obsessed with her, obsessed with the idea of her. James had heard mumbles of how his grandfather, James Fleamont Potter, was a bully to Snape when the raven-haired man was drunk on the anniversary of Voldemort's defeat after honoring those who were not here today. And from what James Sirius Potter could understand, was that Harry only seen a mere moment of what his father was like to an enemy, but not the normal dynamic between both James Fleamont Potter and Severus Snape. If James Sirius was a betting man, or boy now, he would put his money on the normal back and forth between his grandfather and Severus Snape, being less one-sided and more spell for spell one side gaining the edge over the other one moment, and then the other getting an advantage and turning the tide. But sadly, Harry Potter already had his mind settled on it being more one-sided between his father and Snape. "Sorry about that. Little Albus used accidental magic and locked the door on us," Harry says, giving a pointed look at the giggling baby. Shaking his head with a smile, the elder male Potter sat next to his wife, placing his youngest son on a high chair while Teddy sat beside James. What followed was a nice, quiet evening with the family eating, enjoying the atmosphere, while Albus stared at Teddy as the older boy's hair went through cycles of colors. Watching the happy family with a soft and sad smile, James knew that his past life did not have the luxury of peace. Not only was the Dragonborn an orphan, having watched a group of bandits kill his father and rape his mother and sister, he was also forced to fight dragons, despite having no desire to go out of his way to help anyone due to the trauma of the bandit attack, but also ordered by those who believed themselves his superior. Of course, the Dragonborn was many things, but he was no one's attack dog or slave. This resulted in from the arrogant noble to the so-called invincible kings to lie on the ground, blood covering the floors as they stared up in fear at the golden reptilian eyes of the Dragonborn in their last moments. Too much suffering for one lifetime, James thought to himself, biting into his food in the hopes to distract himself from the memories that started to come to the front of his mind. Flashback. Walking through the streets of a well-built village, a figure made his way into the nearby tavern, wearing a dark cloak with a massive ebony sword on his back. Opening the door, the figure felt the warmth of the nearby fire as he entered the tavern. Looking around, the figure noted the immediate eyes that were drawn to him. Ignoring the stares and looks of fear, The figure made his way towards the bar and placed a few bronze coins on the table. "Some mead," the figure says, placing both hands on the counter. The bartender, a young girl in her late teens, nodded her head and turned to some tankards, grabbing some mead and placing it under the tap, filling it up to the brim before placing it in front of the figure. Giving the young girl a nod of thanks, the figure grabbed the mug and sipped it. As the figure relaxed, he noted that all the watchful eyes slowly started to move away from him, with some people relaxing, most likely thinking I'm a bandit. Good. They at least aren't naive enough to trust anyone that just walks in. But at least keep them in view, the figure thought, shaking his head and having another drink of his mead. As the figure relaxed, he perked up as he heard the whispers. "So, is it true?" a man asked another. A group huddled in the corner, enjoying their mead. "What?" a man, well-built with a thick beard, asked. "The dragon. They say a dragon was spotted just over the mountain," the first man answered. This interested the figure. His eyes turned to the young girl as she hummed a tune, cleaning a nearby mug with a towel. "I heard a dragon was spotted nearby. Is that true?" the figure asks, causing the young girl to perk up. "Oh, I don't know, but I have been hearing it for quite some time now." "Sorry, but I don't know anymore," the young girl apologized. The figure shook his head and waved his hand. "Don't apologize. You answered my question, and that's good enough for me," he says, causing the girl to smile at him and nod her head. Just then, the sounds of clopping horse shoes caught the attention of everyone as several well-armored men entered the tavern. The men in question wore identical armor with an emblem on their chest. The figure immediately recognized it as the emblem of the nearby kingdom. "Oh, great. Soldiers," the man thought to himself, shaking his head as he turned his attention back to his drink. The soldiers made their way towards the front. The leading soldier placed a silver coin on the table, giving the young girl a warm smile. "Some mead, please," the man says. The young girl nodded her head and began making the drinks. The soldier sat down near the figure as he kept his eyes on his mug. Once the drinks were set in front of the soldiers, they began to drink, chatting and laughing as they had a break. After some time had passed, the figure saw one of the soldiers eyeing up the young girl with a smile. This caused the figure to narrow his eyes, though this was unnoticed under the shadows of his hood. After some more time passed, nothing really happened until the man in question stood up, making his way to the young girl with what he most likely believed was swagger. "Hello, beautiful. How about you and I spend a night together, huh?" the soldier flirted. The young girl looked at him with a nervous expression. Sorry, but I'm not really interested," the girl apologized. The soldier didn't take too kindly to this as a dark look formed on his face. "Not interested? I was being nice before, but I ain't now," the soldier says, grabbing the girl's arm, causing her to tense, her eyes filled with fear. The soldier, who had ordered for the group, sighed. "Hey man, just leave it be. She's not interested," the leader says softly, hoping to calm the man down. "Like Oblivion, I will leave it be. We help protect these lands, and we can't even be properly rewarded when we need to relax." The soldier snapped. The girl was on the verge of breaking down as tears began welling up in her eyes. Several nearby residents saw the commotion, many looking on in anger but unable to do anything but watch. "I don't think she likes being touched," the figure spoke, causing everyone's attention to turn to the cloaked man. "Oh really, do you think I care?" the soldier taunted. The figure said nothing, taking a sip of his mead before turning his head slightly, only the lower half of his face visible to everyone. "No, I don't. But what you should care about is what will happen. You say you aren't properly rewarded. Last I recall, you like it quite the gold for your work, especially compared to most peasants," the figure says. "I should care what will happen? And what will happen, huh?" the soldier says arrogantly, releasing his hold of the girl's arm and making his way towards the cloaked man. "Are you going to do something? Because I can tell you what will happen. I kick your ass, get you locked in prison for the rest of your pathetic life, while I make you watch as I plow your yak of a mother," the soldier taunted once more. It happened so quickly, no one had time to react and could only watch as the figure moved like a blur, grabbing the soldier's throat and raising him up off the ground with unnatural strength. "GLRRGH," the soldier choked, his legs flailing as his hands grasped the hand around his throat, eyes wide with shock and horror. The figure's hood had fallen back from his speed, revealing the brown hair of the man, but what everyone saw was his golden reptilian eyes. Golden eyes of a dragon in the form of a man, carrying a sword the size of a man. It's the Dragonborn, one of the nearby watchers murmured in shock. Many people gasped upon hearing it while the soldiers paled significantly. Isn't that odd? You have yet to kick my ass. Now let me tell you what is going to happen now. I'm going to snap your neck like a twig, ending your pathetic life, before throwing away your body without a care of what happens to your corpse. And then I'm going to walk away, with no one able to stop me. How does that sound? The Dragonborn asked rhetorically, his voice cold and his eyes brimming with rage. The leader of the soldiers hesitantly stood up, shaking like a leaf as he took a step forward. "Yes, sir. Lord D. Dragonborn. I apologize for my friend here. It will never happen again, I swear it. Would you please release him?" the leader stuttered. The Dragonborn turned to the leader, his eyes blank as he stared into the man's soul. Crack! The sound of the soldier's neck cracking echoed through the tavern as his body went limp. Without a care, the Dragonborn threw the corpse onto the ground before placing several gold coins on the table, looking at the young girl who stared at him in awe. "This is for the trouble," the Dragonborn says before finishing his mug and walking away. The soldiers wanted nothing more than to avenge their now deceased friend, but they could do nothing, knowing that challenging the Dragonborn was a death wish. And with that, the door to the tavern opened and the Dragonborn left, covering his head with the hood as the door slammed behind him. Flashback end. James had just finished running laps around the backyard when he entered the living room to find the smiling faces of his family, along with Ronald Weasley and Hermione Weasley née Granger along with their child, 3-year-old Rose Weasley and 1-year-old Hugo Weasley. "Oh, hey James. Say hi to your aunt and uncle," Harry says with a smile. James nodded to the both of them. "Hey Auntie Hermione, Uncle Ron," the young Potter greets. "Hello James, how have you been?" Hermione asks with a warm smile on her face. The red-haired boy shrugged his shoulders. "I've been good," the reincarnated Dragonborn answers. Ginny smiled, but then blinked in surprise as she noticed a slight shine to her son's skin. "James, are you sweating?" the red-haired mother asks, moving towards her son to inspect him. "You are. Are you sick?" Ginny asks, placing the back of her hand against James' forehead. The young boy rolled his eyes as he grasped his mother's hand, lowering it from his forehead. "Mom, relax. I was just outside going for a run," James answers. Ronald lets out a laugh as he grins at the young boy. "Ah, it makes sense. You're planning to get into Quidditch, aren't you?" the man says. James gave Ron a deadpan and responded with an emotionless tone. "No," the red-haired boy answered. Ronald blinked in surprise as he looked at the eldest son of Harry Potter like he was crazy. "What do you mean, no?" "You have to be crazy not to want to play Quidditch," Ron exclaimed in disbelief. Hermione sighed and shook her head tiredly. "Ronald, not everyone wants to play Quidditch," the bushy-haired woman says, with an annoyed tone. "Oh, come on, honey. It's Quidditch," the red-haired man says with a goofy smile. The young woman rolled her eyes with an amused expression, but said nothing more. Ron smirked before turning to his nephew. "So, how come you don't want to play Quidditch?" "Everyone likes Quidditch," Ronald asks. James, meanwhile, cocked an eyebrow. "Oh yes, because I absolutely love the feeling of sitting on a massive stick," the young boy says, causing Harry, who had had a sip of butterbeer, to perform a spit take. Everyone looked at the reincarnation of the Dragonborn, wide-eyed at what he insinuated. Harry, what exactly are you teaching the little guy?" Ron asks, a slightly worried expression on his face. Hermione, meanwhile, was giving James a calculating look. "James, there is something you aren't telling us," the bushy-haired woman stated, causing James to freeze. "Crap," the young boy cursed. Ginny glanced at Hermione to see her serious expression and focused her attention back on her son. "Hermione's right. James, what aren't you telling us?" the red-haired woman asks, a worried expression on her face. The young Potter looked down at the ground with a look of contemplation. All four adults could see the internal struggle in James' eyes, and Harry stepped forward, kneeling before his son and placing a hand on the young boy's shoulder. James looked up in surprise to see his father's soft expression. "Don't worry, James. If you can't tell us now, we can wait until you're ready," Harry says, comforting the young boy. James felt the weight on his shoulders vanish, and confidence filled him. "No, I think it's best if you know. If you all know," the red-haired boy says, looking at his family. "Do you want Teddy to leave?" "If you feel uncomfortable with him, knowing it's fine," Harry asks, causing James' attention to turn to his adoptive brother. After a few moments of contemplation, the young boy shook his head. "No, Teddy deserves to know, the young Potter says, trying to remain strong. Harry gave James a worried look, but conceded, nodding his head and taking a step back, returning to his previous spot as James took a deep, calming breath. Honestly, I still don't know what to think about it. But maybe you can help me, the young boy says, trying to give the adults a confident smile, but coming out more as a grimace. Don't worry, little guy. We're here for you, Ron says, nodding to the young boy. Taking a deep breath, James spoke. It started when I began having nightmares, the young boy began. Harry, meanwhile, made a noise of amusement. Oh yeah, he kept me and Ginny up as much as you did when you were a baby, the raven-haired man joked, only to wince when his wife elbowed him in the side. Harry looked to see everyone giving him an unimpressed stare, causing the elder Potter to rub the back of his head in embarrassment. Sorry, just wanted to try and lighten the mood, Harry apologized. James chuckled slightly at his father's antics, but continued. The nightmares started with just flashes. I would see zombies, vampires, and other types of monsters. The red-haired boy says. Hermione nodded her head in understanding and added a comment. It is quite normal for young kids to have nightmares of such things. It's nothing to be ashamed of, the bushy-haired woman says. James sighed and shook his head. No, that wasn't the case. As the nightmares continued, the contents of them began to expand. I learned that those zombies were Draugr, and that what I was seeing were not, in fact, dreams. They were memories, the red-haired boy says. Immediately, everyone tensed. Ron, Ginny, and Hermione glanced at Harry, recalling how the raven-haired man would see through Voldemort's eyes when the man was still alive. Whose memories, James? Harry asked his son, worried. The young boy clenched his fists and answered. It was my past life's memories, James answered. This sent shock through everyone as they attempted to comprehend what the young Potter had just stated. Are you sure? Perhaps it was just a very convincing dream, Hermione says, trying to make sense of what was said. I know what it was. James snapped angrily, causing the bushy-haired woman to recoil in shock. The red-haired boy deflated as he let out a tired sigh. It wasn't some dream or some ridiculous thing I came up with. The details I remember are burned into my brain. Everything that comes from my past life stays in my head, his knowledge, his memories, and so many others. The young Potter states. Everyone looked at James with worry in their eyes, noting the defeated expression on his face. What do you see in these dreams? Ronak asks, placing his hands in his lap. What don't I see? Men in armor stomping through villages as they burned down around them. Dragons flying through the sky before descending on innocent people. Entire kingdoms brought to despair by a tyrant king. Helpless people forced to watch as their loved ones were forcefully taken in front of them, James says darkly, watching his wording when he remembered Teddy sitting beside his parents. But as the young Potter looked up at the adults, he froze as he saw the horror in their faces. Is it me they're afraid of? James thought, a fear building up in his chest as he looked at them. James, was your past life in the medieval period? Hermione asks, stuttering slightly. The young boy blinked in surprise and tilted his head in confusion. What? James asks, not understanding what his aunt was asking. Taking a deep breath, the beautiful brown-haired woman began to explain. The medieval times is a period of history where religion was at its peak. Technology had begun to take a step back, but what it's mostly famous for are the use of swords, bows and arrows, and the many kingdoms that expanded across the lands, Hermione answered. James' eyes widened at that. That's actually true. There were a lot of kingdoms, the young boy admits. Ron, Ginny, and Harry's eyes widen at that, as they look at the youngest Potter with surprise in their eyes. Seriously? You actually lived back then? Ronald asks, a hint of awe in his voice. James nodded his head in confirmation. Wicked, the red-haired man says. The young redhead snorted and shook his head. Wicked? Oh yeah, I absolutely loved dealing with arrogant kings who thought just because I was the Dragonborn meant that I would bow to them, James says, causing everyone to look at him oddly. Dragonborn? Harry asks his son, an interested tone in his voice. The young Potter sighed, crossing his arms over his chest. Yeah, that was what I was. A mortal with the soul of a dragon, James answers. Immediately, Hermione's eyes shined with curiosity and fascination. How would that work? A soul is a soul. So what defines it as a dragon? But if that were the case, how would someone with the soul of a dragon compare to a regular dragon? Is there anything that's different from someone with a regular soul and a dragon soul? The bushy-haired woman asks, spewing question after question at the young boy. "Honey," Ronald exclaimed, ending his wife's barrage of questions. "Relax and let James take a breath," the red-haired man says with fond exasperation. Hermione pouted but conceded, causing everyone to chuckle while Teddy giggled. With an amused smile on his face, James answered, "Being a Dragonborn allows me to permanently kill dragons and absorb their souls, empowering myself with it. At the time with constant dragon attacks, I quickly killed many dragons, allowing me to learn and understand Thursday-umps at a rapid pace," the young boy says. Hermione leaned forward once more, eyes shining at the thought of new knowledge. "What is a Thursday-ump?" And dash. "Nope," Ronald cut his wife off, placing a hand over her mouth to stop the bushy-haired woman from sending another barrage of questions at the young Potter. From where she sat, Hermione grumbled as she pouted, much to the amusement of everyone around her. "Well, since Aunt Hermione only got to ask one question, I will, sadly, answer it," James says with a sigh, in a mock resigned mood. Said Aunt narrowed her eyes at the young boy, but was unable to say anything as Ronald still had his hand over her mouth. "A Thursday or a shout is a set of 3 words in dragon tongue. By knowing and understanding those words, you will be capable of destroying entire armies all by your lonesome," James says, much to the surprise of everyone. Wait, James, are you saying that you have fought an entire army before?" Ginny asks, looking at her son, wide-eyed. The young Potter merely shrugged his shoulders. "Army might be a little small for the amount of soldiers I fought," James answered with a flippant attitude. "Bloody hell, you actually fought that many soldiers?" Ron asks in awe. "But why would they attack you?" Hermione asks, pulling her husband's hand away from her mouth. James looked at his aunt with a raised eyebrow. "I was a Dragonborn. Where I was from, that was a seriously big deal. All I had to do was shout 3 words in dragon tongue, and I could level an entire mountain," the red-haired boy says, causing jaws to drop. Harry let out a breath, his eyes wide at the thought of his son capable of such a feat. "Can you show us?" the raven-haired man blurted out, only realizing what he had just asked a second later. Everyone merely turned to the elder Potter in disbelief, with only James being the exception. "Really, Harry? You want James to show you how he could level a mountain?" Ginny asked her husband with a raised eyebrow. "Actually, I can't do a full shout at the moment," James says, causing everyone to turn their attention to him. "What do you mean? You said that if you did, you could level an entire mountain?" Hermione asks, confused. James merely sighed and rubbed his eyes. "Yeah, in my previous life? At the moment, I can't even remember all my shouts, let alone understanding them. Besides, leveling an entire mountain was when I was young. In my prime, I could shake the continent with just a single shout," the young Potter says. Thud. Ronald proceeded to faint. Break. With Ron Weasley awake once more, the entire family found themselves sitting in the backyard of the Potter family home. Sitting on the grass as Albus, Rose, and Hugo played happily, unaware of the conversation that was happening between the family. "Unbelievable. He would make Voldemort wet his pants if he were to face James," Ronald Weasley says, looking at Harry. The raven-haired man chuckled before looking at his son. "James, which shouts can you do?" the elder Potter asks, curious. The red-haired Potter opened his mouth to answer, then paused. "Crap. Okay, there is this one, but the problem is I can't actually say the word itself," James says, gaining the interest of the parents and Teddy. "Which one?" Teddy asks, curiosity in his eyes, his hair turning orange. James hummed in thought as he thought about the question. "In human tongue, it will be called unrelenting force." The words in English were force, balance, and push, the red-haired Potter answered. As Teddy was about to ask another question, the sound of something scraping caught everyone's attention, causing all the adults along with both Teddy and James to turn to see Hermione, standing nearby with a quill and notepad in hand. Looking up, noticing the silence, the bushy-haired woman blushed in embarrassment. "Sorry, this just sounds so incredible that it is hard to believe," Hermione says. Without a word, James stood up, walked up the brown-haired woman, and snatched the notepad from her hand. "Hey!" Hermione exclaimed in shock as James began tearing up the pages. "James, why are you destroying Hermione notes?" Harry asks, confusion evident in his tone. The young boy merely turned to his father. "There is no way in Oblivion anyone other than family will know about this." "I don't care what you have to say," James says, a firm tone that would not normally belong to a 4-year-old boy. "Oblivion?" Hermione asks. "No, I'm not in the mood to talk even more about this." I am certain there are doubts about what I told you. So let's get these doubts out of the way, James says, turning away from everyone as he looks towards the forest nearby. FUS, the reincarnated Dragonborn, shouted, and everyone watched in shock as the very air shifted as several trees were sent flying back. Merlin was the common thought between everyone, while the three youngest children giggled and laughed as they saw the flying trees. One thing was certain for the Potter/Weasley family. Things were going to be interesting once more.